Chen Mu had survived 12 years in the cultivation world by following one simple principle. If trouble had not noticed him, he would not introduce himself. That principle had carried him farther than talent, courage, or ambition ever could. When other disciples fought over rare pills, Chen Mu accepted the ordinary medicine no one wanted. When secret ruins opened, he volunteered to guard the sect's empty storage rooms. When young cultivators challenged one another for rank, he repaired old barriers and trained behind 3 layers of concealment. The Safe Cultivation System approved of every decision. Avoiding a needless duel earned him a month of cultivation. Finding a second escape route earned him a movement technique. Replacing expired medicine before an emergency earned him better spiritual control. Repairing an old defensive formation earned him enough knowledge to build 3 more. By the time Cloud River Sect promoted him to Elder, everyone believed Chen Mu had reached the early Golden Core realm through slow, ordinary effort. His true cultivation had entered the late King realm. He was stronger than the sect master. No one needed to know. Strength attracted challenges. Challenges attracted enemies. Enemies attracted alliances, revenge, dangerous ruins, political marriages, and speeches about duty. Quiet Peak attracted none of those things. It stood apart from the sect's busier mountains, covered in old trees and gentle slopes. Its main house was modest. Its training yard was small. Its library was outdated. Its herb garden produced more cooking herbs than rare medicine, and its only impressive view was the wide lawn beneath an old flowering tree. Chen Mu considered it perfect. He had a koi pond, enough tea for 6 years, medicine stored by category, 3 hidden escape paths, a reinforced underground room, and defensive formations no one had noticed because he repaired them one piece at a time. Then the yearly disciple assignment arrived. Chen Mu sat at the far end of the main hall with a cup of tea in both hands and watched his quiet life approach its death. Rows of unassigned disciples stood below the raised seats of the elders. Most were adults who had trained in the outer courts for several years. They had passed the sect's basic tests, but a personal master would decide whether they received individual guidance or continued attending common lessons. The best candidates were claimed first. Zhao Ren, master of Sword Peak, chose a young swordsman with a clean record and a steady hand. Medicine Peak accepted 2 disciples who could identify herbs by scent. Formation Hall selected a quiet man who had completed a 12-line barrier during the entrance test. Each chosen disciple bowed, served tea, and received a personal seal. Chen Mu drank slowly and waited for the ceremony to end. Sect Master Han Wei glanced down the line of elders. Quiet Peak has no personal disciples again. Chen Mu raised his cup in acknowledgement. It is very peaceful. That was not praise. I still appreciate it. Several elders smiled. Han Wei did not. The sect master was broad-shouldered, gray at the temples, and far too practical to be distracted by Chen Mu's harmless expression. Every peak must help train the next generation, Han Wei said. You have avoided choosing a disciple for 3 years. A poor teacher can delay someone's future. A teacher, who refuses to teach delays everyone's future. Chen Mu considered pointing out that the common lesson halls were functioning well. He decided against it. Arguing too effectively might make Han Wei think he was suited for greater responsibility. He lowered his eyes to his tea. The selection continued. By late afternoon, the hall had emptied enough for footsteps to echo between the stone pillars. Proud families had left with proud disciples. Elders were speaking quietly with their new students. The remaining candidates stood with the stillness of people trying not to look abandoned. 4 women remained at the center of the hall. Chen Mu had noticed them earlier. He noticed everyone near an exit, a weapon, or a possible source of trouble. The first was Bai Ning. She appeared to be in her late 20s, older than most disciples still waiting for a personal master. Her posture was straight, her expression calm, and her pale robes showed no sign of neglect. She had remained at peak Qi gathering for years, despite possessing strong ice energy. Her record explained why no one had chosen her. 5 failed attempts to enter the Foundation realm, 2 cases of frozen meridians, 3 months of treatment under Medicine Peak, no clear physical cause. She had once been considered promising. Now, most instructors believed she had reached the end of her path. The second woman was Yan Fei. She stood as if the floor had personally offended her. Her dark red training clothes had been repaired at one shoulder, and faint marks covered her knuckles. Her official record placed her at late Qi gathering, but the measurement changed so often that several instructors had added conflicting notes. Unstable spiritual energy, poor control, repeated damage to training equipment. Frequent injuries, 4 unauthorized challenges in 1 year. One argument with an instructor over whether a broken wall counted as training equipment. Yan Fei caught Chen Mu reading her tablet and narrowed her eyes. He looked away at once. The third was Lin An. She was asleep, not meditating, not examining her inner energy, not pretending to be calm. Asleep. She stood with her head lowered, eyes closed, and body balanced with the skill of someone who had practiced sleeping while upright. A formation tablet hung from her belt. It contained the remains of a failed basic test. The design began with a simple 12-line barrier, and ended in a tangled forest of corrections, extra paths, and unnecessary layers. The formation had collapsed before activation. Her record included excellent written answers, terrible practical results, constant headaches, missed lessons, and repeated complaints that simple formations were too noisy. The final woman was Qing Yu. She was 19 and would turn 20 before summer. Her cultivation was the lowest of the four, only early qi gathering. A fluffy white fox rested in her arms. A black chicken stood beside her boot with the proud posture of a mountain king. The beast yard had tested Qing Yu with 6 trained spirit beasts. None had obeyed her. 2 had refused to enter the testing ring. 1 had hidden behind its keeper. Weak animals, however, followed her constantly. According to the final note in her record, she lacked the forceful nature required for beast cultivation. The black chicken looked up at Chen Mu. Chen Mu looked back. The chicken gave a quiet, threatening cluck. He moved his teeth farther from the edge of the table. Manhwa dismissed the last instructors, then faced the remaining elders. "Does anyone wish to reconsider?" No one answered. Zhao Ren looked over the 4 women without contempt, but also without interest. "Bai Ning's condition cannot be found by Medicine Peak," he said. "Forcing her into another method may cause permanent damage." A Medicine Peak elder nodded. "Her body is healthy until she attempts a breakthrough. Then her own ice turns against her. I cannot recommend another attempt without identifying the cause." "Yan Fei needs discipline," another elder said. Yan Fei's jaw tightened. Zhao Ren looked at her. "She needs more than discipline. Her energy has no stable pattern. Sword Peak cannot build a technique around power that may vanish halfway through a strike." Lin An woke long enough to open one eye. The formation hall elder sighed. "I have given her simpler designs every month. She makes each one more complicated than the last." "I didn't make them complicated," Lin An murmured. "They already were. They had 12 lines. Only if you ignore the others." "What others?" Lin An closed her eye again. "Exactly. The beast." Yard elder did not bother speaking. The white fox was currently pretending to sleep while stealing a strip of dried meat from Qing Yu's sleeve. The black chicken had begun pecking the polished floor. Chen Mu judged that the meeting was almost over. 4 disciples would return to the common halls. He would return to Quiet Peak. Manhwa might lecture him, but lectures were temporary. Accepting responsibility was not. A clear sound rang inside his mind. Chen Mu's cup stopped below his lips. A pale window appeared before his eyes. No one else reacted. The Safe Cultivation System had been mostly quiet since his promotion. Chen Mu had appreciated its restraint. The new message destroyed that appreciation. Master Mode prerequisite confirmed. Host is the elder of an independent peak. Current disciple assignment condition satisfied. Master Mode is now available. Chen Mu stared at the words. A second window opened. Master Mode request? Accept 4 personal disciples from the current unassigned members of Cloud River Sect. Completion reward. Master Mode access. Teaching rewards will be granted for genuine and stable disciple progress. Chen Mu read the message twice. Then, a third time, in case the system had included an option to refuse in very small writing. It had not. He answered silently. "Can I decline Master Mode?" The host may choose not to complete the request. Relief entered his chest. Then, the next line appeared. When complete request will remain active. For how long? Until completion. Chen Mu looked at the 4 women. The system had not named them. It had only asked for 4 disciples from the current unassigned group. There were exactly 4 people left. That felt less like a request, and more like a door being politely locked behind him. "What is it?" Manhwa asked. Chen Mu realized the hall had gone quiet. His cup was still raised, and every elder was looking at him. "Nothing," Chen Mu said. He lowered the cup and considered his options. He could refuse. Manhwa would continue pressuring him during every yearly assignment. The system request would remain active. Future candidates might include proud heirs, violent geniuses, or ambitious young cultivators with powerful families. These 4 had no masters, no strong backing, and no visible future. More importantly, they looked weak. Weak disciples would not win major tournaments. Weak disciples would not attract rival sects. Weak disciples would not drag their master into dangerous secret realms. They would attend ordinary lessons, cultivate quietly, and perhaps leave the sect after discovering that quiet peak offered little glory. Chen Mu felt the future returning to a manageable shape. "I will take them," he said. Han Wei's eyebrows rose. Zhao Ren turned fully toward him. Yan Fei stopped glaring at the floor. Lin An opened both eyes. Qing Yu nearly dropped the white fox. Bai Ning alone remained still, but her attention sharpened. Han Wei looked from Chen Mu to the four women. "Which one?" "All four." Silence filled the hall. The black chicken pecked the floor once. Zhao Ren spoke first. "You have never accepted one disciple. That will make it difficult to compare the experience. And you intend to begin with 4? Chen Mu nodded. "It seems efficient." It did not seem efficient. It seemed like the safest available disaster. Han Wei studied him for several breaths. The sect master was experienced enough to mistrust convenient changes of heart. Why then? Chen Mu could not say that a private system had cornered him. He gave the most honest answer that would not create more questions. No other elder wants them. Yan Fei's face darkened. Qing Yu lowered her eyes. The formation hall elder coughed into his sleeve. Chen Mu continued before the answer became an insult. "They are already disciples of Cloud River Sect. If personal guidance is meant only for people who are already succeeding, then it is not guidance. It is investment." That was also true. Unfortunately, it sounded wiser than he intended. Han Wei's expression changed. Zhao Ren glanced at the four women again, this time with greater care. Bai Ning's eyes remained on Chen Mu. He felt the first stirrings of danger. "I see," Han Wei said. Chen Mu did not like the weight in those two words. He set down his cup. The ceremony should be completed before evening. The formal process was simple. The four women came forward in order of age and cultivation experience. They did not swear away their freedom or lives. Cloud River Sect's personal seals only recorded lineage, responsibility, and access to a peak's resources. Bai Ning knelt first and offered tea. Her hands were steady. Disciple Bai Ning greets master. Chen Mu accepted the cup. The moment the seal formed, a faint line of cold light passed between them. A system window opened. First disciple accepted. Name, Bai Ning Yuan. Hidden condition detected. Ice soul, special state. Reborn soul, carrying memories of a past life. Primary cultivation failure. An unresolved soul oath from her former life freezes her current body whenever she approaches the foundation realm. Danger. Repeating the old cultivation path will deepen the damage. Egg safe direction. Identify the purpose of the oath. Safe direction. Build a new ice method that does not require the rejection of honest emotion. Chen Mu almost crushed the teacup. Bai Ning looked up. "Master? The tea is hot." "It is not. Then the cup is weak." She glanced at the undamaged porcelain. Chen Mu placed it carefully on the table. He had chosen a woman with 5 failed breakthroughs because she appeared ordinary. She was a reborn cultivator, carrying a soul-level curse. He still had time. One complicated disciple did not mean all 4 were disasters. Yan Fei stepped forward next. Her bow was correct, though performed with the energy of someone preparing to headbutt the floor. Disciple Yan Fei greets master. The second seal formed. Is second disciple accepted. Nam Yan Fei. Ignan, hidden condition detected. Eat gift. Sleeping warrior god soul. Primary cultivation failure. The sleeping soul absorbs spiritual energy while preparing to awaken. The disciple's current body cannot safely contain its power. Danger. Strong attack methods may force an unstable awakening, damaging the body and weakening the disciple's sense of self. And safe direction. Strengthen the body. Stabilize breathing. Stabilize breathing. And establish control before awakening. Chen Mu looked at Yan Fei's repaired shoulder, bruised knuckles, and challenging eyes. She had a warrior god soul. Of course she did. A normal unstable disciple would have been too easy. Is something wrong? Yan Fei asked. No, you are staring. I am reconsidering several life choices. Her mouth opened. Han Wei cleared his throat. Yan Fei completed the ceremony and moved aside. Lin An came third. She had fallen asleep again while waiting. Yan Fei nudged her with an elbow. Lin An woke, looked around the hall, then stepped forward without embarrassment. Disciple Lin An greets master. The third seal formed. Why third disciple accepted? Honami, Lin An detected. You'd gift pattern site dead or. Primary cultivation failure. The disciple sees excessive spiritual connections between terrain, objects, people, and formations. She cannot separate useful lines from irrelevant ones. Danger. Continued overload will damage spiritual perception and deepen her dependence on sleep. Safe direction. Reduce visual input. Teach selection before complexity. Create a method to close pattern sight. Chen Mu glanced at the broken formation tablet on her belt. Lin An followed his gaze. It was not my best work. How many lines did you use? Before or after I tried to stop it from exploding? Never mind. Qing Yu approached last. The white fox remained in her arms. The black chicken followed with the confidence of another disciple waiting to be accepted. Qing Yu bowed carefully. Disciple Qing Yu greets master. The final seal formed. You fourth disciple accepted. Name. Qing Yu. Hidden condition detected. Live heart. Primary cultivation failure. Standard beast control methods conflict with the disciple's gift. Weak creatures trust her. Strong spirit beasts fear the ancient pressure sleeping within her life. Energy. Danger. Forced domination will injure both disciple and beast. Eighth direction. Build willing bonds. Share energy rather than command it. Teach emotional and physical limits. Two smaller windows appeared beside the first. Companion identified. Snow. Dado. Current state. White fox with sleeping moon fox bloodline. Companion identified. Blackie. Black chicken with sleeping firebird bloodline. Chen Mu stared at the chicken. Blackie stared back. The chicken's eyes seemed smug. The system rang once more. Master mode request completed. UA4 disciples accepted. Master mode activated. This system will grant rewards when a disciple achieves genuine, stable progress. Rewards cannot replace teaching, effort, choice. Rewards cannot replace teaching, effort, or preparation. The windows disappeared. Chen Mu remained seated. He had spent 12 years avoiding dangerous ruins, proud geniuses, bloodline conflicts, ancient inheritances, and soul-related disasters. All of them were now standing in front of him. 3 of them looked human. Elder Chen, Manhwa said. Chen Mu turned toward the sect master. Is the ceremony complete? Yes. Can personal disciples be returned? Yan Fei's head snapped toward him. Qing Yu hugged Snow more tightly. Lin An blinked. Bai Ning's expression did not change, but the temperature around her dropped slightly. Manhwa stared at Chen Mu. No, what if there was a misunderstanding? You accepted their tea. The seals are formed. There was no misunderstanding. What if the master discovers new information immediately after the ceremony? Then the master begins doing his duty. Chen Mu looked inward. Can master mode reverse a completed acceptance? No return function exists. Can the seals be safely dissolved? Personal lineage seals may be released through mutual consent under sect law. Good. Releasing a seal will not remove the completed master mode bond. Not good. Bit teaching rewards remain linked to the accepted disciples. Chen Mu closed his eyes for one breath. When he opened them, the 4 women were still there. Yan Fei crossed her arms. If you regret it that quickly, say it directly. I just did. Manhwa's gaze became dangerous. Chen Mu lifted a hand. I did not say I would abandon the responsibility. Very comforting, Yan Fei said. Bai Ning studied him with a depth that made him wonder how powerful she had been in her past life. Lin An yawned. Qing Yu looked between them and spoke softly. If Master truly does not want us, we can remain in the common halls. No, Chen Mu said. 4 different reactions met the answer. He rose from his seat and straightened his robes. The system had not given him complete solutions. It had revealed 4 problems, 4 dangers, and 4 broad directions. If he ignored them, Bai Ning might freeze herself to death. Yan Fei might be consumed by an ancient soul. Lin An might damage her own mind, and Qing Yu might injure herself and her animals using methods that could never suit her. Chen Mu disliked responsibility. He disliked preventable death more. You have already entered Quiet Peak's lineage, he said. We will test your conditions first. Until I understand them, none of you will attempt a breakthrough, use an unfamiliar technique, accept a challenge, enter a dangerous area, consume untested medicine, or assign anything presented by another elder. Yan Fei frowned. Are we cultivating or hiding under blankets? That depends. Are the blankets defensive spirit tools? No. Then we can improve them. Lin An's mouth curved. Han Bai rubbed the bridge of his nose. Take your disciples home, Elder Chen. That was the best suggestion Chen Mu had heard all day. Quiet Peak lay half an hour from the main hall by the stone path. Chen Mu took the longer route. The shorter path passed beneath Sword Peak, where newly accepted disciples were demonstrating techniques for their masters. Demonstrations led to comparisons. Comparisons led to challenges. The longer route passed through a quiet bamboo grove and had 6 places suitable for concealment. His new disciples followed him in a loose line. Bai Ning walked first, silent and controlled. Yan Fei followed with the impatience of a caged tiger. Lin An drifted beside her, occasionally closing her eyes for several steps. Qing Yu came last with snow in her arms and Blackie marching at her side. After several minutes, Yan Fei spoke. The other path is faster. Yes, then why aren't we taking it? It is crowded. SOO, crowds create accidents. It is a stone road inside our own sect. Most accidents happen in places people believe are safe. Yan Fei looked toward Bai Ning. Does he always talk like that? We have known him for less than an hour. Bai Ning said. You looked like you understood him. I understand that he does not want to answer you. Lin An opened one eye. That may be his main teaching method. Chen Mu heard every word and chose not to respond. A teacher who explained himself too often invited more questions. The path climbed gradually until the bamboo thinned and Quiet Peak appeared. The main house stood beyond the old flowering tree, its dark roof half hidden by branches. The lawn spread across the gentle center of the peak. A narrow stream fed the koi pond before descending toward the herb garden. 4 smaller rooms faced the training yard. Nothing looked grand. That was intentional. The outer walls were simple stone, because carved spirit jade attracted thieves. The visible formation posts were old wood, because no one inspected old wood closely. The real defensive lines ran beneath the ground, inside the walls, through the pond, and around the roots of the flowering tree. Chen Mu stepped across the boundary. The hidden formations recognized him, checked the 4 new lineage seals, and opened without visible light. Bai Ning paused for half a breath. Chen Mu noticed. She had felt something. Not enough to understand the formation, but enough to realize the peak's entrance was not as empty as it looked. A reborn cultivator was troublesome. He had known her for less than an hour, and already missed the days when his greatest concern was whether Sword Peak would borrow his tea kettle again. Qing Yu looked across the lawn. Her guarded expression softened. Snow lifted its head and tested the air. Blackie ran forward, spotted the koi pond, and changed direction. Chen Mu moved before the chicken reached the water. He caught Blackie around the body with one hand. The bird kicked twice, found itself unable to move, and released an offended cry. The fish are not food, Chen Mu said. Blackie pecked at his sleeve. Its beak struck a thin layer of spiritual energy and bounced away. The chicken went still. For the first time, it looked at him with respect. Qing Yu hurried forward. I'm sorry. Blackie usually behaves. Blackie turned its head toward her. No, Chen Mu said. It does not. She accepted that without argument. Are they allowed to stay? Outside your room? If possible. Snow may stay if it does not dig beneath formation posts. Blackie may stay if it does not attack the koi, damage the herb garden, enter the kitchen, wake the peak before sunrise, or steal anything. Qing Yu looked down at the chicken. That may be difficult. Then it can live at the beast yard. Blackie became motionless in his hand. Qing Yu pressed her lips together, hiding a smile. I think it understands. Chen Mu lowered the chicken. Blackie walked away from the pond with great dignity. Yan Fei watched it go. You threaten chickens too. I established clear consequences. Is that another rule? There are 5 main rules. The chicken has additional restrictions. He led them into the main house. The central room contained a long table, shelves, cushions, and a wide window facing the lawn. A tea set occupied one end of the table. Bundles of emergency medicine occupied the other. Lin An looked at the shelves. Why do you have enough bandages for a war? Discount. Why are they sorted by wound type? Efficiency. Why is one box marked for injuries caused by falling buildings? Chen Mu moved in front of the label. Quiet. Peak is old. Yan Fei scanned the room. Where are the training manuals? In the library. We passed the library. It is tiny. The useful part is underground. Bai Ning looked at him again. Chen Mu corrected him again. Chen Mu corrected himself. The dry part is underground. The roof leaks. That explanation did not reduce her interest. He assigned the rooms. Bai Ning received the room nearest the pond, where the colder energy would suit her after he adjusted the formation. Yan Fei received the room beside the training yard, reducing the distance she would need to travel before breaking something. Lin An received the quietest room, with thick walls and no direct view of the peak's formation posts. Qing Yu received the room nearest the garden and the empty animal shed. None of the choices were symbolic. Chen Mu chose them to reduce future problems. The 4 women appeared to believe otherwise. He gave each disciple bedding, a communication token, basic medicine, and a small alarm bell. Yan Fei held up the bell. "What is this for? If anything unusual happens, ring it." "What counts as unusual? Pain, without a clear cause. Sudden changes in spiritual energy. Strange dreams after cultivation. A technique behaving differently from its manual. Someone appearing on the peak without permission. Poison. Fire. A damaged formation. A missing animal. A suspicious letter. A breakthrough beginning earlier than expected." Lin An examined her bell. "What if someone speaks to me before breakfast? Endure it." Yan Fei laughed once despite herself. Chen Mu continued through the house. "The kitchen is open except for the locked shelves. Do not touch containers marked with red cord. The underground room is for emergencies. The north tunnel leads to the forest below the peak. The east path joins the old sect road. The west route ends beside the river." Yan Fei stared. "Why are there 3 escape routes?" "Because one escape route is an excellent place for an enemy to wait." "Who is waiting to attack this place?" "No one." "Then why?" "Preparation made before. Danger is useful. Preparation made after danger is regret." Bai Ning's gaze sharpened. Lin An nodded solemnly. "Very deep." "It is not deep. That makes it deeper." "It does not." Qing Yu raised her hand slightly. "Should Snow and Blackie learn the escape routes?" Chen Mu considered the fox and chicken. Animals often notice danger before people do." Qing Yu brightened. The system had identified her life heart, but her relief came from being given a practical role, not from praise. Chen Mu recorded that detail. He led them back to the lawn. The afternoon sun had dropped behind the taller western peaks. Wind moved through the flowering tree, scattering pale petals across the grass. Chen Mu stood before his 4 disciples. "If you remember nothing else I say, remember the 5 rules of Quiet Peak." Yan Fei folded her arms again. Bai Ning waited. Lin An sat on the grass without asking permission. Qing Yu settled beside Snow while Blackie searched for insects. Chen Mu raised one finger. "First, if you can endure it, endure." Yan Fei frowned immediately. He raised a second. "If you cannot endure it, leave." A third. "If you can avoid a fight, avoid it." Yan Fei's frown deepened. A fourth. "If you cannot avoid it, defend first." A fifth. "If you must win, make it look difficult." Silence followed. Yan Fei looked at him as though waiting for the real rules. When none came, she said, "That is the cultivation teaching of Quiet Peak. That is the survival teaching. It sounds like running away. Running away is included. You are an elder. I am aware. You have your own peak. Yes. And your first lesson is to avoid raw. Yes. And your first lesson is to avoid fighting. My first lesson is to remain alive long enough to learn a second." Yan Fei stepped forward. "What if someone insults Quiet Peak? Endure it. What if they insult you? Endure it more easily. What if they challenge us? Decline. What if we cannot decline? Defend first. What if we are stronger, especially then?" Yan Fei stared at him. "You are serious." "Very." She looked around the peaceful lawn, the modest house, and the black chicken pecking at the grass. "I thought becoming a personal disciple would mean learning powerful techniques. It may. When? After I determine whether your current power is trying to kill you?" Her expression changed. Only slightly, but enough. Bai Ning noticed as well. Chen Mu looked toward his first disciple. She had listened to the rules without visible judgment. Reborn cultivators were rarely impressed by simple advice. Her silence suggested either agreement or suspicion. "What do you think?" he asked. "Rules reveal what a person fears," Bai Ning said. "And what do these reveal?" "You fear risks that can be avoided." "That is not a secret, no." Her gaze moved toward the invisible boundary at the edge of the lawn. "But this peak has more ways to survive than an unimportant branch should need." Chen Mu decided that Bai Ning's training should include less free time for observation. Lin An raised a hand from the grass. "Does sleeping count as avoiding a fight?" If the fight is with unnecessary work? What if the work is necessary? Then sleeping delays the fight until it becomes more dangerous. Lin An considered that. Unfortunate. Qing Yu touched Snow's back. What if someone weaker cannot leave? Chen Mu looked at her. The question did not challenge his rules. It found the empty space between them. If you can help without creating a greater danger, help, he said. And if helping is dangerous, then prepare before moving. It was not a complete answer. Qing Yu seemed to know that, but she nodded. Chen Mu looked across the group. Your cultivation is suspended for tonight. Yan Fei made a sound of protest. You may eat, wash, unpack, walk the safe paths, and read the basic rules of the peak. Tomorrow, I will test each of you, Bai Ning asked. What kind of test? One that does not assume your records are correct. That answer held them. They had all been examined before. Instructors had measured their strength, speed, control, memory, and results. Chen Mu cooked rice, vegetables, eggs, and preserved meat, because allowing 5 people to search an unfamiliar kitchen would violate several safety principles at once. Qing Yu tried to help. He let her wash the vegetables after confirming she knew which water jar was safe. Yan Fei carried the table outside, because she disliked sitting indoors. Lin An found a chair beneath the flowering tree and nearly fell asleep before the food arrived. Bai Ning stood near the pond, watching thin petals land on the water. For years Chen Mu had eaten alone on the lawn. 5 bowls now sat on the table. A smaller dish had been placed on the grass for Snow. Blackie received grain at a safe distance from the koi pond. The arrangement felt crowded. Chen Mu told himself that temporary inconvenience was better than 4 separate accidents. They ate beneath the fading light. What do each of you want from cultivation? Chen Mu asked. Yan Fei swallowed first. To become strong enough that no one can decide where I belong. Direct, predictable, dangerous. Lin An rested her cheek on one hand. I want the lines to stop. Yan Fei looked at her. What lines? All of them. That explains nothing. It explains the problem. Qing Yu placed a piece of meat in Snow's dish. I want to protect animals without forcing them to fear me. Chen Mu turned to Bai Ning. She did not answer at once. To enter the Foundation realm, she said. That is a goal, not a reason. It is the wall in front of every other reason. Her voice was calm, but the fingers around her chopsticks had tightened. 5 failed attempts. Years trapped at the same level. Past life memories of greater power. Chen Mu understood why she saw the breakthrough as a wall. He also understood that people who stared at one wall for too long often forgot to check whether the road went around it. No one will attempt a breakthrough without my permission, he said. Bai Ning met his eyes, even if the chance comes naturally. Especially then. You believe you understand my condition after reading 1 record? No. Then why stop me? Because 5 failures are evidence. Ignoring evidence is not courage? Yan Fei leaned back. You really can make anything sound like a retreat. Thank you. That was not praise. I still appreciate it. Lin An laughed softly. The next morning Chen Mu began with Bai Ning. He chose the stone beside the koi pond because the area held steady water energy and could be isolated from the rest of the peak. Bai Ning sat with her back straight and her hands resting on her knees. Chen Mu placed 3 plain spirit stones around her. Cycle your energy once, he said. Do not approach the foundation barrier. She closed her eyes. Cold gathered. It was controlled, clean, and far more refined than the work of an ordinary Qi gathering disciple. Frost spread across the stone beneath her, forming thin lines that stopped at equal distances from the spirit stones. Her past life control remained. Her present body did not deserve the blame placed upon it. Chen Mu rested 2 fingers against the air above her wrist, sending a thread of spiritual sense through her meridians. The pathways were healthy. The cold did not begin there. It appeared first around the deeper connection between body and soul, then moved outward whenever her energy rose toward the limit of Qi gathering. Think about your next breakthrough, he said. The temperature dropped. Bai Ning opened her eyes. You felt that? Yes. What changed? The ice tightened before your spiritual energy moved. Her silence confirmed the observation. Again, Chen Mu said. This time, think about failing. The frost thickened. The frost thickened! But less than before. Now think about succeeding. Cold stabbed through the air. The koi fled to the deepest part of the pond. Chen Mu cut the test immediately. Bai Ning released her energy. What does that tell you? She asked. That your body fears success more than failure. Her eyes became colder than her cultivation. My body has no mind. Then the fear belonged somewhere deeper, for an instant. Something old looked through her face. Chen Mu pretended not to notice. Do not cycle ice energy again today, he said. Walk around the pond until your hands are warm. That is training. That is an instruction. She obeyed, though her silence became sharper. Yan Fei's test required the opposite environment. Chen Mu removed every valuable object from the training yard. He placed a plain wooden post at its center and told her not to strike it. She looked at the post. Then at him. What is the test? Stand. I know how to stand. Show me. She took a combat stance. Her balance was aggressive, weight already pressing forward. Spiritual energy gathered in her legs and right shoulder. Breathe in for 4 counts, Chen Mu said. Hold for 2. Release for 6. Yan Fei obeyed once. Again. She obeyed a second time. By the 5th breath, impatience disturbed the rhythm. By the 10th, her spiritual energy began vanishing into a place his ordinary senses would not have found. The system's warning gave him a direction. His own cultivation let him follow it. The missing energy was not leaving her body. It was being swallowed by a sealed presence near her soul. Each breath fed it. Each spark of anger woke it. Now strike the post, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei smiled. Her foot drove into the ground. Chen Mu lifted one finger. Slowly, the smile disappeared. What? Move at 1/10 strength. That will prove nothing. It will prove whether you can. Yan Fei stepped and punched. The strike was fast enough to crack the post. Chen Mu caught her fist before impact. A small burst of fire escaped her skin and vanished against his palm. He released her at once. That was not 1/10. It was close. It was closer to half. I cannot measure every strike exactly. Then stronger techniques would be useless. Her eyes flashed. My problem is not strength. Correct. Your problem is that power enters your body and finds no safe place to stop. She glanced at the undamaged post. What did you do? Moved my hand. That is not what I asked. It is the answer you are receiving. He gave her a new task. 100 slow strikes, each stopping a finger's width from the wood. Yan Fei treated the first 10 as punishment. By the 30th, sweat formed along her brow. Stopping required more control than impact. Each time she approached the post, the hidden presence inside her seemed to lean toward the expected collision. When she denied it, her muscles shook. At strike 64, her spiritual energy suddenly disappeared. At 65, it returned in a violent rush. Yan Fei's fist accelerated. Chen Mu caught it again. The post split behind his hand from the force of displaced air. Yan Fei stared at the broken wood. I did not release that much. I know. For the first time, her anger gave way to uncertainty. Chen Mu handed her a breathing schedule. No advanced techniques. No challenges. No striking solid objects until I say otherwise. You want me to breathe and punch air? Yes. For how long? Until your power obeys you before it obeys your temper. She looked ready to argue. Then she glanced at the split post and took the paper. Lin An arrived for her test carrying a pillow. Chen Mu decided not to ask where she had found it. He placed 12 small stones on the outdoor table. Build a formation that stops this pebble from rolling off the edge. Lin An looked at the table. How long do I have? As long as you need. That is worse. Why? Now every solution is possible. She sat and began moving the stones. Her first arrangement would have stopped the pebble. She changed it. The second would also have worked. She changed that too. Within minutes she had built 3 overlapping barriers, a force redirection path, a warning line, and the beginning of something that might have launched the pebble into the next province. Her face grew pale. Stop, Chen Mu said. I almost have it. You had it 5 minutes ago. No, that line interferes with the line beneath the table. There is no formation beneath the table. There are still lines, she pointed. So are still lines, she pointed. Not at the stones. At the wood grain, nails, ground, pond, distant wall, Chen Mu, and empty air. Her finger trembled. Chen Mu swept every stone from the table. The unfinished formation dissolved. Lin An's shoulders dropped. Her eyes closed almost immediately. Do not sleep yet, he said. That sounds cruel. Look at me. She forced her eyes open. How many lines do you see? I cannot count them. Which ones matter? If I knew that, I would not have failed the test. That was the center of the problem, not knowledge. Selection. Chen Mu covered the table with a plain cloth, hiding the wood grain and reducing the visible relationships between objects. He placed only 3 stones on top. Use one line. Lin An stared at them. Which one? The one that keeps the pebble on the table? There are many. Choose. What if I choose the wrong one? Then the pebble falls. And we place it back. She looked at him as though he had offered a forbidden teaching. Failure, to Lin An, did not mean one fallen pebble. It meant every other possible line attacking her attention at once. She moved one stone, then another. A faint thread of energy formed between them. The pebble rolled, struck the thread, and stopped. Lin An stared. The formation lasted only 2 breaths before collapsing. It was still the first stable result recorded under her name. She lowered her head onto the table. "Now you may sleep," Chen Mu said. She was already gone. Qing Yu's test took place near the animal shed. Chen Mu did not possess a powerful spirit beast. Powerful spirit beasts were expensive, noisy, destructive, and likely to attract visitors. He did possess a family of ordinary gray rabbits living near the herb garden, 3 small birds that nested beneath the roof, Snow, and Blackie. He placed a bowl of sliced fruit on the ground. "Call one animal," he said. Qing Yu knelt. She did not use a command seal. She simply extended her hand. A rabbit emerged from beneath the shed. Then another. 2 birds descended from the roof. Snow walked over despite having eaten breakfast. Blackie arrived first and attempted to claim the entire bowl. Chen Mu lifted it out of reach. "Not you," Blackie flapped angrily. Qing Yu laughed, then covered her mouth. "Use the basic beast command," Chen Mu said. Her smile faded. "Do I have to?" "Yes. Only once." She drew the standard seal in the air. The weak animals hesitated. Snow's fur rose. Blackie stepped backward. The faint pressure around Qing Yu changed. It was not violent, but something ancient moved beneath the gentle energy, like a sleeping creature opening one eye. Every animal fled. Snow stopped at the edge of the yard, looking torn between fear and loyalty. Qing Yu released the seal at once. "I knew it," she said quietly. "What do you know? They can tell I am not suited for it." "No," she looked up. "The command is not suited for you. It works for every beast cultivator. You are not every beast cultivator. You are not every beast cultivator." That is what the beast yard said. They meant it as a judgment. "I mean it as a fact." Chen Mu set the fruit down again. "Call them without the seal." Qing Yu hesitated, then extended her hand. The rabbit returned first. Snow followed. Even Blackie came back, though it pretended to be interested in the ground. "Control makes them leave," Chen Mu said. "Choice brings them back." Qing Yu watched the rabbit eat from her palm. "What should I do? Nothing else today." Her hopeful expression fell. "I need to. Nothing else today." Her hopeful expression fell. "Study the difference before I give you a method. Until then, do not use command seals." She nodded. Unlike Yan Fei, she did not argue against limits. That created a different danger. People who resisted every boundary were easy to notice. People who accepted every burden often harmed themselves in silence. Also, Chen Mu said, "You may help one injured animal at a time." Qing Yu blinked. "There are no injured animals here? There will be eventually. If more than one needs help, call someone. What if no one comes? Ring the bell. What if..." "Qing Yu." She stopped. "You are included among the living things you must protect." Her gaze lowered to the rabbit. After a moment, she nodded again. The first 5 days confirmed Chen Mu's worst conclusion. The 4 women were not weak. Weakness would have been simple. Bai Ning possessed excellent control, but every step toward foundation tightened a soul oath. Yan Fei's body was healthy by ordinary standards, but ordinary standards were not enough to carry the powers sleeping inside her. Lin An understood formations faster than her instructors, yet she saw so much that simple choices became nearly impossible. Qing Yu could gain an animal's trust without effort, but the methods taught by the beast yard turned that trust into fear. Every standard solution made the real problem worse. Bai Ning had been told to push harder. Yan Fei had been given stronger attacks. Lin An had been shown more complex formations. Qing Yu had been taught stricter control. Chen Mu sat alone in the old library on the 3rd night, surrounded by open manuals. The system windows floated above the table. Each showed a danger and a broad direction. None contained a complete method. He had asked. Master Mode supports genuine teaching. The system will not replace observation, study, testing, or disciple choice. Chen Mu found the answer unreasonable. A system capable of granting cultivation years should also be capable of writing a clear lesson plan. Instead, it had given him 4 locked doors and rewarded him for finding the keys. He reviewed his notes. Bai Ning's cold responded more strongly to the thought of success than failure. Yan Fei's hidden soul reacted to expected impact, anger, and rising energy. Lin An needed fewer choices, not greater knowledge. Qing Yu's gift responded to willing connection and resisted command. The problems were different, but one truth connected them. None of the four had failed because she lacked effort. They had failed because everyone had asked them to become someone else. A harder version of the wrong method was still wrong. Chen Mu closed the manuals. Through the library window, he could see the dim outline of the lawn. 4 disciple rooms now held light. Bai Ning's lamp remained steady. Yan Fai's shadow moved through slow strikes. Lin An's room was dark. Qing Yu sat outside the animal shed while snow rested against her leg, and Blackie occupied a basket it had not been given. Chen Mu had chosen them because he believed no one else wanted them. That part remained true. He had believed that made them safe. That part had been a terrible mistake. A soft alarm entered his mind. Not one of the bells. The hidden formation beneath the pond had detected a sudden drop in temperature. Chen Mu vanished from the library. He crossed the lawn without disturbing a single blade of grass. A thin barrier had already risen around the koi pond. Bai Ning sat at its center. Ice covered the water. Her lamp had been a decoy. She had drawn a small breakthrough formation beneath the stone, and hidden it with the skill of someone far beyond peak Qi gathering. Cold spiritual energy spiraled around her. Her cultivation had reached the wall between Qi gathering and foundation realm. She was pushing through it. Chen Mu entered the barrier. The cold struck his robes and failed to move them. "Stop," he said. Bai Ning did not open her eyes. "If I stop now, the gathered energy will collapse. Better the energy than your soul." Her breathing broke for one beat. The ice deepened. It was not moving inward from her meridians. It was growing outward from a dark mark wrapped around her soul. A vow carried from another life, tightening as she approached the same path that had once killed her. "You can see it," she whispered. "Yes. That is impossible. Discuss impossibility later." Her energy surged. Cracks spread across the frozen pond. Inside the nearby rooms, 3 alarm bells began ringing at once as the peaks formation warned the other disciples. Chen Mu lifted one hand. The hidden defenses closed around the pond, cutting the cold away from the rest of Quiet Peak. Bai Ning's eyes opened. For the first time, her calm broke. The barrier surrounding them was not a golden core formation. It moved too quickly, answered too precisely, and contained power her past life senses recognized even through the damage in her soul. Chen Mu stepped across the frozen water. The ice beneath his feet did not crack. It moved aside. Bai Ning stared at him. "You breathe." The cold drove deeper into her body. Her skin turned pale. Frost spread along the veins of her hands. Chen Mu placed 2 fingers against the center of her brow. She tried to pull away. "If I intended to harm you," he said, "you would not have time to be suspicious." It was not comforting. It was effective. She stopped moving. Chen Mu released a single thread of his true cultivation. The frozen pond groaned. For one instant, the entire night seemed to become still. He did not attack the soul oath. Breaking an unknown oath by force might tear apart the soul carrying it. He sealed Bai Ning's rising energy instead. 1 layer around the lower core, 1 around the meridians, 1 around the point where body and soul touched. The precision required would have been impossible for the golden core elder he pretended to be. Bai Ning knew it. Her eyes remained fixed on his face. "Release the breakthrough," Chen Mu said. "I cannot." "You can. The oath will freeze the path behind me. Then do not walk backward." "What? Move sideways? There is no sideways path between realms. There is no sideways." "Is tonight." Chen Mu redirected the gathered energy away from the forming foundation core and into the 3 spirit stones beneath her. The stones flashed white. 1 cracked. Then the second. Bai Ning's cultivation trembled at the peak of Qi gathering. The soul oath tightened, trying to force the energy back toward the old path. Chen Mu pressed his palm against the air. The entire hidden formation answered. The cold pouring from Bai Ning flowed into the pond. Ice climbed upward in a silent ring, shaping itself around the 2 of them without touching her body. "Your meridians are not damaged," Chen Mu said. "Your core is not rejecting the breakthrough." Bai Ning's teeth clenched. "Then what is?" "An oath." The word struck harder than the cold. Memory passed through her eyes. A frozen hall, blood on white steps, a red crescent, voices demanding that she surrender what belonged to her. A final breakthrough built upon the promise that she would cut away every bond. Chen Mu saw only fragments in the movement of her energy, but they were enough. "You are carrying a promise your current body never made," he said. The dark mark around her soul shook. Bai Ning's voice became thin. "How do you know?" "Because it tightens when you imagine succeeding." The 3rd spirit stone broke. The redirected energy had nowhere left to go. Chen Mu opened the pond beneath them, not physically, He opened the quiet water line woven through the peak's hidden formation and allowed the excess cold to spread through every safe channel. Frost covered the lawn wall. The herb garden shone white. Petals froze in the air before landing harmlessly on the grass. Inside the barrier, Bai Ning's rising cultivation finally began to lower. The oath resisted. Chen Mu's power held it still. "Let go," he said. "I spent years reaching this point. You reached the wrong door. If I release it, I may never find another. Then I will build one." Bai Ning looked at him. He regretted the sentence immediately. It sounded far too much like a promise. But the cold around her weakened. Her hands opened. The breakthrough energy dispersed into the formation. The dark mark loosened. Bai Ning's cultivation returned to peak qi gathering. She swayed. Chen Mu caught her shoulder before she fell into the frozen pond. The last of the dangerous cold left her meridians. Behind them, the barrier opened. Yan Fei entered first, fire gathered around one fist. She stopped when she saw Bai Ning sitting on the ice and Chen Mu standing beside her. Lin An followed with her hair loose and her alarm bell still in one hand. Her sleepy gaze moved across the frozen formation lines. Qing Yu arrived last with snow in her arms. Blackie rushed past her, stepped onto the ice, slipped and struck the pond with both wings spread. No one commented. Qing Yu hurried to Bai Ning. "Is she hurt?" "Her body will recover," Chen Mu said. "Bring the warming medicine from the second shelf in the main room." "Blue jar, white cord?" Qing Yu ran. Yan Fei looked at the frozen pond. She attempted a breakthrough? Yes. Alone. Yes. Yan Fei turned toward Bai Ning. "Are you an idiot?" Bai Ning's eyes had closed, but her voice remained steady. "You have broken 6 training posts since arriving. That is different." "How?" "The posts were not me." Lin An crouched near the edge of the broken spirit stones. "This formation was hidden." Chen Mu looked at her. She touched one frosted line. "Very well hidden," she added. "The barrier around it is stronger. Do not study it." "I am only looking." "That is how studying begins." She withdrew her hand, though her eyes remained on the formation. Qing Yu returned with the medicine. Chen Mu checked the jar, measured the dose, and handed it to Bai Ning. She drank without argument. That worried him more than resistance would have. When warmth began returning to her hands, Chen Mu stood. "New safety condition," he said. "No one cultivates behind a decoy lamp." Yan Fei looked toward Bai Ning's room. "You noticed that?" "I noticed sources of danger." "What if the lamp is not a decoy?" "Then it is a lamp." Lin An nodded aside. If another deep lesson had been delivered, Chen Mu ignored her. "All 4 alarm bells will now report directly to the peak formation. Any attempt to block them will trigger a louder alarm." Yan Fei looked interested. "How loud?" "Loud enough to wake Lin An." Lin An's expression became serious. "That may be excessive. It is meant to be." He looked at Bai Ning. "You will not cycle ice energy for 7 days. I need to understand what happened. You need to remain alive long enough to understand it. You said an oath caused the freezing." "Yes." "What oath?" "The one you have not told me about, the other disciples' fellow." Quiet. Bai Ning's face revealed nothing. Chen Mu did not press. A forced confession would not help him build a new method. It would only teach her to hide more carefully. "You do not have to explain it tonight," he said. "But you will not attempt another breakthrough until we identify its purpose and design a path that does not feed it? You believe such a path exists." The oath reacted to one method. "That does not make it part of ice itself." "How can you be certain?" "Because ice existed before your mistake." Her eyes opened. Yan Fei inhaled sharply, perhaps expecting anger. Bai Ning only stared at Chen Mu. The words had been blunt, but they separated her failure from her identity. The oath was something she had made. It was not what she was. Chen Mu turned toward the others. "Yan Fei, help Qing Yu take her inside." "Lin An, erase the breakthrough lines without connecting them to anything else." Lin An looked offended. "I know how to erase a formation. Use one line." She looked less offended. Yan Fei crouched beside Bai Ning. "I can walk," Bai Ning said. "You can barely sit. I do not need to be carried." "Good. I was going to drag you." Qing Yu moved to Bai Ning's other side before the argument could become physical. Together, they helped her across the lawn. Snow followed close behind. Blackie remained on the pond, attempting to walk without slipping. Chen Mu waited until the others entered the house. Then, he lifted one finger. The ice beneath Blackie carried the chicken gently to shore. Blackie stepped onto the grass, shook itself, and looked around to see whether anyone had noticed. Chen Mu understood the desire. The pond thawed before sunrise. By morning, only a white edge around the lawn showed how close the cold had come to spreading across the entire peak. Bai Ning woke in her new room with warmth in her meridians, and a folded list of restrictions beside her bed. No ice cultivation for 7 days, no breakthrough attempts, no soul-focused meditation. 3 warm meals daily, report every dream involving the Red Crescent. She read the final line twice. Chen Mu had seen more than the oath. Chen Mu had seen more than the oath. Not everything, but enough. In her past life, masters had valued her because she was talented. Rivals had feared her because she was strong. The old heaven court had hunted her because her ice soul was useful. No one had ever looked at the method that made her powerful and called it the wrong door. She rose and walked to the window. Chen Mu sat beneath the flowering tree with a cup of tea. The pond had returned to normal. Yan Fei was performing slow strikes in the training yard, stopping each fist before it reached the wooden post. Lin An slept at the outdoor table beside a formation made from only 3 stones. Qing Yu fed snow while arguing with Blackie over a stolen vegetable. Quiet Peak looked harmless. Its master looked lazy. Bai Ning remembered the instant his power had entered the barrier. A golden core cultivator could not have stopped her soul oath with one hand. A soul realm cultivator could not have controlled the escaping cold so precisely. Even in her past life, she had known very few people capable of moving such power without damaging the body they were protecting. Chen Mu had not displayed it to impress her. He had revealed only what was needed, hidden it from the others, and returned to drinking tea before sunrise. She left her room and crossed the lawn. Chen Mu heard her approach but did not turn. "You should be resting," he said. "I have rested? Not enough." Bai Ning stopped beside the table. "What technique did you use last night? The useful one? That is not an answer. It stopped the breakthrough. You controlled my energy. The pond and the peaks formation at the same time." Chen Mu took a measured sip of tea. "You were watching too closely. I was the person freezing. Then you should have been concentrating on that." Bai Ning studied his profile. He was not pretending to be weak because he wanted the satisfaction of surprising enemies. He truly disliked being noticed. He had accepted 4 rejected disciples because he thought they would bring him less trouble. He had asked whether they could be returned. He had given them escape routes before techniques. And when her life had been in danger, he had stepped into the ice without hesitation. His caution was real. So was his strength. "Can you break the oath?" she asked. Chen Mu finally looked at her. Not safely. The honest answer surprised her more than a boast would have. "Can you help me enter the Foundation realm?" "I do not know yet." "Then why did you say you would build another door? Because the old one is killing you." "That still does not prove another exists. No. It proves we need one." He placed a second cup on the table. Bai Ning sat across from him. Chen Mu poured tea. "No ice cultivation for 7 days," he said. "I read the list. Reading and obeying are different skills. You believe I lack the second? You attempted a secret breakthrough 5 days after meeting me." "I had reasons. Dead reasons. People often do." Her fingers tightened around the cup. Chen Mu did not apologize. After a moment, Bai Ning released her grip. "What will you test next?" "Nothing today." "Why? You are recovering. I can still answer questions." "Good. Start with a simple one." He met her eyes. "When you imagined reaching the Foundation realm, what did you believe you had to give up?" The question reached beneath her memories, beneath the ice, and touched the oath itself. Bai Ning looked across the lawn. Yan Fei's fist stopped a finger's width from the repaired post. Lin An's 3-stone formation caught a falling petal. Qing Yu freed a vegetable from Blackie and gave half of it back. 4 failures. 4 unwanted disciples. A master who had tried to avoid them and protected one before learning her secret. Bai Ning had lived one life believing attachment weakened the heart. She had died while trying to protect the people she claimed not to love. Now, on an unimportant peak beneath a flowering tree, an absurdly cautious man had found the crack in her path within 3 days. She did not answer his question. Not yet. But for the first time since her rebirth, Bai Ning believed an answer might exist. She lifted the tea. "I will obey the 7-day restriction." Chen Mu nodded. "Good. And after 7 days I will test your method." "My method does not exist yet." "Then you have 7 days." Chen Mu looked at her over the rim of his cup. Bai Ning drank calmly. Across the lawn, Lin An opened one eye and smiled. Yan Fei struck too hard, remembered the order, and stopped herself before the post broke. Qing Yu laughed as snow chased Blackie away from the koi pond. Chen Mu listened to the new sounds filling Quiet Peak, and felt the last remains of his peaceful life slipping beyond recovery. The system rang inside his mind. Teaching reward granted. Taught D disciples immediate danger was prevented, but genuine progress has not yet been achieved. Chen Mu closed his eyes. Even the system had decided to remind him that saving Bai Ning once was only the beginning. He opened them again and looked at the 4 women he had chosen, because they seemed unlikely to cause trouble. The reborn ice cultivator was drinking his tea. The future owner of a warrior god's soul was punching the air. The formation genius had trapped 3 petals above the table, and was pretending it happened by accident. The beast cultivator was negotiating peace between a fox, a chicken, and several frightened koi. Chen Mu reached for the teapot. 1 cup would not be enough. He poured another cup anyway. Bai Ning remained across from him until the tea cooled. She did not answer the question about what she believed she had to give up. Chen Mu did not ask again. A soul oath created under pressure would not loosen because someone demanded an explanation over breakfast. When she finally rose, she carried the empty cup to the kitchen without being told. Chen Mu watched her cross the lawn. The gesture was small. It was also the first thing she had done on Quiet Peak that was not training, testing, recovering, or guarding herself. He recorded it beside his other observations. Bai Ning's eyes reacted to the idea of success. The oath tightened when she approached the Foundation realm. Her body remained healthy until the soul tried to follow the old path. She recognized high-level formations. She concealed a breakthrough attempt well enough to fool the visible defenses. She disliked owing people. She returned cups. The final detail probably had no cultivation value. Chen Mu kept it anyway. By the end of the 7-day restriction, Bai Ning had obeyed every written condition. She did not cycle ice energy. She ate 3 warm meals each day. She reported 2 dreams involving frozen stairs, and 1 involving a red crescent reflected in blood. She also spent several hours daily walking around the pond, observing Chen Mu's hidden formation whenever she believed he was not looking. He was always looking. He chose not to mention it because the part of the formation she could see was one of the 3 false layers. Yanfei considered the restriction unfair. She tried to break through alone, she said on the 7th morning. Why are the rest of us still doing basic exercises? Chen Mu sat beneath the flowering tree with 4 sets of notes spread before him. Because her mistake did not repair your body. My body is fine. Your right shoulder swells after 60 strikes. It stops swelling by the next morning. That is called recovery, not health. Yanfei stopped before the practice post. Fist held 1 finger away from the wood. She had improved. During the first day, 1 in every 5 strikes touched the post. By the 7th, she could stop 40 times without contact before the hidden soul reacted. She had also broken 2 more posts. Chen Mu had moved the replacements into storage. Until her control improved, she could punch air. Bai Ning gets a new method, Yanfei said. Lin An gets formation lessons. Qing Yu gets to play with animals. I get breathing. Qing Yu is not playing. Near the animal shed, Qing Yu sat between Snow and 3 gray rabbits, practicing keeping the ancient pressure inside her life heart quiet, while the animals chose whether to approach or leave. Blackie stood outside the circle, pretending it had refused to join. Every time Qing Yu looked away, the chicken stepped closer. Yanfei glanced toward them. That looks like playing. One of the rabbits bit Qing Yu's finger. It looks less like playing now, Lin An said. She was lying beneath the table, using its shadow to block part of her pattern sight. 3 stones and a dried leaf rested above her. A simple thread of energy kept the leaf from blowing away. Yanfei looked down. Why are you under the table? Fewer lines? You could close your eyes. I still see them. Then sleep. That is not master's lesson. Chen Mu lifted his eyes from Bai Ning's notes. Both of you are discussing other people's training because yours is difficult. Lin An closed her mouth. Yanfei returned to her stance. Chen Mu looked toward the pond. Bai Ning sat on the same stone where her failed breakthrough had begun. No frost surrounded her. Her hands rested empty on her knees. She was not cultivating. She was waiting. The 7 days had passed. Chen Mu gathered his notes. Yanfei, another 40 strikes. If your shoulder tightens, stop. It always tightens, then you will learn when. After that, hey it. She looked offended by the simplicity of the answer. Lin An. Keep the leaf on the table for 20 breaths. I reached 18 yesterday. Then 20 should be possible. What happens after 20? We add a second leaf. She stared up at him from beneath the table. Your ambition frightens me. You do not share energy with more than 3 animals. Qing Yu withdrew her injured finger from the rabbit and nodded. Snow counts as 1. The fox looked away. Blackie also counts. The chicken stepped backward. Only after every danger had received an instruction did Chen Mu walk toward the pond. Bai Ning opened her eyes. The restriction is over, she said. Yes. Have you built the new door? No. Her expression cooled. I found the wall. That is not what you promised. I promised to build another door. I did not promise to finish it in 7 days. You accepted the deadline. I allowed you to state one. Lin An laughed from beneath the table. Bai Ning glanced toward her. The leaf fell. Lin An immediately pretended to be asleep. Lin An immediately pretended to be asleep. Chen Mu sat on the stone opposite Bai Ning. The Medicine Peak Elder examined you after your previous failures. 3 times. Did she examine your soul? No. Why not? Medicine Peak has no soul realm healer. The risk would have been greater than the benefit. Correct. You intend to try? No. Bai Ning studied him. You stopped the oath. I stopped your breakthrough. The oath remained. You'd touch the border of my soul, with the smallest amount of force necessary. If you can do that, you can examine it. I can also break it. Her gaze sharpened. And you refuse. Yes, the air beside the pond cooled. Chen Mu set a small wooden tray between them. It held 6 spirit stones, 2 bowls of clear water, a piece of plain iron, a mirror, and a narrow strip of white cloth. Bai Ning looked at the objects. What are these? Safer questions. I have answered questions for 7 days. You reported dreams. You did not explain the oath. You said I did not have to. You still do not. Her attention moved from the tray to his face. Most teachers would have used the rescue as leverage. A disciple's life debt was a common tool. Some masters demanded loyalty. Others demanded secrets. Chen Mu demanded breakfast, sleep, and reports about unusual dreams. It made him difficult to judge. What do you need? She asked. Enough truth to separate your eyes from the oath. And if the truth concerns people who can threaten Cloud River Sect. Chen Mu's expression remained calm. Inside, several defensive plans changed priority. How strong? I do not know in this life. That is an unpleasant answer. It is the only one I have. Did those people create the oath? No. Do they control it? No. Will speaking their names activate it? I do not believe so. Then I do not need their names today. Bai Ning looked at him for a long moment. What do you need? The cultivation method you used in your past life. The pond froze at the edge. Not from a technique. From reflex. Chen Mu noted the response. You already know, she said. I know you were reborn. I know the oath came from your former life. I know you believe emotion interferes with your path. Bai Ning's eyes narrowed. What else did you see? A hall. Blood. Frozen stairs. A red crescent. Her control slipped. Ice spread across the nearest spirit stone. Chen Mu tapped the stone before the cold reached its center. The frost vanished. I saw fragments while stopping the breakthrough, he said. I did not search deeper. You expect me to believe you respected the privacy of a soul you had already entered. I expect you to recognize that if I had searched, we would not be having this conversation. She could not deny it. The power he had shown was enough to hold her oath still. If he had wanted to tear memories from her damaged soul, her resistance would have meant little. He had not. Bai Ning looked at the frozen edge of the pond. My former method was called the heartless ice art. Yan Fei's strike stopped in the training yard. Bai Ning turned her head. Yan Fei immediately resumed punching the air. Chen Mu extended a finger. Chen Mu extended a finger. The sound around the pond faded beneath a thin barrier. You believe strength requires an audience? He asked. No. Then continue. The heartless ice art uses emotion as fuel during the early stages. Attachment creates pain. Pain sharpens the cold. At higher stages, the cultivator cuts away the attachment and keeps the power. That sounds poorly designed. Bai Ning's gaze returned to him. It made me powerful. It killed you. Her silence lasted several breaths. The method did not kill me. The oath attached to it survived your death and is freezing your new body. The oath was incomplete. That is another way to say it failed. She reached toward the tray and touched the piece of iron. Cold covered it instantly. The heartless ice art was older than the sect that taught it. Generations of cultivators followed the same path. How many reached its final stage? 1. Did you meet that person? No. Did anyone you know that person? No. Then generations of cultivators may have been following a dead stranger's claim. Bai Ning's fingers tightened around the iron. It cracked. Chen Mu replaced it with a second piece from his sleeve. You brought another? I expected that one to break. You planned for me to lose control. I planned for iron to remain iron. You changed that. She set the broken pieces down. What is the purpose of these objects? To find which parts of your path are truly yours. He pushed one bowl of water toward her. Freeze it. She placed 2 fingers against the rim. The water turned to clear ice. Again, Chen Mu said, indicating the second bowl. Use the first stage of the heartless ice art. Bai Ning did. The second bowl froze more slowly. The ice was denser, with a faint gray shade at its center. Chen Mu placed the mirror between them. Look at both. She needed only a moment. The first is cleaner. Yes, the second is stronger. Chen Mu tapped the gray ice. A crack spread through its center. The second contains tension. That tension can be released during an attack. It can also be used against you. The art requires it. Your ice does not. Bai Ning looked down at the 2 bowls. In her past life, the difference would have been too small to matter. A stronger attack justified minor instability. She had never considered what thousands of those minor flaws might become when carried into higher realms. Chen Mu teed the strip of white cloth around the final spirit stone. Freeze only the cloth. Bai Ning released a narrow thread of energy. Frost touched the fabric. The spirit stone beneath it whitened as well. Again, she adjusted. The cloth froze. The stone remained clear. Think of the heartless ice art. The next attempt covered both. Think of the first time you created ice. The cloth stiffened without harming the stone. Her hand stopped. A memory rose before she could prevent it. She had been a child in her previous life, standing beside a winter stream. Her first teacher had placed a flower in her palm and told her to preserve it until spring. There had been no oath, no enemy, no demand to become empty. No demand to become empty. Only wonder as frost formed around the petals. The spirit stone beneath the cloth shone with clean blue light. Chen Mu watched her energy. What did you remember? Nothing important. The ice disagrees. Bai Ning removed her hand. The clean light faded. You intend to replace the heartless ice art with childhood memories? No. Memories change. People forget. An unstable anchor is dangerous. Then what are you looking for? The part of you that existed before someone taught you to fear it. Her expression closed again. Chen Mu removed the barrier around the pond. That is enough for today. We barely began. You froze an object 3 different ways. The third used less energy and created greater stability. It was weak. It was controlled. Weak control is still weakness. Then Yan Fei should be the strongest person on this peak. A crack came from the training yard. Yan Fei stared at another broken post. I stopped, she called. The post disagrees, Chen Mu said. It was already damaged. It was new this morning. Lin An raised her head beneath the table. Maybe the post lacked fighting spirit. Yan Fei threw a piece of wood at her. The simple barrier above the table caught it. The leaf fell again. Lin An looked at the leaf, then at Yan Fei. You ruined my 19th breath. You were at 12. You cannot prove that. Bai Ning watched them argue. The clean ice around the white cloth began melting. Chen Mu collected the objects. You will use no heartless ice art until our next test. Her attention snapped back to him. That method is the base of my cultivation. Ice is the base. The method is a structure placed on top. You cannot ask me to abandon everything I know. I'm asking you to stop using the part that activates the oath. And if my cultivation falls, then we stabilize it? If my control weakens, we rebuild it. If your idea fails, we try another. Bai Ning rose. You speak as if rebuilding a lifetime of cultivation is simple. It is not. Then why are you so calm? Panic would not make it easier. He lifted the tray. Rest until afternoon. She stepped into his path. What if there is no path outside the heartless ice art? Then we make one. You continue saying that without proof. Chen Mu met her eyes. You attempted the same failed breakthrough 5 times. You do not have the right to criticize optimism. Yan Fei choked on a laugh. Bai Ning turned toward her. Yan Fei lowered her fists. I swallowed air. Try not to challenge it, Chen Mu said. You may lose. He walked away with the tray. Bai Ning remained beside the pond, caught between a fence and the uncomfortable fact that his test had produced cleaner ice than the method she had trusted across 2 lives. The next 10 days settled into a rhythm no one on Quiet Peak had expected. Chen Mu woke before sunrise and inspected the outer formations. Qing Yu prepared breakfast with him after discovering that his idea of cooking placed survival above flavor. Yan Fei trained before eating, was ordered to stop, ate twice as much as everyone else, and returned to the yard. Lin An moved between short formation lessons and longer periods of controlled rest. Bai Ning tested ice without the heartless ice art. The work frustrated her more than failed breakthroughs had. Her past life knowledge gave her answers to nearly every ordinary question. Chen Mu refused to ask ordinary questions. How cold could she make a blade? He did not care. How far could she send ice energy? Not relevant. How quickly could she freeze moving water? Later. He asked her to hold one drop of water between liquid and ice. He asked her to freeze the surface of the pond without disturbing the koi beneath it. He asked her to create frost while remembering anger, fear, grief, trust, and peace. Every feeling changed the ice. Anger made it fast and rough. Fear made it spread. Grief made it dense but difficult to release. Peace made it clear. Trust produced something she could not name. The first time Chen Mu asked her to use trust as an anchor, nothing happened. I do not trust anyone enough, she said. That is measurable progress. How? You answered honestly. He recorded the failed attempt. She wanted to freeze the notes. During the third week after the assignment, Manhwa arrived from Medicine Peak. Chen Mu had sent the request 3 days earlier. Bai Ning met the medicine elder in the central room. The others remained outside, though Yan Fei found several reasons to pass the window. Manhwa had examined Bai Ning after 3 previous failures. She did not treat the new request as proof that her old diagnosis had been wrong. She washed her hands, checked Bai Ning's pulse, tested her meridians, examined the remaining cold damage, and asked clear questions. How long did the latest attempt last? Less than a quarter hour, Bai Ning said. Manhwa glanced at Chen Mu. Stopped it quickly. Bai Ning added, What method did you use? Defensive formation, Chen Mu said. Bai Ning looked at him. It was not entirely false. He had used the peak's formation. He had also used enough personal power to crush the formation if his control slipped. Manhwa continued the examination. The meridians recovered better than after the previous failures, she said. There is less tearing around the lower core. The cold began closer to the soul, Chen Mu said. I suspected that. But Medicine Peak cannot safely inspect a reborn. Manhwa stopped. Bai Ning's eyes moved to Chen Mu. He had not told the medicine elder. Manhwa looked between them. Reborn what? Cold condition, Chen Mu said. That is not what you said. I corrected myself. You corrected yourself into a worse sentence. Bai Ning spoke before suspicion deepened. I remember a past life. Hua became very still. Outside the window, footsteps stopped. Yan Fei had chosen a poor time to walk past. Lin An's quieter steps stopped behind hers. Qing Yu did not pretend she had been passing. Her shadow remained beside the wall. Manhwa lowered her hand from Bai Ning's wrist. Complete memories? Enough. Since birth? Since childhood? Does anyone else know? Master. Chen Mu placed a sound barrier around the room. Bai Ning noticed that he included the 3 women outside, rather than shutting them away from the conversation. Only outsiders were blocked. Manhwa considered the information without fear or excitement. Past life memories can place pressure on a developing soul, she said. They may also change the way the body responds to old techniques. Did you repeat your former cultivation method? Yes. Was it an ice path? Yes. Did the failures begin when you reached the same stage as an important past event? No, I was far beyond Foundation Realm when I died. Manhwa looked at Chen Mu. What have you found? A soul oath connected to the old method. The medicine elder's brows drew together. You confirmed it? I confirmed it. I confirmed that the cold begins where the cold begins where the soul oath touches the current body. Without a soul examination, I watched the direction of the damage during the breakthrough. That should not be possible at Golden Core Realm. It was very visible. Bai Ning lowered her eyes to hide the hide. Smallest change in her expression. Manhwa did not believe him. She also did not challenge him. What do you want from Medicine Peak? She asked. A full physical comparison, Chen Mu said. Current meridian strength, old scar positions, response to warm and cold medicine, and whether repeated emotional tests are creating new damage. Emotional tests, Bai Ning answered. He makes me remember things while freezing water. Manhwa looked at Chen Mu again. I vary one condition at a time. You are treating an ice cultivator like a medicine trial. Medicine trials have records, as so do patients. Her previous records describe results, not causes. Manhwa considered that, then nodded. Show me your notes. Chen Mu handed her a copy. Not the original. The original included the system's warnings, Bai Ning's reactions to the red crescent, and several estimates of the power needed to contain a second failed breakthrough. Manhwa read in silence. Outside, Yan Fei shifted her weight. You may enter, Chen Mu said. The door opened at once. Yan Fei stepped in first. We were not listening. You stopped breathing when Bai Ning mentioned her past life. That was surprise. Lin An came behind her. I was listening. Qing Yu entered last. Should we leave? Bai Ning looked at the three. Women. Her first instinct was yes. Secrets survived through fewer witnesses. Her second life had lasted because she trusted no one with her former identity. Then she remembered the 3 alarm bells ringing during her breakthrough. Yan Fei had entered a field of unknown ice with fire around her fist. Lin An had examined the formation instead of demanding answers. Qing Yu had brought medicine, stayed beside her, and not asked a single question she was not invited to ask. They may stay, Bai Ning said. Yan Fei sat immediately. Lin An chose the cushion nearest the darkest corner. Qing Yu remained beside the door until Bai Ning pointed to the open seat. Manhwa finished reading. Your physical recovery is stable, she said. The new exercises have caused less cold buildup than the heartless ice art. Bai Ning's head lifted. You can confirm that. The difference is small, but consistent. Your meridians are carrying cleaner energy. The attacks are weaker. I am a healer, Manhwa said. I consider a technique that damages its user to be weaker. Chen Mu approved of Medicine Peak's priorities. Bai Ning did not look convinced. Manhwa continued. I cannot treat the oath directly. I can monitor whether Elder Chen's method is harming your body. If he asks you to force another breakthrough before the new energy pattern is stable, refuse. I was not planning to, Chen Mu said. You were not planning to accept disciples. That was different. Was it? He did not answer. Manhwa packed her instruments. At the door, she stopped beside him. You understood in days what Medicine Peak missed for years. You searched the body. The problem was not in the body. That explains the missed cause. It does not explain how you found it. Chen Mu looked toward the lawn. Blackie had climbed onto the outdoor table and was eating Lin An's leaf. Good observation. Manhwa followed his gaze. Her expression suggested that answer had made the situation worse. After she left, Yan Fei remained in the central room. She looked at Bai Ning. You died before. Yes. How strong were you? Stronger than you. That does not narrow it down. Strong enough to know that your current training is poor. Yan Fei leaned forward. Yan Fei leaned forward. Then you should train with me. No. Why? Past life strength did not follow me into this body. But the skill did. Skill cannot make your body survive the mistake. Yan Fei looked dissatisfied. Master says the same thing. That should concern you. Lin An rested her head against it, her head against the wall. Did you know about the lines in your past life? No. The strong people too? Some could sense parts of them. I never met anyone who described what you describe. Lin An absorbed that with more interest than she had shown during most formal lessons. Qing Yu asked the gentlest question. Do you remember your family? Bai Ning's control tightened. The room cooled by 1 degree. Yes, Qing Yu did not ask whether they were still alive. They belonged to another life. Even if some remained, time and cultivation might have changed everything. I'm sorry, Qing Yu said. Bai Ning's first instinct was to reject the sympathy. Instead, she nodded once. Chen Mu watched the exchange. The ice around Bai Ning's spiritual center changed. Grief made it denser. Acceptance kept it from spreading. Again, he said. 4 women turned toward him. Bai Ning's eyes narrowed. Again what? The answer. About my family. Yes. Yan Fei looked ready to object. Bai Ning lifted a hand. She understood what he was testing. I remember them, she said. I cannot return to them. Cold gathered in her palm. Not gray, not tense. Clear ice formed around a single drop of water and held it in the air. The shape was imperfect. One side was thicker than the other. It remained stable. Chen Mu placed a spirit stone beneath it. The ice did not attack the stone. Manhwa had already left. Yan Fei, Lin An, and Qing Yu witnessed it instead. What did she do? Yan Fei asked. Created weaker ice, Bai Ning said. Lin An's eyes had opened fully. No. Bai Ning looked toward her. The lines did not fight. Lin An rose and approached the suspended drop. She stopped before touching it. Your other ice had 2 patterns. One moved outward, one pulled inward. They kept cutting across each other. Bai Ning looked at Chen Mu. He nodded. The heartless ice art turns feeling into cold, then orders the cultivator to destroy the source of that cold. The energy is built upon a conflict, and this, you felt grief without trying to deny it. The suspended ice rotated slowly. Bai Ning could have made colder ice as a child. She had created larger fields before reaching adulthood in her former life. Yet this small, uneven shell around one drop of water contained no hidden crack. How long can you hold it? Chen Mu asked. She maintained it for 30 breaths. At 40, the edge trembled. At 53, the ice dissolved. The water fell into Chen Mu's waiting cup. He drank it. Yan Fei stared. You drank the test? It was water. It was floating in soul ice. It remained water. Lin An pointed toward the cup. Master planned to catch it. Chen Mu had not. Bai Ning almost smiled. Almost. The test changed after that. Chen Mu no longer asked Bai Ning to suppress emotion. He made her identify it. Not explain it to him. Not justify it. Name it. When anger sharpened the cold, she had to know she was angry before releasing the technique. When fear made the ice spread, she had to choose its boundary. When grief made it dense, she had to decide whether density served the task. If she could not identify the feeling, she was not allowed to use it as an anchor. Bai Ning hated the method. It worked. Her ice became slower for several days because she could no longer rely on the old tension. Then, it became cleaner. She learned to freeze a leaf without making it brittle. She formed a blade that bent under pressure instead of shattering. She placed a thin layer of ice across the pond and guided it around every koi. Chen Mu watched from beneath the flowering tree. The right side is too thick, he said. Bai Ning adjusted it. The edge near the stream is drawing extra energy. She corrected that too. Your anchor changed. Her concentration broke. The ice cracked. Bai Ning opened her eyes. How did you know? The energy became defensive. That is not an emotion. No. It is what you did with one. She followed his gaze. Qing Yu was kneeling near the pond, trying to stop Blackie from reaching the fish. Bai Ning had noticed the chicken moving toward the ice and strengthened that section, so it would not fall through. The adjustment had been instinctive. You protected it, Chen Mu said. I protected the formation from a chicken. Blackie would have broken the surface. Blackie pecked at the ice. It held. Chen Mu zipped his tea. Of course. Bai Ning released the formation before he could say more. That afternoon, Yan Fei interrupted the next test by carrying half a training post across the lawn. It broke by itself, she said. Bai Ning looked at the splintered end. Did it attack you? It failed to endure. Master should teach the post his rules. Chen Mu examined the wood. Yan Fei had stopped her fist before impact. The hidden soul had released energy after her muscles stopped, sending force through the air. The problem was changing. That meant the training was working. It also meant the next stage would require a method designed for her body. Use the stone weights tomorrow, he said. Yan Fei's eyes brightened. Stronger training? Slower training. Her excitement faded. Carry them while maintaining the breathing pattern. Yan Fei frowned. It needs a name. It is a breathing drill. That sounds weak. Chen Mu looked at Bai Ning. Do names improve cultivation? No, Yan Fei pointed at her. You had the heartless ice art. It killed me. That is a separate problem. Lin An, awake beneath the table, said, call it iron breath. Yan Fei considered it. For now it is still only a breathing and control drill. Tomorrow you add the stone weights. Yan Fei's satisfaction returned. She carried the broken post away as though she had won something. Bai Ning watched her go. She is going to tell everyone you gave her a hidden body art. She is not allowed to tell anyone. Then she will tell us repeatedly. That prediction proved accurate. For the next 3 days, Yan Fei referred to every meal, breath, step, and stone weight as part of iron breath. Qing Yu listened with sincere interest. Lin An began inventing false higher stages whenever Yan Fei became too loud. Bai Ning discovered that annoyance produced very precise needles of ice. Chen Mu added the result to his notes. The first real sign of trust appeared during a storm. Late spring rain crossed the riverlands in heavy sheets. Clouds covered the higher peaks. Paths became streams, and the old library roof began leaking in 3 places. Chen Mu had prepared buckets. He had also prepared buckets. He had also prepared replacement tiles, dry cloth, sealed bookcases, and a temporary water barrier. Lin An sat on the floor while watching rain reveal hidden lines across the walls. Yan Fei carried books away from the leaking shelves. Qing Yu gathered frightened animals beneath the covered walkway. Bai Ning stood beside Chen Mu on the roof. Cold rain struck the tiles and ran past their feet. You repaired the barrier before the storm, she said. I repaired it because the roof leaked last year. The forecast predicted light rain. The forecast does not have to sleep beneath this roof. He removed a cracked tile. Bai Ning froze the rain above the opening, creating a clear sheet that redirected water toward the gutter. The ice formed without the heartless ice art. What was the anchor? Chen Mu asked. I did not choose one. Then it chose itself. She examined the energy. Concern, not for him. He did not need protection from rain. For the library below. For the records Lin An had begun reading. For the medicines stored behind the western wall. For the place that had accepted 4 people no one else wanted. Bai Ning strengthened the ice. I wanted to keep the water out, she said. That is a purpose. You said the method needed honest emotion. Emotion anchors the energy. Purpose gives it direction. You decided that now. I suspected it yesterday. What happened yesterday? You froze the pond to protect Blackie while claiming you were protecting the formation. Bai Ning nearly let the rain fall on it. Instead, she guided it down the back of his robe. The water struck a hidden barrier and flowed around him. Chen Mu looked at her. She looked at the broken tile. Poor control, she said. Clearly. Below them, Lin An laughed. The storm lasted through the evening. The 5 of them ate in the old library because the central room had become a place for drying books and irritated animals. Blackie occupied the warmest cushion. Yan Fei attempted to remove it. The chicken released a spark. It was small enough to be mistaken for static, but Chen Mu felt the ancient fire hidden inside it. Qing Yu caught Blackie before Yan Fei answered with real flame. Blackie is frightened, she said. It attacked me. It burned you. It burned my sleeve. The sleeve approached first. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu. Whose side are you on? The side. Least likely to burn the library. That should be mine. Blackie released another spark. Yan Fei moved her bowl farther away. The rain softened after midnight. Bai Ning remained awake beside the sealed window. She could feel Chen Mu's formation covering the roof. Walls, paths, pond, and slope beneath the peak. Most of its lines remained beyond her understanding. In her former life, powerful cultivators built homes that displayed their rank. Their gates were carved from spirit jade. Their towers pierced clouds. Their barriers announced the name of whoever controlled them. Chen Mu's strongest defenses looked like old wood, plain stone, and a wall built to stop wind. He hid power because power invited attention. Yet every hidden layer protected more than himself now. 4 rooms, 1 library, a crowded table. Several animals. Bai Ning touched the window. Thin ice formed around her fingers. It remained clear. The next morning, Qing Yu found a calendar in the kitchen and attempted to hide it. Chen Mu noticed because the calendar had been moved 3 finger widths to the left. What happened? He asked. Nothing. That answer is rarely useful. Qing Yu stood in front of the wall. Snow sat beside her feet. Blackie stood behind Chen Mu and watched with interest. Yan Fei entered carrying stone weights. What are you hiding? Nothing. Lin An appeared in the doorway, already holding the calendar. Qing Yu turned. How did you... It was under the cloth. You should not search other people's things. It was on the wall. Yan Fei took the calendar. A date near the end of the week had been marked with a small green circle. She looked at Qing Yu. What is this? Qing Yu reached for it. It does not matter. Yan Fei held it above her head. Qing Yu was not short, but Yan Fei was faster. Lin An leaned against the doorway. Her 20th birthday, Qing Yu froze. Bai Ning entered from the pond. How do you know? The outer disciple records included birth dates. You memorized our records? Yan Fei asked. No, Dart. I saw the lines. That explains less every time you say it. Qing Yu recovered the calendar. I did not plan to celebrate. Why not? Yan Fei asked. It is only a day. That is why people celebrate it. Days happen often. Chen Mu looked at the marked date. Celebrations created noise. Noise attracted visitors. Visitors asked questions and consumed tea. A small meal among 5 people did not require visitors. We will eat together, he said. Qing Yu shook her head. We already do. There will be an extra dish. Yan Fei looked at him. 1, 2. Do you understand birthdays? I have survived several. Lin An opened one eye. How many? That question is unrelated. Bai Ning took the calendar from Qing Yu and returned it to the wall. A small meal is enough, she said. Qing Yu gave her a grateful look. Yan Fei looked betrayed by both of them. 3 days later, Chen Mu prepared a small meal. It became larger while he was not looking. Qing Yu woke early to help in the kitchen and was ordered outside. Yan Fei returned from the sect market with enough meat for 12 people. I negotiated, she said. You threatened a seller. I threatened to shop elsewhere. You bought from the only meat seller on this mountain. The threat was implied. Lin An constructed a warming formation beneath the outdoor table. It contained only 4 lines and worked on the first attempt. She then added a 5th line to keep Blackie away from the food. That also worked. Blackie walked around the barrier 3 times, found the formation anchor, and sat on it. The warming line flickered. Lin An stared at the chicken. Blackie stared back. "Do not encourage it," Chen Mu said. "I am considering a stronger barrier. That is how complexity begins." Bai Ning went to Medicine Peak and returned with a small packet of calming herbs for Qing Yu's animal shed. "It is not a fat gift," she said. "The smell in the shed affects the pond." Qing Yu accepted the packet with both hands. "Thank you. The smell truly is unpleasant." "I know." Bai Ning had not expected agreement. Snow received a new blanket. Blackie received a carved wooden bowl that it immediately rejected in favor of Yanfei's plate. Qing Yu received practical things: gardening gloves, sealed jars for medicine, a stronger strap for carrying snow, and a plain green hairpin from Bai Ning. Chen Mu placed one small box before her. Inside was a new alarm bell. Qing Yu looked confused. "My old one still works. This one has 4 settings," Chen Mu said. "Personal danger, animal danger, medical help, and general alarm." Yanfei stared at him. "You gave her an emergency bell for her birthday." "It is better than the old one." "It is," Qing Yu said. She held it as carefully as Bai Ning's hairpin. Yanfei pointed at Qing Yu. "Do not encourage him." Chen Mu brought out a second box. It contained a small cake made with honey, fruit, and more effort than he intended anyone to know. Lin An sat upright. "You can make cake. I can follow instructions." Yanfei looked at the smooth surface. "It is too neat." "That sounds like criticism." "It is suspicion." Qing Yu did not speak. She looked at the table, the gifts, and the 5 places beneath the flowering tree. Snow rested against her chair. Blackie had escaped Lin An's barrier and was being held away from the cake by Bai Ning's ice. No one from the outer court had remembered Qing Yu's previous birthday. Her family lived far from Cloud River Sect, and she had stopped telling people the date after joining the sect. She touched the new bell. "I thought birthdays were for people who had something to show for the year." Yanfei's expression changed first. Bai Ning's ice around Blackie became still. Lin An stopped watching the cake. Chen Mu cut 5 pieces. "Remaining alive is evidence of a completed year. That sounds like one of your rules." "It should." Qing Yu smiled. Not the shy smile she used when apologizing for an animal. A full, unguarded smile. "Then I will celebrate." They ate beneath the flowering tree. Yanfei claimed the largest piece, and then gave half of it to Qing Yu when she thought no one was watching. Lin An's warming formation overheated one plate. Bai Ning cooled it without cracking the porcelain. Snow stole fruit. Blackie breached the table from below and escaped with a strip of meat. Qing Yu laughed until she had to put down her cup. Bai Ning watched the 4 people around her. The scene was ordinary. That made it dangerous. Ordinary things were easy to value. Valuable things were difficult to cut away. The old oath stirred near her soul, warning her through a faint thread of cold. She did not suppress it. She named what she felt: fear. Not of the people around her. Of losing them. The ice within her settled instead of tightening. Chen Mu's gaze moved toward her. He had noticed. He did not turn the moment into a lesson. He only placed another slice of cake on her plate. Bai Ning looked down at it. "I did not ask for more. You have been staring at Qing Yu's." "I was thinking." "Think while eating your own." Across the table, Lin An smiled into her tea. The celebration gave Chen Mu the missing piece 2 days later. He had Bai Ning sit beneath the flowering tree, while holding a shallow bowl of water. "Choose an anchor," he said. "Which one? That is your decision?" She closed her eyes. She tried peace first. The water froze cleanly, but the ice remained thin. She tried grief. The ice thickened and became heavy. She tried anger. Sharp lines formed across the surface. Chen Mu waited. Bai Ning opened her eyes. "The method is incomplete." "Ice, you knew it would fail." "I knew choosing a different feeling for every task would create another unstable path. Then why make me do it? To prove that emotion can shape ice without emotion can shape ice without corrupting it. And now? Now you stop treating emotion as the method." Bai Ning looked at the bowl. "Explain." "The heartless ice art taught you to create pain, turn it into cold, then cut away its source. It made conflict the center of your cultivation." "Yes." "If I tell you to use love, trust, anger, or grief as separate sources, the new method will still depend on emotion controlling you. You told me to use emotion as an anchor. An anchor holds something steady. It does not decide where the boat goes." She looked toward the pond. "What is the boat?" "Your choice." Chen Mu placed a finger against the edge of the bowl. "Name what you feel. Accept that it is true. Then decide what the ice should do. Feeling, Truth, purpose, yes. That is too simple. So is breathing. Yan Fei, carrying stone weights across the lawn, called out. Iron breath is not simple. It has the word iron, Lin An said from beneath the table. That makes it advanced. Yan Fei continued walking with renewed pride. Bai Ning looked back at the bowl. What will this method be called? It does not need a name yet. Yan Fei received one. Yan Fei demanded one. I am demanding one. Chen Mu considered the method. Its purpose was not to make Bai Ning warm. It was not to weaken ice, or replace discipline with emotion. The ice remained clear because she no longer forced herself to become empty. Clear ice method, he said. Bai Ning tested the words. Plain, that is a benefit. The heartless ice are at greater weight. It also killed you. You use that answer often. It remains relevant. She placed both hands around the bowl. Fear existed. She did not deny it. Trust existed too, small and unwilling, built from 7 days of restrictions, one interrupted breakthrough, honest uncertainty, clean ice, a repaired roof, and an extra slice of cake. She accepted both. Then, she chose the purpose. Preserve the water without breaking the bowl. Cold gathered. The surface froze. The energy reached the porcelain and stopped. No gray center formed. No hidden tension crossed the ice. Bai Ning increased the cold. The ice thickened while the bowl remained whole. Chen Mu placed a spirit stone against the edge. The formation stayed stable. Again tomorrow, he said. Bai Ning opened her eyes. It worked. Once. You named the method before knowing it would work. I named an experiment. Then acknowledged the result. The result is one frozen bowl. She lifted it. The clear ice reflected the flowering branches above them. It is the first ice I've created in years that did not contain the oath. Chen Mu looked at the bowl. Then at her. That is progress. A soft sound rang inside his mind. Our disciple Bai Ning has separated her natural ice energy from the first stage of the past life oath. Genuine progress confirmed. Reward available after stable repetition. The system refused to reward one success. Chen Mu approved. He did not tell Bai Ning. She needed to repeat the result because it belonged to her, not because the system had measured it. For the next 6 days, the clear ice method failed 12 times. Bai Ning lost the anchor when anger rose too quickly. She confused control with suppression. She chose a purpose that was too broad. She attempted to freeze the whole pond and protect every fish, leaf, stone, insect, and formation line at once. Lin An watched that attempt. Too many purposes, she said. Bai Ning looked at her. You are giving me formation advice? One purpose. That is your lesson? It works. Bai Ning reduced the task. Freeze one path across the pond. Keep the water beneath it unchanged. The ice formed. Lin An stepped onto the path before anyone invited her. It held. Yan Fei followed with 2 stone weights. The center bent. Bai Ning strengthened it. Make it look difficult, Yan Fei said. There are no witnesses. I am witnessing. You do not count. Yan Fei bounced once. A crack appeared beneath her foot. Qing Yu hurried toward the pond. Stop, Yan Fei froze. Not from Bai Ning's technique, from Chen Mu's voice behind her. If the ice breaks, you will retrieve every koi by hand. Yan Fei stepped backward. The ice stabilized. Bai Ning maintained it for 100 breaths. When she released the technique, the path melted evenly from the edges inward. No fish were harmed. No frost reached the shore. The system sounded again. Stable repetition confirmed. Clear ice method recognized as a viable foundation. Due teaching progress recorded. Reward pending further breakthrough. Chen Mu closed the message. He had expected a reward for creating the method. The system expected Bai Ning to make it hers. That distinction mattered. The resource review arrived before she could attempt the foundation realm again. Manhwa sent notice in the morning. Zhao Ren and Manhwa would inspect Quiet Peak that afternoon. The review was routine. Every branch had received new disciples. The sect needed to confirm that training resources were being used properly. Chen Mu read the notice twice. Routine inspections were dangerous because people lowered their guard while conducting them. He walked through Quiet Peak and checked everything that might attract questions. The underground library was sealed. The strongest medicines were moved behind a false wall. 3 formation lines were dimmed. The koi pond was returned to an ordinary temperature. Yan Fei's broken posts were replaced with one older post that made the damage appear spread across several years. Lin An's stable formations were removed from the visible yard. Qing Yu's growing animal network was encouraged to spend the afternoon in the forest. Bai Ning's clear ice training records went into the locked shelf. Yan Fei watched the preparations. You are hiding our progress from our own sect. Ah, yes. Why? Progress creates expectations. Is that bad? Expectations create assignments. That sounds useful. For the person giving them. Lin An tied a cloth over one eye, reducing the pattern sightlines around the main house. What should we show? Enough improvement to justify resources, Chen Mu said. Not enough to receive attention. Yan Fei frowned. How much is that? If anyone praises you, reduce it. If anyone insults us, endure it. If Zhao Ren's sword peak trains better disciples, how will? What if he challenges us to prove it? Decline. What if we cannot? Defend first, and if we win? Chen Mu looked at Bai Ning. Make it. It looked difficult, she said. Yan Fei nodded. I understand. Chen Mu found that more alarming than her earlier resistance. Zhao Ren and Manhwa arrived shortly after noon. Hanwei did not come. The sect master had sent Zhao Ren because Sword Peak received the largest resource share, and Manhwa because two of Quiet Peak's disciples had unusual physical conditions. Zhao Ren stepped across the outer boundary. His eyes moved toward the old formation posts. Lin An had dimmed the visible lines so effectively that the entrance appeared weaker than before. Zhao Ren frowned. Chen Mu saw the misunderstanding forming. You changed the formation, Zhao Ren said. Small repairs. It is harder to read. Age does that. Age makes formations easier to read. Then perhaps it is dust. Zhao Ren touched the nearest wooden post. The false outer layer shifted, showing him a plain warning line and nothing more. He withdrew his hand. You neglected this peak for years. I maintained what was necessary. And after accepting 4 disciples, you repaired everything at once. More people used the path. Zhao Ren looked toward the lawn. 4 disciples stood near the training yard. Bai Ning appeared exactly as she had during the assignment. Her cultivation remained at peak qi gathering. Yan Fei's energy looked more stable, though Chen Mu had instructed her not to push the breathing drill beyond her current limit before the review. Lin An seemed half asleep. Qing Yu held snow while Blackie pecked the ground. Nothing looked impressive. That was the goal. Manhwa began with the rooms and medical supplies. She approved of the clean bedding, emergency bells, meal records, medicine labels, and recovery schedules. Then she reached Chen Mu's storage shelves. Why do you have 12 jars of fever medicine? Fever is common. 20 rolls of meridian cloth. Meridian injuries are common. 3 antidotes for swamp poison. Swamps exist, not on Quiet Peak. They could. Zhao Ren opened a lower cabinet. It contained emergency food sealed against fire, water, insects, spiritual damage, and theft. You prepared for a siege, he said. I bought in bulk. Before accepting disciples, there was a discount. Zhao Ren looked at Manhwa. Manhwa did not help him. The supplies are real and properly stored, she said. Medicine Peak has no complaint. The review moved to training. Yan Fei demonstrated 20 slow strikes. She allowed the 20th to shake near the post, making her control appear barely stable. Zhao Ren watched her feet. Her stance has changed. Her old stance pushed energy into an injured shoulder, Chen Mu said. You removed half the attack forms. She cannot safely use them. Yan Fei's jaw tightened at the public judgment. But she obeyed Rule 1. Zhao Ren stepped toward the post. Strike it once. Chen Mu answered first. No, I need to see whether the new stance can produce power. It can. Then demonstrate it. It is not stable. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu. He gave the smallest shake of his head. She understood. Zhao Ren noticed the exchange. You trust his judgment now? He asked. Yan Fei had several possible answers. Most would create trouble. He has replaced fewer walls than my last instructor, she said. Zhao Ren looked toward the intact training yard. How many did your last instructor replace? 3. Chen Mu did not mention that Quiet Peak had already replaced 2 posts. Manhwa checked Yan Fei's shoulder. The swelling has decreased, she said. The method is physically sound. Zhao Ren moved on. Lin An demonstrated the smallest formation she could build without looking dishonest. 3 stones, 1 barrier. The barrier held a falling petal above the table for 20 breaths. Zhao Ren stared at it. That is all? Lin An yawned. Today. You studied in Formation Hall for 2 years. Yes, a first-month student can hold a petal? Then I am catching up. He looked at Chen Mu. You reduced her work to this. Yes. Needs greater challenge. She needs one stable result. Zhao Ren disagreed. But the resource review measured improvement from a disciple's previous state. Lin An had gone from collapsing basic formations to maintaining one. It counted. Qing Yu showed the voluntary contact exercise with snow. The fox crossed the marked circle on its own, accepted Qing Yu's touch, and stepped away again when she lowered her hand. No command seal formed and no energy bond was attempted. Manhwa crouched beside them. "No, command seal, no," Qing Yu said. "How do you ensure obedience?" "I don't." Zhao Ren frowned. "That is not beast control." "No," Chen Mu said. "What is it?" "Agreement. A spirit beast may abandon agreement during abandonment. Danger. So may a person. People understand duty. Some do." Zhao Ren looked toward Blackie. The chicken was attempting to enter his open supply bag. "Does that one understand duty?" "No," Chen Mu said. Blackie escaped with a dried fruit. Zhao Ren closed the bag. The final demonstration belonged to Bai Ning. Manhwa had already examined her physical recovery. The resource review required visible proof that Quiet Peak's method had produced improvement. Bai Ning stood beside the pond. Chen Mu had given her one instruction: create ice cleaner than before. Hide everything else. Zhao Ren placed a bowl of water on the stone. "We do not expect a breakthrough," he said. "Show whether Elder Chen's training reduced the backlash." Bai Ning rested 2 fingers against the bowl. She chose an anchor. Caution. She named it without shame. Then she chose the purpose. Freeze half the water. The clear ice method moved. The surface whitened slowly. Bai Ning introduced a small tremor into her hand. The ice formed unevenly, stopped once, then continued with visible effort. She allowed a trace of cold to enter her wrist. Not enough to cause damage. Enough for Manhwa to detect. The bowl froze halfway. Bai Ning withdrew her hand and let her breathing become shallow. Zhao Ren looked at the ice. "It took too long." "Yes," Bai Ning said. "The control was uneven." "Yes. The cold still entered your meridians." "A little." Manhwa checked her pulse. Zhao Ren turned toward Chen Mu. "Is this the improvement?" She completed the exercise without freezing her arm. "That is a low standard. It is higher than failure." Zhao Ren looked unconvinced. Manhwa remained silent. Her fingers were still against Bai Ning's wrist. The cold inside the meridian was superficial. Too superficial. It had been placed there after the technique. Manhwa looked at the ball again. The ice seemed uneven at first glance. Then she noticed that every rough section stopped the same distance from the porcelain. The flaws followed a pattern so exact that none placed pressure on the bowl. Bai Ning had not lost control. She had controlled the appearance of losing it. Manhwa withdrew her hand. "Hair condition has improved," she said. Zhao Ren studied her. "By how much?" "Enough to justify continued resources." That answer was medically true and politically safe. Chen Mu approved. Zhao Ren did not leave the pond. He lifted the frozen bowl. A thin crack crossed the ice. The crack traveled through every uneven section Bai Ning had created and stopped before reaching the porcelain. He held the bowl toward the light. "This failure pattern is deliberate." Yan Fei looked away. Lin An closed both eyes. Qing Yu held snow more tightly. Bai Ning remained calm. "I trained to control the backlash," he said. "You controlled it into a pattern. It was easier to release that way." Zhao Ren looked at Chen Mu. "Chen Mu drank tea. What did you teach her?" "To freeze water. I can see that." Then the demonstration was clear. Zhao Ren set down the bowl. He did not accuse them of hiding strength. The proof was not enough. It was enough to change his opinion. "You chose 4 disciples no one wanted," he said. "Within weeks. Each has improved in the exact area where common instruction failed. Small improvements, 4 of them. Coincidence? No, the word was immediate." Chen Mu disliked immediate conclusions. Zhao Ren looked across Quiet Peak. The old posts, simple house, plain lawn, harmless animals. And 4 disciples whose flaws had begun changing shape. "You saw something during the assignment." Chen Mu remembered the system revealing nothing until after the seals formed. "I saw 4 people standing alone." Zhao Ren's expression shifted. Again, Chen Mu had chosen an answer that was true and sounded deeper than intended. "You believe the sect judged them too quickly," Zhao Ren said. "I believe the ceremony was taking too long." Lin An coughed into her sleeve. Zhao Ren ignored the answer he did not believe. "Quiet Peak will retain its full resource share. That is sufficient. I will recommend an additional set of foundation medicine for Bai Ning." "No Bai Nings." Zhao Ren frowned. "Why?" Medicine will not solve her current problem. It may support the breakthrough. She is not ready. Bai Ning said nothing. Several weeks earlier, she would have considered the medicine an opportunity worth any risk. Now, she agreed with him. That frightened her more than the lost resource. Manhwa supported Chen Mu. The physical support would not stop the soul response. Wait until the new method is stable. Zhao Ren accepted the medical judgment. He left Quiet Peak with more questions than he had brought. At the outer boundary he stopped. Elder Chen Mu looked up. If Sword Peak sends disciples for a training exchange, will you accept? No? Zhao Ren's eyes narrowed. That answer came quickly. I prepared it before you asked. The Sword Elder departed. Manhwa followed more slowly. Before crossing the boundary, she looked back at Bai Ning. Do not attempt the breakthrough because today went well. Bai Ning glanced at Chen Mu. I have learned that lesson, Chen Mu said. She has heard it. Bai Ning's eyes cooled. Manhwa almost smiled. After the two elders disappeared down the path, Yan Fai exhaled. That went well. We attracted suspicion, Chen Mu said. We kept the resources. We also received an offer for a training exchange. We can decline. Zhao Ren will ask again. Then we decline again. Chen Mu looked at her. Yan Fai had quoted Rule 3 without realizing it. He decided not to point that out. If she noticed how much she had changed, she might resist on principle. Lin An approached the frozen bowl. She traced the crack with one finger. You made the failure harder than the success. Bai Ning released the remaining ice. The success needed to be hidden. The hidden part was beautiful. Bai Ning looked at her. Lin An's praise carried no admiration for power. She had seen the control beneath the false weakness. Thank you, Bai Ning said. Yan Fai folded her arms. I thought it looked weak. That was the purpose. Bai Ning said. Then it was good. Qing Yu smiled. That means Master's fifth rule worked. Chen Mu felt the first signs of a headache. The resource review should have reduced attention. Instead, Zhao Ren had left convinced that Quiet Peak contained deliberate secrets. Chen Mu looked at Bai Ning. Your public demonstrations require less control. That sounds backward. It is. You told me to make victory look difficult. This was not a victory. It convinced them to keep our resources. Lin An nodded. Ah, narrow victory. Yan Fai agreed. Qing Yu looked uncertain but outnumbered. Chen Mu finished his tea. The rules were beginning to work against him. 3 nights later, Bai Ning dreamed of the Red Crescent again. She stood on frozen stairs beneath a colorless sky. Blood ran down the steps without melting the ice. At the top of the stairs, figures in pale masks waited around a circle, carved into the ground. A red crescent hung above them. They did not ask for her life. They asked for the ice soul inside it. Bai Ning raised her sword. The heartless ice art answered her fear by making her colder. Behind her stood people she had sworn she no longer loved. The oath demanded a final choice. Abandon them and complete the art. Protect them and admit that the foundation of her cultivation was a lie. In the dream, she made both choices. Her soul split beneath the contradiction. Bai Ning woke before the memory reached her death. Frost covered the blanket. The alarm bell beside her had not rung. No breakthrough had begun. No dangerous energy had entered her meridians. She reached for the bell anyway. Her hand stopped. The dream had ended. The danger was gone. Waking Chen Mu would create unnecessary concern. A soft knock sounded at the door. Bai Ning looked toward it. Come in. Chen Mu opened the door enough to see her. He carried a lamp in one hand and a cup in the other. You did not ring the bell, he said. There was no danger. The room temperature dropped. The dream ended. That explains why the temperature stopped dropping. He entered and set the cup beside her. Warm medicine. Bai Ning looked at it. You monitor every room while we sleep. The formation monitors sudden changes. You came before the alarm. The threshold may be too high. You intend to lower it? Yes. Yan Fei's room will trigger it every night. Her room already has a separate setting. Bai Ning drank the medicine. Chen Mu did not ask about the dream. She could have let him leave. Instead, she said, the Red Crescent belonged to the people who tried to take my ice soul. Chen Mu stopped near the door. In your past life? Yes. Did they create the heartless ice art? No. Did they know about the oath? They understood enough to use it. He closed the door, but remained inside. Bai Ning looked at the frost on her blanket. I was already powerful when they came. I believed attachment had become irrelevant. I believed I could protect people without admitting they mattered. The oath disagreed. The oath demanded truth at the worst possible moment. What did you choose? Both, Chen Mu understood. You tried to complete a heartless path while protecting people you loved. The word made the frost tighten. Bai Ning forced it still. Yes, and the conflict broke your soul. Yes, who were they? She saw the pale masks again. The red crescent. The ancient eyes behind them. People Cloud River Sect cannot fight. That was not the question. It is the answer that matters. To you? To everyone on this peak. Chen Mu leaned against the wall. You believe hiding their name protects us. It gives you no reason to search for them. I have no intention of searching for anyone dangerous, despite the memory. Bai Ning almost believed he could reject a past life enemy through lack of interest. If they remain active, she said, they may find me again. Then we prepare for that possibility. You are not asking whether accepting me was a mistake. I already know accepting all four of you was a mistake. Her eyes narrowed. He continued before the cold returned. It is also complete. Regret does not change the current problem. You could release my lineage seal. The system bond would remain. She did not know about the system. Chen Mu corrected himself. The responsibility would remain. Why? Because I know your condition. That does not make it yours, no. It makes ignoring it a choice. The distinction silenced her. He pointed toward the frost. What did you feel when the oath broke? Fear. Only fear. Bai Ning closed her eyes. No, what else? Grief, what else? Anger, what else? She remembered the people behind her. One had been injured. One had refused to flee. One had called her name while the ice consumed the hall. Love, she said. The frost stopped spreading. Chen Mu waited. Bai Ning opened her eyes. He showed no triumph, no satisfaction at forcing the admission. Only attention. The oath did not punish you for feeling, he said. It punished the contradiction between what you felt and what you demanded your soul believe. The result was the same. No, my soul broke. Because the method required a lie. She looked at the warm cup. What would your clear ice method require? Honesty. That sounds more dangerous. It often is. The system gave him no answer, no reward, no confirmation. This part belonged to Bai Ning. Chen Mu moved toward the door. Tomorrow, we test the final cycle? You believe I am ready? No. Then why test it? Because readiness is not a feeling. It is a list of conditions. What conditions? Your ice remains clean under 5 emotional anchors. Your meridians have recovered. Manhwa confirmed no new damage. You can release the method without backlash. You told me the purpose of the oath. I did not tell you the enemy's name. The enemy is not inside your meridians. Bai Ning knew that was not entirely true. Fear of them remained. Chen Mu opened the door. Sleep, master, he stopped. If the test succeeds, when will I attempt Foundation Realm? When the clear ice method belongs to you. How will you decide that? I will not. She looked at him. You will. The door closed. The final cycle began at dawn. No formation covered the pond. No medicine waited beside Bai Ning. Chen Mu stood 3 steps away while the other disciples watched from the lawn. Bai Ning had expected privacy. Why are they here? She asked. You need an anchor that exists in the present. I can use a memory. Your oath lives in memory. She looked at Yan Fei, Lin An, and Qing Yu. Yan Fei held her arms folded, but her stance was ready to move. Lin An had closed pattern sight, so she could watch only Bai Ning. Qing Yu held the new alarm bell. Snow sat beside her. Blackie had been placed inside a basket to prevent it from entering the pond. The basket shook. Bai Ning turned back to Chen Mu. What should the ice do? Carry one petal across the pond without freezing it. A pale flower rested on the water. The task sounded simple. Lin An understood otherwise. A moving object created changing lines. Water shifted. Wind changed. The petal itself could not be frozen, so Bai Ning needed to control the water beneath it without locking the surrounding surface. On purpose, Lin An said. Bai Ning nodded. She began the clear ice method. First came feeling. Fear of repeating the failure. Grief for a life already lost. Annoyance at Yan Fei's restless breathing. Concern that Qing Yu stood too close to the pond. Awareness that Chen Mu had placed himself within reach if the oath reacted. Trust. Still small. No longer unwilling. Bai Ning accepted each feeling without turning it into fuel. Then she chose the purpose. Carry the petal. A line of clear ice formed beneath the water. It did not rise to the surface. The petal moved. 1 foot. 2. Wind crossed the pond. The old method would have frozen the air and removed the problem. Bai Ning adjusted the water instead. The pedal turned. Yan Fei held her breath. Lin An watched the single line. Qing Yu smiled before the pedal reached shore. It touched the opposite stone. The ice beneath the water dissolved. The pedal remained soft. No cold entered Bai Ning's meridians. No oath tightened around her soul. The system rang. Y clear ice method has completed a full stable cycle. Disciple has accepted the first principle of the new path. Teaching progress confirmed. E foundation breakthrough conditions partially satisfied. Remaining condition. The disciple must choose the new path when the old oath resists. Bai Ning opened her eyes. It worked, Qing Yu said. Yan Fei stepped toward the pond. Do it again. Why? Bai Ning asked. To make sure. Lin An looked at Chen Mu. That sounds like him. It sounds sensible, Yan Fei said. It sounds cautious. Those can be the same. Chen Mu wondered when Yan Fei had begun defending caution. Bai Ning repeated the cycle. The second pedal crossed faster. The third crossed while Yan Fei threw small stones into the pond. The fourth crossed while Lin An changed the wind with a simple formation. The fifth crossed while Snow attempted to catch it. Bai Ning protected the pedal without freezing the fox. The basket behind Qing Yu broke open. Blackie launched itself toward the water. Bai Ning changed the line. The pedal reached shore. Blackie landed on a separate patch of ice, slid across the pond, and arrived beside it. The chicken stood. One feather drifted down. Yan Fei laughed first. Qing Yu ran to retrieve Blackie. Lin An examined the curved ice path. Chen Mu looked at Bai Ning. You changed the technique without losing the purpose. The chicken was not part of the test. Danger rarely asks to be included. Bai Ning released the ice beneath Blackie. Qing Yu picked up the bird before it fell into the pond. When? Bai Ning asked. Chen Mu knew what she meant. 3 days. Why wait? To rest your meridians. They are not damaged. To prepare medicine. Medicine cannot affect the oath. It can support your body. She could not argue with that. To strengthen the barrier. To strengthen the barrier, he continued. The current barrier stopped my last attempt. The next attempt should be stronger. Her gaze held his. You believe I will succeed. I believe success creates larger problems if it is not contained. That was the closest answer she received. The 3 days of preparation changed the peak. Lin An inspected the pond's formation under Chen Mu's direction. She was allowed to see one true defensive layer, and spent the next night awake from excitement. Yan Fei carried spirit stones from storage, and complained that Bai Ning's breakthrough involved better weights than her training. Qing Yu prepared warm food, calming herbs, blankets, and a place for Snow and Blackie far from the pond. Chen Mu reinforced every barrier twice. Bai Ning rested. She found rest more difficult than cultivation. Her body was ready. The clear ice method was stable. The foundation barrier stood within reach. The old oath waited behind it. On the second evening, she found Chen Mu beneath the flowering tree. Sorting spirit stones by purity. You do not need that many, she said. I prefer having too many. The formation cannot hold more energy than the pond can absorb. The overflow lines reach the stream, and if the stream freezes, the herb garden will take part of it. And if that fails, the lawn wall. And after that, the underground storage formation. Bai Ning sat opposite him. How many failures did you prepare for? Yes, that is not a number. It is the correct answer. He rejected 2 spirit stones and placed them aside. Bai Ning picked up one. Its impurity was smaller than a grain of sand. You consider this unsafe. I consider it less safe. My former sect used worse stones for core disciple breakthroughs. Your former sect taught the heartless ice art. She put the stone down. Your former sect taught the heartless ice art. She put the stone down. Cannot use that answer against everything from my past. I can use it against their safety standards. A quiet moment passed. The other 3 women were inside the main house. Yan Fei argued with Lin An over whether moving a chair disrupted the warming formation. Qing Yu tried to keep dinner from burning while Snow watched from the counter. The noises reached the lawn through the open window. If the breakthrough fails, Bai Ning said, release my lineage seal. Chen Mu continued sorting stones. No, the oath may damage the peak. The formation will contain it. It may damage the others. They will remain behind the inner barrier. It may damage you. Well, unlikely. You do not know what the oath can do. You do not know what I can do. She remembered the power at the pond. That was not pride. It was assessment. If I lose control, she said, do not allow the others near me. I already gave that order. They may ignore it. Then Lin An's barrier will stop them. What if it does not? Yan Fei has been instructed to defend the inner door. She will leave it if she believes we are in danger. Qing Yu will remind her that abandoning the door puts everyone else in danger. You prepared them to stop one another. I prefer systems that do not rely on perfect judgment. Bai Ning looked at the sorted stones. You prepared for me to fail. Yes. And for me to succeed. Chen Mu placed the final spirit stone in the safe group. Yes. What happens afterward? You rest. That is not what I asked. What are you asking? She looked toward the pond. If I enter her foundation... The sect will notice eventually. Zhao Ren already suspects you. Medicine Peak will ask how you solved a condition they could not identify. Other elders may send disciples. Hanwei may give Quiet Peak greater duties. Chen Mu's hand stopped. Bai Ning had identified every outcome he feared. You see the problem, he said. I see why you want the breakthrough hidden. Good. I also see that you could have avoided these problems by leaving me at Peak Chi Gathering. His gaze became still. She continued. You did not know why. The oath would have continued tightening. I could have lived for years without attempting another breakthrough, would you? They both knew the answer. Bai Ning had attempted one 5 days after entering Quiet Peak. Chen Mu resumed sorting the stones. You would have tried again, he said. If I forbade it permanently, you would either leave or hide it better. The only safe path is solving the cause. Safe for whom? You. The immediate answer left no room for a grander claim. No destiny. No hidden plan. No demand for loyalty. Her safety was a problem he had accepted. That was all. It was also more than anyone had offered her in 2 lives. The Red Crescent, Bai Ning said. Chen Mu waited. I still will not name the group behind it. You do not have to, but I will tell you this. They came for my ice soul. They came for my ice soul. They believed something like that was wasted on someone who could not use it the way they wanted. Chen Mu's expression changed. Not fear of their strength. Dislike of the dangers surrounding the information. Did they try to take it without killing you? I do not know. They never got that far. That is not reassuring. No. Did they follow your soul into this life? I do not know. Can they identify you through the oath? I do not know. He gathered the spirit stones into 3 sealed bags. Will be adjusted. You are not asking whether I brought them here. You did not know I existed until the assignment. That does not make the danger less real. No. It makes blame less useful. He rose. Sleep early. Bai Ning watched him carry the stones toward the pond. Master. He stopped. If I succeed tomorrow, I will keep your strength secret. Chen Mu looked back. I did not ask for an oath. You should. No, why? You already have one soul oath causing trouble. This would be different. They all are before they become a problem. She had no answer. Chen Mu continued toward the pond. The breakthrough began before sunrise. Quiet Peak remained dark, except for 4 lamps placed around the frozen stone. Lin An sat beside the outer formation, one hand on the controlling line. Her task was simple. Hold the barrier around the pond. Yan Fei stood before the inner path with her sword sheathed. Her task was to stop anyone from entering, including herself. Qing Yu waited beside the main house with medicine, blankets, snow, Blackie, and the alarm bell. Chen Mu stood inside the pond barrier. Bai Ning sat at its center. 6 pure spirit stones formed a circle around her. The clear ice method moved through them in slow, even cycles. Final check. Chen Mu said. Meridians? Stable. Core? Ready soul. The oath is quiet? That is not the same as safe. No purpose? Build a foundation path that belongs to this life? Anchor? Bai Ning looked beyond him. Through the clear barrier, she could see Yan Fei pretending not to be worried. Lin An's eyes remained open despite the early hour. Qing Yu held the alarm bell with both hands. The main house stood behind them. The flowering tree moved in the cold wind. The truth, Bai Ning said. Chen Mu nodded. Begin. She drew in spiritual energy. The 6 stones brightened. Qi gathering required a cultivator to collect and move spiritual energy. Foundation realm required that energy to stop behaving like something borrowed. It had to form a stable path through body, core, and will. Bai Ning had built that path before. Her past life instincts rose at once. Compress the cold. Her past life instincts rose at once. Cut away distraction. Use pain. Reject weakness. Break the barrier through force. The heartless ice art opened inside her memory like a road she had walked thousands of times. The clear ice method was barely weeks old. It had no ancient manual, no generations of proof, no final stage, only a simple cycle built on feeling, truth, and purpose. The foundation barrier appeared before her inner sight. The old road reached it first. Cold gathered around her soul. The oath woke. Bai Ning's hands whitened. Frost spread across the stone. Lin An felt the outer formation tighten. She reached it, she said. Yan Fei's grip closed around her sheathed sword. Qing Yu watched Chen Mu. He did not move. Inside the barrier, Bai Ning heard the oath. Not as words, as certainty. Emotion weakens. Attachment creates openings. Love becomes loss. Trust becomes betrayal. Abandon them. Complete the path. The dark mark around her soul drew tight. Ice entered her meridians. Chen Mu lifted one hand. He did not touch her. Not yet. Name it, he said. Bai Ning's breath trembled. Fear. The cold slowed. Truth. I do not want to die again. Purpose. Build the new path. She moved the clear ice method. The old road resisted. Past life power tempted her through memory. She remembered the ease of freezing mountains, the certainty of a sword that never shook, the distance that kept betrayal away. The new path offered no such promise. It required her to remain herself. The foundation barrier cracked. The oath pulled harder. The pond froze from shore to center. Master, Lin An said. I see it. The barrier held. Bai Ning's inner energy split between two roots. The old path was wider. The new one was clean. She could not use both. The new one was clean. She could not use both. Her soul had already died once while attempting that contradiction. Choose, Chen Mu said. The oath showed her the frozen hall. The people behind her. The red crescent above. Her own sword breaking. Then the memory changed. A lawn beneath a flowering tree. Yan Fei stopping her fist before the post. Lin An holding one leaf with one line. Qing Yu smiling over a birthday cake. Chen Mu placing a second cup on the table without asking for her secrets. The oath tightened around those images. New attachments. New weaknesses. New things to lose. Bai Ning understood the fear beneath her old path. The heartless ice art had never freed her from loss. It had only demanded that she lose everything in advance. No, she said. The word crossed the pond. The old road shook. I will not cut them away. The dark mark around her soul cracked. Not completely. One thin layer broke. Cold exploded from her body. Lin An's barrier bowed outward. Yan Fei stepped forward, then stopped at the line she had been ordered to defend. Qing Yu rang the medical setting on her bell. Chen Mu lowered his hand. The peak answered. The pond drew in the released cold. Formation lines beneath the lawn opened one after another. Frost spread toward the wall, the stream, and the empty storage chambers. Not one blade of grass froze. Not one window cracked. The flowering petals continued falling. Inside Bai Ning, the clear ice method reached the broken foundation barrier. She named every feeling the oath had tried to use against her. Fear, grief, anger, trust, love, still small and dangerous. All true. None in command. Her purpose remained. Build the new path. Spiritual energy passed through the barrier. Her core changed. The scattered cold became one clear cycle connecting body, soul, and will. Bai Ning entered the early foundation realm. The pressure around the pond rose. Yan Fei inhaled. Lin An's barrier trembled beneath energy far cleaner than anything Bai Ning had shown during the resource review. Qing Yu felt the life energy across the peak settle into a new rhythm. Chen Mu stepped through the cold and placed 2 fingers against Bai Ning's brow. She opened her eyes. They were clear. The oath? He asked. Still there. Damage none. Control. Bai Ning lifted one hand. A small flower of ice formed above her palm. It held the shape of the petals falling from the tree. No gray tension crossed its center. No cold entered her meridians. It belongs to me, she said. The system rang. My disciple Bai Ning has broken the first layer of the past life soul oath. Disciple Bai Ning has abandoned the failed foundation of the heartless ice art. Disciple Bai Ning has entered early foundation realm through the clear ice art method. Genuine stable breakthrough. Confirmed. Teaching reward granted. Reward. Improved spiritual control. Reward. Hidden breath. Method. Reward will settle after immediate danger has passed. Chen Mu felt the knowledge waiting beyond the system's seal. He did not accept it yet. Bai Ning's breakthrough remained active. Complete 3 cycles, he said. She closed her eyes. The first cycle moved slowly. The second gathered clean ice energy from the pond. The third stabilized her foundation core. Only then did Chen Mu lower the barrier. The cold faded. Morning light reached quiet peak. Yan Fei crossed the inner line first. You succeeded. Bai Ning opened her eyes. Yes. Yan Fei looked at the clear ice flower. Then at Bai Ning's unchanged expression. Do you feel stronger? Yes. How much? Enough. That means nothing. It means I am not training with you today. You should test the new realm. She should rest, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei looked at him. You always say that after someone becomes stronger. Becoming stronger is tiring. Lin An approached more slowly. She examined the pond, the barrier, and the single line of clear energy now moving through Bai Ning's core. The two patterns are gone. One remains, Bai Ning said. One is enough. Lin An smiled. Qing Yu reached them with the blankets. She stopped, before wrapping one around Bai Ning. Are you cold? No. Do you still need this? Bai Ning looked at the blanket. Ice. Qing Yu placed it around her shoulders. Snow approached and sniffed the edge of Bai Ning's robe. It did not retreat from the new foundation pressure. Blackie jumped onto the stone, looked at the ice flower and tried to eat it. Bai Ning moved the flower beyond its reach. The chicken jumped again. Yan Fei caught it. For once I am helping you. Blackie pecked her hand. Fire flashed. Yan Fei nearly released her own flame. Chen Mu looked at both of them. Yan Fei exhaled through iron breath and lowered the chicken. Defend first, she muttered. Blackie strutted away as though it had won. Bai Ning watched the small chaos around the pond. In her past life, breakthroughs had been solitary. Teachers guarded from a distance. Rivals watched for weakness. Congratulations came after power had been measured. Here, Yan Fei wanted to fight. Lin An wanted to study the lines. Qing Yu brought a blanket, and a black chicken had tried to eat the first technique of her new realm. The scene should have felt undignified. It felt alive. Chen Mu checked her pulse one final time. You will remain inside for 3 days. Bai Ning looked at him. 3? Your soul changed. My core is stable. Your body still needs time. I can meditate beside the pond. Inside, I have spent 7 days resting already. That was before the breakthrough. Yan Fei nodded. He will not change his mind. Bai Ning looked toward her. I have tried, Yan Fei said. It only creates more instructions, Lin An added. Sometimes written lists. Qing Yu held up the medicine tray. I prepared breakfast. Bai Ning stood. The blanket remained around her shoulders. 3 days, she said. Chen Mu narrowed his eyes. That sounded like a negotiation. It was acknowledgement. Good. She took one step, then stopped beside him. The others continued toward the house. Master, Chen Mu waited. I said I would keep your strength secret. I remember telling you not to make another oath. I am not swearing one. What are you doing? Choosing. Her voice remained quiet. No formation marked the words. No soul seal formed. No system message appeared. I will not expose you. Bai Ning said, not because you saved my life. Not because you are my master. Because you trusted me with the choice. Chen Mu studied her. Trust created risk. Secrets shared with another person were no longer fully controlled. Bai Ning had already recognized too much. Demanding a binding oath might protect his cultivation level, but it would repeat the same mistake that had damaged her soul, forcing fear into a promise and calling the result safety. He nodded once. I accept. She turned toward the house. Chen Mu stopped her. One more condition. Bai Ning looked back. If you believe hiding my strength will endanger the others, tell me first. Her gaze sharpened. You would allow me to reveal it. I would prefer to choose the amount. That answer suited him better. I agree, she said. This time, the words created no cold at all. Bai Ning joined the others inside. Chen Mu remained beside the pond until every trace of the breakthrough had faded from the visible sky. Only then did he accept the system rewards. Improved spiritual control settled first. His already precise energy became quieter. The smallest thread of power could now be divided, redirected, and hidden with even greater care. The hidden breath method followed. It did not increase his strength. It concealed the shape of cultivation, compressed the signs of a breakthrough, and allowed him to cover another person's spiritual presence for a limited time. Chen Mu looked toward the main house. Bai Ning's new foundation aura had already been hidden by the peak formation. The new method would allow her to leave quiet peak without every elder noticing. For once the system had given him exactly what he needed. A second message appeared. First stable disciple breakthrough completed. Master mode teaching record updated. Future rewards will require independent progress, control, or personal creation. No reward would come from forcing Bai Ning through the same lesson again. Good. She needed a path, not dependence. Chen Mu repaired the pond formation while the four women ate breakfast. Through the open window, Yan Fei demanded to know how Foundation Realm felt. Lin An asked whether Bai Ning could now see more formation lines. Qing Yu reminded everyone that the patient had been ordered to rest. Bai Ning answered only the useful questions and ignored the rest. The voices carried across the lawn. Chen Mu closed the last formation line. A single patch of frost remained on the wall. He melted it before anyone outside Quiet Peak could see. By noon, Manhwa received a brief report. Bai Ning's condition had improved. No breakthrough was mentioned. Zhao Ren received no report at all. Manhwa received a sealed note confirming that the clear ice method had completed a safe cycle. Chen Mu asked her to visit in 3 days, after Bai Ning's realm had settled enough to hide beneath the new concealment method. The medicine elder arrived on the 4th morning. She examined Bai Ning twice. The first examination confirmed a healthy early foundation core. The second confirmed that the first had not been a mistake. Manhwa zat back. You succeeded. Bai Ning nodded. No frozen meridians. No. Damage around the lower core. No, the soul pressure. One layer of the oath broke. Manhwa looked toward Chen. He was pouring tea beside the window. What exactly did you teach her? The clear ice method. That name explains nothing. It creates clear ice. Bai Ning said. It requires the cultivator to identify emotion, without making emotion the source of the technique. Truth provides the anchor. Choice gives the energy purpose. Manhwa listened carefully. And the old method? Created power through conflict? Then demanded that the source of the conflict be destroyed. The new method does not remove emotion. No. Does it increase instability? Not so far. Manhwa checked Bai Ning's pulse again. It reduced it. Chen Mu passed her a cup. She accepted without looking away from Bai Ning. Medicine Peak treated your emotions as a side effect of repeated failure. So did I? Bai Ning said. And Elder Chen treated them as part of the method. He treated dishonesty as part of fear. Manhwa finally looked at him. You should document this. No, why? Because it is built for Bai Ning. Other cultivators may carry similar soul conflicts. Then they need methods built for their conditions. You could still record the principles. Chen Mu imagined Medicine Peak distributing a manual carrying his name. Other sects would ask questions. Cultivators with soul damage would visit Quiet Peak. Some would bring enemies. No, Manhwa lowered the cup. You discovered a new cultivation method. Bai Ning created the final cycle. Bai Ning looked at him. He continued. I identified the problem and built the tests. She chose the anchor, purpose, and path through the oath. The method belongs to her. The system remains silent. That was not a system answer. It was true. Manhwa turned toward Bai Ning. Will you record it? Yes, Bai Ning said. When I understand it well enough that another person cannot mistake simplicity for ease, Chen Mu approved. A method that required emotional honesty could become dangerous if reduced to a few attractive sentences. Manhwa finished her tea. Will the sect be informed of your breakthrough? Not yet, Bai Ning said. The answer came without looking at Chen Mu. Manhwa understood. Your aura will be difficult to hide outside this peak. Chen Mu placed 2 fingers against the table. The hidden breath method spread through the room. Bai Ning's foundation pressure vanished. Manhwa's cup stopped before her lips. She searched again. Bai Ning appeared to be at peak chi gathering, not suppressed through force, not covered by a crude seal. Her aura had been folded beneath itself so neatly that even Medicine Peak's diagnostic sense found no break. Manhwa looked at Chen Mu. He removed his fingers. Bai Ning's true realm returned. Good observation? Manhwa asked. Recent improvement? To your formation? Yes. They both knew he was lying. Manhwa did not expose him. If you hide her breakthrough, do not hide medical changes from me. I will send accurate records, and if another soul crisis begins, you will be informed. Bai Ning watched the exchange. Manhwa had noticed enough to become dangerous. Chen Mu still trusted her with the medical truth. Not his realm. Not the system. Only what she needed to keep Bai Ning safe. Measured trust. A door, not an open wall. Bai Ning understood why it suited Quiet Peak. After Manhwa left, she stood beside Chen Mu beneath the flowering tree. Yu showed her the concealment method. She needed proof that your aura can be hidden safely. You could have lied. I did. You also showed her enough to know the lie exists. That was enough to know the lie exists. That was the required amount. Bai Ning looked toward the path where Manhwa had disappeared. You decide trust like a formation. Every opening needs a purpose, and every wall also a purpose. What is mine? Chen Mu lifted his cup. You are asking. A daily 9. Difficult questions before lunch. That is not an answer. It is the answer you are receiving. She sat across from him. A second cup already waited on the table. This time, neither of them mentioned it. At the training yard, Yanfei attempted a longer iron breath breathing and weight drill, with 2 stone weights. Lin An watched from beneath the outdoor table, correcting the line of a small pressure formation. Qing Yu sat near the animal shed while snow rested inside the marked circle, and she practiced keeping the pressure of her life heart quiet. Blackie circled them, searching for a way to participate without appearing cooperative. Quiet Peak had not become peaceful again. It had become something else. The difference no longer seemed entirely unpleasant. Bai Ning lifted her cup. When Zhao Ren returns, he will notice something. He is not invited. He will return anyway. Then we will make your new realm look unstable. That will require more control than the resource review. Ah yes, you are asking a newly advanced disciple to hide a foundation core from a golden core elder. The formation will assist, and if he sees through it, appear to lose control. And if he tries to help, allow Manhwa to stop him. Bai Ning considered the plan. You have prepared several layers. I prefer too many. You know outsiders will interpret that as deep planning, only if someone tells them. Her gaze moved toward Yanfei. In the training yard, Yanfei finished the full breathing count while holding both weights and shouted, I kept the rhythm through the whole set. Her voice crossed half the peak. Lin An raised her head. Qing Yu clapped. Blackie released a spark. Chen Mu looked at Bai Ning. She drank her tea. You may need a stronger concealment method, she said. He looked toward the hidden formations, the occupied rooms, the crowded lawn, and the first disciple whose impossible wall had finally opened. One problem had been solved. 3 remained. Beyond Quiet Peak, Zhao Ren was already reconsidering the 4 women he had not chosen. Manhwa carried proof that Chen Mu's strange methods worked. Hanwei believed Quiet Peak had begun contributing to the sect. Attention had started moving toward the mountain. Chen Mu could feel it as clearly as a storm beyond the horizon. He set down his cup. New rule, he called. Yanfei lowered the weights. Which one? No shouting about breakthroughs? I did not break through. No shouting about progress. Lin An leaned out from beneath the table. What about shouting during danger? That is allowed. How do we know? How do we know whether something is dangerous? If you have time to ask, lower your voice. Qing Yu nodded as if this were reasonable. Yanfei looked at Bai Ning. Does that make sense to you? Bai Ning looked at the cautious master who had rebuilt her path, hidden her realm, and now feared the volume of his own disciple more than the threat attached to her former life. Ice, she said. Chen Mu reached for the teapot. Bai Ning moved it toward him before he could. The gesture lasted only a moment. It required no oath. No system reward. No witness beyond the people already on the lawn. Chen Mu poured the tea. For now that was enough. By sunset, Yanfei had decided it was not enough. She completed another breathing cycle, lowered the stone weights, and looked across the lawn. Bai Ning sat opposite Chen Mu beneath the flowering tree. The 2 of them spoke quietly over tea, while a concealment formation hid Bai Ning's new foundation aura. Days earlier, Bai Ning had been trapped at Peak Qi Gathering. Now she had a new cultivation method, a repaired soul path, and a hidden foundation breakthrough. Yanfei had 2 heavy stones and instructions not to shout. She lifted the weights again. The iron breath rhythm began in her chest. 4 counts in. 2 held. 6 released. Her stance settled. Her shoulders lowered. Spiritual energy moved from her core into her muscles, instead of rushing toward her fists. She completed 10 breaths. 20. At 27, the sleeping presence inside her stirred. Energy vanished from her meridians. The weight in her left hand dipped. Yanfei tightened her grip and forced more power into the gap. The response came at once. The missing energy returned in a violent rush. Fire spread over her forearms. The stones struck the ground hard enough to crack the training yard. Chen Mu appeared in front of her. His hand closed around her right wrist before she could punch through the burst. The fire vanished against his palm. Yanfei's breath broke. The hidden power inside her sank back into silence. Chen Mu released her wrist. What count? He asked. 30, 27. I was close. You lost the rhythm. My energy disappeared. So you chased it. What else was I supposed to do? Stop. Yan Fei looked at the cracked ground. If I had stop every time my energy acts strangely. I will never complete the method. If you force more energy into something you do not understand, you may never complete anything again. Bai Ning approached from the tea table. Her foundation aura remained hidden, but the way she moved had changed. Each step carried a balance Yan Fei recognized even if she could not sense the realm behind it. That made her mood worse. You told her to push through a soul oath, Yan Fei said. I told her to abandon the path feeding it, Chen Mu replied. She still entered Foundation. After several weeks of controlled tests. I have also trained for tests. I have also trained for several weeks. You broke the yard. The stones were too heavy. You chose them. The lighter ones were not training me? Chen Mu looked toward the weights. Each one was meant for a body-training cultivator, not someone at late Qi gathering. The stone had not cracked beneath Yan Fei's grip. The ground had cracked because she had resisted the returning surge instead of striking something. That was improvement. It was also unsafe. Sit, he said. I am not tired. Your right shoulder is swelling. Yan Fei looked down. The joint beneath her sleeve had already stiffened. It will recover. Sit. She considered refusing. Bai Ning crossed her arms. Your breathing rhythm is gone. I stopped training. You lost it before Master arrived. Yan Fei turned toward her. You were watching. Everyone on the peak felt the ground break. That is not the same as watching. The koi were watching. Yan Fei glanced toward the pond. The fish had gathered at the far edge. She sat. Chen Mu knelt beside her and pressed 2 fingers against the swollen shoulder. Move your arm. She lifted it. Pain crossed the joint halfway up. She continued. Chen Mu caught her elbow. I said move it. I did not say prove you could ignore pain. I can move it. Poorly? He sent a thin thread of energy through the muscle. The returning burst had strained the same point that had been injured repeatedly under her old stance. The muscle had grown stronger, but the hidden soul drew power through it faster than the surrounding tissue could carry. Chen Mu opened a small medicine jar. Yan Fei looked at the dark paste. That smells terrible. It is effective. So is fire, not for swelling. He spread the medicine over her shoulder and wrapped it with meridian cloth. Bai Ning remained beside them. The faint aura around Yan Fei had disappeared again, but she had recognized it during the burst. Not the full presence, only a trace. An ancient pressure tied to battle, impact, and the desire to overcome whatever stood ahead. In her past life, Bai Ning had encountered one damaged weapon that carried a similar aura. It had once belonged to a cultivator with a warrior god soul. The weapon had continued demanding battle long after its owner died. She met Chen Mu's eyes. He saw that she understood. Can you move the fingers? Chen Mu asked Yan Fei. Yan Fei opened and closed her hand. Yes, good. No more weights today. Her face darkened. I barely began. You reached the point where the method stopped being safe. That happens every day. Then every day, you learn where to stop. She looked toward Bai Ning. Did you make her stop every day? Yes, Bai Ning said. Yan Fei had expected support. She received none. You both speak as if stopping is cultivation. It is for you, Chen Mu said. What if I never learn anything except stopping? Then you will have learned the part you lack. The answer struck harder than criticism. Yan Fei rose before he finished tying the cloth. I know how to control myself. Your record disagrees. My record was written by instructors who never understood my energy. That does not make every observation false. They called me unstable. You are. They said I was careless. You are. They said I would never build a proper foundation. That remains undecided. Yan Fei's fire flickered around her left fist. Bai Ning stepped between them. Not to protect Chen Mu. Not to protect Chen Mu. To make Yan Fei notice what she was doing. Your shoulder is injured, Bai Ning said. Your breathing is broken. You are angry, and your first response is gathering more power. I am not attacking him. You are preparing to. Yan Fei looked at the flame. It vanished. Chen Mu finished securing the meridian cloth. You may walk the east path until dinner, he said. No running. Maintain iron breath. You are punishing me with walking. I am training you while preventing further injury. Bai Ning received a new cultivation method. You also received one. Iron breath is breathing. Then you should have mastered it. Yan Fei had no clean answer. She turned and walked toward the east path. Her first 3 steps were too fast. By the 5th, she forced them into the breathing rhythm. Bai Ning watched until the trees hid her. You should tell her, not yet. She will believe you are treating her like a child. She will try to wake it. Yes, that is why I will not tell her. Bai Ning looked at the cracked training yard. Bai Ning looked at the cracked training yard. Aura was faint, but it matches what I remember. Warrior God's Soul. You already knew the name. Chen Mu lifted the discarded weights with one hand. He identified the condition after I accepted her. And the danger. Her body cannot hold it. Strong attack methods may force an unstable awakening. If the soul wakes through rage and impact, its battle instinct may overwhelm her own judgment. Bai Ning glanced toward the east path. She will be delighted. That is another reason not to tell her. She will learn eventually, after she proves she can stop when power gives her a reason. To continue, Bai Ning considered the requirement. You are making control the price of knowledge. I am making sure the knowledge does not become an excuse. The warrior God's soul will grow whether she knows or not. Yes, and if it awakens, before she is ready, it will not. You sound certain. I removed advanced techniques from the library. Her sword has been sealed against spiritual release. The training yard formation redirects impact. Her meals support body growth without stimulating the soul. Her room barrier alerts me if her energy rises during sleep. Bai Ning stared at him. You prepared all of that before teaching her the complete iron breath method. Yes. Does Yan Fei know? She knows about the sword seal. She complained about the sword seal. She complained about it for 2 days. She has not discovered the meal plan. And the training yard. She believes Lin An repaired it. Bai Ning looked toward the outdoor table. Lin An was asleep beneath it. A small barrier held falling petals away from her face. Lin An cannot repair the yard formation. She adjusted one line, and you adjusted the rest. Yes, Bai Ning understood why outsiders kept mistaking Chen Mu's caution for deep planning. He had designed several layers of protection around a disciple who believed she was only carrying stones and breathing slowly. If the method succeeded, Yan Fei would call it hidden wisdom. If it failed, the barriers would stop her from destroying herself. If she asks me directly, Bai Ning said, I will not lie. Tell her to ask me. She will. I know. How long do you intend to wait? Until she obeys a stop command while angry? That may take years. Then the soul may remain asleep for years. Bai Ning almost felt sorry for Yan Fei. Almost. Yan Fei returned before dinner with her breathing steady and her anger carefully preserved. She ate in silence. That lasted until Qing Yu placed a second bowl of meat before her. Yan Fei looked down. Why do I have more? Master changed your meal plan. Her eyes moved toward Chen Mu. What did you put in it? Food? What kind? The kind your body needs. That explains nothing. Qing Yu sat beside Snow. There are spirit-dyed snow. Beans, mountain beef, root vegetables, bone broth. And the medicine powder from the blue jar. Yan Fei smelled the bowl again. I knew it tasted strange. You ate half before noticing. Lin An said, I was hungry. That may be part of the method. Bai Ning said. Yan Fei looked around the table. You all knew. Qing Yu lowered her eyes. Lin An continued eating. Bai Ning showed no guilt. Chen Mu drank tea. How long? Yan Fei asked. Since the 3rd day, Qing Yu admitted. I have been eating training medicine without knowing. It is ordinary body support medicine, Chen Mu said. You received the same powder at the outer court. Then why hide it? I did not hide it. You never told me. You never asked what was in the blue jar. I did not know there was a blue jar. That made asking difficult. Yan Fei pointed her chopsticks at him. Do not use my own argument against me. It was available. Lin An's shoulders moved with silent laughter. Yan Fei put down the chopsticks. What else is part of Iron Breath? Chen Mu looked at the unfinished food. Ate. I am asking a question, and I am giving the next step. She picked up the bowl again. No one spoke until she finished. Chen Mu waited for her breathing to settle. Iron Breath has 4 parts, he said. Breath, stance, recovery, and controlled impact. Yan Fei leaned forward. Breath directs energy before it gathers too quickly. Stance gives that energy a safe route through the body. Recovery strengthens the route between training sessions. Controlled impact teaches your body to release only what you choose. That sounds like basic body cultivation. It is. She looked betrayed. Then why name it Iron Breath? You demanded a name. Bai Ning lowered her cup. Lin An turned her face toward the wall. Qing Yu looked intensely at Snow. Yan Fei stared at Chen Mu. You let me believe it was an ancient method. I said it was simple. You said simplicity was a benefit. It is. You let Lin An invent higher stages. I told her to stop. You did not. I considered it. Yan Fei's fingers tightened around the bowl. The sleeping soul reacted. A faint pressure entered the room. Bai Ning felt it first. Chen Mu watched Yan Fei's pulse rise beneath the skin of her neck. 4 in, he said. She glared. 2 held. The pressure deepened. 6 out. Yan Fei could refuse. She could demand the truth, throw the bowl, or release the anger through power. Instead she inhaled. 4 counts. Held for 2. Released for 6. The ancient pressure retreated. Chen Mu nodded. That was Iron Breath. Yan Fei looked at her own hands. The anger remained. The energy had obeyed. Why does my power disappear? She asked. Chen Mu did not answer immediately. You are not ready for the full explanation. Her head lifted. I just controlled it. At a dinner table. You set the condition. I set several. You never told me there were several. Knowing the number told me there were several would make you chase the test instead of learning the control. That is unfair. It is safe. They are not the same. No, the agreement surprised her. Chen Mu did not claim every safe decision was fair. He only considered safety more important while the danger remained unknown to her. Yan Fei looked toward Bai Ning. Do you know? Yes. Tell me. Ask Master. I did. Then wait for his answer. You are taking his side because he helped you break through. Bai Ning's expression cooled. I am taking the side least likely to let it. You destroy your soul before understanding it. The room fell quiet. Yan Fei's anger changed. Not gone. Directed. My soul. Chen Mu looked at Bai Ning. She had revealed only the level of danger, not the secret itself. Enough. Your energy is being absorbed near your soul, he said. It is not disappearing. By what? Something sleeping. Yan Fei's eyes brightened. Chen Mu regretted giving even that much. A hidden bloodline. No. An ancient inheritance? No. A sealed weapon? No. A second soul. Yet another bowl? I already finished. Then sleep. She looked ready to argue again. Bai Ning said, if you force it awake before your body is ready, you may stop being the person who wakes. The excitement in Yan Fei's face finally weakened. Is that what happened to you? No. No. My mistake was different. But you recognize it. I recognize enough. Yan Fei looked down at the empty bowl. Will the Iron Breath stop it? It will prepare you, Chen Mu said. For what? The truth. She did not like the answer. This time she accepted it. The next 2 weeks reshaped Yan Fei's life into a schedule she considered insulting. She rose before sunrise. She completed 100 breaths before touching a weapon. She walked the east path carrying stone weights while maintaining her stance. She ate at fixed times. She rested after every 2 training periods. She was forbidden from using fire when angry. She was forbidden from practicing after her shoulder tightened. She was forbidden from increasing the weights without permission. She was forbidden from challenging Bai Ning to test whether Foundation Realm truly made that much difference. The final restriction required daily enforcement. You reached Foundation because Master repaired your method, Yan Fei said one morning. That does not mean you suddenly became better at fighting. Bai Ning froze a falling petal between 2 fingers. I was better at fighting before, in your past life. In this one too. You refused every challenge. Yes, that is not proof. It proves I learned something before you. Yan Fei drew her practice sword. Bai Ning looked toward Chen Mu. He sat beneath the tree, reading a medical record. Without lifting his eyes, he said, No. Yan Fei returned the sword to its sheath. Bai Ning's brow moved by the smallest amount. You obeyed quickly. I was not asking him. You drew the sword in front of him. That is not the same. You stopped. Yan Fei walked away. Bai Ning watched her begin the breathing count before reaching the training yard. The improvement appeared in moments too small for Yan Fei to value. She stopped before pain sharpened. She noticed when her stance pushed power toward the damaged shoulder. She released fire through her palm without allowing it to climb her arm. When energy vanished, she no longer forced more into the gap. The sleeping soul still returned power in bursts. The bursts became smaller because she stopped feeding them panic and anger. Chen Mu recorded each change. The system did not. It waited for genuine, stable progress. After more than 2 weeks of deliberate iron breath training, Yan Fei completed a full weight circuit without losing rhythm. She placed the stones down instead of dropping them. Her spiritual energy vanished at the final breath. She closed her eyes, did not chase it, did not strike, did not force more power into the hidden gap. The energy returned. It moved through her stance, down her legs, and into the ground as a controlled wave. Dust lifted around her boots. The stone beneath them remained whole. Yan Fei opened her eyes. Chen Mu stood near the training yard entrance. You saw that? Yes, I controlled it. Controlled it. No, her satisfaction broke. What was wrong? You locked your left knee. She looked down. The joint had stiffened to hold the returning force. You could acknowledge one success before finding the flaw. The success remains after the flaw is found. That sounds like something written in a manual. It should be. Yan Fei waited. Chen Mu added the result to his notes. That was good. She stared. He looked up. What? You said it. It was accurate. Say it again. No. She smiled anyway. By early summer, the flowering tree had lost most of its spring petals. New green leaves covered the branches. The days grew warmer, and Cloud River Sect's training yards filled before sunrise. Quiet Peak remained closed to visitors. That ended when Zhao Jun climbed the long path carrying 3 replacement practice posts across one shoulder. He wore Sword Peak's dark training robes and carried a sheathed sword at his waist. His steps remained even despite the weight. Yan Fei noticed him before he crossed the outer boundary. Why is Sword Peak here? Zhao Jun stopped before the formation line and waited for permission. Chen Mu considered pretending no one was home. Blackie ran toward the path and announced the entire peak's presence. Zhao Jun looked at the chicken. Blackie looked at the practice posts. One of them contained insects. The chicken approached with immediate interest. Chen Mu opened the formation before Blackie found a way through it. Zhao Jun bowed. Senior Elder Chen. What does Zhao Ren want? Zhao Jun adjusted the posts on his shoulder. My master sent replacements. Chen Mu looked toward the training yard. 2 posts remained intact. One leaned slightly. The broken pieces had been moved behind the shed. How did he know? Zhao Jun looked at Yan Fei. Yan Fei looked at Qing Yu. Qing Yu looked at Blackie. The chicken continued pecking the post. Medicine Peak requested more meridian cloth for Quiet Peak, Zhao Jun said. The record mentioned repeated impact training. Chen Mu made a note to ask Manhwa to use less detailed supply requests. Zhao Jun carried the posts into the yard. He had trained near Yan Fei in the outer court. At that time, he had been ranked among the strongest disciples of their year, while Yan Fei's cultivation rose and fell without explanation. He had never bullied her. That had not made his judgment easier to accept. You are carrying posts now? Yan Fei asked. I offered. Why? I wanted to see whether the rumors were true. Chen Mu's attention sharpened. What rumors? Zhao Jun placed the post beside the wall. That Quiet Peak repaired Bai Ning's condition. Hair condition improved. That Lin An completed a stable formation. For 20 breaths, that Snow follows Qing Yu without a command seal. Snow already followed her. That your basic training. That your basic training stabilized Yan Fei's energy. Chen Mu looked toward Han Wei's main peak in the distance. Attention had crossed the horizon faster than expected. Nothing here is worth a rumor, he said. Zhao Yun bowed again. Then, I apologize. The apology was sincere. He still looked toward Yan Fei's stance. She noticed. You want to test it? I came to deliver the posts. You carried 3 when we only requested 2. Medicine Peak requested 3. The 3rd is for after the test. There is no test, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei looked at him. It would be controlled. No. Zhao Jun is not an enemy. That does not make a sword harmless. Zhao Jun spoke calmly. I will not use a sharpened blade. No. We can limit cultivation. No. 10 exchanges, Yan Fei said. No finishing attacks. Stop on command. Chen Mu looked at her. She had included a stop command without being told. That was progress. It did not make the exchange necessary. We decline, he said. Yan Fei's jaw tightened. Rule 3. Avoid the fight if possible. Zhao Jun accepted the answer. I understand. He turned toward the path. Yan Fei watched him leave. The sleeping soul inside her stirred, not because Zhao Jun had challenged her, because he had not. His calm acceptance felt worse than dismissal. He did not need to prove himself against her. Wait, she said. Zhao Jun stopped. Chen Mu looked toward her. Yan Fei inhaled. 4 counts. Released for 6. I want the exchange. That was clear, Chen Mu said. You want me to learn control. You want me to learn control. I cannot learn every kind of control against posts. You are not ready. How will you know if I never face someone who moves? I can move. You refuse to spar with us. Because the result would teach you nothing. It would teach me how large the gap is large. Zhao Jun looked between them. Bai Ning approached from the pond. Lin An opened one eye beneath the table. Qing Yu gathered snow into her arms and moved Blackie away from the posts. Yan Fei kept her breathing steady. I am not asking to prove I am stronger than him, she said. I want to test whether I can stop. The answer changed Chen Mu's assessment. 2 weeks earlier, she would have demanded victory. Now she had named the real purpose. He looked at Zhao Jun. What is your cultivation? Yearly foundation realm. A full realm above Yan Fei. Under normal conditions, the exchange would be decisive. Yan Fei's hidden soul could close part of the gap, but using it would defeat the purpose. You will use a wooden sword, Chen Mu said. Gao Jun nodded. Only body strength and enough energy to protect yourself? Agreed. 10 exchanges. No attacks toward the head, throat, heart, or lower core. No pursuit outside the marked yard. If I say stop, both of you stop before asking why. Gao Jun nodded again. Yan Fei did not. Chen Mu looked at her. She inhaled. Agreed. Bai Ning will judge the boundary. Lin An will place one simple protection line. Qing Yu will remain outside with medicine. Yan Fei frowned. Why does everyone need a role? Because controlled danger still requires preparation. Zhao Jun watched Chen Mu assign each layer. He had expected a short exchange between disciples. Quiet Peak prepared as if testing an unknown battle formation. Lin An placed 4 stones around the yard. She began adding a 5th. Chen Mu removed it. The 5th would stabilize the eastern line, she said. The 4 are sufficient. If Yan Fei releases fire, the exchange ends. If Gao Jun's sword pressure reaches the wall, he is using Lin An energy. If one purpose. Lin An looked at the yard. Prevent accidental injury from leaving the boundary. Yes. She removed 2 extra lines from the first stone. The formation settled. Bai Ning stood at the north edge. Her visible aura remained at peak qi gathering. Gao Yun noticed the concealment, but assumed it was a side effect of her unstable condition. Qing Yu waited beside the medicine box. Snow sat at her feet. Blackie had climbed onto one of the unused practice posts. Gao Jun chose a plain wooden sword from the rack. Yan Fei used her own sheathed blade. You may begin when ready, Bai Ning said. Gao Jun saluted with the wooden sword. Yan Fei returned the gesture. Then she attacked. Chen Mu's voice crossed the yard before her second step. Stop! Yan Fei's front foot struck the ground. Her body halted. The sheathed sword stopped before leaving her side. Fire flashed along the scabbard and disappeared. Gao Jun had not moved. Yan Fei turned toward Chen Mu. We barely started. You agreed to stop. There was no danger. The exchange did not begin when you attacked. Bai Ning said. Gao Jun had not completed the salute. Yan Fei looked back. He still held the final position of the formal gesture. Her impatience had moved first. She stepped back. Again. Zhao Jun completed the salute. This time, Yan Fei waited. He moved. The wooden sword crossed the distance with a clean downward line. Yan Fei raised her sheathed blade. The weapon struck. Her stance held. Gao Jun's foundation strength pushed her back 2 steps. She wanted to answer immediately. Iron breath warned her through the tightness in her shoulder. She released the pressure instead. First exchange, Bai Ning said. They separated. Zhao Jun looked at Yan Fei's feet. Your stance is different. So is yours. My stance has not changed. Then it was always annoying. The second exchange began. Yan Fei attacked after Gao Yun's first step. Her blade moved toward his shoulder. He turned it aside and tapped her ribs with the wooden sword. She absorbed the impact badly. The hidden soul swallowed part of her energy. Yan Fei felt the sudden emptiness. Her next strike slowed. Gao Jun stepped away instead of exploiting it. Second exchange, Bai Ning said. Yan Fei reset her stance. Gao Jun had noticed the loss of energy. He did not comment. That restraint felt like pity. Her anger rose. 4 in, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei breathed. The third exchange lasted longer. She stopped chasing his blade and watched his hips instead. Gao Jun's technique remained direct and efficient. He did not use the full speed of Foundation Realm, but he used enough to pressure her. 3 strikes. 4. On the fifth, Yan Fei redirected his sword and reached his side. A clean hit was available. Her hidden soul returned the energy it had taken. Power flooded her arm. If she completed the strike, the scabbard would break Zhao Jun's ribs. Yan Fei twisted her wrist. The blade passed behind him without touching. Gao Jun felt the force move past his back. His robe snapped in the wind. He turned. Yan Fei had already withdrawn. Third exchange, Bai Ning said. Gao Yun's attention became more serious. You stopped. I know. You had the opening. I also knew that. He nodded. The lack of praise irritated her less than it would have before. The fourth exchange ended with Zhao Jun knocking the sheathed sword from her hand. The fifth ended when Yan Fei left the marked yard by half a step. The sixth ended in a draw after both weapons stopped near the Uter's shoulder. During the seventh, Zhao Jun increased his pressure. Not to foundation strength. Enough to make the difference clear. His wooden sword struck Yan Fei's guard 3 times. Each impact traveled through her shoulder. The old injury tightened. She heard Chen Mu's earlier instruction. Stop when the shoulder tightens. She could still move. Pain did not make movement impossible. The exchange continued. Zhao Jun shifted his stance for a thrust. Yan Fei saw the opening behind it. If she accepted the thrust against her guard, she could step inside and strike his chest. The sleeping soul awakened enough to recognize the battle. Ancient hunger entered her blood. Forward. Break the weapon. Take the center. End the fight. Her spiritual energy vanished. Every meridian felt empty. Zhao Jun's wooden sword approached. Yan Fei forced power toward her right arm. The hidden soul answered. Energy returned like a flood. Fire erupted from the scabbard. Lin An's barrier bent. Qing Yu reached for the medicine box. Bai Ning felt the warrior god aura clearly for the first time. Gao Jun could not withdraw in time. Yan Fei could strike through his wooden sword, break his guard, and win. The ancient instinct demanded it. Defend first, Chen Mu said. 2 words reached her through the battle pressure. Yan Fei's front foot had already begun moving. She stopped it, not by locking the knee, by lowering her center and opening the stance Chen Mu had forced her to repeat every day. Zhao Jun's sword reached her. Yan Fei did not smash it aside. She received the thrust against the strongest part of her sheathed blade. Iron breath carried the impact from her wrist through her shoulder, across her back, down her hips, and into both feet. The ground shifted beneath her. She turned. The returning surge followed the movement instead of fighting it. Zhao Yun's sword slid past her body. Yan Fei guided his arm forward and stepped outside his line. His balance broke. A counterstrike waited. The sleeping soul demanded she take it. Yan Fei raised her weapon. Stopped. The scabbard rested 1 finger away from Zhao Jun's back. Fire covered it without crossing the gap. Silence held the yard. 7th exchange, Bai Ning said. Yan Fei lowered the sword. The ancient pressure fought her for 1 breath, then 2. She maintained iron breath. The pressure retreated. Her fire vanished. Zhao Jun recovered his footing. He looked at the unbroken sword in his hand. The shallow tracks beneath Yan Fei's feet. And the scabbard she had stopped behind him. You redirected a foundation strike. I redirected your limited strike. You could have hit me. Yes. Why didn't you? Yan Fei glanced toward Chen Mu. Because the exchange was already over. Zhao Jun followed her gaze. Chen Mu had not moved from beneath the flowering tree. He had controlled the exchange with 2 words. Again, Yan Fei said. No, Chen Mu replied. We agreed to 10. The purpose is complete. I can continue. Your shoulder cannot. It held. Once. I need to prove it can hold again. That is how one successful test becomes a new injury. Zhao Jun lowered the wooden sword. Senior Elder Chen is right. Yan Fei looked at him. You wanted the exchange. I received the answer. What answer? That your energy is still unstable. Her satisfaction vanished. Zhao Jun continued. And that you are no longer controlled by it. Yan Fei said nothing. He returned the wooden sword to the rack. I thought Quiet Peak was hiding a powerful technique. Chen Mu's sense of danger rose. Gao Jun faced him. I was wrong. The danger lowered slightly. You reduced her training to breath and stance because those are the roots of every body method. You removed attack forms until the energy had only one safe road. When the unstable power returned, she could guide it through the road without releasing it. Yan Fei's eyes brightened. Lin An looked toward Chen Mu. Bai Ning already knew what was coming. Gao Yun bowed. To simplify a body art until only the true principle remains requires greater understanding than adding another technique. Chen Mu looked at the stone weights, meal records, medical cloth, Cracked posts, sealed sword, protected yard, and 2 weeks of repeated correction. It requires patience. Zhao Jun interpreted that as humility. I understand. You do not. I understand that I do not understand. Lin uncovered her mouth. Chen Mu decided the exchange had lasted too long. Take the third practice post back to Sword Peak. Zhao Jun glanced at it. Quiet Peak may need it. No. Blackie pecked through the outer layer and found the insect inside. The post made a soft cracking sound. Chen Mu looked at the chicken. Blackie swallowed. Gao Yun lifted the damaged post. I will bring another. That is unnecessary. It is no trouble. Chen Mu watched unwanted respect leave his peak carrying a broken piece of wood. The visit had produced exactly the outcome he had hoped to avoid. Yan Fei now had proof that iron breath worked. Gao Jun now believed Chen Mu had reduced an ancient body method to its purest principle. Sword Peak would hear about it before dinner. Master, Yan Fei said. Chen Mu looked toward her. The excitement had left her face. She held the sheathed sword with both hands. I stopped. While angry, yes. And while my power returned, yes, she waited. Chen Mu knew what she wanted. He checked her pulse first. The shoulder was strained but not torn. Her meridians had carried the surge without damage. The hidden soul had awakened enough to pressure her will, then retreated when she refused the attack. She had met the condition. Inside, he said. Yan Fei followed him into the central room. Bai Ning came with them. Lin An began to follow. Chen Mu looked at her. This concerns Yan Fei's soul. Lin An stopped. Her teasing expression faded. I will watch the yard. Qing Yu remained beside the medicine box. Do you need anything? Warm water in the green jar. She nodded. No one complained about being excluded. The door closed. Yan Fei sat across from Chen Mu. Bai Ning took the place beside the window. Chen Mu placed a barrier around the room. Your energy does not disappear, he said. A second presence absorbs it. Yan Fei's hands rested on her knees. What presence? A warrior god's soul. She blinked, then leaned forward. A what? A sleeping warrior god's soul. The silence lasted 1 heartbeat. A smile spread across her face. I knew it. Chen Mu looked toward Bai Ning. Bai Ning had expected the response. I knew my core was not damaged, Yan Fei continued. I knew the measurements were wrong. A warrior god's soul. How strong was its former owner? Is it an inheritance? Can it awaken techniques? Does it carry battle memories? How do I wake it? You do not, Chen Mu said. Her excitement stopped. You just said, I said it is sleeping. I did not say waking it now is wise. I controlled it against Zhao Jun. You controlled a trace of instinct for several breaths. That proves I can do it. It proves iron breath. Created the beginning of a safe route. Yan Fei turned toward Bai Ning. You recognized it? Yes. From your past life? Yes. Why did neither of you tell me? Bai Ning answered without apology. Because you just responded by asking how to wake it. That is a reasonable question. It is the exact dangerous question. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu again. What happens if it wakes before my body is ready? The soul absorbs energy to prepare itself? When it awakens, that energy returns as strength, instinct, and pressure. Your current body cannot carry the full release. I can strengthen my body. That is what iron breath is doing. What about my mind? The warrior god soul contains an ancient urge toward battle. It may not speak or think like another person, but its instinct is powerful enough to influence yours. Influence how? Every challenge becomes necessary. Every opening demands an attack. Every retreat feels impossible. Eventually, you may stop knowing which desire is yours. Yan Fei remembered the 7th exchange. Forward, break the weapon, take the center, end the fight. The urge had felt natural, more natural than caution, more natural than stopping. Her excitement weakened into focus. That was the soul. A small part of it, Bai Ning said. Yan Fei looked down at her hands. If I had struck Zhao Jun, you might have injured him, Chen Mu said. The soul would have learned that anger and impact are the fastest paths to control your body. Can it take control completely, if you train? It too. The answer placed responsibility where it belonged. The soul was dangerous. Yan Fei's choices could make it worse. What if I never awaken it? You may still reach high realms through your own cultivation. Would the soul continue taking energy? Yes. So ignoring it is not a solution. No, what is? Build a body strong enough to carry it. Build habits strong enough to direct it. Separate your own will from its battle instinct. Then awaken it in stages. Yan Fei exhaled. 4 counts in. 2 held. 6 out. You had a plan from the beginning. I had a direction. You designed iron breath for the soul. I designed it for your body. That is the same. No doubt. If the soul vanished tomorrow, your body would still benefit. Yan Fei considered that. The system had revealed the warrior god's soul to Chen Mu. He could have treated her as a container for a rare gift. Instead, he had spent weeks correcting her shoulder, meals, sleep, stance, and temper. He was not preparing the soul. He was preparing her. Who else knows? She asked. Only the 3 of us, Chen Mu said. Why not Lin An and Qing Yu? They will know when the information affects their safety or training. They are part of Quiet Peak. Yes. Then it already affects them. Chen Mu looked at Bai Ning. She gave the smallest nod. Yan Fei had not demanded secrecy for pride. She had recognized the group's right to prepare. We will tell them tonight, he said. Yan Fei leaned back. You changed your mind. I changed the amount of information required. Because I argued well? Do not become confident. She smiled. What about this sect? No? Manhwa? No. Manhwa? Only if your physical condition requires her help. Zhao Ren? No. Zhao Jun? Especially no. Yan Fei looked toward the door. He saw the aura. He saw unstable fire and a controlled redirection. Bai Ning and I recognized the deeper pressure because we knew what to look for. If someone else recognizes it, we leave, without fighting. Yes, what if they try to stop us? Defend first. What if we cannot escape? Then I handle it. The words were simple. Yan Fei heard the certainty beneath them. For the first time, she did not mistake Chen Mu's caution for fear of the opponent. He feared the trouble around the fight, not the fight itself. That evening, Lin An and Qing Yu learned the truth. Lin An asked whether the warrior god's soul created visible formation lines around Yan Fei's body. Qing Yu asked whether it was in pain. Yan Fei had expected fear, excitement, or admiration. She received 2 questions no one else would have asked. I do not know whether it feels pain, she said. Qing Yu looked at Chen Mu. What I know tells me the danger in broad direction, he said. It does not explain whether the soul remains a complete person. We treat it as part of Yan Fei, unless evidence proves otherwise. Yan Fei appreciated the answer. She did not want to be told an ancient stranger lived inside her. Lin An moved closer and narrowed her eyes. I can see where her energy disappears. Chen Mu's attention sharpened. Do not use pattern sight deeply. I am not. You are leaning. That is not the same. It is how leaning begins. Lin An sat back. The lines fold near her chest, then return through the shoulders and legs. Yan Fei looked down. You can see it. Only when the soul moves can you help direct it. Maybe. No experiments, Chen Mu said. Lin An closed her mouth. Qing Yu placed one hand near Yan Fei's wrist without touching. My life heart feels something sleeping behind fire. Yan Fei looked at her. Does it hate me? No. Does it want to fight? Qing Yu concentrated. It wants everything to move. That wants everything to move. Description unsettled Yan Fei more than the others. Not hatred, not evil. Endless battle as a natural state. Chen Mu gave the group one rule. The warrior god's soul will remain secret, not because Yan Fei should be ashamed of it. Because rare gifts attract people who value the gift more than its owner. Bai Ning's hand tightened around her cup. She knew the truth better than anyone. Yan Fei saw the reaction. The red crescent. The people who had tried to take Bai Ning's ice soul. Her excitement finally found its proper boundary. I will hide it, she said. Lin An nodded. Qing Yu did the same. No one swore on an oath. Quiet Peak did not need another one. The system marked Yan Fei's progress the next morning. Disciple Yan Fei has resisted the first conscious command of the warrior god's soul. Disciple has accepted the need for control before awakening. Physical foundation remains incomplete. Stable correction in progress. No reward appeared. Chen Mu had expected that. One controlled exchange did not rebuild a body. He increased Yan Fei's training carefully. The stone weights grew heavier by small amounts. The breathing cycles became longer. Controlled impact began with a hanging bag of grain rather than a solid post. Yan Fei had to strike hard enough to move the bag, then stop it on the return without using a second attack. The first attempt knocked her backward. The second burst the rope. The third sent grain across the yard. Qing Yu spent an hour gathering it before birds arrived. Yan Fei helped without being asked. On the fourth attempt, she struck the bag and received its return through her stance. The force passed down both legs. Her knees remained loose. Her shoulder did not swell. The sleeping soul took a thread of energy and returned it. Yan Fei guided the surge into the next breath instead of another strike. Chen Mu checked her meridians. No new damage. Again tomorrow, he said. I can continue. Again tomorrow. She looked at the unbroken bag. Then at her shoulder. Tomorrow, she agreed. The days built what sudden effort could not. Muscle formed around old injuries. Her core stopped fluctuating with every burst. The official measurement remained late qi gathering, but the energy no longer fell to middle qi gathering after training. Fire gathered without leaking through her skin. The warrior god's soul remained asleep. Yan Fei began to understand that sleeping did not mean weak. Some dangers were more dangerous because they waited. Chen Mu also changed. He had begun the training by giving orders without reasons. Reasons created questions, and questions took time. Yan Fei obeyed better when she understood the danger. After she completed a difficult cycle, he explained which part of the body it protected. When he reduced a weight, he showed her the strained meridian instead of telling her to trust him. When he ordered rest, he explained what the sleeping soul did with energy taken from an exhausted body. Yan Fei still argued. Her arguments became useful. One afternoon, she stopped halfway through a weight circuit. Chen Mu looked up from the shade. Problem. The energy is returning through my left hip instead of both legs, he checked. She was right. The change came from a slight imbalance caused by the old shoulder injury. If she had forced the cycle, the returning power would have damaged the hip. Stop for today, he said. She lowered the weights. No complaint. No attempt to finish one more round. The system sounded. Disciple Yan Fei has identified a dangerous imbalance and ended training without external command. First layer of the Iron Breath method completed. Physical route capable of safely carrying a minor warrior god surge. Stable. Correction, confirmed. Teaching reward, granted, reward. Body healing insight. Reward emergency medicine reserve. The knowledge entered Chen Mu after Yan Fei placed the weights in storage and sat beneath the tree. It did not arrive during danger. The healing insight showed him how muscle, meridian, breath, and spiritual force interacted during impact injuries. It did not make him a replacement for Manhwa. It allowed him to identify damage earlier and stabilize it correctly. A system storage space opened beside his ordinary inventory. Inside were sealed medicines for bleeding, burns, strained meridians, broken bones, poison, and spiritual exhaustion. Enough to support a small group through several emergencies. Chen Mu inspected every label. Then he inspected the seals. Then he transferred the medicine into separate containers so one damaged storage space could not destroy the entire reserve. Lin An watched him from beneath the table. Where did all that medicine come from? Chen Mu looked at her. She pointed toward the new jars appearing on the shelf. You had fewer this morning. I reorganized. You created 3 boxes while reorganizing. I found them behind the old ones. The shelf is not that deep. Chen Mu closed the cabinet. You closed the cabinet. Should be practicing. I completed the pedal barrier. How long? 22 breaths. The requirement was 30. It would have reached 30 if Yan Fei had not sat on the eastern line. Yan Fei looked down. She was sitting on one of Lin An's formation stones. No one told me. The line was visible, to you. Lin An crawled from beneath the table and removed the stone. Her barrier collapsed. Chen Mu observed the failure. Pattern sight allowed her to see every spiritual relationship around the table, but she still built formations that depended on lines other people could not recognize. That would become dangerous in a team. One problem had stabilized. The next had already become visible. Before addressing it, Chen Mu needed the 4 disciples to function together. He waited until Yan Fei's shoulder had remained stable for 7 days. Then he entered the storage room and uncovered an old training puppet. The wooden figure had 2 arms, a round body, and a movement formation carved into its back. Chen Mu had bought it years ago, after deciding that sparring with other cultivators involved unnecessary conversation. The puppet had 3 speeds. He removed the 3rd. Yan Fei watched him carry it into the yard. What is that? An intruder. It is wood. Most intruders are harder to store. Lin An examined the movement lines. This formation turns too sharply. It is meant to be unpredictable. It will fall. It has. Several repairs covered the puppet's head. Qing Yu approached with snow beside her. What are we protecting? Chen Mu placed a small wooden box at the center of the yard. Medicine. Yan Fei tried to lift the lid. He tapped her hand away. "What is inside?" she asked. "Medicine." "What kind?" "The kind you do not need to open." The box was empty. If Yan Fei believed that, she might protect it less seriously. Chen Mu pointed toward 4 marked positions. Qing Yu detects the puppet before it enters the yard. Lin An creates one safe path. Bai Ning slows it without destroying it. Yan Fei blocks it before it reaches the box. Yan Fei looked at the puppet. "I can break it before it reaches the first line." "You will not. That is faster." "It ignores everyone else's training." "It solves the problem. The purpose is not protecting an empty box." Yan Fei looked at him. Chen Mu regretted the wording. "You said it contained medicine? It may in the future?" Lin An smiled. "Master lied to test our priorities. I used an object without wasting medicine." Qing Yu knelt beside Snow. "How far away will the puppet begin?" "Beyond the outer trees. Snow can sense it. You may also use the birds and rabbits, but only if they agree." Qing Yu crouched beside Snow and gave a small hand signal. The fox chose to follow. Lin An placed 4 stones between the outer path and the center box. Then 6. Chen Mu removed 2. "I need the sidelines. 1 path. If the puppet leaves it, build the path so it does not." Bai Ning formed a thin layer of ice across her palm. "How much force?" "Enough to slow it." "Do not freeze the movement core." Yan Fei drew her sheathed sword. "How long do I wait? Until it reaches you?" "What if it turns toward Qing Yu?" Lin An's path should prevent that. "What if her formation fails?" Bai Ning adjusts. "What if Bai Ning misses?" "Then you defend." Yan Fei looked dissatisfied. She stood at the final line. Chen Mu carried the puppet beyond the trees and activated it. The wooden figure vanished into the brush. Qing Yu closed her eyes. Snow's ears moved. A bird above the outer path shifted on its branch. "Left slope," Qing Yu said. Yan Fei ran toward the left slope. "Stop," Chen Mu said. She stopped after 3 steps. "What?" "Return to your position. The puppet is on the left. Qing Yu's information is for the group. I am part of the group. You are the final defense. That means I wait while it comes closer." "Yes, that is inefficient. The puppet has already changed direction." Qing Yu opened her eyes. "Right path, Lin," and hurried to move 2 stones. The formation activated late. The puppet entered the yard, struck an unfinished pressure line, turned sideways, and rolled down the slope. Its head hit the pond wall. The wood cracked. The koi fled. Chen Mu closed his eyes. "Was that failure?" Lin An asked. "The medicine box is safe," Yan Fei said. "The intruder escaped the formation." Bai Ning replied. "It also injured itself," Qing Yu said. Blackie approached the fallen puppet and pecked its head. Chen Mu retrieved it. Again, the second attempt failed because Lin An built 2 possible paths and could not decide which one to close. The puppet chose the gap between them. Bai Ning froze its left leg. The right leg continued moving. The puppet spun across the yard, past Yan Fei sideways, and struck the medicine box with its head. Yan Fei looked at the broken lid. "That should not count." "It reached the box," Chen Mu said. "It was unconscious. It is wood. It could not steal anything. The medicine is still exposed. The box is empty. You were not supposed to know that. You told us." Chen Mu repaired the lid. Again, during the 3rd attempt, Qing Yu's birds gave 3 different warnings because the puppet circled beneath the trees. Lin An changed the safe path each time. Bai Ning prepared ice for all 3 approaches. Yan Fei left the final line to find the target herself. The puppet entered behind her. It reached the box untouched. Yan Fei returned and found Blackie standing on its head. "How? You left," Bai Ning said. "I was stopping it before it entered. You did not find it. The scouts gave poor directions." Qing Yu looked hurt. Snow's ears lowered. Yan Fei noticed. "I did not mean." "You trusted your own search more than their warning," Chen Mu said. "The warning kept changing, because the target moved. Then Lin An should have fixed the path faster." Lin An sat beside her unused stones. Was fixing it. You made 3 routes. The puppet had 3 positions. 1 purpose," Chen Mu said. Lin An lowered her gaze to the stones. Yan Fei exhaled. "This formation would be easier if I could move." "It would be easier for you," Bai Ning said, "not for the group. If I destroy the enemy, the group is safe. If you find the correct enemy." Yan Fei looked toward the puppet. Blackie pecked its movement core. The puppet's arm swung and knocked the chicken into the grass. Blackie rose in fury. Fire gathered around its feathers. Qing Yu caught it before it attacked. Chen Mu deactivated the puppet. Lunch. We failed 3 times. Yanfei said, "Yes, we should continue. Failure while tired teaches bad habits. The puppet is damaged. That is also relevant." They ate beneath the flowering tree. The empty medicine box remained in the yard as a visible record of failure. Yanfei stared at it through most of the meal. Qing Yu fed Snow by hand. Lin An drew formation lines and spilled water. Bai Ning watched all 3. Chen Mu let the silence last until the food was nearly finished. Then he asked, "What was the purpose?" "Protect the medicine," Qing Yu said. "Stop the intruder," Yanfei answered at the same time. Lin An looked at the 2 of them. Bai Ning said, "Those are not the same." Yanfei frowned. "If we stop the intruder, the medicine is protected. If you leave the medicine to stop it, another intruder may reach the box. There was only 1 puppet, this time." Yanfei looked at Chen Mu. "You put me at the end because you expect everyone else to fail. I put you where their failure becomes dangerous." The answer silenced her. He continued, "Qing Yu's warning may be unclear. Lin An's formation may break. Bai Ning may not slow the target enough. If everything works perfectly, you do nothing. That makes my role useless. It makes your role successful." Yanfei stared at the empty box. She had always measured value through action. The first person to attack was brave. The person who landed the finishing strike was strong. Waiting while others acted felt like being unnecessary. "What if I see a chance to end it early?" she asked. "Decide whether taking it leaves something unprotected. That takes time. So does repairing the consequence." Lin An moved 1 wet line away from the others. "One purpose," she murmured. Qing Yu looked at Yanfei. "I trusted you to stay with the box." The words carried no accusation. That made them heavier. Yanfei looked toward Snow. "Did you?" Qing Yu nodded. "That is why I could focus on the scouts." Lin An added, "I built the paths assuming the center was guarded. Bai Ning drank her tea. I prepared ice for the roots instead of the box. Every part of the exercise had depended on Yanfei remaining where she was placed. Her strength did not matter only when she moved forward. It had allowed everyone else to turn their backs on the final danger." "When do we try again?" Yanfei asked. "After the puppet is repaired," Chen Mu said. She stood. "I will repair it. You do not understand movement formations. Lin An does." Lin An does. Lin An looked up. Yanfei picked up the damaged puppet. "You repair the lines. I repair the wood. That division may work," Lin An said. "You are helping." I did not refuse. Qing Yu gathered the broken pieces near the pond. Bai Ning froze the cracked wood in place so it would not shift during repair. Chen Mu remained beneath the tree. The first team exercise had failed. The 4 disciples were already solving the damage together. That counted as progress, though not the kind the system rewarded. The puppet returned to the yard the next morning with 1 arm slightly longer than the other. Chen Mu inspected it. "Why?" Yanfei looked at Lin An. Lin An looked at Qing Yu. Qing Yu looked at Blackie. The chicken stood beside a pile of wood shavings. "The original arm was damaged," Yanfei said. "So you replaced it?" "Yes. With a longer arm. It has greater reach. That makes the test harder," Lin An added. "You changed the test object without permission. We improved it," Yanfei said. The puppet's longer arm swung down and struck its own knee. It fell. Chen Mu returned it to the workbench. They shortened the arm. The 4th exercise began before noon. Qing Yu used only Snow and 1 bird. The bird gave the direction. Snow sensed changes in distance. "Upper path," Qing Yu said, moving slowly. Lin An did not activate the formation at once. She waited until the puppet crossed the first hidden marker. Then she chose 1 route and closed every line that did not serve it. The puppet entered the yard, exactly where she intended. Bai Ning froze the ground beneath its right foot. Not the movement core, not both legs. The puppet slowed and turned toward the safe path. Yanfei waited beside the box. The hidden soul stirred. The puppet looked weak. 1 charge would end the exercise. She remained still. The puppet crossed Lin An's second line. The formation pushed it toward Bai Ning's ice. Its left arm struck the ground, pulled it free, and changed direction. Lin An's path bent. Qing Yu's bird cried a warning. Bai Ning extended the ice without freezing the formation stone. The puppet slipped past the outer line. Yanfei still waited. It entered the final section. She stepped forward once. The sheathed sword met the puppet's chest. Iron breath received the impact. The movement core pushed harder. Energy vanished from Yanfei's body. The warrior god's soul demanded forward motion. "Break it. End it." Yanfei lowered her stance. She did not strike. The returning surge entered both legs. She turned the puppet away from the medicine box and guided it into the empty ground beside the final line. Only then did she release one controlled impact. The puppet stopped. Its wooden feet remained inside the yard. Its movement core remained intact. The medicine box stood behind Yan Fei, untouched. Silence followed. Then Blackie jumped onto the puppet's head. The machine did not move. Qing Yu lowered her hand, and the bird returned to the branch on its own. Lin An's formation faded. Bai Ning melted the ice path from the edges inward. Yan Fei kept her sword against the puppet until the returning energy settled. Exercise complete, Chen Mu said. She stepped back. No fire leaped from her hand. No shoulder pain followed. The hidden soul remained asleep. Yan Fei looked at the box behind her. I did almost nothing. You stopped the only thing that reached the center, Bai Ning said. After all of you guided it toward me. That was the plan, Lin An said. Qing Yu approached with snow. I knew where you would be. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu. He nodded once. Good. She did not ask him to repeat it. The word was enough. The system sounded. E4 accepted disciples have completed their first stable group defense sequence. Primary roles recognized. Qing Yu. Early warning and living creature sensing. Lin An. Route control and terrain shaping. Bai Ning. Route control and terrain shaping. Bai Ning. Movement control. Yan Fei. Final defense and controlled impact. Team formation incomplete. Primary weakness. Formation, stability. Chen Mu looked toward Lin An. She had gone pale. The short exercise had required one simple route, yet her pattern sight continued tracking every unused line even after the puppet stopped. She sat beneath the outdoor table. Her eyes closed before her back touched the wall. The formation stones remained scattered across the yard. One of them flickered. A second answered. 3 unwanted lines formed between the medicine box, pond, and broken practice post. Chen Mu stepped on the nearest line before the unstable formation activated. The light vanished. Yan Fei lowered the puppet. Is she all right? Overloaded, Chen Mu said. Qing Yu knelt beside Lin An, snow pressed against her hand. Bai Ning examined the abandoned formation stones. The route worked. It did, Chen Mu said. Then why did the lines continue? Because she never stopped seeing the alternatives. Yan Fei looked at the path that had guided the puppet. She made one choice. Hair formation did. Her mind did not. Lin An's breathing remained steady. Sleep protected her from the thousands of lines she could not yet close. Chen Mu lifted her carefully and carried her toward the quiet room beside the library. Yan Fei followed with the medicine box. Qing Yu brought snow. Bai Ning gathered every formation stone so none would remain active. The first team defense had succeeded. Yan Fei had learned to stand where the others needed her. The sleeping warrior god's soul had obeyed her will for the length of one real exchange and one complete team exercise. Quiet Peak now possessed the beginning of a battle formation. As Chen Mu entered Lin An's darkened room, the next problem slept in his arms. He laid Lin An on the narrow bed without waking her. The room had been chosen because its thick walls blocked most of the peak's spiritual movement. There were no formation posts outside the window, no medicine shelves sharing energy through the wall, and no direct view of the pond. It was still not quiet enough. A pale line appeared beneath Lin An's closed eyelids. Another formed along her temple. Chen Mu placed 2 fingers against her forehead. Her mind was not following the formation in the yard anymore. It had moved on to the bed frame, the grain in the floorboards, the hinges on the window, the medicine jar in Yan Fei's hands, and the living energy flowing through snow. Every object created another possible connection. Every connection demanded to be seen. Put the medicine outside, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei stopped at the door. She might need it. She needs less spiritual activity. Qing Yu carried snow into the hall. The fox looked back until the door closed between them. Bai Ning arrived with the formation stones wrapped in plain cloth. I removed the energy from them. Keep them outside. She set the bundle beside Yan Fei. Chen Mu closed the window shutters. He covered the bronze mirror, removed the spirit lamp, and turned the room dark. The lines beneath Lin An's skin weakened. They did not disappear. Yan Fei remained in the doorway. What happens if she keeps seeing them? Her mind keeps trying to solve problems that do not exist. Can't she simply ignore them? Lin An's hand moved against the blanket. Her fingers traced a formation in her sleep. Chen Mu caught her wrist before the final line formed. She does not see them the way we see marks on a wall, he said. Her sight treats every possible connection as important. Bai Ning studied Lin An's sleeping face. How long has this been happening? Long enough that she thinks collapsing into sleep is normal. Chen Mu pressed a thin thread of energy into the center of Lin An's brow. He could suppress pattern sight by force. With his true cultivation, he could close every spiritual path around her before she sensed it. That would solve tonight's problem and create a worse one. The moment his power left, the lines would return. Lin An would remain dependent on someone stronger than herself. And anyone examining the seal might wonder why an early Golden Core elder had used methods belonging far beyond his public realm. He reduced the thread until it barely disturbed her chi-gathering energy. The surrounding lines dimmed. Lin An's breathing deepened. "She is stable," he said. "Let her sleep." Yan Fei looked toward the wrapped formation stones. "The team exercise caused this. The exercise revealed it. That is not much better. It is better than discovering it." While defending something real, Bai Ning picked up the stones. "What should we do tomorrow?" "Nothing involving formations." Lin An spoke without opening her eyes. "I object." Yan Fei leaned into the room. "You are awake?" "No." Her hand went limp. Again. Qing Yu covered a laugh from the hallway. Chen Mu released Lin An's wrist. "Tomorrow," he said, "she rests." Lin An did not object a second time. She slept until noon. When she emerged from the quiet room, her hair had not been tied properly and one side of her face carried the faint mark of the pillow. She crossed the lawn, ignored the breakfast waiting beneath the cover, and crawled under the outdoor table. Chen Mu moved his chair back before she could use his foot as a pillow. "You are not training today." "I heard. You were asleep." "I still heard." "That is not reassuring." Lin An closed her eyes. Around her, quiet peak had already returned to its usual rhythm. Yan Fei practiced iron breath beside the repaired training yard. Each strike stopped before full extension. Bai Ning sat near the pond, guiding cold through the new channels of the clear ice method. Qing Yu cleaned the animal shed while snow chased falling leaves, and Blackie attempted to steal grain from a sealed jar. Lin An lay beneath the table and did nothing. To anyone else, the scene would have confirmed every judgment recorded against her. Lazy, unfocused, unable to complete basic training. Chen Mu knew she was awake, because her fingers kept twitching whenever spiritual energy crossed the lawn. Even after the exercise had ended, her mind had not stopped. A wooden bird descended from the sky before sunset. It circled a flowering tree once and landed beside Chen Mu's tea. The bird opened its carved beak. A sealed notice slid onto the table. Lin An opened one eye beneath it. "Is that important?" Chen Mu inspected the sect seal. "Possibly. Can it wait?" "No. Then it is definitely bad." He broke the seal. Cloud River Sect would begin its seasonal formation review in 20 days. Every branch was required to present its maintenance records, defensive work, training formations, and disciple progress. The results would determine the next season's allocation of medicine, spirit stones, repair materials, and cultivation resources. Quiet Peak's attached record contained one line: Formation Disciple, Lin An. Current standard? Failed. Chen Mu read the remainder. Branches without a stable formation disciple would receive only basic maintenance support. Personal training resources would be reduced according to performance. He already had enough hidden supplies to keep 4 disciples alive. That was not the point. Quiet Peak's medicine allocation belonged to the disciples. Its repair materials maintained public structures that could not be fixed with resources appearing from nowhere. If he accepted a major reduction without protest, the sect would inspect the peak to determine whether it still deserved branch status. Inspection meant visitors. Visitors meant questions. Questions meant someone opening the wrong storage room and discovering that Chen Mu had prepared enough preserved food to survive a siege he had never been warned about. Lin An reached up from beneath the table. He handed her the notice. She read the first half, then let the paper fall over her face. "I dislike official records. They dislike you too. Good. The feeling is balanced. You have 20 days. The paper lowered. "For what?" "To complete a stable formation." Lin An stared at him. "Master Yis, I failed the same basic formation test 6 times before coming here." "I know. 3 tablets 6 times before coming here." "Cracked." "I know." One instructor cried. "That was not in your record." He requested its removal. Chen Mu took the notice back. "You will not use the standard method." That is what the last instructor said. What did he change? He gave me a more advanced manual. Chen Mu understood why the man had cried. Lin An had too many answers. So someone had given her more. "Tomorrow," he said. "We test the problem. You said I should rest. Today is almost over. It still counts. You slept through most of it. That is how rest works." Her eyes closed again. Chen Mu folded the notice. "Tomorrow morning." Lin An sighed from beneath the paper. "Cruel. At sunrise, 12 formation stones waited on a plain mat in the center of the lawn. They were the same kind used during Cloud River Sect's basic formation examination. Each carried one simple mark. Combined correctly, the stones could produce a barrier strong enough to stop a wooden training sword. Chen Mu had covered the surrounding grass with plain cloth. The outdoor table had been moved. The pond was hidden behind a screen. Yan Fei had been ordered to train at the far end of the peak. Qing Yu had taken Snow and Blackie toward the herb garden. Bai Ning sat outside the covered area with strict instructions not to circulate energy. Lin An arrived carrying her pillow. Chen Mu pointed toward the ground beside him. The pillow stays there. It improves my performance. It catches you when your performance ends. That is also useful. She placed it down. Chen Mu set a wooden sword 3 steps from the mat. Build the standard barrier. Lin An sat before the stones. How long? Until I tell you to stop. That answer caused trouble last time. This time I am watching the cause. Her expression changed slightly. Other instructors had watched the stones. They had watched her hands, measured her energy, counted her failures, and recorded the final result. Chen Mu watched her eyes. Lin An touched the first stone. Spiritual energy spread across the mat. 12 official lines appeared. Beneath them, pattern sight opened. The mat contained woven threads. Every crossing became a path. The ground beneath it held old roots, stones, moisture, and fragments of energy left from earlier training. Each offered a different way to absorb force. The wooden sword had been carved from one piece of timber, but the grain inside it divided the weapon into hundreds of possible structures. Its position connected to the slope of the lawn, the direction of the wind, Chen Mu's shadow, and the shifting weight of Lin An's hand. 12 lines became hundreds. Hundreds became thousands. Lin An moved the second stone. The official barrier could already have been completed in 11 simple steps. She saw a stronger option. Then, a safer one. Then a path that would redirect the sword instead of stopping it. Another could store the force. Another could divide it. Another could send the impact into the soil, the air, the wall, the pond, or the formation stone itself. Her hand moved toward a third stone. Stopped. Changed direction. Her breathing shortened. Her breathing shortened. Chen Mu placed a pebble on the mat. Lin An, I see it. What is the purpose? To build a barrier, too broad. To stop the sword. How? She stared at the thousands of lines. Many ways. Choose one. Her fingers closed around the third stone. A line formed split and tried to connect with 5 others. Lin An pulled it back. Pain tightened across her brow. Chen Mu watched the overload spread through her spiritual sense. The system appeared. Disciple condition active. Pattern sight overload. Disciple is receiving more spiritual connections than her current mind can separate. Additional formation knowledge will increase the burden. Forced concentration will deepen the overload. Safe direction confirmed. Reduce input. Close the gift. Choose purpose before structure. Lin An's 4th stone touched the mat. 3 formations began taking shape at once. The first stopped the sword. The second moved it. The third broke the force apart. A 4th existed only in her sight, waiting for one wrong movement to become real. Blood appeared beneath her nose. Chen Mu swept his hand over the mat. Every stone turned face down. The lines vanished. Lin An remained still. Look at me, he said. Her gaze lifted slowly. There were still lines in his robe, his posture, the space between his fingers, and the energy inside his body. She tried to follow them. Chen Mu placed his palm over her eyes. Darkness removed the visible paths. His energy formed a quiet wall around her spiritual sense. Lin An exhaled. The tension left her shoulders. You had 12 lines, he said. I had more. That is the problem. I know, You think the problem is that you cannot finish them. Her mouth tightened. Is there a difference? You are trying to solve everything you can see. If I leave one wrong line, the wooden sword falls. It may strike someone. There is no one. Behind the formation, it may break the stones. They can be replaced. It may connect with the ground and damage another structure. I covered the ground. There are still paths beneath it. Chen Mu removed his hand. Lin An kept her eyes closed. What happened when the formation continued after yesterday's exercise? He asked. I was closing the unused roots. All of them. Yes. Why? If I left them open, one might activate. Did any need to exist? Her answer took longer. No? Then more knowledge will not help you. Lin An opened her eyes. That is not what formation masters say. Formation masters teach people who cannot see enough. And I see too much. Yes. She looked toward the face-down stones. Then what do I learn? How to stop seeing? The humor left her face. For one moment, she looked more awake than Chen Mu had ever seen her. Can you do that? Temporarily. Her fingers tightened against her robe. How temporarily? As long as the seal remains stable. What happens when it opens? What happens when it opens? The lines return. All of them. Yes. The hope in her expression did not disappear, but fear entered beside it. Closing pattern sight meant losing the gift that had brought her to Quiet Peak. It also meant touching silence she had wanted for years. What if it does not open again? She asked. Then I do not place it. Lin An looked at him. Most formation instructors had treated her sight as something too valuable to limit. They had spoken about discipline, endurance, and responsibility. They had told her that a cultivator blessed with rare perception should be grateful. No one had asked whether she wanted the lines closed. Can I decide when it opens? She asked. Not at first. The seal will be mine until I know it is safe. And later, you learn to control it. She looked down at the pillow beside her. When? After breakfast. Why not now? Because you are bleeding. She wiped beneath her nose and examined the red on her fingers. That is a small amount. It is still yours. You have become very strict about blood. Blood belongs inside people. Bai Ning rose from beyond the cloth. I will prepare water. Qing Yu had already started toward the kitchen. Yan Fai called from the far side of the lawn. Did she pass? No, Chen Mu said. Lin An leaned back onto her pillow. I discovered a different failure. Yan Fai lowered her weights. Is that good? It is new. For her, Chen Mu said. That is good. The temporary seal took 3 days. Chen Mu could have completed it in a breath if he had used his full cultivation. Instead, he built it within the limits of what an unusually skilled early golden core formation elder might reasonably accomplish. He used a narrow strip of dark cloth, 3 thin metal pieces, and a thread of Lin An's own spiritual energy. The cloth would rest beneath her hair at the back of her head. One mark reduced outside input. The second prevented pattern sight from following distant lines. The third allowed the entire seal to close when Chen Mu pressed a controlled thread of energy into it. The seal could not damage the gift. It could not force Lin An to keep it closed. If her energy rejected the pressure, it would release at once. Chen Mu tested every mark separately. He tested them together. He placed the finished band on the table and stared at it for another hour. Lin An sat opposite him, with her head resting on her folded arms. Master, yes. If you inspect it any longer, the review will arrive first. A failed seal can damage your spiritual sense. So can being awake. That is not an argument for haste. It is an argument against another hour. Chen Mu checked the central mark again. Lin An watched through half-closed eyes. You made the return path larger than the closing path, she said. So it opens more easily than it closes. And this line breaks if my energy pushes outward. Yes, you expect me to panic. I expect you panic. Expect you to remain capable of changing your mind. Her eyes moved to him. That answer quieted her. Chen Mu picked up the band. Sit. Lin An turned and lifted her hair. He tied the cloth beneath it, hiding the 3 metal pieces against the back of her head. Her patterned sight followed the marks as he connected them. The gift reacted immediately. Thousands of lines shifted toward the seal. Lin An gripped the edge of the table. Do not chase them, Chen Mu said. They are moving. Let them. They are connecting to the return mark. That is its purpose. There are other paths. Ignore them. That has never worked. Then choose one. Thing. What? My voice. Her grip tightened. Chen Mu touched the central mark. The first layer closed. The yard faded from her sight. She still saw the table, the pond, the formation posts, the people, and the movement of spiritual energy, but the connections no longer reached beyond the lawn. Her breath caught. The second layer, Chen Mu said. Lin An nodded. He touched the mark again. The nearby connections dimmed. Only the strongest lines remained. The energy circulating through the disciples, the old formation beneath the peak, the living paths around the flowering tree. Lin An's eyes filled with tears. Does it hurt? Qing Yu asked. Lin An shook her head. Chen Mu waited. The final layer closes pattern sight, he said. Not your normal vision. You will still see the world. Only the world? Yes. Her laugh broke halfway through. That sounds small. It is enough. He pressed the final mark. Every spiritual line vanished. Lin An stared across the lawn. The table was only a table. The flowering tree did not connect to the soil, the pond, the wall, the wind, or the energy moving through the mountain. A petal fell. It carried no possible formation. It simply landed. Lin An stood so quickly that the chair fell behind her. Yan Fei caught it before it struck the ground. Lin An looked from Bai Ning to Qing Yu, then towards Snow and Blackie. No line stretched between them. No unused path waited for her attention. The silence lasted 3 breaths. Her knees weakened. Chen Mu caught her. "I am not overloaded," she whispered. "No." "Then why am I falling? You have not slept properly in years." "That seems unfair." Her eyes closed. This time, sleep did not drag her away from unbearable noise. It arrived because she was tired. Chen Mu lifted her. Lin An's hand caught the front of his robe before going still. No formation formed beneath her fingers. She slept through the afternoon, the evening meal, and the entire night. Qing Yu checked the room twice. Yan Fei checked once and claimed she had been looking for the medicine box. Bai Ning stood outside the door near midnight until Chen Mu told her the seal remained stable. At sunrise, Lin An was still asleep. Chen Mu placed a bowl of warm rice porridge beside her bed and left. She woke shortly before noon. For several minutes she did not move. Sunlight crossed the floor. The window frame remained ordinary. The walls stayed separate from the bed. The bowl did not connect to the steam, the tray, the table, or her hand. Lin An sat up. Chen Mu was waiting outside the room. She opened the door. "How long?" she asked. "Nearly a day." Her expression became careful. "No one woke me. You were breathing. That is a low standard. It is the first one." She touched the band hidden beneath her hair. "The lines are still gone." "Yes, I dreamed." Chen Mu waited. Lin An looked toward the bright lawn. "I do not usually dream. I close my eyes and fall beneath the lines. Then I wake when they become too loud again. That is not rest. I know." The admission carried none of her usual humor. She leaned against the doorframe. "People thought I slept because I was lazy. People think Yan Fei enjoys breaking furniture." A crack sounded from the training yard. Yan Fei shouted. "That post was already damaged." Chen Mu continued. "Sometimes people are correct for the wrong reason." Lin An's mouth curved, but the smile did not hide the tiredness beneath it. "I slept because it was the only place they stopped," she said. "Not completely, just enough that I could sink below them." Chen Mu had known the cause. Hearing her say, it made the cost clearer. Every lesson she had failed had demanded that she remain inside the thing hurting her. Every instructor who called her lazy had mistaken escape for indifference. Lin An looked at him. "If the seal becomes uncomfortable, we open it. If you are tired, you sleep. If a lesson increases the noise without teaching control, we stop. The formation review is in 16 days. Then we use 16 safe days. And if that is not enough, we lose some resources. You dislike losing resources. I dislike damaged minds more." She studied him for a moment. "You hid more." "Medicine in the shelf yesterday." I reorganized. "The shelf is still not deep enough." "You should eat." Lin and accepted the porridge. She carried it to the outdoor table and sat in the morning sun. For the first time since arriving at Quiet Peak, she ate an entire meal without falling asleep. Her first lesson began after the rain clouds arrived. Chen Mu placed 4 plain stones around the outdoor table. Lin and inspected them with normal sight. "What formation am I building?" "One that keeps rain away from the tea." She looked at the sky. "That is the test. It is the purpose. There are easier ways. You may not move the table. A roof, no. An umbrella, no. Drink inside, no." Lin An looked at his chair. "You do not want to move." "Correct." Yan Fei passed with 2 stone weights. "You are teaching her formations so you can sit in the rain. I am teaching her to protect something important. The tea, the chair." Chen Mu ignored them both. He placed one hand near the band beneath Lin An's hair. "Ready?" She nodded. The final layer opened. Pattern sight returned. Lin An flinched. Thousands of lines rushed into view. Rain gathered inside the clouds, connecting to wind, roof tiles, leaves, stone, soil, and every exposed surface across the peak. Her breathing quickened. "Purpose," Chen Mu said. "Keep rain away from the table. Everything else does not matter. Choose one line." She stared at the cloud of possibilities. One line could push the rain aside. Another could lift warm air. Another could gather water over the pond. Another could connect the table to the roof and extend the building's shelter. Her attention shifted. The seal warmed against the back of her head. A warning. Lin An closed her eyes. The line from the first stone to the fourth, she said. Why? It crosses the wind. Does the wind serve the purpose? Yes. Then use it. She placed her energy into the first stone. One pale line moved beneath the table. It reached the fourth stone, caught the natural wind passing over the lawn, and curved it upward. The first drops fell. Rain touched the grass. It struck the rising air above the table, and scattered sideways. The tea remained dry. Lin An smiled. Then she saw a stronger path. Her hand moved toward the second stone. Chen Mu placed one finger on it. Is the table dry? Yes. Then the formation is complete. It could cover the chairs. The chairs are not the purpose. You are sitting in one. My sleeve can become wet. That sounds irresponsible. The tea remains dry. Rain struck his shoulder. Lin An watched it spread across the cloth. A second line could have widened the barrier with almost no added cost. A third would have guided the water toward the pond. A fourth could have stored the rain inside a cooling formation. Her head began to ache. She reached toward the seal. Close it, she said. Chen Mu touched the mark. Pattern site vanished. The single formation line remained active. Rain continued bending over the table. Lin An stared at it with ordinary eyes. It still works. Formations do not need you to keep seeing every possibility. I know that. You did not. I suspected. The rain strengthened. Yan Fei abandoned her weights and stepped beneath the narrow dry space. Bai Ning joined from the pond without hurrying. Qing Yu arrived carrying snow beneath her robe. Blackie ran through the rain and shook water across Yan Fei's boots. The barrier covered only the table. Everyone stood too close around it. Lin An looked at Chen Mu's wet shoulder. You should have included the chairs in the purpose. You should build what you are asked to build. That is less useful. It is stable. The pale line lasted until the rain stopped. Not once did it split. For the next 10 days, Chen Mu changed the task without changing the rule. Keep one candle lit in the wind. Stop one cup from sliding across the table. Guide water from one jar into one bowl. Warn when Blackie entered the herb patch. The last task failed because Blackie learned to jump over the marked line. Lin An adjusted the formation. Blackie walked around it. She adjusted it again. The chicken waited until her back was turned, then flew directly onto the herb shelf. Yan Fei laughed until Blackie stole a strip of dried meat from her belt. Lin An eventually placed the warning line around the herbs instead of across a path. The bell rang the moment Blackie landed. The chicken froze. Chen Mu lifted it from the shelf. One purpose, Lin An said. One line, Chen Mu replied. Unfair opponent, Blackie pecked his sleeve. Persistent opponent. The simple work changed her faster than the advanced manuals had. She began each formation by speaking its purpose aloud. She chose the line before touching a stone. If pattern sight pulled her toward an unused path, she closed the seal, rested, and opened it again. At first she could work for 10 breaths. Then 30. Then 100. The headaches weakened. Her cultivation, trapped for years beneath constant spiritual strain, began moving again. Middle Qi gathering energy circulated through her meridians without leaking into every formation she saw. One afternoon, Lin An completed a warning line around the medicine cabinet, and remained awake after it activated. Chen Mu removed the test stone. Again tomorrow. She did not move. What? You said the formation was stable. It was. You usually find 3 reasons it was not. I found 7, and none affected the purpose. Chen Mu nodded. Lin An leaned back in her chair. That may be the most annoying lesson you have taught. Good. Why is that good? You remembered it. The review was 6 days away when Chen Mu gave her a larger task. He placed an old map of Quiet Peak on the table. The drawing showed the visible paths, buildings, pond, library, training yard, animal shed, and outer wall. Several public formation posts had been marked in faded ink. Lin An opened pattern sight. The map became almost useless. Lines ran through the paper into the structures around them. Old defensive marks beneath the lawn responded to the ink. The pond's water energy linked to buried stones. The library's foundation held the remains of a seal older than the current shelves. Lin An stopped smiling. Master? Yes? This map is wrong. It is old. The paths are correct. Then what is wrong? Everything underneath them. Chen Mu drank his tea. He had inherited Quiet Peak's neglected defenses when he became its elder. Over 12 years, he had repaired whatever threatened his safety. The pond's failed cooling line had become a firebreak. The library's broken foundation seal had been reinforced because collapsing bookshelves were dangerous. The rear path held 3 hidden turns that made pursuit difficult. The lawn contained warning threads. The quiet room had been isolated. The safe room beneath the peak had multiple exits, each connected to an escape route disguised as ordinary drainage or maintenance channels. He had never considered the work a single formation. It was a collection of precautions. Lin An could see how the pieces might become one. She touched the edge of the map. This repair near the pond redirects heat into the old water channel. It prevented the koi from cooking during summer. The library seal distributes pressure through the stone foundation. The western shelves were leaning. This line beneath the rear path turns back toward the forest. That path becomes slippery in winter. Lin An looked up. Do you believe me? About what? That I can see the repairs? I asked you to inspect them. You are answering? Every question with furniture, fish, or weather. They are common sources of damage. These lines are beyond standard golden core formation work. Chen Mu lowered the cup. Lin An's pattern sight followed the hidden structure beneath his casual repairs. Each piece had been reduced until it seemed simple. No single mark released an aura beyond his public realm. Together they formed layers of defense that would take a far stronger cultivator to understand. She had discovered the difference between Chen Mu's reputation and his habits. His reputation said he was an unimportant elder who avoided conflict. His habits said he expected conflict to find him anyway. How much can you see? He asked. Enough to know the map should not be shown during the review. Good. It would improve our score. It would attract formation elders. They might give us more materials. They might visit. Lin An nodded at once. Terrible. Chen Mu studied her. Do not reveal the hidden structures. I was not planning to. Why? You gave me quiet. That is not a debt. No. She traced the line beneath the library with one finger. It is a preference. Chen Mu understood the difference. A debt could be repaid and ended. A preference was a choice she continued making. What do you need for the review? She asked. A stable public formation, and the rest remains invisible. Lin An closed pattern sight. The old map became ordinary again. You know, she said. If people discover this later, they will think you planned everything. That is why they will not discover it. She smiled. Chen Mu distrusted that smile. The next morning, a cold wind crossed the lawn. It slipped through a narrow gap in the western wall, moved beneath the flowering tree, and struck Chen Mu's chair. He shifted the chair once. The wind followed. He shifted it again. The sunlight became worse. Lin An watched from the table. Are you retreating from the weather? I am choosing better ground. The wind keeps winning. The wall is damaged. It has been damaged since we arrived. Today it became irritating. Chen Mu fetched repair stones? The western wall appeared ordinary. Its lower section had cracked years earlier, and the public maintenance formation inside it no longer carried energy evenly. Beneath that weak layer lay an older defense line connected to the mountain. Chen Mu had left it untouched because activating the full structure would have produced questions. Blocking a draft did not require the full structure. It required one careful repair. Lin An followed him. Do you want help? No? She sat on the grass beside the wall. That answer has never stopped Yanfei. You are not Yanfei. I am less likely to break the wall. That is not difficult. She opened pattern sight. The crack became a web of choices. One line closed the gap. Another strengthened the stone. A third carried wind upward. A fourth connected the wall to the old defense beneath the lawn. Lin An's gaze moved deeper. The ancient line did not end beneath the grass. It descended toward the quiet room, the library, and a buried structure she could not fully see. She stopped. Master, yes, the wall is connected to something below the peak. Many walls are connected to the ground. This one is connected to a defense network. Chen Mu pressed a repair stone into the crack. Old mountains contain old formations. You repaired part of it. I repaired the wall. You changed the direction of the inner line. It was wasting energy. You connected it to the pond. The pond was nearby. Lin An looked toward the outdoor chair. Is this truly about the wind? Chen Mu felt the draft touch the back of his neck. Yes. She stared at him for several breaths. Then she laughed. Not the quiet laugh she used when someone said something mildly strange. She bent forward, covered her mouth, and nearly lost control of pattern sight. Chen Mu caught the unfinished line before it reached the old network. Close the seal. I am trying. You are laughing. That is also your fault. He closed the seal for her. Lin An leaned against the wall. The formation beneath Quiet Peak may be older than half the sect. Yes, it connects to a defense that could stop attacks from several directions. Possibly. You are repairing it because your chair is cold. You are repairing it because your chair is cold. Yes. She laughed again. Chen Mu returned to the crack. Since you have enough energy for this, place the public line. Her laughter stopped. Which one? The line that closes the gap. What about the deeper defense? Not the purpose. Lin An knelt beside him. She opened only the first layer of the seal, limiting pattern sight to nearby structures. The old network appeared at the edge of her perception. She ignored it. Her energy entered the repair stone and followed one clean path across the crack. Chen Mu reinforced the line without changing its visible strength. The gap closed. Wind struck the wall and moved upward. The lawn became still. Lin An looked toward his chair. Better? Chen Mu sat. The draft was gone. Yes. She examined the completed line. Its visible purpose was simple. Beneath it, Chen Mu had allowed one hair-thin connection to touch the older defense. The wall now carried pressure downward instead of holding it in one weak section. Lin An noticed. She said nothing. For the first time, Chen Mu had someone beside him who could see the difference between his excuses and his preparations. That was useful. It was also dangerous. Lin An sat in the chair opposite him. Master, yes? Anyone asks. You repaired the wall for the review. No. That answer sounds better. It creates expectations. It also sounds less foolish. The truth is safer. The truth is that an early Golden Core elder accidentally repaired an ancient defense network. Because of a cold neck. I did not repair the network. You touched it, barely. Lin An poured herself tea. I understand. Her tone said the opposite. The formation review began 5 days later. Every branch of Cloud River Sect gathered in the central review field shortly after sunrise. Rows of formation posts divided the stone ground into testing areas. Sect elders sat beneath a raised shelter, while disciples prepared maintenance records and demonstration stones. Quiet Peak brought one narrow box. Inside were 12 plain formation stones, one roll of cloth, and Chen Mu's emergency medicine. Lin An carried the box. Yan Fei carried 2 additional boxes before Chen Mu told her they were empty. I thought we needed supplies. We need the formation stones. What is in that one? She pointed toward the box beneath his arm. Medicine? You gave her the medicine. Box. This is different medicine. Yan Fei looked at Bai Ning. Bai Ning said, Do not ask. Qing Yu kept snow inside the peak that morning. Animals were not permitted on the review field unless they were part of an approved formation. Blackie had not accepted the rule. The chicken had followed them halfway down the path before Qing Yu carried it back. By the time Quiet Peak arrived, 2 branches had already completed their demonstrations. One created a 6-layer barrier. Another used 36 stones to redirect a foundation cultivator's sword strike into the ground. The watching disciples applauded. Chen Mu chose a position near the exit. Lin An looked at the complex formation across the field. Pattern's sight remained closed. You are not opening it, he asked. Not yet. Why? I know the purpose. That has not stopped you before. I am improving. Yan Fei folded her arms. You are all so pale. That is my natural appearance. You were also pale. That is my natural appearance. Not this pale at breakfast. Breakfast did not have several hundred people watching it. Qing Yu moved closer to her. You only need to look at Master, Lin An considered that. His face also has lines. Chen Mu handed her the formation box. Keep Mu handed her the formation box. The seal closed until we are called. Across the field, Zhao Ren finished inspecting a sword formation maintained by one of his disciples. His branch's work was precise, strong, and expensive. Every stone matched. Every line had been carved by a trained formation assistant. The barrier stopped 3 attacks without visibly moving. Han Wei approved the record. The next branch began. Quiet Peak waited. That was Chen Mu's preferred position in most public events. Last, near an exit, after everyone else had become tired enough to stop asking questions. Unfortunately, resource reviews made people alert. Zhao Ren approached while the 4th demonstration was being prepared. His eyes went first to Bai Ning. Her foundation aura remained hidden behind the hidden breath method. To public senses, she appeared to be at peak qi gathering, stable but unchanged. Then he examined Yan Fei. Her late qi gathering cultivation no longer rose and fell. She stood with the balance of someone who had learned not to throw her entire body into the first movement. His gaze moved to Lin An. She yawned. Zhao Ren's expression hardened. The formation review decides more than one disciple's record, he said. Chen Mu nodded. I read the notice. Quiet Peak has received a full branch allocation despite producing no public formation work this season. We repaired a wall. Zhao Ren looked at him. A wall. The wind no longer passes through it. Lin An, a wall. The wind no longer passes through it. lowered her head. Her shoulders moved once. Chen Mu ignored her. Zhao Ren continued. Medicine and spirit stones are limited. Branches that train disciples capable of maintaining the sect should receive enough to do so. That is reasonable. Yan Fei stepped forward. Chen Mu lifted one finger. She stopped. The movement was small, but Zhao Ren noticed. A month earlier, Yan Fei would have answered before Chen Mu finished turning his head. Then you agree that Quiet Peak's share should be reduced, Zhao Ren said. If Lin An cannot complete the review. Zhao Ren glanced at the narrow formation box. She has failed the no run. Basic test repeatedly. She has? You expect a different result because you gave her fewer stones. Ah yes. Lin An looked up. Zhao Ren's attention shifted between them. He had seen Bai Ning's suspiciously precise failure during the earlier resource review. He had seen Yan Fei return from Zhao Jun's challenge without injury or punishment. Quiet Peak continued producing results that seemed too controlled to be accidental. That made him more suspicious. Not less. What standard will she attempt? He asked. The basic barrier. Only that? Only that. Zhao Ren looked almost offended. A branch seeking a full formation allocation should demonstrate more than the minimum. A disciple who is not past the minimum should pass it first. Hanwei called the next branch. Zhao Ren turned away. I will argue for the reduction if the barrier fails. You should. Yan Fei waited until he was beyond hearing. Why did you agree with him? Because he is correct. He wants to take our resources. He wants resources. Assigned according to useful work. We do useful work. You cracked 6 practice posts. 5. The 6th is leaning. It has always leaned. Lin An touched the seal beneath her hair. He did not insult us, she said. Yan Fei looked at her. You are defending him? I am deciding which line matters. Bai Ning's gaze remained on Zhao Ren. He will accept proof. Chen Mu nodded. That was why Zhao Ren's argument did not worry him. Pride could become dangerous. Standards were predictable. Hanwei finished reviewing the next formation. Quiet Peak. The field became quieter. Chen Mu disliked the change. He led the 4 disciples into the marked testing area. Hanwei examined the narrow box. Elder Chen, your maintenance record contains 1 wall. The repair was successful. I have been told. A few elders smiled. Lin An looked toward the field's 12 fixed points. Pattern site remained closed. Hanwei reviewed her record. Disciple Lin An, you are required to create a stable barrier capable of receiving 3 measured attacks. You may use the fixed points or your own stones. My own stones, she said. Time limit. 1 incense stick. An assistant lit the incense. Lin An knelt. Her hands remained still. Whispers moved through the watching disciples. She had brought 12 stones but placed none. Chen Mu stood beyond the testing line. What is the purpose? He asked. Hanwei looked toward him. Lin An answered. Stop 3 attacks? Too broad. She breathed once. Keep the target behind me untouched. At the center of the field stood a wooden post wrapped in white cloth. Everything else does not matter. She opened the first layer of the seal. Pattern sight returned only inside the marked testing area. 12 fixed points appeared. Beneath them waited hundreds of possible lines. Lin An did not touch the stones. She found the wooden target. She found the direction of the attack formation. Between them lay one clean path across the ground. It was not the strongest barrier. It was not the widest. It did not redirect force into 12 points or create layers of protection. One line connected the 2 stones nearest the attack. Lin An placed them. A pale barrier rose. It was thin enough that several watching disciples frowned. Zhao Ren stepped closer to the field. Hanwei examined the formation. You may add more stones. Lin An shook her head. The formation is complete. The incense had barely burned. Chen Mu felt every eye move toward him. This was not the kind of attention he wanted. At least most of them believed the formation would fail. The attack post activated. A blunt wave of spiritual force crossed the field. The barrier bent. Its center moved backward until it nearly touched the white cloth. Gasps rose from the watching disciples. The single line beneath the barrier did not shift. Force passed through it, flowed toward the 2 stones and entered the ground. The barrier returned to its original position. First attack complete. Lin An's face had paled. Pattern sight showed her every place the barrier could have been strengthened. A line to the left would reduce the bend. A 3rd stone would widen the base. A 2nd layer would stop the movement entirely. She ignored them. The attack post charged again. The 2nd impact struck from a different angle. The barrier twisted. One edge almost opened. Yan Fei stepped toward the field. Bai Ning caught her sleeve. Wait, it is breaking. No. Bai Ning watched the 2 formation stones. The center line has not moved. Lin An held the formation. She did not chase the bending edge. She did not create another path. The force traveled through the same line and vanished into the ground. The barrier straightened. Second attack complete. The watching field had become silent. Zhao Ren's sword formation had looked stronger. It had absorbed each attack without visible strain. Lin An's barrier appeared one breath from collapse. That made the control inside it harder to recognize. Han Wei raised one hand. The final attack will be stronger. The formation assistant adjusted the post. Lin An heard the mechanism turn. Pattern sight flooded her with answers. Strengthen the left stone. Add a rear anchor. Divide the force. Move the target. Build a second line. Close the barrier. Run. Her fingers trembled above the ground. Chen Mu spoke from beyond the testing area. One purpose. Lin An looked at the white target behind her. Keep it untouched. One line, she whispered. The attack post released. The impact crossed the field with enough force to scatter dust from the stone. Lin An's barrier bent around her. Its sides stretched backward. The center stopped a hand's width from the target. Cracks appeared across the pale surface. Someone in the audience shouted that it was failing. Lin An saw every crack. Pattern sight offered a separate answer for each one. She chose none of them. The cracks did not matter. The bending edge did not matter. The noise from the crowd did not matter. The single line still connected the two stones. Force entered it. The stones sank halfway into the testing field. The barrier trembled. Held. The last of the impact flowed into the ground. Silence followed. The wooden target remained untouched. Lin An released the formation. The barrier vanished. Both stones fell sideways. She sat back on her heels. Han Wei crossed the field and examined the target cloth. No mark had reached it. He looked at the sunken stones. 3 attacks received. Target protected. Formation remained active until release. The assistant recorded the result. Basic barrier passed. Lin An lowered her head. Not from exhaustion. She was laughing. Yan Fei crossed the boundary first. You could have made it look stronger. Lin An looked up. Rule 5. Yan Fei stopped. If they had to win, they were supposed to make it look difficult. The formation had bent, twisted, cracked, and nearly touched the target. It had also completed its one purpose without moving from its chosen line. Chen Mu had not told Lin An to follow Rule 5. She had understood it herself. Zhao Ren entered the field. He picked up one of the sunken stones. The barrier used less than half the energy expected for this test. Lin An rose. I only maintained one line. You allowed the outer surface to deform. It did not protect anything. The target did not protect anything. The target did not. Move. No, Zhao Ren examined the mark inside the stone. He looked toward Chen Mu. You taught her to remove the other lines. I taught her to choose one. That is not standard formation practice. Standard practice harmed her. Zhao Ren's expression changed. The answer left no room for pride. Only cause and result. He returned the stone to Lin An. My argument for reducing Quiet Peak's formation resources was based on her previous record. Yan Fei folded her arms. And now? Now the record has changed. He faced Han Wei. Quiet Peak completed the required standard. Its formation allocation should remain. Han Wei nodded. The allocation remains. The decision should have ended the matter. Instead, several formation elders continued examining the marks on Lin An's stones. One asked how the barrier transferred force through only 2 anchors. Another wanted to know why its visible surface had appeared unstable, while the core remained fixed. A third requested a copy of the design. Chen Mu stepped between Lin An and the first question. It is a basic barrier. The elder frowned. That was not a basic transfer method. It stopped 3 basic attacks. How did she? She needs to stabilize her cultivation. That was true. The completed formation had cleared the pressure blocking Lin An's meridians. Her middle chi gathering energy was rising. Chen Mu turned toward the exit before anyone could request a second demonstration. Han Wei called after him. Elder Chen. Chen Mu stopped. Your branch records must be updated. Tomorrow, the review is not finished. Hair breakthrough has begun. Every formation elder turned toward Lin An. Chen Mu regretted the answer immediately. Lin An pressed one hand against her core. Her energy had not yet crossed into late chi gathering, but the stable path was open. Han Wei waved them away. Return to Quiet Peak. Submit the updated record after she stabilizes. Chen Mu left before someone offered to observe. The 4 disciples followed. Zhao Ren remained in the review field, holding the written judgment that had nearly reduced their resources. He watched Quiet Peak disappear beyond the gate. For the first time, suspicion was not the only thing in his expression. Lin An reached late chi gathering after sunset. There was no lightning, No violent surge, and no public display. She sat beneath a flowering tree with pattern sight closed and circulated her energy through one route. The same route, again and again. Each cycle strengthened it. Every unused possibility remained outside her attention. Bai Ning maintained a concealment layer around the lawn. Yan Fei guarded the outer path without being asked. Qing Yu sat nearby with snow in her lap, and Blackie asleep beside her feet. Chen Mu watched Lin An's energy reach the final point. Her expanded. Late Qi gathering power moved through her meridians. The formation stones around the table answered with a soft light. Lin An opened her eyes. No uncontrolled lines spread across the yard. She touched the seal and opened its first layer. Pattern sight returned. Thousands of connections appeared. She chose the 4 stones around the table. One line formed above them. A light evening rain had begun. The drops curved away from the tea. This time, the barrier widened enough to cover all 5 chairs. Chen Mu looked toward her. The purpose changed, Lin An said. You were told to protect the tea. The review is finished. Yan Fei sat first. Bai Ning joined her. Qing Yu placed snow beneath the table. Blackie woke, saw the dry space, and claimed the center. Chen Mu remained standing. There were now 5 chairs beneath a formation that had begun as protection for 1 cup. Lin An poured his tea. The chairs included. He sat. The system sounded only after her cultivation had settled, and the rain formation had remained stable for 1 full cycle. Disciple Lin An has learned to close pattern sight. Disciple Lin An has completed her first true formation. Disciple Lin An has reached late Qi gathering through stable control. Teaching direction confirmed. Selection before complexity. Reward. Formation connection insight. Knowledge entered Chen Mu's mind. It did not give him stronger attack formations. The system had learned his preferences too well. Instead, it revealed how separate defenses could share one purpose without exposing the structures linking them. The lawn warning lines could connect to the hidden safe room. The public wall formations could carry pressure into buried channels. The pond's cooling path could protect the library and medicine store. The rear escape routes could open automatically when the outer defenses failed. Nothing needed to become brighter, larger, or more impressive. The visible formations would remain ordinary. The hidden network would become much harder to break. Chen Mu examined the lines across Quiet Peak. For 12 years he had built separate answers to separate dangers. The new knowledge showed him how to make them cooperate. Lin An noticed his gaze move from the pond to the library, then toward the repaired western wall. You saw something, she said. I remembered maintenance. At night? Danger does not follow office hours. Yan Fei looked toward the wall. Are we training again? No. Then what danger? The possibility of future inconvenience. Lin An lowered her cup. Do you need help? Chen Mu considered refusing. She could see the structures. She understood the value of keeping them hidden. More importantly, she now knew how to ignore lines that did not serve the purpose. He unfolded the old map. One purpose, he said. Lin An moved her chair closer. What are we protecting? The people on Quiet Peak. Her teasing expression softened. Everything else must not expose the safe room. That is a second purpose. It is part of protecting the people inside it. You are learning. Chen Mu regretted inviting her. They worked until the rain ended. Lin An opened pattern sight in controlled layers. Chen Mu marked the visible defenses. Together, they found one path connecting the lawn wall, pond, library foundation, warning stones, and underground shelter. They did not activate it. The public structures were too weak to carry the entire network safely. They only prepared the connections. The formation could grow as Quiet Peak grew. When the map was complete, Lin An rested her head against Chen Mu's shoulder to examine one final mark from a lower angle. He moved the paper instead. She remained where she was. You can sit upright. I used pattern sight for a long time. Close it. I did. Then why are you still leaning? Recovery. Chen Mu looked toward Bai Ning. She had been reading on the opposite side of the table. Her eyes did not rise from the page. Yan Fei was carrying the practice puppet into storage. Qing Yu had already taken the animals inside. No one offered assistance. Chen Mu shifted his shoulder. Lin An moved with it. You are doing this deliberately. That is a harsh accusation against an exhausted disciple. You reached late Qi gathering 3 hours ago. Breakthroughs are tiring. You slept almost an entire day last week. That was what? Previous sleep. Chen Mu slid the map beneath her forehead. She ended with her cheek on the paper instead of his shoulder. Lin An opened one eye. Coward. Rule 2. If you can leave, leave. Yes, you moved only one hand. Efficient retreat, she laughed softly. The sound carried across the quiet lawn. 3 nights later, the repaired wall stopped the first hidden attack. Chen Mu woke before the impact. A narrow disturbance crossed the outer formation. It carried almost no killing intent. That made it worse. Killing intent was simple. Someone chose a target and released enough force to destroy it. This object had been designed to pass through warning lines, touch a defense, and measure the response. Chen Mu rose from his bed. The projectile crossed the last stretch of darkness. It struck the western wall. The repaired public line activated. Force moved downward through the single path Lin An had placed. The old defense beneath it answered. Stone flashed once. The projectile stopped halfway through the wall. A dull sound crossed the lawn. Every room opened. Yan Fei reached the yard first, sword in hand and iron breath already moving through her body. Bai Ning followed with cold gathering beneath her bare feet. Qing Yu emerged carrying snow. Blackie flew past her shoulder and landed on the roof. Lin An stepped outside last. Her hair was loose, but the seal was open. Pattern sights spread across the lawn. "Do not chase the source," Chen Mu said. Yan Fei had already turned toward the outer path. She stopped. The warrior god's soul stirred beneath her energy. Iron breath held it. Bai Ning's cold remained within the lawn. Qing Yu looked toward snow, then listened to the birds inside the wall. "No one nearby," she said. The birds beyond the wall were frightened, but the ones inside have settled. "I do not see signs that a person followed the projectile." "Remote launch," Lin An said. Her sight followed the broken path left in the air. It reached beyond the peak, split against several false directions, and vanished. "I can follow 3 routes. Which one matters?" Chen Mu asked. Lin An looked toward the wall. "The one that reached us." She closed the other paths. No disciple left the peak. No one chased an enemy through the dark. Chen Mu approached the western wall. The projectile was no longer than his hand. Its outer shell had been made from dull black metal intended to hide spiritual movement. The tip had passed through the first layer of stone and stopped against the reinforced line beneath it. If he had moved his chair and ignored the draft, the projectile would have crossed the old crack, entered the lawn, and reached the formation posts beside the flowering tree. It might not have killed anyone. It would have learned how quiet Peak responded. Lin An stood beside him. "You repaired the correct wall. It was the only one producing wind, of course." Her voice shook with suppressed laughter. Yan Fei heard her. "What is funny?" "Nothing. Someone attacked us." "I know. You are laughing. I am relieved." That was partly true. Chen Mu pulled the projectile from the wall. A second formation activated inside it. The shell began collapsing. He closed his hand. His true cultivation erased the reaction before it could release enough light to be seen. To everyone else it looked as if he had crushed the failing mechanism through timing and experience. Lin An saw the line vanish against his palm. Her eyes narrowed. She did not comment. Bai Ning approached. The moment she saw the black metal, the cold around her feet disappeared. Not weakened. Stopped. Chen Mu turned the projectile. A small red crescent had been cut into its inner core. Bai Ning went still. For one breath, quiet Peak vanished from her eyes. A colder hall replaced it. Black pillars. A kneeling figure. A red crescent above a sealed door. Hands arranging soul marks around a body that could no longer move. A voice promising that pain was proof of progress. Bai Ning stepped backward. Ice formed beneath her heel. Chen Mu covered the symbol with his hand. The memory broke. She saw the lawn again. Yan Fei had moved between her and the outer wall. Qing Yu stood close without touching her. Lin An closed pattern sight and watched her face. Chen Mu placed the projectile inside a plain cloth. "You recognize it," he said. Bai Ning's lips parted. No answer came. The cold in her meridians tried to enter the abandoned path of the heartless ice art. She redirected it through the clear ice method. The chill softened. "I have seen it," she said. "Where?" Her fingers tightened. The first broken layer of the soul oath pulled against memories still buried beneath it. Pain crossed her expression. Chen Mu changed the question. "Does remembering it harm you?" "Yes." "Then do not explain tonight." Yan Fei looked at him. "But whoever sent it may return." "They may. We need to know what she knows. We need information that keeps us safe. We do not need to tear it out of her." Bai Ning met Chen Mu's gaze. In her past life, usefulness had always mattered more than pain. Secrets belonged to whoever had enough strength to demand them. He had enough strength. He still stopped. "I can answer 2 things," she said. Chen Mu waited. "The symbol belonged to the people who watched me before they came for my ice soul." Lin An's hand moved toward the seal beneath her hair. Bai Ning continued before pattern sight could open. They tested my defenses and reactions before they moved. Chen Mu looked at the stopped projectile. It had not been aimed at a person. It had been aimed at the wall. Second? He asked. Bai Ning's face lost more color. If they have marked Quiet Peak, this will not be the last test. The warning formation sounded across the western path. Yan Fei drew her sword. Qing Yu held Snow closer. Lin An opened pattern sight with one purpose. Chen Mu turned toward the sound. A familiar aura approached without concealment. He lowered one hand. Not an attacker. Moments later, Han Wei crossed the outer gate with Zhao Ren behind him. The wall's activation had connected to Cloud River Sect's central defenses. The signal had been weak, but an attack on an Elder's branch could not be ignored. Han Wei entered the lawn and saw 5 people awake, one damaged wall, and Chen Mu holding a wrapped object. His gaze moved to the fresh repair stones. When was this section reinforced? Lin An looked at Chen Mu. 3 days ago, she said. Han Wei examined the wall. The projectile had pierced the outer stone, failed against the new line, and triggered the warning without revealing the deeper network. What made you choose this section? Chen Mu answered honestly. There was a draft. Silence crossed the lawn. Zhao Ren inspected the angle of impact. The western wall was the weakest visible point on Quiet Peak. Ah yes, Chen Mu said. You repaired it 3 days before a concealed projectile struck that exact place. Yes, because of wind. Yes. Because of wind. Yes. Lin An lowered her head. Her shoulders moved once. Han Wei's expression became grave. You knew someone was testing the sect. No. You reinforced only the point they targeted. It was cold. Han Wei looked toward the chair beneath the flowering tree. The wall stood directly between it and the western slope. His gaze sharpened. The chair. Chen Mu felt the misunderstanding grow. Han Wei walked toward the outdoor table. A small formation stone rested beneath each leg. The rain barrier had been closed, but traces remained. The warning lines around the lawn connected visibly to the repaired wall. Beneath them, Lin An's new work concealed the deeper paths. Han Wei saw preparation. He saw a position at the center of the peak, where Chen Mu could observe every approach. He saw a chair placed behind the wall most likely to receive a hidden attack. He saw an elder who had publicly repaired that wall for comfort days before an unknown enemy tested it. The chair was bait, Han Wei said. No, Lin, and made a small sound. Yan Fei turned toward her. Are you choking? No. Zhao Ren looked from the wall to Chen Mu. You allowed the weak point to remain visible. Then added a hidden line beneath it. I closed a crack. The outer layer appears unchanged. It was not necessary to replace the entire wall. The force was carried downward instead of blocked. That is safer for the stone. Han Wei's conclusion. Han Wei's conclusion. Settled. You predicted that anyone testing Quiet Peak would choose this line. Chen Mu considered every available response. The truth had already failed. He could argue, which would sound like concealment. He could explain the draft in greater detail, which would sound insane. He chose Rule 3, avoid the fight. The projectile should be inspected, he said. Han Wei accepted the change of subject as confirmation. Show me. Chen Mu unwrapped the black shell without exposing the crescent to the others. Bai Ning had moved behind Yan Fei. Her breathing remained controlled, but her attention stayed on the cloth. Han Wei examined the shattered inner formation. It destroyed itself? It attempted to? And failed in your hand. The mechanism was damaged by the wall. Zhao Ren looked at Chen Mu's palm. There was no injury. This metal-pierced, reinforced stone. The tip carried the force. You caught the remaining collapse without a shield. It was already weak. Lin uncovered her mouth. Chen Mu looked at her. She turned the movement into a yawn. Han Wei accepted the projectile. I will have the Sex Formation Hall inspect the outer shell. No one should activate the inner marks, Chen Mu said. You have identified them? No. Then why warn us? Unknown formations should not be activated. Han Wei nodded slowly, as if Chen Mu had delivered another hidden message. Zhao Ren returned to the wall. He placed 2 fingers against Lin An's repair line. You made this. With Master, she said. The line carried a force above your realm. It had one purpose. He followed the path into the ground. The visible line ended before reaching the deeper defense. His spiritual sense found nothing beyond it. How did you know this direction would hold? He asked. Lin An glanced toward Chen Mu. The wall told me. Zhao Ren frowned. It did not speak. You do not have pattern sight. Han Wei turned. Pattern sight. Lin An's smile disappeared. Chen Mu answered before the question grew. A form of formation perception. It overwhelms her if used without limits. Han Wei looked at the band hidden beneath her hair. The reason for her previous failures? Yes, and you corrected it before the review? I gave her a way to close it. Zhao Ren withdrew his hand from Shun. The wall. Standard teachers had attempted to improve Lin An by adding knowledge. Quiet Peak had improved her by allowing her to stop. His gaze moved to Bai Ning, then Yan Fei. Different methods. Different failures. The same elder. Zhao Ren straightened. I misjudged her record. Lin An blinked. He continued before anyone could react. The result was poor. I assumed the effort and talent behind it were also poor. That is almost an apology, Yan Fei said. Bai Ning touched her arm. Zhao Ren ignored the comment. Quiet Peak should not lose resources because the standard test failed to measure the disciple. Lin An watched him carefully. Thank you. The answer was sincere. Zhao Ren inclined his head once. His respect had not become trust. It no longer needed suspicion to support it. Hanwei ordered 2 sect guards to inspect the western slope. Zhao Ren volunteered to review the path used by the projectile. Neither found a person. The launch point had been prepared in advance and activated from beyond normal sensing range. 3 false trails led away from it. Lin An could have opened pattern sight fully and searched thousands of possible routes. She kept the seal partly closed. What do you see? Hanwei asked when they returned. Enough to know the attacker wanted us to follow. Can you find the true path? Possibly, then. No, Chen Mu said. Hanwei looked at him. The trail was made to be found. Following it gives the attacker another chance to study our response. Lin An nodded. The path that matters is the one they already used. She pointed toward the western wall. We strengthened this. We do not run into 3 false routes because one may be real. Yan Fei rested her sword against her shoulder. Rule 3. Hanwei looked at her. Avoid fighting, she explained. And Rule 2, Lin An added. If you can leave. If you can leave. Leave. We are not leaving the sect, Hanwei said. It applies to bad paths too. Hanwei turned toward Chen Mu. You taught them to treat pursuit as a choice. Yes, that is uncommon. It should not be. The sectmaster studied the 4 disciples. Bai Ning had controlled her cold, despite the symbol hidden inside the cloth. Yan Fei had remained on the lawn instead of chasing the attacker. Lin An had ignored thousands of possible trails. Qing Yu had used the surrounding animals only for warning, without forcing them toward danger. None had attacked. None had panicked. The peak had defended itself before Hanwei arrived. He looked again at the repaired wall. I want a full report tomorrow. Chen Mu's heart sank. Lin An needs rest. Then the following morning. The projectile may require several days of study. The report can be updated. Zhao Ren added. The formation hall will want to compare the wall with the review barrier. Chen Mu looked toward Lin An. She appeared deeply interested in the night sky. Unwanted attention had arrived before the season's resources. Hanwei carried the projectile toward the gate. At the edge of the lawn he stopped. Elder Chen, yes. If you suspect another weak point, repair it. Chen Mu looked around Quiet Peak. The animal's shed roof needed work. The eastern path retained water after rain. The library window did not close properly. Every ordinary repair would now be interpreted as a prediction. I will inspect the peak, he said. Hanwei accepted the promise, with far too much satisfaction. After he and Zhao Ren left, silence returned. Yan Fei sheathed her sword. Do we sleep? After the outer lines are checked, Chen Mu said. I will check the western path. You will stay inside the wall. She looked toward the dark slope. The warrior god's soul pressed against her instinct. Iron breath moved. 4 counts in, 2 held, 6 released. Yan Fei turned away from the gate. I will check the wall. Good. Qing Yu sent no animal beyond the safe path. She watched snow and listened to the birds nesting inside the peak. None showed signs that anything was approaching. Lin An opened pattern sight only around the damaged section. Bai Ning remained beside Chen Mu. The red crescent lay hidden inside the wrapped projectile, now carried toward the sect's formation hall. Its shape remained in her memory. Chen Mu did not ask for more. He inspected the crack, replaced the damaged outer stone, and strengthened the public line. Lin An knelt beside him. The deeper network reacted, she said quietly. I know. It revealed almost nothing. Almost. I saw one line beneath the lawn. Which one? The line leading toward the library. Chen Mu adjusted the repair stone. Can Mu adjusted the repair stone. Anyone else see it? No. Then leave it. Lin An traced the public mark. You could connect the full defense now. Not safely. You received new understanding after my breakthrough. Chen Mu's hand paused. She had not seen the system. She had seen him understand something he had not understood before. That is an unusual conclusion. You looked at the pond, library, wall, and underground roots in a new order. You watched too much. I am learning to choose. That was not the purpose of the lesson. It is useful. Chen Mu finished the repair. Lin An leaned closer. What is the network's purpose? To give everyone time to reach safety, not defeat the attacker. No, not trap them. No, not trap them, no. Not reveal your strength. Especially not that. She smiled. When it is enough, when it is the correct line. They stood. Across the lawn, Yan Fei completed the wall inspection. Qing Yu waited beneath the flowering tree with snow. Bai Ning had not moved. Chen Mu approached her. You should rest. Bai Ning looked toward the western gate. They found me once. The words were quiet enough that only he heard. In your first life? She nodded. The soul oath tightened. Cold gathered around her fingers. Chen Mu did not ask who. He did not ask where. He asked the question that mattered tonight. Do you believe the projectile was aimed at you? I do not know. Do you believe they know who you are? I do not know. Then we prepare for both without assuming either. Bai Ning looked at him. You are not asking for the memory. Would it help us before morning? Her answer came slowly. No. Then it can wait. What if waiting is dangerous? Forcing it may also be dangerous. The others have a right to know. They have a right to the white. Danger. They do not own your pain. Bai Ning's hand opened. The cold dissolved. When I can speak, she said. I will. Chen Mu nodded. That is enough. She returned to her room. Yan Fei waited until Bai Ning's door closed. She knows more. Yes, and we are not asking. Not tonight. Yan Fei looked dissatisfied. Then she remembered the moment the warrior god soul had been revealed to her. Chen Mu had changed the amount of information when withholding it became unsafe. He had not displayed her secret before the others for convenience. Her expression settled. Tomorrow? We ask what affects the peak. Not everything. Not everything belongs to us. Yan Fei nodded. Qing Yu carried snow inside. Blackie refused to leave the roof until Chen Mu scattered grain beneath the eaves. Lin An remained on the lawn. Her pattern sight was closed. But she faced the western wall. You know what Hanwei thinks, she said. That the attack came from outside the sect. That you predicted it. He misunderstood. You told him about the wind. I did. That made it worse. I noticed. He thinks... The chair was bait. It was a chair. He thinks you sat in the most exposed place to watch the weak point. I sat there because the tree provides shade. He will consider that part of the plan. Chen Mu looked at the flowering branches. I may looked at the flowering branches. Cut down the tree. He will think it concealed a formation. I may move the chair. He will think you are changing the bait. Chen Mu considered burning the chair. Lin An read the direction of his gaze. He will think it destroyed evidence. You are enjoying this. A little. Someone tested our defenses. That part is not funny. Her smile faded. The wall was... Chen Mu could not argue with the distinction. Lin An stepped beside him. Without pattern sight, the mountain was dark and quiet. The western wall looked like old stone repaired by an elder who disliked cold wind. Only the people on Quiet Peak knew how much rested beneath it. Will they come again? She asked. Yes, you sound certain. People who test a wall usually care about what is behind it. Lin An looked toward the 4 rooms beside the library. What do we do? Repair the visible damage? Assassination. They are wrong. Bai Ning thinks someone from her past found her. We do not know that. Zhao Ren defended our resources. He followed the result. I reached Lake Shi Gathering. You did. And your final answer is sleep. Yes. Lin An considered the dark lawn. Then she touched the band beneath her hair and confirmed that pattern sight was closed. I approve. They returned to the rooms. Chen Mu waited until every door had closed. Then he stood alone beside the damaged wall and opened his true spiritual sense. The launch point on the western slope was empty. The false trails had already faded. Far beyond them, something had watched the wall receive the strike. He could not find the watcher without spreading his power across half the region. Doing so would reveal more than the projectile had learned. He withdrew his sense. The old defense beneath Quiet Peak remained hidden. The new connections waited. The safe room was stocked. The escape routes were clear. The disciples had obeyed the rules without being ordered twice. That should have been reassuring. Chen Mu looked toward Bai Ning's darkened window. A red crescent had crossed the night, and touched the home she had begun to trust. Quiet Peak had kept its resources. It had also gained the attention Chen Mu had spent 12 years avoiding. The wall had been repaired to stop a draft. Now Cloud River Sect believed it had been prepared for an assassin. Worse, someone outside the sect had discovered that Quiet Peak was worth testing. The first consequence arrived at breakfast. A wooden bird descended onto the outdoor table, opened its beak, and dropped a sealed order beside Chen Mu's bowl. Blackie attacked the bird. The messenger construct hopped backward. Blackie followed. Qing Yu caught the chicken before it could tear off one carved wing. "I'm sorry." Blackie struggled in her arms. The wooden bird repeated the sex seal 3 times, then flew to the highest branch of the flowering tree and refused to come down. Chen Mu opened the order. After the hidden projectile, Manhwa wanted every branch to strengthen its outer warning methods. Quiet Peak had been approved to request 1 trained spirit beast from the sect beast yard. A fighting beast was unnecessary. A beast capable of detecting concealed movement could reduce the number of nights Chen Mu needed to open his true spiritual sense. That sounded useful. The order also required the beast to be assigned through a recognized beast cultivator. Chen Mu looked toward Qing Yu. She was feeding Blackie a piece of rice in exchange for releasing the messenger bird. Blackie swallowed the rice and attacked the bird again. "You are coming with me," Chen Mu said. Qing Yu looked up. "Where?" "The beast yard." Her hands stopped. Snow raised its head beside her chair. Blackie escaped. The wooden bird fled the peak. Qing Yu watched it disappear. "Do we need a spirit beast?" "We need an outer alarm that does not depend on Lin An keeping pattern sight open." Lin An rested her cheek against one hand. "I support anything that lets me sleep." Yan Fei reached for another steamed bun. "Choose something strong." "We need something quiet," Chen Mu said. "Strong things can be quiet. You were evidence against that." Bai Ning poured tea without looking up. Yan Fei bit into the bun. "Bring back a wolf." Snow stood. Yan Fei looked at the white fox. A larger wolf. Snow's tail stiffened. Qing Yu touched its back. "We may not receive one. The sect order approves the request," Chen Mu said. "The beast yard may still refuse me. Then they will explain why." Qing Yu lowered her gaze. She already knew the explanation. 6 trained spirit beasts had rejected her during the sect's earlier testing. 2 had refused to enter the ring. 1 had hidden behind its keeper. The beast yard had recorded the result as a failure of control. Chen Mu had learned that the command method was the failure. The beast yard had not. He finished breakfast. "Bring snow." Qing Yu looked toward Blackie. The chicken had entered the kitchen. Blackie too. "No." A crash came from inside. Chen Mu changed his answer. "Blackie too." The Cloud River Sect beast yard occupied a wide valley between 2 lower peaks. Stone pens covered the eastern slope. Open fields stretched beneath them, divided by wooden fences and low formation lines. Birds circled above the yard, while trained hounds moved between supply buildings with packs secured to their backs. The air carried hay, damp soil, animal fur, and enough conflicting spiritual pressure to make weaker cultivators uncomfortable. Qing Yu became quieter with every step. Snow remained close to her ankle. Blackie walked ahead as if returning to property it owned. The senior keeper met them near the main gate. His eyes moved from Chen Mu to Qing Yu, then down to the 2 animals. "The sect master sent notice," he said. "I expected Quiet Peak to send someone qualified." "She is my beast disciple," Chen Mu replied. "She has no successful control record. She has 2 companions." The keeper looked at Snow. "A pet." His gaze shifted to Blackie. "Dinner." Blackie stopped. Qing Yu picked it up before it crossed the distance between them. The keeper continued. "Quiet Peak may request a trained warning beast, but the animal must be placed under a stable command seal. We will not send one to a branch that cannot control it." "We do not use domination contracts," Chen Mu said. "Then you do not use sect beasts. Are willing agreements prohibited? They are unreliable. So are walls." The keeper looked at him. "They are unreliable." "So are walls." The keeper looked at him. Chen Mu added, "We repaired ours." The explanation did not help. The keeper led them through the yard. Several weaker beasts approached Qing Yu before she called them. A long-eared field rabbit emerged from beneath a fence. 2 small wind birds landed on the roof beside her. A young horned deer stepped close enough to smell her sleeve. The senior keeper waved them away. They gather around anyone carrying food. Qing Yu's hands were empty. Chen Mu did not point that out. The stronger beasts reacted differently. A scaled hound left the path before Qing Yu reached it. 2 red-feathered hawks spread their wings and moved to the highest beam of their pen. A heavy boar lowered its head, then backed away instead of charging. At the far end of the valley stood the strongest beast in the yard. The gray spirit wolf was taller than Qing Yu's shoulder. Dark markings covered its legs, and one pale scar crossed its muzzle. A reinforced collar rested around its neck, but no chain connected it to the ground. It did not need one. 3 command marks had been carved into the stone around its pen. The wolf watched Qing Yu approach, its ears flattened. It stepped behind the shelter at the rear of the enclosure. The senior keeper stopped. That is the problem. Qing Yu looked toward the empty front of the pen. I did not call it. You did not need to. Strong beasts sense the weakness in your control. Chen Mu watched the wolf through the wooden slats. Fear had tightened its body before Qing Yu released any technique. That was not a response to weakness. Weak cultivators did not frighten strong beasts by standing still. The senior keeper placed a command tablet in Qing Yu's hand. If Quiet Peak wants an assigned beast, she must pass the basic test. Chen Mu looked at the tablet. It carried the same standard seal Qing Yu had used during her first examination on Quiet Peak. He had banned the method. The beast yard required proof that it failed. Qing Yu held the tablet without activating it. Master, 1 attempt, Chen Mu said. Release it the moment the animal refuses, the keeper frowned. The purpose of a command seal is to overcome refusal. That is why we will use it once. He chose, we will use it once. A trained brown hound from a nearby pen. The animal approached the testing ring without fear. It sat when the keeper signaled and waited for the seal. Qing Yu stepped inside. Snow remained outside the line. Blackie had climbed onto the fence. Qing Yu raised the command tablet. Her energy entered the carved mark. The seal formed. Ancient pressure moved beneath her gentle spiritual energy. The brown hound's ears flattened. Its body trembled. Qing Yu had not given a command yet. The hound stood and backed away. The keeper struck the outer mark of the testing ring. Hold the seal. Qing Yu hesitated. Order it to sit. She spoke softly. Sit. The life heart responded to her wish. The command seal changed that wish into force. For one instant, the sleeping pressure inside Qing Yu opened. The brown hound fled to the edge of the ring. Across the beast yard, every strong animal reacted. The red hawks struck the roof of their enclosure. The boar retreated into its shelter. The gray spirit wolf lowered its body and bared its teeth without moving forward. Snow whined. Blackie fell from the fence, landed badly, and pretended nothing had happened. Qing Yu released the tablet. The command pressure vanished. The hound remained at the far edge of the ring. I'm sorry, she whispered. She knelt but did not reach for it. The animal watched her. Without the seal, her natural energy returned to its ordinary warmth. The hound took one step forward. The senior keeper blocked it with his staff. The test has failed. Qing Yu lowered her head. I know. You still cannot control even a basic yard hound. Chen Mu entered the ring. She controlled the seal correctly. The beast fled. Before she gave the command, because it sensed uncertainty. No do. It sensed pressure. The system appeared. Disciple Qing Yu has activated a domination seal, goal, a life heart conflict confirmed. The disciple's gift treats living energy as a shared connection. The domination seal turns that connection into ruling. Pressure, conscient pressure within the life heart remains asleep, but cannot distinguish command from threat. As strong beasts are not rejecting the disciple. They are protecting themselves. Safe direction. Create an equal bond. Required principles. Shared energy, clear limits, willing entry, willing release. Qing Yu looked at the hound. I frightened it. Yes, Chen Mu said. Her face tightened. Then they were right. No. The strong beasts avoid me. They avoid what the command seal turns you into. The senior keeper crossed his arms. A beast cultivator who cannot command a beast cannot protect it during danger. A Kiro cannot protect it during danger. Cultivator who requires obedience before offering protection is protecting an asset, Chen Mu said. Not the beast. The keeper's expression hardened. This yard has kept spirit beasts alive through raids, disease, and winter shortages. Then you understand the difference. Silence held between them. Chen Mu did not dismiss the beast yard's methods entirely. A command could stop a frightened animal from running into fire. A stable contract to carry instructions farther than a voice. Many trained beasts accepted those bonds without harm. The method failed Qing Yu because the power beneath her kindness was not ordinary. Forcing it into the shape of control turned trust into terror. The keeper took the tablet from Qing Yu without a recognized contract. No trained beast leaves this yard. Then Quiet Peak will not take one. Qing Yu looked at Chen Mu. We came because the sect ordered us to strengthen the watch. We can strengthen it without taking an animal that does not choose to come. The senior keeper glanced at Snow. That fox has no training. Snow moved closer to Qing Yu. The chicken has less. Blackie pecked the keeper's boot. He kicked backward. Qing Yu caught Blackie before the foot connected. Her voice remained soft. Please, do not kick her. The keeper looked at the chicken in her arms. It attacks everyone? Not everyone. Blackie pecked Qing Yu's sleeve. She adjusted her statement. Not seriously. The brown hound had returned to the center of the testing ring. It stopped beside Qing Yu. The keeper noticed. His gaze shifted toward Chen Mu. You may inspect the weaker pens, he said. You will not leave with the trained beast. Chen Mu had no intention of arguing. Arguments created a tension. They also required standing in the beast yard longer than necessary. He turned toward the gate. Qing Yu did not follow. She was watching the brown hound. It stood within reach, but had not offered contact. She kept her hands around Blackie. May I apologize properly? She asked. The keeper looked irritated. It is an animal. That was not my question. Chen Mu waited. The keeper stepped aside. Qing Yu placed Blackie on the ground. The chicken immediately attacked a loose thread on the keeper's robe. Qing Yu knelt before the hound. She did not use energy. She did not touch it. I'm sorry I made you afraid. The hound smelled her hand. It chose not to come closer. Qing Yu accepted the distance. She rose. Only then did she follow Chen Mu. The hound watched them leave. They returned to Quiet Peak without a spirit beast. Yan Fei met them at the gate. Where is the wolf? There is no wolf, Chen Mu said. The beast yard had none. It had one. Then where is it? It did not want to come. Yan Fei looked at Qing Yu. Qing Yu carried Snow. Blackie marched behind her with a stolen strip of red cloth hanging from its beak. They refused you? Yan Fei asked. Yes, we should go back. No, Chen Mu said. They cannot ignore the sect master's order. They offered a beast under a command a sect. Contract, and? We're not using one. Yan Fei looked from him to Qing Yu. The answer she would have given a month earlier appeared on her face. Take the beast. Become strong enough to make it obey. Prove the beast yard wrong. Iron breath moved through her chest. Her expression settled. What are we using instead? Chen Mu looked at Snow. The fox had stayed beside Qing Yu despite fearing the pressure from the command seal. Choice. Lin An was asleep beneath the outdoor table. One eye opened. That sounds difficult to put in a formation. It will be. Bai Ning closed the book in her hands. What does Qing Yu need? A method that does not turn connection into control. Qing Yu lowered Snow onto the grass. Can that work? Yes. How do you know? Because the animals return when you stop commanding them. Snow pressed against her leg. Blackie dropped the stolen cloth and entered the kitchen. Chen Mu looked toward the open door. Some returned too often. The gentle beast method began with an open hand. Chen Mu spent 4 days studying the movement of Qing Yu's life energy. He used weak herbs, ordinary insects, snow, and a single gray rabbit that lived beneath the animal shed. No creature was forced to remain. Qing Yu sat on the grass and extended her palm. Do not call the rabbit, Chen Mu said. I'm not. You are hoping. Is that different? Your gift can feel the direction of your care. She looked toward the animal. The rabbit had stopped near the edge of the herb garden. How do I stop caring whether it comes? You do not. Then what do I change? Do not turn care into demand. Qing Yu drew her energy inward. The rabbit stayed where it was. Offer a fixed amount, Chen Mu said. Do not send it into the animal. She placed one small thread of life energy above her palm. Warm green light formed. The rabbit's ears rose. It approached. Qing Yu did not move. The animal smelled the energy. A thin connection formed between them. Qing Yu's gift tried to follow the line into the rabbit's body. Chen Mu tapped her wrist. Stop. It may need more. You do not know that. It came closer. That is not permission to enter its body. Qing Yu pulled the energy back. The rabbit remained beside her hand. Again, Chen Mu said. This time, she offered the thread without following it. The rabbit touched the light. A small amount of its own energy returned along the connection. The exchange lasted 1 breath. The rabbit stepped away. The line broke. Qing Yu watched it return to the herb garden. It ended. The animal ended it. Did I do something wrong? No. Then why did it leave? Because it wanted to. She looked dissatisfied. Chen Mu placed a wooden token in her hand. One side is yours. One side belongs to the creature. Energy crosses only while both sides remain open. What if it leaves during danger? Then it leaves. What if I need its help? Ask.
What if it refuses? Find another answer.
Yan Fei, listening beside the training yard, frowned. That is a terrible battle contract. It is not a battle contract, Chen Mu said. What happens when an enemy attacks and the animal decides it is afraid? It runs, and Qing Yu? She runs too. Yan Fei considered the 5 rules. Thad considered the 5 rules. Is consistent. Bai Ning sat near the pond with Snow beside her. What prevents Qing Yu from sending too much energy? She asked. The fixed amount, and if the creature is injured, she offers another amount after the first exchange ends. Qing Yu looked toward Chen Mu. That will be slow. It will keep you alive. If an animal is dying, you still have 1 body and 1 core. Qing Yu lowered her gaze. Chen Mu continued. The method allows either side to refuse. That includes you. Her head rose. Why would I refuse? That is the part you need to learn. She did not answer. Kindness came naturally to Qing Yu. Limits did not. By the 7th day, she could share 1 full loop of energy without following the connection beyond permission. The system did not recognize a bond. Snow accepted the energy, returned warmth, and stepped away. Blackie stole the wooden token. The rabbit accepted 3 times and disappeared beneath the shed. The method remained incomplete because Qing Yu still treated every creature's need as more important than her own state. Chen Mu took her back to the beast yard. The senior keeper did not welcome them. You have no assigned beast. We came to practice. This is not Quiet Peak. It contains animals. That does not make it a public classroom. Qing Yu noticed a small wind deer lying near the side of a pen. Its front leg had been wrapped. The bandage was damp. She moved toward it. The keeper blocked her. That animal injured itself against a fence. Has it been treated? Yes. The swelling has spread. It will recover. Qing Yu could sense the deer's pain without touching it. The life heart opened toward every living creature in the yard. A bird with a damaged wing rested beneath the roof. A young boar suffered from a cut inside its mouth. 2 hounds carried tired muscles after training. The gray spirit wolf's scar ached beneath changing weather. Needs surrounded her. Her energy moved. Chen Mu caught her shoulder. 1. She looked toward the other pens. The bird? 1. The hounds are exhausted. On. If I have energy left, you will still help 1. Qing Yu's breath tightened. The senior keeper watched them. If she can sense injuries, she should report them. She can, Chen Mu said. She is not healing the entire yard. Qing Yu looked at him. Why not? Because this is the lesson. The injured wind deer tried to rise. Its leg failed. Qing Yu knelt outside the fence. She opened her palm. The deer watched her. No command seal formed. A fixed thread of life energy waited above her skin. The deer stretched its neck. It stopped before touching the light. Qing Yu remained still. The animal decided. Its nose met her palm. A connection formed. Pain entered Qing Yu's awareness, not as an injury inside her body. As information, heat around the joint, strained muscle, fear left from the fence, impact. No broken bone. Her gift offered life energy toward the swelling. The deer accepted part of it. The rest remained in Qing Yu's hand. She wanted to send more. The deer pulled away. The bond ended. Qing Yu's energy tried to follow. She stopped it. The wind deer lay down. Its breathing eased. The swelling had not vanished. The pain had weakened. Qing Yu looked toward the bird beneath the roof. No, Chen Mu said. I still have energy. The deer accepted 1 exchange. The bird has not received any. You are finished. She stood slowly. Guilt moved across her face. The senior keeper opened the wind deer's pen and examined the leg. The heat has fallen. Qing Yu watched the bird. May I report the wing? The keeper followed her gaze. He called another assistant and ordered the bird checked. Qing Yu's shoulders loosened. Chen Mu saw the change. She did not need to heal every creature herself. She needed to learn that asking others to carry part of the care was not abandonment. They returned the next day. Qing Yu helped the bird. On the 3rd day, she treated the young boar. On the 4th, she did not treat any animal. She only reported a cracked water channel and returned to Quiet Peak before her energy fell below half. That was her first real improvement. She did not look proud. Chen Mu was. Snow accepted the first equal bond beneath the autumn moon. Qing Yu sat beside the pond with the wooden token between her hands. The fox rested across from her. No one else stood inside the formation circle. Chen Mu watched from the outdoor table. Bai Ning, Yan Fei, and Lin An remained far enough away that their energy would not disturb the exchange. Qing Yu placed the token on the grass. One small life thread rose from her palm. Snow approached. The fox had accepted temporary exchanges before. This time, Qing Yu offered something more stable. Not ownership, not an order. A path that could open and close from either side. If you do not want it, she said, you can leave. Snow looked toward the animal shed, then toward the path beyond the lawn. Nothing blocked either route. The fox touched the token. Qing Yu's energy entered one side. Snow's energy entered the other. The connection formed between them. Warm life energy met pale, cool light. The system appeared before Chen Mu. Equal bond, forming. Disciple Qing Yu has offered a willing path. Companion Snow has accepted. Hidden bloodline responding. A moon fox bloodline. Asleep. Qing Yu's eyes widened. Within the bond, she felt something deeper than the small white body before her. Cold moonlight. Quiet fields beneath winter stars, an instinct for hiding paths and guiding lost creatures through darkness. The power remained far away, sleeping. It was still real. Snow, she whispered. The fox's ears moved. Qing Yu had never known why Snow had survived alone before finding her. She had thought the animal was ordinary, weak, and lucky. Snow had carried a hidden bloodline without understanding it, just as she had carried the life heart. The bond settled. A pale mark appeared on the wooden token, then divided into two halves. One rested beneath Qing Yu's hand. The other faded into the fur above Snow's chest. Snow could break the bond by refusing the next exchange. Qing Yu could do the same. Neither side owned the other. Snow crossed the grass and placed its head on Qing Yu's knee. The system sounded. First stable equal bond completed. Disciple has maintained safe energy limits. Qing Yu touched the fox carefully. You knew, she said to Chen Mu. I knew something unusual was sleeping in her bloodline. You did not tell me. You needed to bond with Snow, not the bloodline. Her hand stopped. If Chen Mu had told her earlier, she might have approached every exchange while thinking about the sleeping power. She might have watched for value instead of choice. Snow would have felt the difference. Qing Yu nodded. Thank you. Yan Fei crossed the lawn. Can Snow use moon techniques? No, Chen Mu said. Can it hide? It already hides when bathing is mentioned, Lin An said. Snow lifted its head. Qing Yu smiled. The bloodline is still asleep. Yan Fei crouched beside the fox. Can we wake it? No. Chen Mu and Bai Ning said together. Yan Fei looked between them. I was only asking. That is how trouble begins, Chen Mu said. Blackie formed no bond. Qing Yu offered the token. Blackie pecked it. She offered energy. Blackie ate a beetle. She placed the token beside its basket. Blackie pushed it out. 3 days passed. Blackie accepted food, shelter, protection, and complete freedom to disturb every quiet part of Quiet Peak. It accepted no spiritual connection. Qing Yu did not force one. That should have been progress. It did not feel like progress when the senior beast yard keeper arrived carrying an empty cage. Blackie saw him from the lawn. The chicken ran into the library. The keeper watched it disappear through the open door. That animal remains sect livestock. Qing Yu stood. Blackie came with me. It was raised in the beast yard. It left before I became a disciple. It escaped. It chose to follow me. It stole feed for 3 weeks and damaged 2 nesting pens. Blackie appeared in an upper library window. A strip of paper hung from its beak. Chen Mu recognized one corner of a formation note. Put that down, he said. Blackie swallowed it. The keeper pointed toward the window. It has no trained value. It cannot remain on a cultivation peak. It warns us when someone enters the kitchen, Lin An said. It is usually the one entering, Bai Ning replied. Yan Fei folded her arms. It survived a direct encounter with Elder Chen. Chen Mu looked at her. What direct encounter? The koi pond. The koi pond? That was not a battle. Blackie flew from the window and landed behind Qing Yu. The keeper set the cage on the grass. Without a registered bond, the animal belongs to the yard. It will be removed. What will happen to it? Qing Yu asked. It will be assessed. For what? Breeding, labor, or food. Blackie became very still. Qing Yu stepped between the chicken and the cage. No. The keeper looked at her. Qing Yu rarely raised her voice. She did not raise it now. The refusal still carried across the lawn. Blackie is not registered as your bonded beast. She does not need to bond with me to be protected here. You cannot claim sect property based on affection. I am not claiming her. Then move, no. The life heart stirred. Qing Yu did not release it. She stood without a command seal, contract, weapon, or stronger cultivation. The keeper was at foundation realm. Her knees trembled anyway. She did not step aside. Chen Mu remained beneath the flowering tree. This choice belonged to Qing Yu. He would intervene if the keeper used force. Before that, she needed the right to speak for herself. The keeper reached for Blackie. Qing Yu extended one hand. Not toward him. Toward the chicken. A fixed thread of life energy appeared above her palm. You do not have to accept, she said. Blackie stared at the light. The keeper reached closer. Blackie jumped onto Qing Yu's arm. Its beak touched the energy. Heat erupted through the connection. Qing Yu nearly lost her balance. Chen Mu rose. She held the limit. The energy did not rush into Blackie. Blackie's energy met hers halfway. A bond formed, deep inside the small black body. Something hot moved. The system appeared, equal bond forming. Companion Blackie has accepted. Hidden bloodline responding. Doored bloodline, asleep. One red spark emerged from Blackie's tail. The spark struck the keeper's sleeve. He slapped it out. Blackie spread both wings. A second spark appeared at the tip of its beak. The senior keeper jumped backward. Firebird. Blackie sneezed. The spark vanished. Silence covered Quiet Peak. The chicken folded its wings and settled on Qing Yu's arm with unbearable pride. Chen Mu's at again. It is still a noisy chicken. The keeper stared at Blackie. You hid an ancient bloodline inside livestock. I did not hide it. You allowed it to appear worthless. It stole my vegetables this morning. Lin An leaned against the outdoor table. A perfect disguise. It is not a disguise. Yanfei looked at Blackie with new respect. Can it burn an enemy? It burned one thread. The bloodline is sleeping. The chicken is awake, Lin An said. Blackie released another spark. It struck the empty cage. A single piece of straw began smoking. The keeper pulled the cage away. His expression had changed completely. We must examine it. Qing Yu held Blackie closer. No, you do not understand what a firebird bloodline means. I understand that Blackie refused to return with you. The sect must record. You may record. The bond from here. The keeper looked toward Chen Mu. Elder Chen. The bond is stable, Chen Mu said. The bloodline may require beastyard training. No domination seals. We have bloodline methods. No forced awakening. We need to determine. It's great. When Blackie agrees. Blackie pecked Qing Yu's hairpin. The keeper stared at the chicken. Its proud posture, black feathers, and single smoking tail feather now appeared mysterious to him. He left without the cage. By sunset, 3 beastyard assistants had heard that Quiet Peak possessed a perfectly hidden ancient firebird. By the next morning, the rumor had reached the outer disciples. Blackie spent that morning trapped inside a grain jar. Chen Mu removed the lid. The chicken emerged covered in husks. Perfectly hidden, he said. Blackie packed him. The 2 equal bonds changed Qing Yu's cultivation. Life energy no longer pressed against her core without direction. Snow's cool path taught it to soften. Blackie's warm path taught it to release in small amounts. The opposing exchanges did not fight inside her. They created balance. Qing Yu reached the edge of middle cheek gathering without crossing it. Chen Mu prevented her from forcing the breakthrough. Your bonds are new. They are stable. For 7 days, Snow has trusted me much longer. The bond has existed for 7 days. Blackie followed me for months. Blackie accepted spiritual contact because it feared a cage. Qing Yu looked toward the chicken. Blackie was sleeping inside the empty medicine basket. Does that make the bond wrong? No. It means we confirm the choice after the danger has passed. That evening, Qing Yu opened the bond. She offered Blackie the release path. The chicken could leave without pain, backlash, or punishment. Blackie examined the open mark. It closed the bond. Then it climbed into Qing Yu's lab and went to sleep. Snow repeated the choice without hesitation. Only then did Chen Mu allow the method to continue. Quiet Peak changed around them. The empty animal shed gained clean bedding. The garden widened because Snow liked sleeping between the herbs and Blackie could no longer be trusted near anything planted without a fence. Lin placed simple warning stones around the vegetables. Blackie learned to carry the stones away. She changed them into hanging bells. Blackie learned to strike the bells until Qing Yu brought food. Yanfei built a taller fence. Blackie flew over it. Bai Ning froze the top edge once. Blackie landed on Yanfei's head instead. Shared meals became louder. Snow waited beneath Qing Yu's chair. Blackie moved between everyone's feet and stole from the person paying least attention. Bai Ning pretended not to feed either animal. Snow began sitting beside her. Lin An used the fox as a warm pillow until Qing Yu explained that Snow should be asked. Lin An asked. Snow refused. Lin An respected the decision and used Yan Fei's folded outer robe instead. Yan Fei discovered this after training. The argument lasted until dinner. Chen Mu's private refuge no longer felt private. There were bowls beneath the table, paw marks near the pond, feathers in the library, and 4 women discussing whose turn it was to repair the animal fence. He considered several retreat options. None allowed him to leave without taking everyone with him. That was a flaw in his preparation. He began expanding the garden instead. The beast-yard illness appeared during the 5th week of autumn. A hound collapsed during morning training. By noon, 6 animals showed fever. Before sunset, the number had reached 17. The symptoms did not match. The red-feathered hawks became cold and weak. 2 stone deer overheated. The young boars refused water. 3 wind hounds drank continuously, but remained dry-mouthed. The gray spirit wolf did not collapse. It paced inside its pen and bit at its front leg until blood stained the fur. Manhwa arrived before the 2nd alarm bell ended. She examined the first hound, then the hawks. The same illness should not reverse itself across different animals, she said. The senior keeper stood beside her. Can you treat them? I can lower fever, warm the cold ones, and protect their organs. I cannot identify one medicine that suits every bloodline, then use different medicine. I need to know what each animal carries before I choose it. The keeper looked across the crowded pens. There are more than 40. Then bring their raw records. Half the records were old. Several animals had been born in the yard without full bloodline tests. Others carried mixed traits that had never mattered before. The first treatment helped one hound and worsened a hawk's breathing. Manhwa stopped the medicine. No more broad doses. Another beast cried from the upper pens. The sound reached quiet peak through the sect warning system. Qing Yu stood before Chen Mu finished reading the message. We need to go. The beast yard has healers. I can feel Snow and Blackie reacting. Snow stood beside her with its ears forward. Blackie had abandoned a bowl of grain. Both equal bonds carried unease from the valley below. Chen Mu took the emergency medicine box. All 4 of you come. Yan Fei reached for her sword. Leave it. What if this is another attack? Then carrying a weapon into frightened animal pens will improve nothing. She took the medicine box. Instead, Bai Ning wrapped her cold aura beneath the clear ice method. Lin An opened the first layer of pattern sight. Qing Yu carried neither animal. Snow and Blackie followed by choice. The beast yard no longer resembled the orderly valley they had visited. Animals crowded away from one another. Keepers moved between pens carrying water and medicine. Command seals flashed whenever a sick beast refused treatment. Each forced command spread more fear through the yard. The gray spirit wolf struck the side of its pen. The formation line cracked. Qing Yu stopped at the gate. Too many living signals entered the life heart. Pain, heat, cold, fear, poison, hunger. Old wounds, fresh wounds. Her energy reached toward all of them. Chen Mu caught her hand. One purpose. Lin An looked toward him. That is my lesson. Today she needs it. Qing Yu's breathing shortened. They are all hurting. Not in the same way. I can help them. You can identify them. That is helping. Manhwa zaid. She approached with blood on one sleeve from an injured deer. Her expression remained controlled, but exhaustion had tightened her eyes. Can you tell which animals share the same condition? Qing Yu looked across the yard. I can feel everything at once, then closed the bonds. Snow and Blackie felt her intention. Both connections softened but did not vanish. Their signals moved to the edge of her awareness. Choose the nearest pen, he said. A young stone deer lay beside the fence. Qing Yu knelt outside it. She offered one fixed thread of energy. The deer did not approach. It is frightened, she said. Is it sick? Manhwa asked. Qing Yu watched without forcing a bond. The animal's life energy moved quickly but evenly. Its body was hot from panic in the crowded pen, not from the strange illness. Frightened, she said. No poison. No deep fever. Manhwa marked the pen with a white strip. Move frightened but healthy animals to the eastern field. The senior keeper looked toward the cracked wolf pen. They will not move without commands. Qing Yu stood. Ask them. They are spirit beasts in pain. Then give them somewhere safer to choose. The keeper's patience broke. This is not a lesson on Quiet Peak. If that wolf escapes, you will make it more afraid by forcing every animal around it. The words came louder than Qing Yu intended. The yard quieted around her. Not the animals. The people. Qing Yu looked at the keeper. Weeks earlier, She had trembled while refusing to give up Blackie. Now dozens of lives pressed against her senses. She did not lower her head. "Open the eastern field," she said. "Clear the path. Put water there. Remove the command posts from the gate." The keeper stared at her. Manhwa spoke first. "Do it. You are a medicine elder, and I need the healthy animals separated before I poison one, by treating the wrong condition." The keeper ordered the field opened. Qing Yu walked to the first pen. She did not form a command seal. She opened one hand. "The eastern field is safe," she said. The stone deer watched her. Qing Yu moved away from the gate. She left the path open. Snow walked into the field first. The deer followed. A second came after it. The healthy animals did not all move. Some remained frozen against the fence. Qing Yu did not force them. "Lin An," Chen Mu said. "I see the roots. Can the animals carry warning points? If they agree to the marks." Qing Yu looked toward her. "What will the marks do?" "Show which field they enter and warn if one falls." "No control lines. Can they remove them?" "Yes." Lin An used strips of soft cloth instead of carved collars. She placed one simple formation mark on each. Qing Yu offered the strips to the animals. Some refused. Others allowed the cloth around a leg or neck. As they moved, the marks became living points across Lin An's formation. The pattern site no longer needed to follow every beast directly. Lin An chose one purpose: locate any animal that stopped moving. A pale map formed across the yard. 3 marks remained still. Qing Yu went to the first. A red hawk had fallen behind its shelter. Its body was cold, but its life energy burned beneath the surface. "Poisoned," Qing Yu said. Manhwa examined it. "What kind?" "I cannot tell. Something is pulling at its blood." The second still mark belonged to a hound with an injured paw. Its energy remained clean, injured, not sick. The third was a small boar hiding beneath straw, frightened. 3 animals had appeared equally helpless from outside. Life heart separated them. Manhwa created 3 sections: white cloth for healthy but frightened animals, blue for ordinary injuries, red for the strange poison. By nightfall the beast yard had order. It did not have safety. 23 animals carried signs of poison. Their symptoms changed according to bloodline. Bai Ning entered the cold pens first. The red hawks shivered beneath their feathers. She placed one hand against the outer formation. The clear ice method drew wild heat away from their blood without freezing them. Cold energy spread through the pen in a thin, living layer. The hawks' breathing eased. In the overheated deer pens, Bai Ning reversed the flow. She cooled the stone beneath them while keeping their bodies above dangerous cold. Manhwa adjusted the medicines according to Qing Yu's readings. Yanfei carried water, feed, bedding, and injured animals. At first the stronger beasts flinched whenever she approached. The sleeping warrior god soul pressed against them like distant battle. Yanfei stopped outside the pen. Iron breath moved. 4 counts in, 2 held, 6 released. Her energy settled into muscle and bone. The battle pressure disappeared. She entered slowly. A wounded hound allowed her to lift it. Yanfei carried the animal toward Manhwa without tightening her grip. "You are heavy," she told it. The hound licked her wrist. She almost dropped it. Lin An marked safe paths between the pens. Her moving warning points created hundreds of possible lines. She chose only the animals in danger of falling. Whenever a cloth mark stopped, one path lit. No other movement mattered. Qing Yu moved through the center. She did not heal every animal. She identified, asked, offered, stopped. The limits hurt more when she could feel suffering beyond them. A poisoned deer accepted one exchange and pulled away. Qing Yu wanted to follow. She released the bond. A hawk refused contact. She called Manhwa. A weak hound accepted too much energy too quickly. Qing Yu closed the path before her own core began draining. The hound cried. She did not reopen it. Manhwa gave the animal medicine while Qing Yu sat outside the pen and recovered. "You could have continued," the senior keeper said. Chen Mu looked toward him. The man's face had changed after hours without rest. His criticism came from fear now, not pride. Qing Yu answered before Chen Mu did. "I could have helped that one longer." "Then why stop?" "Because 6 others still need me to identify them." The keeper looked across the marked pens. Qing Yu stood. "If I empty my core into the first animal that asks, I become another patient." Chen Mu said nothing. She had remembered. The poison worsened shortly before dawn. A young spirit deer convulsed inside the red section. Its fear spread through the other beasts. Command-trained hounds pulled against their collars. The hawks struck their perches. The gray spirit wolf hit the weakened side of its pen. The formation broke. The wolf crossed the fence. Keepers raised command tablets. Qing Yu stepped into the central path. "Do not." The senior keeper held his tablet ready. It will attack. The gray wolf bared its teeth. Blood covered one front leg where it had bitten at the poisoned flesh. Its eyes moved across the frightened yard. Every command seal looked like a threat. Qing Yu felt the ancient pressure inside her life heart respond. If she released it, the weaker beasts might submit. The wolf might stop. Forcing fear into obedience would prove the beast yard correct. She closed both hands. No seal formed. The wolf took one step toward her. Snow moved beside Qing Yu. Its small body stood between her and one of the yard's strongest beasts. Qing Yu touched the equal bond. Stay only if you want to. Snow remained. Blackie flew onto the fence. A weak red spark appeared at its beak. Qing Yu looked toward the gray wolf. I will not command you. The wolf's growl deepened. Qing Yu did not approach. The eastern field is open. The command posts are down. No one will follow if you leave. The senior keeper looked at her. You are offering it escape? I am offering a choice. It belongs to the sect. It belongs to the sect. It is poisoned. The wolf's injured leg trembled. Qing Yu opened one palm. A fixed thread of life energy appeared. The same offer she had given the rabbit. The same limit she had used with the deer. The wolf could accept. It could refuse. It could walk out of the yard. Your leg is hurting, she said. I can tell Manhwa where the poison is strongest. I cannot remove all of it. The wolf watched the light. Behind it, another hound cried. The wolf turned its head. The frightened animals had begun crowding against the western pens. If they broke through together, the beast yard would lose control without any enemy entering. Lin An stood near the central formation post. I have one safe route, she said. A pale line appeared from the crowded pens to the eastern field. It crossed behind Qing Yu. Bai Ning placed a thin wall of ice along one edge, keeping the panicked animals away from the poisoned section. Yan Fei stood at the other edge. She carried no weapon. Iron breath held her body steady. The route remained open. Qing Yu addressed the yard. You can stay. Her life heart carried the intention without turning it into an order. You can move to the eastern field. The animals heard no command, only information. Water is there. The ground is open. No seals will close behind you. Snow stepped onto Lin An's path. Blackie followed, though it stopped twice to inspect spilled feed. The brown hound from Qing Yu's failed test emerged from the first pen. It looked at her, then it followed Snow. A stone deer moved next. 2 windbirds left the roof and crossed above the path. The flow began slowly. Every animal chose separately. Some stayed, most moved. The gray spirit wolf remained before Qing Yu. The keeper's command tablet trembled in his hand. Chen Mu stood close enough to stop the beast if it attacked. He did not interfere. The wolf lowered its head. Its nose touched Qing Yu's, offered energy. Life heart opened. Pain struck the connection. The wolf's front leg carried a narrow source of poison. Something small remained buried beneath the fur, releasing heat into the blood while drawing tiny amounts back toward itself. Qing Yu did not send healing energy through the entire body. She followed only the information the wolf had accepted. There is something inside its leg, she said. Where? Manhwa asked. Below the old scar, near the inner bone. The wolf ended the connection. Qing Yu led it close. Manhwa approached. The wolf growled. Qing Yu did not command it to stop. She needs to touch your leg, she said. You can refuse. The wolf looked toward the open valley. It could run. Instead, it stood beside Qing Yu. The strongest beast in the yard, the one that had hidden when she first approached, placed its injured shoulder near her hand. The senior keeper lowered his command tablet. Manhwa knelt. She parted the blood-stained fur. A thin black point showed beneath the scar. This is not part of the injury. She used a metal tool to remove it. The object was a hollow needle, no longer than a finger joint. Dark blood filled its center. The gray wolf remained beside Qing Yu. It had not accepted a bond. It had not submitted. It had chosen where to stand. The other keepers saw the difference. Qing Yu did too. Her method worked before she was strong enough to bind the wolf, because binding it had never been the purpose. Manhwa placed the needle in a sealed tray. Search the other poisoned animals. The senior keeper ordered the feed removed from every pen. Yan Fei lifted the first sack. Qing Yu stopped her. Not that one? What? Qing Yu touched the cloth. The life heart sensed faint traces inside it. Not living energy. Stolen life. Open it carefully. Lin An placed a barrier around the sack. Yan Fei cut the top seam with a small knife. Grain spilled across the protected ground. 3 black needles lay inside. Each had been fixed near the inner cloth where animals pushing their heads into the sack would be scratched without noticing. The needles drew blood. A thin coating around them released poison according to the bloodline it touched. That explained the different symptoms. Bai Ning approached the barrier, her gaze fixed on the base of one needle. A red crescent had been cut into the black metal. The yard became cold. Not enough to freeze. Enough for Chen Mu to notice. The same mark, Lin An said. Bai Ning nodded once. The senior keeper looked between them. You've seen these before? A projectile struck Quiet Peak, Chen Mu said. Why would the same person poison beasts? No one answered. Qing Yu looked across the red-marked pens. The needles had not been placed only to spread illness. Each hollow center contained blood. Different beasts, different bloodlines. Someone had hidden collection tools inside feed sacks and waited for the yard to weaken itself. Manhwa sealed the needles separately. We need to inspect every supply delivery. Later, Chen Mu said. Remove the needles first. The beast yard searched all stored feed. Lin An used one purpose for the formation. Identify sacks carrying broken life traces. Qing Yu touched only the outside of each sack. If she sensed blood where no living creature stood, the sack was isolated. Bai Ning kept the poison pens cool. Yan Fei moved hundreds of measures of feed without releasing battle pressure. Mai Hua removed 12 needles from injured animals. By midday, no new case appeared. By evening, the fevers began falling. Qing Yu remained in the yard. She had used less than half her core because she had not tried to heal every creature. Her voice had become rough from speaking. Her hands shook from repeated controlled exchanges. She could still stand. The gray spirit wolf rested near the open gate of its pen. The fence had been repaired. The gate remained open. The senior keeper approached Qing Yu. The wolf has never allowed an uncontracted cultivator near an injury. Qing Yu looked toward it. It was frightened of my command seal. It stood beside you during the panic. I gave it another choice. You gave it another choice. Could form a bond now. No, the keeper frowned. Why? It did not offer one. It accepted your energy. For one exchange, it chose to remain. For treatment, the keeper studied her. Before the illness, he had judged Qing Yu by how many beasts she could command. Now the entire yard had moved because she asked. The difference was harder to dismiss. What will you do if it chooses to follow you? He asked. Qing Yu looked toward Chen Mu. Chen Mu immediately said, Quiet Peak does not need a wolf. Yan Fei turned from the feed sacks. We do. No, it would be useful. It would eat more than Blackie. That is impossible, Lin An said. Blackie had found the clean feed pile. Qing Yu retrieved the chicken. If the wolf chooses to visit, it can visit. Visit, the keeper repeated, without ownership. This is a sect beast yard, not an open hill. The gray wolf rose. It walked past its repaired gate. The senior keeper reached for a command tablet, then stopped himself. The wolf crossed the yard. It stood near Qing Yu, not touching, not bonded, near. The keeper lowered his hand. Visiting Lin An said. Visiting Lin An said. Chen Mu looked at the wolf. The wolf looked back. No. It remained. Chen Mu tried again. Quiet Peak has no suitable pen. The wolf sat. The animal shed is small. It lowered its head onto its paws. Yan Fei smiled. It understands fear. It understands that Master is retreating, Lin An said. I am refusing. Qing Yu crouched near the wolf. You may stay here. The wolf's ears moved toward her voice. You may come to Quiet Peak when you will. Recover if the beast yard agrees. The keeper looked at the open pens, the willing marks, and the animals resting without command seals. He exhaled. We will discuss it after the illness is cleared. The wolf closed its eyes. That was not a refusal. Qing Yu reached Middle Qi Gathering the following afternoon. The breakthrough began after she returned to Quiet Peak and slept for 6 hours. Chen Mu made her eat first. She sat on the lawn between Snow and Blackie. The two equal bonds opened. Snow offered cool life energy. Blackie offered warmth. Neither gave enough to force the breakthrough. They only steadied her. Qing Yu circulated her own cultivation. Early Qi Gathering had lasted longer for her than for many disciples with lesser gifts. Standard methods had pushed against the life heart instead of flowing with it. Now her energy had two safe paths. She did not command. She did not drain them. The bond supported her because both animals chose to remain. Qing Yu's core widened. Middle Qi Gathering energy moved through her body. A soft green light spread across the grass. The herbs nearest her lifted despite the evening cold. Snow's fur shone with a pale silver edge. Blackie released one red spark, saw everyone watching, and produced nothing else. The breakthrough settled. Qing Yu opened her eyes. Her first action was to inspect Snow and Blackie. They are not hurt, Chen Mu said. I know. Then why are you checking? To be certain, check yourself. She touched her core. The energy remained stable. No hollow weakness followed. No life had been taken from either bond. "I'm all right," she said. The system sounded. Disciple Qing Yu has completed 2 stable equal bonds. Disciple Qing Yu has learned basic life sensing. Disciple Qing Yu has separated care from control. Disciple Qing Yu has reached middle qi gathering without draining a companion. Reward. Shared retreat step. Dotted knowledge entered Chen Mu's mind. The movement method did not improve attack speed. It created a short shared path between willing people moving toward the same safe point. Chen Mu could carry several weaker cultivators through one retreat without dragging them, separating them, or exposing his full realm. The participants could leave the path at any time. The reward followed the same principle as Qing Yu's bonds. No one moved unless they chose the direction. Chen Mu examined the method. He had spent years preparing escape routes for one person. The system had given him a way to use them with several. That was inconveniently thoughtful. Qing Yu looked toward him. "You look like you just thought of another escape method." "A movement technique for fighting." "Leaving," Yanfei sighed. "Of course." Lin An leaned over the table. "Can it move sleeping people?" "If they agree before?" "Falling asleep. I agree now. You do not know where we are going. Away from danger. That is not a location. It is your favorite direction." Bai Ning almost smiled. Qing Yu stood. The new cultivation made her life sense clearer. She could feel Snow's calm without opening the full bond. Blackie's hunger pressed against the edge of her awareness. The chicken looked toward the kitchen. "No," Qing Yu said. Blackie ran. Qing Yu followed. She caught it before it reached the preserved vegetables. Chen Mu watched her carry the protesting chicken back to the lawn. The method had made her stronger. It had also taught her to say no. That mattered more. The beast yard recovered over the next 8 days. No animal died. Manhwa credited early separation, bloodline-specific treatment, and the removal of the needles. The senior keeper credited quiet peaks, strange methods with visible reluctance. The outer disciples credited Qing Yu with commanding an entire yard without a command seal. That version was inaccurate. It spread anyway. The strongest spirit beasts had not obeyed her. They had listened. Some had refused. Some had stayed. Most had chosen the safe field. The distinction made the story less impressive, so it disappeared each time it was repeated. By the time Qing Yu returned to inspect the final recovering animals, several disciples believed she could control any beast merely by looking gentle. The gray spirit wolf walked beside her through the yard. No bond connected them. The keeper watched from a distance. "The wolf has refused 2 command renewals," he said. Qing Yu stopped. "Were they forced?" "No." "Then it chose. It also refuses to return to its old pen." The wolf continued walking. "It wants the gate open," Qing Yu said. "It was trained to guard the yard. Then let it guard without a closed gate." The keeper looked at Chen Mu. Chen Mu looked toward the wolf. The animal was large, visible, expensive to feed, and guaranteed to attract visitors. "No." The keeper's expression tightened. "I was not asking you." "Good." Qing Yu sat beside the recovered wind deer. The animal accepted one life exchange. Its leg had healed. She ended the connection before searching for another patient. The gray wolf lay near her. Snow settled on her other side. Blackie climbed onto the wolf's back. The wolf opened one eye. Blackie remained. The eye closed. The senior keeper stared. "What exactly is that chicken?" "Noisy," Chen Mu said. "No firebird would behave like this, correct?" "You said the bloodline was confirmed." "I said the chicken remained a chicken." The keeper watched Blackie steal a loose tuft of gray fur. His confusion deepened. Chen Mu considered the matter resolved. Quiet Peak did not receive an assigned spirit beast. It gained something more troublesome. The gray wolf began visiting. It appeared at the outer gate every 3rd morning. Qing Yu never called it. The first time she offered water and allowed it to leave. The second, Snow led it around the garden. The third, Blackie attempted to ride it through the library. Chen Mu banned the wolf from the library. Lin An added a moving warning mark to a soft strip of cloth. Qing Yu showed the strip to the wolf. "It tells us when you reach the outer path," she said. "It does not control you." The wolf smelled it. Lin An placed the cloth on the ground. "If you do not want it, leave it." The wolf stepped over the strip. It entered the peak without wearing it. Lin An picked it up. Refused. Qing Yu nodded. No disappointment. On the 5th visit, the wolf picked up the strip in its mouth and carried it to her. Qing Yu fastened it loosely around one foreleg. The moving warning point joined Quiet Peak's outer formation. The wolf could tear it off at any time. It kept it. Other animals followed more slowly. The gray rabbits near the herb garden accepted tiny cloth marks in exchange for sliced fruit. 3 birds nesting beneath the roof accepted light wooden beads after Qing Yu, proved the marks did not restrict flight. Snow carried a pale thread tied beneath its fur. Blackie refused every mark until Lin An attached one to a red ribbon. The chicken accepted the ribbon at once. Yan Fei stared at it. It understands vanity. Blackie turned sideways so the ribbon caught the light. Bai Ning said, apparently, the animal watch formed without cages or command seals. Lin An gave it one purpose. Warn Quiet Peak when a willing animal sensed danger on a safe route. No creature was sent beyond the paths it already used. No animal was required to approach a threat. If a bird fled, the formation carried the direction of its fear. If a rabbit hid, the nearest warning stone lit. If the gray wolf stopped at the outer gate, the lawn bell sounded once. Qing Yu could feel stronger changes through her bonds with Snow and Blackie. The network did not replace people. It gave them time. Chen Mu connected the warnings to the hidden route beneath the library. The deeper defense remained asleep. The safe room gained another entrance. A covered water bowl appeared beside the western wall for visiting animals. Then another near the garden. Qing Yu planted herbs useful for both people and beasts. The garden expanded beyond the old fence. Yan Fei built a stronger one. Bai Ning added a narrow cooling line through the animal shed for warm autumn afternoons. Lin An connected the warning marks without allowing them to disturb her sleep. Shared meals moved from the small outdoor table to 2 tables placed together. Chen Mu did not remember approving the second table. Qing Yu had found it in storage. Lin An claimed Chen Mu had reorganized. He stopped asking. One evening, Qing Yu placed a bowl of soup beside his hand before serving herself. You did not eat at noon, she said. I was repairing the lower warning line. You brought food. I forgot it. You remembered emergency medicine. That was more important. Qing Yu looked at him. You said I'm included among the living things I must protect? Yes. Are you included? Chen Mu glanced at the soup. That principle has become inconvenient. It is still true. He ate. Qing Yu did not watch to make certain. She trusted him to finish and sat between Bai Ning and Yan Fei. Yan Fei had given Blackie one piece of meat. Blackie demanded another. Bai Ning moved her bowl away before Snow could inspect it. Lin An slept with one hand near the plate until Qing Yu placed a cover over her food. They no longer behaved like 4 disciples assigned to the same master. Yan Fei carried heavy feed without being asked. Bai Ning prepared cold medicine for Snow after a damp morning. Lin An adjusted warning routes around Qing Yu's new herbs. Qing Yu remembered which food each of them avoided and which medicine they pretended not to need. The changes were small. Together, they filled the peak. Chen Mu had built Quiet Peak as a refuge from the world. It was becoming a place people returned to. The evidence from the beast yard remained locked beneath the library. 12 blood-filled needles rested inside separate sealed boxes. Each carried the red crescent. Manhwa ordered every supply route inspected. No keeper admitted placing the altered feed sacks. The delivery records contained no false name, broken seal, or missing cart. Someone had inserted the needles without changing the visible path. Lin An, 6 possible opportunities. She chose none. They want us to chase another false route, she said. Yan Fei stood beside the locked evidence cabinet. We cannot keep waiting for them to attack. We are not waiting, Chen Mu replied. We know the beast yard was targeted. Remove the poison, change the storage method. We removed the poison, changed the storage method, and added willing animal warnings. That is defense. Yes, Yan Fei frowned. What if we found the person first? Then we would need to know who they were before finding them. The delivery records contain clean names. The routes contain clean names. The routes contain false trails. The needles contain poison. Yan Fei looked toward Bai Ning. Bai Ning had not revealed more about the red crescent. The soul oath still punished direct memory. She placed one hand on the evidence box. They collect before they take, she said. Everyone became still. Chen Mu waited. Bai Ning's breathing remained steady. What do they collect? Qing Yu asked. Information. Her fingers moved from one sealed needle to another. Reactions. Blood, weakness, methods. Pain tightened across her brow. She stopped. Chen Mu closed the cabinet. That is enough. Yan Fei did not argue. Lin An touched the band beneath her hair. Qing Yu held Snow closer without opening the bond. The attacker had tested Quiet Peak's wall, then the beast yard's bloodlines. The 4 disciples possessed gifts that had remained hidden from almost everyone. Chen Mu did not need to know the enemy's full purpose to recognize the direction of danger. Someone was looking for unusual power. He strengthened the locks. He moved half the evidence to a second room. Then he moved the second room's contents into the hidden safe room and left an empty sealed box behind. Lin An watched the process. How many false evidence boxes are there? Enough. That is not a number. It is safer than a number. Han Wai's next wooden bird arrived on a clear autumn morning. The animal warning network detected it before the sect seal crossed the western wall. One stone lit beside the garden. A second answered near the flowering tree. Blackie flew onto the roof and shouted at the messenger until it landed. Qing Yu caught neither bird. The wooden messenger had learned to remain beyond the chicken's reach. It dropped a sealed notice directly into Chen Mu's tea. He looked at the wet paper. Blackie looked pleased. Chen Mu dreed the notice with a controlled thread of energy. The sect seal opened. Han Wei's message contained no mention of the hidden attacker, the poisoned beast yard, or the Red Crescent evidence. That should have been good. Instead, it announced an internal sect test. Every branch with personal disciples would participate. The winning branch would represent Cloud River Sect at a regional gathering during early winter. Chen Mu read the order twice. There was no exemption for newly formed branches. No exemption for disciples below Foundation Realm. No exemption for elders who preferred not to leave the mountain. Yan Fei leaned across the table. What is it? An avoidable problem. Lin An opened one eye. Can we avoid it? No, Thenran participation is required. Bai Ning held out her hand. Chen Mu gave her the notice. She read the final section. The winning branch attends the regional gathering. Yan Fei smiled. We should win. No, Chen Mu said. Qing Yu looked from Snow to Blackie, then toward the gray spirit wolf resting outside the garden. What happens if we lose? We remain home. Lin An sat upright. That sounds ideal. Yan Fei looked around the table. You cannot all be serious. Chen Mu took the notice back. The beast yard had recovered. Quiet Peak possessed a working animal watch. All 4 disciples could now complete their roles in a basic defense. Winning would invite travel, attention, stronger opponents, and regional politics. Losing safely would protect everyone. The answer was obvious. We will participate, he said. We will defend. We will reveal as little as possible. Yan Fei crossed her arms. And if the other team refuses to let us lose? Chen Mu looked at the 4 disciples, the 2 bonded animals, the visiting wolf, and the warning stones spread across what had once been empty lawn. Then, he said, we make winning look extremely difficult. Yan Fei smiled. That sounds harder than winning properly. It should not be, Chen Mu said. Most people make mistakes when they hurry. We will simply make ours visible. Bai Ning placed the wet notice beside his tea. You want us to lose. I want us to remain home. And if losing requires obvious incompetence, we will avoid that. Lin An rested her chin on the table. So we must sit her chin on the table. So we must. Lose without appearing weak, careless, disobedient, or suspicious. Yes. That sounds harder than winning properly, she repeated. Yan Fei pointed at her. That is what I said. I improved it. Qing Yu looked toward the gray spirit wolf. The animal remained outside the garden, watching Snow investigate the morning grass. If we lose, will the other peaks think we wasted the test? They will think we did not score enough points. That is usually how losing works, Yan Fei said. Chen Mu folded the notice. Winning offers us nothing we need. Yan Fei's smile disappeared. No useful prize, no special medicine, no a technique, no. Lin An closed her eyes. Then we have no reason to win. Yan Fei looked betrayed by Bai. The entire table. Bai Ning read the test rules again. The final ranking depends on several stages. We can give up enough points in the earlier tasks that winning the final exchange will not matter. That is the safest method, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei leaned over the notice. What stages? The detailed list arrives tomorrow. Then how do we prepare? We hide every improvement. Her expression sharpened. Chen Mu looked at each disciple in turn. Bai Ning remains Peak Qi gathering in public. Do not reveal Foundation strength, she nodded. Yan Fei remains late Qi gathering. No warrior god's soul, no uncontrolled fire. Do not allow iron breath to make your body appear stronger than necessary. What amount is necessary? Less than you want. That is not an amount. It has worked until now. He turned to Lin An. Your public record shows late Qi gathering. Keep pattern sight limited. Use one purpose, and no hidden connection to Quiet Peak's deeper methods. And Blackie's bloodlines remain asleep. Use only willing scouts. Do not reveal how far your life sensing reaches. Blackie jumped onto the table and packed the folded order. And the wolf? Qing Yu asked. It is not bonded to you. The gray spirit wolf lifted its head. It may still follow, then tell it the test is unsafe. Qing Yu looked at the wolf. The wolf looked at Chen Mu. Neither appeared convinced. Yan Fei crossed her arms. What if another peak forces us to win? Rule 5, if we must win, Bai Ning said. Make it look difficult. Very difficult, Chen Mu added. How difficult? As if one more attack would defeat you. Lin An opened one eye. What if one more attack truly would defeat us? Then leave, Yan Fei exhaled. Your strategy contains a great deal of retreat. That is why it survives contact with reality. The detailed test rules arrived the following morning. 5 stages would take place across 2 days. Route planning, formation, defense, medicine, delivery, beast handling. A final team exchange. Every stage awarded points for the main objective. Additional points could be gained through speed, captured markers, advanced techniques, or defeating test constructs. Penalties applied for damaged supplies, injured animals, broken formations, and cultivators leaving marked safe areas. Chen Mu read the rules 3 times. The test had been designed to measure complete branch usefulness rather than raw combat strength. That was sensible. It was also a problem. Quiet Peak had become useful. Lin An studied the route map. There are 7 optional markers. We need none of them. The western marker adds 3 points. It is on a narrow ridge. The southern marker adds 2. It crosses a moving formation. The northern marker is 2. Beside the safe route, it requires climbing. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu. Walking uphill is not dangerous. It creates fatigue before the next stage. We cultivate on a mountain. We do not receive points for arriving tired. Bai Ning examined the scoring chart. If we take only the required marker, our highest possible route score is 4. Good Sword Peak will take at least 6. Better. Yan Fei stood. We have not started, and you are already happy to be behind. The safest loss begins early. Their training focused on appearing weaker, without becoming unsafe. Bai Ning already understood concealment. Her difficulty was making a controlled mistake that did not appear too controlled. Chen Mu placed 6 cups along the pond. Freeze 5. She froze 5. The 6th remained untouched. Too clean, he said. You told me to freeze 5. 1 should appear difficult. Bai Ning released a faint crack across the 4th cup. The crack stopped before reaching the water. Still too clean. She looked at him. You want inaccurate control? I want visible effort. Inaccuracy is not effort. Then breathe harder. I am not tired. Appear tired. Bai Ning drew one slow breath. Her expression remained calm. Yan Fei watched from the training yard. She looks exactly the same. I am aware, Chen Mu said. Bai Ning tried again. Her shoulders moved slightly. Lin An tilted her head. Now she looks as if the air disappointed her. Bai Ning turned toward her. That may be useful, Lin An said. Yan Fei required the opposite lesson. Stop pretending to be tired, Chen Mu said. She bent forward with both hands on her knees. I am following Rule 5. You completed 3 steps. They were difficult steps. You carried 4 loaded feed sacks through the beast yard without losing your breath. No one at the test saw that. Anyone with spiritual sense can tell your pulse is normal. Yan Fei straightened. How do I look tired without lying badly? Exhale after the action. Allow your stance to widen. Do not release all tension from your shoulders. She copied the instructions. Her posture changed. The strength remained stable beneath it. That feels ridiculous. It looks believable. Lin An raised a hand from beneath the table. She should also complain. She does that naturally. Bai Ning said. Qing Yu practiced limiting the animal scouts. 3 birds carried Lin An's soft warning marks through the garden. Snow followed the ground path. Blackie ignored every assigned direction and stole the test ribbon. Only use information the animals choose to bring, Chen Mu said. What if I sense danger beyond them? Do not reveal how. Qing Yu nodded. Should I pretend not to know? Ask Snow. To react first. Snow heard its name and looked up. Aye. Snow senses danger? Then the warning appears to come from the fox. What if Blackie senses it? Blackie ran past with the ribbon. People will assume it caused the danger. Lin An's preparation was simpler. Chen Mu placed 20 formation stones before her. Use 6. The test permits 20. We are losing. You also told us not to appear incompetent. Use 8. She arranged 8 stones. A stable lane formed through the training yard. Chen Mu rolled the practice puppet toward it. The route redirected the puppet away from the medicine box. Too efficient. Lin An removed 1 stone. The puppet entered the lane, struck a turning line, spun twice, and stopped facing the wrong direction. Yan Fei watched it. That looks accidental. It was, Lin An said. Can you repeat it? Yes, then it is not accidental. Lin An removed another stone. The next attempt almost sent the puppet into the pond. Chen Mu caught it. Use 7. You are difficult to satisfy. I am trying to achieve a very specific level of failure. By the end of the week, the 4 disciples could make stable work appear strained. Chen Mu considered the preparation complete. Bai Ning did not. The night before the test, she found him placing emergency medicine into 3 separate storage bags. You believe something will happen. Something always happens. This is an internal sect test. The lawn wall was inside the sect. She looked toward the repaired western section. Dawell. The animal warning stones remained quiet. No hidden attacker has appeared since the beast yard. That means we do not know where they are. You are bringing enough medicine for 20 people. Some stages include other branches. You also packed 2 days of food? The test lasts 2 days, for 20 people. Food is easier to share than medicine. Bai Ning picked up one of the bags. You planned the safest routes for every branch. I read the map. You marked exits beyond our assigned fields can change. She studied him. What do you need me to hide? Your realm. That is not what I asked. Chen Mu closed the second bag. Bai Ning had spent the first months on Quiet Peak protecting his cultivation secret because she believed exposure would bring danger. Now, she understood that secrecy involved more than hiding power. It meant deciding which preparations could be seen, which results needed explanations. And when one disciple's mistake might reveal another's gift, you know the regional observers will watch, she said. Hanwei invited one sect, Iron Sword Sect. Yes, if they question our methods. Answer only what the test already shows. Answer only what the test already shows. If Yan Fei uses more power than planned, cover the aura with ice. If Lin An's formation reveals too much, break the outer line before anyone studies it. If Qing Yu's animals reveal their bloodlines, create fog. Bai Ning nodded. She had not asked whether Chen Mu possessed an answer. She had asked how to help carry it. He gave her the first medicine bag. Keep this with you. She accepted it. What is inside? Medicine. For whom? Anyone. Bai Ning tied the bag beneath her outer robe. I will manage the others. Chen Mu looked at her. That is not your responsibility. It is my choice. The words echoed an earlier conversation. A preference, not a debt. He nodded once. The internal test began beneath a pale, early winter sky. Cloud River Sect had transformed the lower training grounds into 5 connected fields. Formation posts rose between stone paths. Wooden towers marked optional objectives. A wide animal enclosure occupied the eastern side, while the final exchange field waited beyond a closed barrier at the valley center. Disciples from every branch gathered beneath colored banners. Sword Peak drew the most attention. Gao Yun stood at the front of its 4-person team, with a plain sword at his side. His 3 teammates carried stronger visible cultivation than anyone on Quiet Peak except Bai Ning's hidden realm. He saw Yan Fei and bowed. She returned the greeting without turning it into a challenge. That alone made Gao Jun look twice. Han Wei stood above the testing grounds with the branch elders. Beside him waited a broad-shouldered man in dark Iron Sword Sect robes. Wei Fang had arrived as an outside observer for the regional gathering selection. His sect would help host the event, giving him a direct interest in which Cloud River branch attended. His gaze moved across the teams. When it reached Quiet Peak, he paused. 4 disciples with poor public records stood beneath the smallest banner. Their elder had chosen a seat near the rear exit. Chen Mu noticed the attention and shifted his chair farther into the shade. Wei Fang noticed that too. Han Wei raised one hand. The test measures whether a branch can move, defend, support, handle living danger, and function as one team. Individual strength will not replace failed objectives. Yan Fei listened carefully. Chen Mu had made her repeat that rule twice. Direct attacks between branches are prohibited outside the final exchange. Test constructs may be disabled. Optional markers may be claimed. Any disciple may withdraw from a stage without punishment beyond the lost points. Chen Mu approved of the last rule. The first stage begins now. Route maps opened above each team. Quiet Peak's required destination lay across a wooded slope. 7 optional markers appeared around it. Lin An opened the first layer of pattern sight. Thousands of routes spread across the ground. She chose one purpose: reach the destination with all 4 people uninjured. Qing Yu touched the equal bond with snow. The fox entered the trees. 2 willing birds moved above the route. Blackie remained with Qing Yu because every official had refused to classify it as a reliable scout. The gray spirit wolf had been left at Quiet Peak. It had followed them halfway down the mountain, then accepted Qing Yu's request to guard the garden. The first warning came from a bird. It fled the western ridge before the formation trap activated. Snow stopped near the lower path and looked toward Qing Yu. "West is unsafe," Qing Yu said. Lin An saw the hidden turn in the route. The western marker offered 3 points. Its path crossed a pressure formation that would activate when more than 2 people entered. Yan Fei looked toward the ridge. "We can break it." "Yes," Lin An said. "Then we take the marker." "No," Chen Mu called from the observation area. He was not permitted to guide them after the stage began. Yan Fei looked up. Chen Mu held his tea. He had spoken before the start. The memory was enough. "No unnecessary markers." Yan Fei followed Lin An down the safe path. Sword Peak crossed the ridge moments later. Gao Jun detected the pressure formation before it closed. His team broke through with direct sword force and claimed the marker. The watching disciples applauded. Quiet Peak continued beneath the trees. The southern marker rested beyond a moving stone bridge. Lin An saw the lines. "It is stable for 12 breaths, then changes." "We need 8, Yan," Fei said. "We need none," Bai Ning replied. "They took the longer ground path." "They took the longer ground path." A medicine peak came reached the bridge first. 2 disciples crossed. The third hesitated. The stones shifted, separating the group and costing them time. Quiet Peak arrived at the destination without an optional marker. They also arrived without injury, separation, or energy loss. Han Wei's assistants recorded 4 points. Sword Peak earned 7. Wei Fang watched Lin An's path on the field map. "She saw both traps," he said. Han Wei nodded. "And abandoned the markers. Quiet Peak has weaker disciples. Saving strength is reasonable." Wei Fang looked toward Chen Mu's untouched tea. "Or planned. The formation defense stage required each team to protect 3 wooden posts for 100 breaths. Points were awarded for every post remaining. Additional points could be gained by destroying attack puppets. Chen Mu had warned them about the bonus. Do not chase constructs. Yan Fei repeated the instruction while the team arranged itself. Lin An placed 7 formation stones. 1 line connected the 3 wooden posts. Bai Ning stood at the narrowest turn. Qing Yu positioned herself where Snow and the birds could warn her of movement. Yan Fei took the final approach. The first puppet entered from the east. Qing Yu's bird changed direction. East, Lin An's route opened. The puppet passed the first wooden post and turned toward Bai Ning. Ice spread beneath 1 foot. The machine slowed. Yan Fei stepped into its path. Iron Breath received the impact. She redirected it beyond the nearest boundary. The puppet remained active. It turned and tried to re-enter. Yan Fei could have shattered it. She returned to her marked position. The construct crossed the boundary line and deactivated on its own. "No destruction point," she said. "No damaged formation," Bai Ning replied. A second puppet entered, then 3 at once. Lin An's formation bent. The connected line allowed 1 post to move a hand's width instead of breaking beneath the impact. Several observers frowned. The formation appeared unstable. Its central path never shifted. Qing Yu called each direction. Bai Ning slowed only the nearest construct. Yan Fei blocked the final approach. At 50 breaths, 2 puppets remained active outside their area. Sword Peak had already destroyed 6. At 70, 1 of Quiet Peak's posts leaned. Yan Fei looked toward it. "Leave it," Lin An said. "It is falling. It is still inside the line." A puppet struck the outer barrier. The post tilted farther. The formation carried the force into the ground. It remained standing. At 100 breaths, all 3 posts survived. Quiet Peak earned the full defense score and no attack bonus. Sword Peak lost 1 post while pursuing a construct beyond its inner line. It still scored 1 point more through destroyed machines. Wei Fang examined the results. Quiet Peak gave up 6 possible points, Han Wei said. They defended the assigned posts. They also spent less energy than any team. That matters in later stages. Wei Fang looked toward Chen Mu. "So lost points are part of the later score." Chen Mu heard him from across the field. They were not. The medicine delivery stage began after noon. Each team received a sealed box containing fragile bottles. The destination lay beyond unstable ground, false paths, and 2 test beasts trained to block direct movement. A rare medicine plant waited near the center. Retrieving it offered 3 additional points. The plant was also surrounded by mud deep enough to slow anyone who entered. Yan Fei carried the medicine box. "I can take the plant and return before the beasts reach us." "No," Bai Ning said. "It is 3 points. We are already behind. That is why we need it. We want to remain behind." Yan Fei remembered. Her disappointment looked genuine because it was. Qing Yu's scouts found the first beast before it entered the path. "It is not aggressive," she said. "It is guarding the direct route." Lin An examined the field. "We can go around." The long path crosses loose ground, Bai Ning said. Only near the outer edge. Yan Fei adjusted the medicine box. I can cross directly and fight the beast, Qing Yu said. It is a test beast. It does not know the medicine is not worth fighting over. Yan Fei looked at the horned animal blocking the path. It pawed the ground. Iron breath settled her stance. Then she turned away. They took to the outer path. The loose ground shifted beneath Yan Fei's feet. Lin An marked each stable point. Qing Yu's birds warned when the second beast approached from behind. Bai Ning froze one patch of soft mud into a narrow platform. The medicine box never tilted. At the central fork, the rare plant shone within reach. Yan Fei looked at it. Bai Ning looked at her. Yan Fei continued walking. They reached the delivery post later than 4 other teams. Every bottle remained intact. Quiet Peak received the full main score and no bonus. Sword Peak arrived second with the rare plant. One bottle had cracked during a direct crossing, reducing its delivery score. Zhao Jun accepted the penalty without complaint. A teammate blamed the blocking beast. It did what the test required, Zhao Jun said. We chose the faster route. Wei Fang watched the scoreboard. Quiet Peak's total remained low enough to lose. It also remained close enough to recover. They knew the broken bottle would cost more than the plant gained, he said. Han Wei examined the route. Elder Chen dislikes unnecessary risk. No, Dao. He traded visible points for protected resources. That is the same thing. Wei Fang's attention sharpened. Not when every trade preserves strength for the final exchange. Chen Mu set down his cup. He had never wanted a final exchange. The beast handling stage began the next morning. Each team needed to move 6 young spirit animals from one pen to another across a field filled with noise formations, false food, and moving barriers. No attacking techniques were permitted. Command contracts were allowed. Qing Yu read the rule twice. We do not need to use them, Chen Mu said. The other teams will. Yes, we will be slower, probably. She looked toward the 6 animals assigned to Quiet Peak. 2 windhounds, 3 small stone deer, 1 round boar that had already sat on the route marker. What if they do not want to cross? Then ask why. The stage began. Sword Peak used trained command marks. Its 6 animals moved in formation behind the team. Another branch used food. A third tried to carry the smallest beasts, and received a penalty when one struggled. Qing Yu opened both hands. Snow entered the field beside her. Blackie remained outside because it had stolen part of the false food during inspection. Lin An placed soft warning strips on the ground. The young beasts approached them. 2 accepted. 4 refused. Qing Yu did not attach the strips. A noise formation activated near the first barrier. The stone deer retreated. Yan Fei started toward them. Wait, Qing Yu said. They are going the wrong way. They are afraid. We have a time limit. Qing Yu walked away from the destination. Yan Fei stared at her. The deer stopped retreating. Qing Yu lowered herself near the ground. The noise will sound again, she said. The safe path is behind Snow. The deer watched the fox. Snow crossed the marked route. 1 deer followed. The others remained. Qing Yu did not command them. Lin An opened a second path around the noise formation. It took longer. The remaining deer chose it. The boar refused to stand. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu. He gave no instruction. She crouched beside the animal. You are blocking everyone. The boar ignored her. Yan Fei picked up a piece of false food. Qing Yu caught her wrist. That has a sleep herb? Yan Fei dropped it. Lin An looked at the boar's position. It is sitting on the only warm stone. Bai Ning placed 2 fingers against the ground ahead. A safe section warmed as she moved the cold away from it. The boar stood. It crossed to the better stone. Yan Fei looked at Bai Ning. You warmed the ground with ice. I moved the cold. That still sounds wrong. The final windhound stopped before the moving barrier. Qing Yu offered an equal exchange. The hound refused. She withdrew her hand. The barrier opened. The hound still did not move. Qing Yu looked at its rear leg. An old training wrap had tightened around the joint. She knelt. May I touch it? The hound remained still. She loosened the wrap without opening a bond. The animal crossed. Quiet Peak reached the destination last. All 6 animals entered willingly. None were injured, drugged, carried, or forced. The judges reviewed the penalties. Every faster team had lost points. 1 animal had eaten false food. 2 had crossed outside the safe boundary. A command seal had caused a young deer to injure its leg against a moving barrier. Quiet Peak received the highest score in the stage. Yan Fei looked at the board. We're 1 point behind Sword Peak. Chen Mu's piece disappeared. Lin An read the totals. The final exchange gives a 2-point victory bonus. We can lose it, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei turned toward him. You want us to lose deliberately? I want you to avoid winning unnecessarily. That is different wording. It is an important difference. Bai Ning studied the scoreboard. If we lose the final exchange while appearing capable of winning, people will question it. Then appear incapable. After 4 stages of hiding our strength? Exactly. Lin An looked toward the observation platform. Wei Fang had not taken his eyes off them. They already think the low score is deliberate. Chen Mu followed her gaze. That was bad. Then lose naturally. Yan Fei crossed her arms. You trained us not to. Zhao Jun approached before Chen Mu found an answer. Sword Peak's team had also completed every stage. Their robes carried dust from the root field, and one disciple's sleeve had been torn during formation defense. Zhao Yun bowed. Quiet Peak performed well. Yan Fei returned the bow. We avoided several tasks. You completed every main objective. We left points behind. So did we. His tone carried no challenge. The final exchange would decide which branch represented Cloud River Sect. Zhao Jun did not treat Quiet Peak as a weak team or a lucky one. He treated them as opponents. That is inconvenient, Chen Mu said. Gao Yun looked toward him. Elder Chen? Nothing. Wei Fang descended from the observation platform. Up close, his presence carried the weight of long combat experience. He examined each Quiet Peak disciple without hiding it. Your earlier stages were unusual, he said. Chen Mu nodded. We followed the rules. You abandoned points that stronger teams pursued. We did not need them. That is clear now. Chen Mu disliked the answer. Wei Fang looked toward the final field. You preserved energy, protected supplies, revealed no advanced technique, and entered the deciding stage 1 point behind the strongest team. That was not intentional. Yan Fei looked away. Lin An closed her eyes. Qing Yu became interested in Snow's fur. Bai Ning spoke calmly. Quiet Peak chose the safest objective in each stage. Wei Fang nodded, which produced the exact score needed to decide the test without showing your limit. Chen Mu considered leaving. Participation remained mandatory until the final result. Rule 2 was temporarily unavailable. Hanwei called the teams toward the central field. The final exchange used 4-person groups. Each team entered with 1 protected wooden seal at the center of its starting area. A disciple was removed from the stage if marked by 2 clean strikes or forced beyond the boundary. The team with more active members when time ended would win. Breaking the opponent's wooden seal ended the exchange immediately. Direct killing techniques were forbidden. Realm suppression formations lowered excessive force, but did not equalize skill. Sword Peak remained stronger in direct combat. That should have solved Chen Mu's problem. Gao Jun stood at Foundation Realm. 2 teammates had reached peak Qi gathering. The last possessed late Qi gathering cultivation and a sword method designed for group pressure. Quiet Peak publicly had 1 peak Qi gathering disciple, 2 late Qi gathering disciples, and 1 at middle Qi gathering. Bai Ning's hidden Foundation Realm could not be used. Yan Fei could not reveal the warrior god's soul. Lin An needed to limit pattern sight. Qing Yu's animals could provide warnings but not fight. A natural defeat was available. Chen Mu gathered the 4 women near their wooden seal. Defend first. Yan Fei nodded. Do not pursue anyone who leaves Lin An's formation. She nodded again. Bai Ning, control movement. Do not reveal your realm. I know. Qing Yu, information only. Yes, Lin An, 1 field. 1 purpose. Keep our seal untouched. Good. Yan Fei waited. And me? You are the final line. What if Gao Jun reaches me? Block. What if I can defeat him? Block. What if I can defeat him? Block. What if the only way to protect the seal is to strike? Use only what your body can carry. She understood the hidden warning. The warrior god's soul had become more active since the Beastyard crisis. Her body had strengthened through iron breath. The path toward Foundation Realm was opening. More of the ancient power could enter. That did not mean it belonged there yet. Yan Fei looked toward Gao Jun. I will stay inside the line. Chen Mu nodded. Bai Ning adjusted the medicine bag beneath her robe. If something changes, choose safety, and the score does not matter. The test bell sounded. Sword Peak moved first. 2 disciples advanced through the center while Zhao Jun and the 4th held a measured distance behind them. They did not rush. Zhao Jun had studied Quiet Peak's earlier defense. He knew Qing Yu would sense direct movement. He knew Lin An would create a safe lane. He knew Bai Ning would slow the approach. He knew Yan Fei waited at the final position. Sword Peak split. 1 disciple entered from the north. Another circled south. Gao Jun remained in the center, forcing Lin An to watch 3 possible attacks. Pattern sight opened. The test field filled with lines. Lin An's seal warmed. 3 attackers created hundreds of roots. The central purpose remained simple. Keep the wooden seal untouched. North first, Qing Yu said. A willing bird above the field changed direction. Snow moved along the southern edge. Blackie had climbed onto a judge table and was being removed by an assistant. Lin An opened one narrow path. The northern Sword Peak disciple entered it. Bai Ning released cold beneath his front foot. The ice appeared uneven. It looked like a rushed attempt. The disciple adjusted. That movement carried him farther into Lin An's line. The ground shifted. He crossed the inner angle too quickly. Yan Fei stepped forward. Her sheathed sword met his attack. Iron breath carried the force through her body. She turned. The Sword Peak disciple moved past her and crossed the side boundary. One active member removed. The audience reacted. Wei Fang did not. The ice forced the correction, he said. Manhwa watched the field, and the formation punished it. Yan Fei only completed the movement. The southern attacker reached the outer line. Qing Yu sensed him through snow. South Lin An did not turn the formation. Why? Qing Yu asked. False approach. Gao Jun moved through the center. His sword pressure struck the formation before his body entered. Lin An's outer line bent. The southern disciple accelerated at the same moment. Bai Ning could stop one without exposing her realm. She chose Gao Jun. A thin layer of ice slowed the central pressure. The southern disciple passed her. Yan Fei shifted toward him. Gao Yun's sword broke the first formation line. Lin An closed it instead of repairing every crack. One purpose. The wooden seal remained untouched. Qing Yu stepped into the southern route. She carried no weapon. The Sword Peak disciple hesitated. Move, Yan Fei called. Qing Yu did. Not toward the attacker. Back along the safe path Lin An had already opened. The disciple followed. Snow crossed behind him. Qing Yu felt the change through their bond. No. Lin An turned one stone. The path pushed sideways. The disciple avoided the boundary, but lost his angle. Bai Ning's ice caught his rear foot. Yan Fei reached him. Her scabbard marked his shoulder once. The disciple twisted and blocked the second strike. Yan Fei could have followed. She returned to the wooden seal. The disciple remained active. Zhao Jun entered the center. His sword struck the rebuilt formation line. Lin An's face paled. The formation had been designed to appear close to failure. Under Zhao Jun's real foundation pressure, part of that appearance became true. One stone cracked. Bai Ning caught the loose energy with cold before it reached Lin An. The audience saw her supporting the formation. Only Chen Mu saw the exact control hiding her realm. Sword Peak's fourth disciple moved behind Zhao Jun. 2 attacks struck from the center. The southern disciple recovered. 3 opponents approached together. Quiet Peak had lost no member. It had also used most of its public options. The sword pressure increased. Qing Yu's scouts could find the approach. Lin An could shape the field. Bai Ning could slow movement. Yan Fei still needed to hold the final line. Zhao Jun changed his grip. Yan Fei recognized the stance. He had used a weaker version during their first exchange. The coming strike would divide around her guard and reach the wooden seal. Iron breath settled. 4 counts in. 2 held. 6 released. The sleeping presence inside her woke. Not fully. Enough. Heat moved through her bones. The warrior god's soul recognized an opponent in front of her and a battlefield behind him. Ancient instinct pushed toward her legs. Advance. Break the center. Strike before the sword completes its path. Yan Fei saw the opening. One forward step would place her inside Zhao Jun's guard. A second would break the sword formation. A finishing strike could remove him before the others reached the seal. Her body could not safely carry that amount of power. The soul did not care. It remembered a body that no longer existed. A body built for war. Fire flickered beneath Yan Fei's skin. Bai Ning saw it. Yan Fei. The single word reached her through the pressure. Gao Jun's sword descended. The warrior god's soul demanded forward motion. Yan Fei planted her rear foot. No. The ancient instinct pushed harder. The iron breath path opened inside her body. Not all of it. Only the amount her muscles, bones, and meridians could carry. Heat filled her arms. She did not attack. Gao Jun's blade struck her scabbard. The force drove Yan Fei backward. 1 step. 2. The wooden seal stood behind her. The edge of Lin An's formation touched her heel. The soul offered power. Advance. Yan Fei lowered her center. Final line, she whispered. She stopped. The impact moved through iron breath. Her shoulders lowered. Her hips turned. Gao Jun's force entered the formation beneath her feet. Lin An saw the line. She ignored every other route. The formation carried the pressure sideways. Bai Ning froze the exit point. Zhao Jun's sword slid past Yan Fei. His body followed the redirected force. Yan Fei turned with him. Her scabbard touched his shoulder. First mark. Gao Jun recovered before crossing the boundary. The other Sword Peak disciples attacked from both sides. Qing Yu called the movement. Left first. Bai Ning slowed the left attacker. Lin An opened the right line. Yan Fei remained at the center. The warrior god soul wanted the opponent in front of her. She chose the seal behind her. The right attacker struck. Yan Fei received the force, redirected it, and marked his ribs. One mark. The left attacker entered. She blocked. The first attacker returned. 3 swords surrounded her. Her public late chi gathering aura shook. Her breathing became rough. This time the exhaustion was not entirely false. She used no more than iron breath could carry. 1 sword marked her sleeve. First mark against Yan Fei. The crowd shouted. Gao Jun stepped into the formation again. Lin An's second stone cracked. The outer barrier collapsed. 1 more direct attack would reach the wooden seal. Chen Mu remained seated. Intervening would reveal more than losing. The disciples had a safe path out. If the seal broke, the test ended. No one would be harmed. For several breaths, he wanted them to hold anyway. The feeling surprised him. He had entered the test wanting the lowest safe score. Now he watched the 4 women stand inside a failing formation they had built together, and pride moved before caution. He disliked that pride. He did not reject it. Qing Yu closed her bond with the distant bird and focused only on snow. The fox moved along the boundary. Gao Jun's next step turns right. Lin An saw it. She had thousands of possible repairs. She chose 1 stone. The formation did not rebuild. It tilted. Bai Ning placed cold beneath the same line. The field narrowed. Yan Fei understood. Gao Jun attacked. She let the strike push her back. Her foot appeared to slip. The crowd saw collapse. Yan Fei saw the 1 line Lin An had left. She entered it. Gao Jun followed. Bai Ning's ice broke beneath him. Not enough to make him fall. Enough to shorten his step. Yan Fei stopped retreating. The warrior god soul roared for a finishing strike. She refused. Her scabbard met Gao Jun's sword. Iron breath absorbed the reduced force. Lin An's line turned it. Bai Ning's ice closed the return. Gao Jun moved across the boundary. His foot landed outside the field. The judge's mark flashed. Gao Jun was removed. Silence struck the audience before sound returned. Sword Peak's leader had not been defeated by a stronger attack. He had been guided through 1 safe route until his own pressure carried him out. The remaining disciples hesitated. That hesitation ended the exchange. Lin An turned the surviving formation line. Bai Ning widened the ice by 1 hand. Qing Yu called the weakest approach. Yan Fei remained in front of the wooden seal. The southern disciple attacked first. She blocked. The second attempted to circle. Lin An's line forced him inward. Their swords crossed. Neither could use full strength without striking the other. Yan Fei stepped between them. 1 controlled impact sent both backward. The first crossed the boundary. The second remained inside but lost his stance. Yan Fei marked his shoulder. Second mark. The judge's seal removed him. 1 Sword Peak disciple remained. Time expired before he could reach Quiet Peak's wooden seal. The final bell sounded. Lin An's formation failed 1 breath later. The last stone split. Bai Ning released the ice. Qing Yu sat beside snow. Yan Fei remained standing until the judges confirmed a result. Then she lowered the scabbard and bent forward with both hands on her knees. This time her pulse matched the appearance. Gao Jun re-entered the field. He looked at the unbroken wooden seal. Then at Yan Fei. You had an opening before my second strike. Yes. You did not take it. No. Why? Yan Fei looked toward Chen Mu. Winning from there would have cost too much. Gao Jun understood the answer as a combat judgment. Bai Ning understood it as a choice against the warrior god's soul. Chen Mu understood both. The judges counted the final points. Sword Peak had entered 1 point ahead. Both teams received the full objective score for preserving their wooden seals until the final exchange ended. Quiet Peak received the 2-point victory bonus. The final board changed. Quiet Peak won by 1 point. Chen Mu stared at the number. For 3 breaths, satisfaction overcame every consequence. The formation sequence had held. Qing Yu's scouts had found the safe approach. Lin An had reduced thousands of roots to 1. Bai Ning had protected the team's secrecy without weakening the result. Yan Fei had refused the soul's finishing strike. They had defeated a stronger direct team without abandoning their roles. Chen Mu was proud of them. On the 4th breath, Manhwa announced that Quiet Peak would represent Cloud River Sect at the regional gathering. The satisfaction ended. Yan Fei raised 1 fist. Lin An lay down on the field. Qing Yu hugged snow. Bai Ning looked at Chen Mu. She saw the brief pride disappear beneath calculation. Travel routes, regional observers, unknown food, foreign formations. Potential ambushes. The Red Crescent. His mind had already begun building a list. Wei Fang crossed the field before Chen Mu could leave. Gao Jun remained with his team, accepting the loss without resentment. Han Wei followed the Iron Sword Sect observer. "You won by 1 point," Wei Fang said. Chen Mu nodded. "It was close." "No?" Chen Mu looked at him. Wei Fang pointed toward the scoreboard. "You gave up 3 markers during route planning. They were dangerous. You abandoned attack points during formation defense. The posts were the objective. You ignored the rare medicine plant. The posts were the objective. Delivery box was more important. You refused command seals in the beast field. They were unnecessary. Every lost point preserved energy, protected a later position, or prevented a penalty. That was not a plan to win." Wei Fang looked toward the final field. "You entered 1 point behind. Yes, you defeated the only team ahead of you by exactly enough to finish 1 point above them. That was unfortunate." Han Wei's expression became thoughtful. "Wei," Fang continued, "your disciples made every stage appear close. Their formations bent. Their routes took longer. Their medicine delivery arrived late. Their animals refused commands. Their final defense broke 1 breath after the bell. All of those things happened exactly when they could happen without changing the result." Chen Mu realized that honesty would not help. Lin An had joined them. She stood behind Wei Fang with grass in her hair, her mouth curved. Chen Mu looked at her. She lowered her head, pretending exhaustion. Wei Fang faced Han Wei. "Iron Sword Sect will prepare for Quiet Peak's arrival?" "That is unnecessary," Chen Mu said. Wei Fang ignored him. "You chose this branch well." Han Wei glanced toward Chen Mu. "I did not choose it. That made the misunderstanding worse." Wei Fang looked back at the 4 disciples. Then Elder Chen built a winning branch from the people no one else selected. Yan Fei straightened. Bai Ning's gaze sharpened. Qing Yu held snow more securely. The statement contained respect. It also contained every kind of attention Chen Mu disliked. "They did the work," he said. Wei Fang nodded. "Under exact control. No, your score proves it. The score proves they won. By 1 point. Yes." Wei Fang smiled for the first time. "That is what makes it exact." Chen Mu abandoned the argument. Rule 3. Avoid the fight. He turned toward the field exit. Han Wei called after him. "The regional gathering begins in 12 days. Chen Mu stopped. "Quiet Peak will need travel supplies." "We have supplies. Accommodation has been arranged near Iron Sword Sect. We can camp outside," Wei Fang said. "You will be guests. That creates more work for everyone. The invitation is formal." Chen Mu considered losing the formal invitation. Bai Ning stepped beside him. "We will prepare," she said. He looked at her. Her expression remained calm. Only he saw the warning. Refusing too strongly would attract more suspicion. "Quiet Peak will attend," Chen Mu said. Han Wei nodded. Wei Fang looked satisfied. Chen Mu left before either could add a banquet. Gao Jun caught up near the upper path. Yan Fei stopped. The rest of Quiet Peak waited. Gao Jun bowed to her. "You controlled your final strike." Yan Fei's right arm trembled from the force still settling inside it. "Yes. I thought you would attack. So did I." He looked toward the scabbard in her hand. "You are stronger than during our exchange." My stance improved. "Your master's body method, iron breath." Gao Jun nodded as if receiving the name of a lost inheritance. "You used only enough to hold." "Yes, that is harder than striking." Yan Fei looked toward the path Chen. Mu had taken. "I know." Zhao Jun stepped aside. "Next time, I will not follow the line." Yan Fei smiled. "Next time I may not give you one." Chen Mu turned. "No next time has been scheduled." Neither listened. Quiet Peak returned home before sunset. The gray spirit wolf met them at the outer gate. The animal warning mark around its leg lit once. Qing Yu crouched to greet it. "We won." The wolf smelled snow. Blackie flew over the wall and landed on Yan Fei's head. She caught the chicken. "We nearly died." "No one nearly died," Chen Mu said. Rule 5. You do not need to lie after the test. "I am practicing." Lin An reached the outdoor table and lowered herself onto the bench. "We won by 1 point. You won by 1 point. "Sound proud," Yan Fei said. "I am awake." "That is similar." Bai Ning carried the medicine bag into storage. Not one jar had been opened. Chen Mu should have been satisfied. He inspected Yan Fei first. Her right arm had swollen beneath the sleeve. The iron breath path remained stable, but the partial awakening had pushed her body to its current limit. "Quiet room," he said. I can walk. That is why I did not carry you. Yanfei followed him inside. Bai Ning closed the door behind them. Lin An and Qing Yu remained on the lawn to reset the warning network. Snow guarded the path. Blackie attempted to enter the medicine room and was removed twice. Yanfei sat on the low mat. Chen Mu placed 2 fingers against her wrist. The warrior god's soul had returned to sleep. Its path no longer fought her meridians. For the first time, the ancient pressure had responded to a direct refusal and settled without tearing power away. Her body had reached the edge of Foundation realm. Not through a reckless attack, through holding a line. You can break through tonight, Chen Mu said. Yanfei's eyes widened. Foundation? Yes, she stood. He pressed her shoulder and returned her to the mat. After the swelling falls, how long? Several hours. I can endure it. That sentence delays the breakthrough. She stopped. Bai Ning placed the medicine jar beside him. Yanfei looked at the dark paste. Again. It worked last time. It still smells terrible. Foundation realm will not improve the smell. He applied the medicine. Yanfei endured in silence for half a breath. Then complained until the bandage was complete. Outside, Lin An found 3 damaged points in her temporary field formation. She repaired only the ones connected to Quiet Peak's warning network. Pattern sight remained open longer than before. The pressure of the test had strengthened her control. Her late Qi gathering cultivation moved toward the next barrier. Qing Yu's life energy had also grown. Snow and Blackie had carried warnings through a crowded field without being drained. She had used the bonds for information, not power. Middle Qi gathering no longer contained her core. Chen Mu emerged after treating Yanfei. He looked from Lin An to Qing Yu. Both of you cultivate tonight. Lin An rested her head on the table. I am already busy. You are falling asleep on a formation stone. It is warm. Qing Yu touched her core. Did I use too much energy? No. You used it correctly. Her expression brightened. Then I can reach late Qi gathering? If you keep the bonds limited? Lin An lifted her head. And me? Peak Qi gathering. That sounds like more work. You may sleep afterward. Acceptable. The 3 breakthroughs began after midnight. Bai Ning maintained the concealment formation around Quiet Peak. No public aura across the walls. Qing Yu sat near the animal shed. Snow accepted one side of the equal bond. Blackie accepted the other after receiving food. The gray spirit wolf remained outside the cultivation circle, unbonded and free to leave. Qing Yu circulated her own energy between the 2 willing paths. Snow's cool current guided the left side of her core. Blackie's warmth guided the right. She took nothing from them. Their presence prevented the life heart from opening too far. Her cultivation rose. Middle Qi gathering gave way. Late Qi gathering energy spread through her meridians. Every living signal around Quiet Peak became clearer. Qing Yu sensed the rabbits beneath the herb garden, the birds under the roof, the koi sleeping near the bottom of the pond. She did not reach toward them. She remained inside her own body. The breakthrough settled. Snow closed the bond first. Blackie remained connected until Qing Yu ended it. The chicken looked offended. You have enough energy, she said. Blackie pecked the empty food bowl. Across the lawn, Lin An sat within 7 formation stones. Pattern sight opened. Thousands of connections appeared. She gave the formation one purpose: conceal the 3 breakthroughs from outside Quiet Peak. Bai Ning already maintained the primary barrier. Lin An supported only one weak point near the western wall. Her energy moved through the chosen line. Late Qi gathering reached its limit. She saw hundreds of ways to force the next step. She chose the route already beneath her. One cycle, then another. The western line steadied. Her core expanded. Peak Qi gathering energy entered the formation. The barrier did not brighten. No new line appeared. Lin An closed pattern sight. She remained awake. That is inconvenient, she said. Bai Ning looked toward her. What? I expected to sleep through the difficult part. The difficult part is complete. Then I can sleep. She lowered herself beside the nearest stone. Bai Ning caught her head before it struck the ground and placed the folded outer robe beneath it. At the center of the lawn, Yanfei entered Foundation Realm last. Iron breath moved through every path Chen Mu had spent weeks building. 4 counts in. 2 held. 6 released. Her energy rose toward the barrier. The warrior god soul stirred. It offered force. Yanfei refused the excess. She took only what her body could carry. Her muscles tightened. The old injuries in her shoulder and hip warmed, then released. The returning energy that once tore through her meridians now entered the iron breath route. Her core widened. Foundation powers spread through her body. No fire erupted. No battle aura crossed the concealment formation. Yanfei opened her eyes. The world felt lighter. Her first instinct was to stand and test her strength. Chen Mu placed one finger against her forehead. Sit. I completed the breakthrough. You have not stabilized it. I feel stable. You felt stable before breaking 6 posts. 5, the 6th is still leaning. Yan Fei remained seated. That was further proof of progress. The system waited until all 3 realms had settled. Then it sounded. E4 accepted disciples have completed their first full field victory. Victory achieved through stable roles. Qing Yu, safe approach and living warning. Lin An, field control and route selection. Bai Ning, movement control and concealment. Yan Fei, final defense and controlled impact. A disciple, Yan Fei, has reached early foundation realm. Disciple Lin An has reached peak Qi gathering. Disciple Qing Yu has reached late Qi gathering. Team formation stabilized. Reward. Group safety barrier. Warrior and cultivation feedback. Gen power entered Chen Mu after the danger had passed. The group safety barrier did not create an attack. It linked several willing people inside one defensive layer. The barrier could distribute impact according to each person's safe limit, preventing the strongest member from carrying everything and the weakest from being crushed by shared force. The formation worked best when everyone held a known role. It matched the team Quiet Peak had built. The cultivation feedback entered Chen Mu's hidden core. His late King realm filled. Energy moved toward the final wall before peak King realm. It did not cross. Chen Mu stopped it well below the breakthrough point. A King realm advance could disturb the entire mountain if handled carelessly. He had 12 days before travel. That was not enough time to risk a public reaction. The power settled. He remained late King realm in truth, closer to peak King than before. Publicly, he remained an unremarkable early Golden Core elder, whose weak-looking disciples had just defeated Sword Peak by 1 point. That public description was becoming harder to defend. Yan Fei rose. Foundation strength remained hidden beneath Bai Ning's concealment. She looked toward the other 2 disciples. Did all of us advance? Not Bai Ning. Lin An said from the grass. Bai Ning adjusted the robe beneath her head. My realm was already ahead. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu. You knew this would happen. I expected progress. 3 breakthroughs in one night. After weeks of stable work, people will think the testable work caused it. People will not know, Bai Ning said. We will update the public records slowly. Chen Mu looked at her. She had already begun managing the secrecy. Yan Fei's foundation realm remains hidden, she continued. Lin and can reveal peak Qi gathering after the regional gathering if necessary. Qing Yu should remain publicly at middle Qi gathering until her bonds are better understood. Qing Yu nodded. Yan Fei frowned. I just reached foundation? Yes, Bai Ning said. I cannot use it. You can use it here. I want to test it tomorrow, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei turned toward him. With Gao Jun, no. A stronger puppet? Yes. Her disappointment faded. How much stronger? Enough. That answer satisfied her more than a number would have. The warning network sounded. 1 bell near the western wall, then 2 near the garden. Snow stood. The gray spirit wolf rose outside the formation circle. Blackie stopped pecking the food bowl. Qing Yu closed both bonds and listened through the animal marks. Something crossed the lower western path. Lin An sat up. Her recent breakthrough cleared the last sleep from her face. Pattern sight opened inside the peak. 1 person, she said, moving toward the repaired wall. Chen Mu extinguished the cultivation lights. Bai Ning closed the concealment formation. Yan Fei reached for her sword. Her new foundation aura pressed against the hidden layer. Control it, Chen Mu said. Iron breath moved. The aura vanished beneath her skin. Qing Yu touched the gray wolf's warning mark. Stay or leave. Do not approach. The wolf remained near the animal shed. Snow moved to Qing Yu's side. Blackie flew onto the library roof. Another bell sounded. The person outside the wall changed direction. They noticed the warning. Lin An said, Can you see the route? Chen Mu asked. 3 false lines. 1 real. Purpose? Protect the peak. Then ignore the escape. Yan Fei looked toward the outer gate. We can catch them, not without leaving the formation. I reached foundation. That does not make unknown ground safe. The hidden figure struck the western wall. Dark force crossed the stone. The public repair line activated. Lin An's deeper connection answered. The wall carried the impact downward. Unlike the projectile, this attack searched for a weakness after contact. Black energy spread across the surface. It moved toward the lawn warning formation. Lin An saw it. The attack is trying to follow the network. Cut the outer line, Chen Mu said. She closed 1 connection. The black energy lost its path. Bai Ning froze the remaining trace. Yan Fei stood at the final position before the flowering tree. Qing Yu's animals carried warnings from both sides of the wall. No second attacker entered the peak. The hidden figure withdrew. Yan Fai's hand tightened around the sword. The warrior god's soul stirred at the retreating presence. Chase. She remained where Lin An's formation needed her. The figure crossed the lower path. One animal mark disappeared. Qing Yu flinched. The bird removed its bead. Is it hurt? Chen Mu asked. She closed her eyes. No, it fled north. Good. The warning had worked. The creature had chosen safety. Lin An followed the attacker only until the edge of Quiet Peak's field. The real line vanished among false trails. I can open pattern sight farther. No, we may learn where they came from. They may learn how far you see. Lin An closed the outer layer. The hidden figure escaped. No one pursued. The wall remained standing. Chen Mu waited 100 breaths before approaching it. The black trace had faded beneath Bai Ning's ice. A shallow cut crossed the outer stone. Something rested inside it. Yan Fai removed the object with the tip of her sheathed sword. A dark red token fell onto the grass. It was heavier than the blood-collecting needles, and wider than the mark inside the earlier projectile. One side carried a red crescent. The other showed the full dark moon emblem of Red Moon Hall. Bai Ning stopped behind Chen Mu. Her face lost color. This time, the soul oath did not attack immediately. Recognition came before memory. Red Moon Hall, she said. The name entered the night. Qing Yu looked toward her. Lin An closed pattern sight. Yan Fei remained between Bai Ning and the wall. Chen Mu picked up the token with a plain cloth. The projectile and needles, the same group. Bai Ning's voice remained steady through effort. The red crescent marks those being observed. A full token is left when observation becomes a hunt. Chen Mu looked toward the 4 disciples. Bai Ning followed his gaze. Pain tightened through the soul oath. She pressed one hand against her chest. Chen Mu covered the token. Ain't enough. Bai Ning steadied her breathing. He was not dismissing the danger. He was refusing to let an enemy's symbol decide more than the evidence proved. Her breathing steadied. Yan Fai looked beyond the wall. Now can we chase? No. They attacked twice, and left a token they wanted us to find. That is a challenge. That is a challenge. That is bait. Yan Fai's new foundation energy pressed against iron breath. She held it. Qing Yu touched Snow's head. The animals are safe. Lin An examined the cut in the wall. The hidden network is still concealed. Bai Ning network is still concealed. Bai Ning looked toward the token. They confirmed the earlier incidents are connected. Yes, Chen Mu said. That was enough information to act on. Not enough to run into the dark. He placed the token inside a sealed box. The blood needles were stored beneath the library. The projectile remained with the sect's formation hall. Now a named enemy had touched Quiet Peak's wall. Chen Mu strengthened the outer warning line. Lin An rebuilt the cut connection with one purpose. Qing Yu checked every willing animal mark, and replaced none without permission. Bai Ning removed the last black trace from the stone. Yan Fei guarded the final line until dawn. When Han Wei arrived, he found Quiet Peak awake, organized, and undamaged. He also found the Red Moon token sealed on the outdoor table. Wei Fang came with him. The Iron Sword Sect observer had remained inside Cloud River Sect after the test. He examined the token without touching it. I have seen similar craft near disputed roads, he said. Han Wei's expression hardened. You did not report it. We found broken weapons, not a name token. Bai Ning stood beside Chen Mu. Bai Ning stood beside Chen Mu. The projectile, the needles. And this attack came from the same group. Han Wei looked at her. You recognize them? Partly. The soul oath tightened. Chen Mu shifted half a step forward. Han Wei noticed. He did not press. What can you tell us safely? He asked. What can you tell us safely? He asked. Bai Ning answered after one controlled breath. They observe rare gifts. They test the methods protecting them. Then they take what they can use. Wei Fang looked toward the dark moon emblem. And so the earlier incidents are connected. Ace, Chen Mu said. Wei Fang turned the token slightly without touching it. And the enemy wanted you to know that? Yes. The Iron Sword Sect observer understood. Information chosen by an enemy is not proof of anything beyond what they chose to reveal. Yes, Han. Wei looked toward the repaired wall. Yet the attacks are increasing. Yes. We need Quiet Peak inside stronger sect protection. Chen Mu looked at the old defense beneath the lawn. Quiet Peak already possessed the strongest hidden protection on the mountain. Saying that would create several new problems. We will strengthen the public lines, he said. And the regional gathering? Han Wei asked. We should remain here? No. Chen Mu had expected the answer. Han Wei continued. If Red Moon Hall is studying the 4 disciples, hiding them after the test confirms their value. The gathering places both Cloud River Sect and Iron Sword Sect around them. It also places them before regional cultivators, with guarded routes and formal protection. Large gatherings create poison opportunities. Wei Fang's eyes narrowed. That is an unusual example. Food is difficult to trust. You will be guests of Iron Sword Sect. That does not improve unknown kitchens. Wei Fang looked offended. Han Wei raised one hand before the conversation became regional politics. Quiet Peak won the selection. The 4 disciples will attend. You will accompany them. Chen Mu looked at the token. Leaving the peak carried risk. Remaining after the enemy had marked its walls also carried risk. A regional gathering offered crowds, rival sects, public tests, shared meals, unfamiliar buildings, and many routes that could not be prepared in advance. It also placed the disciples within sight of several elders instead of alone behind one tested wall. Neither choice was safe. One was mandatory. We will attend, he said. Wei Fang nodded. Iron Sword Sect will receive you properly. Separate rooms, of course. Near an exit. That can be arranged. No room above the 1st floor. Wei Fang frowned. Why? Windows are not reliable exits during formation failure. Han Wei's expression became thoughtful again. Chen Mu stopped speaking. The more precautions he explained, the more they sounded like hidden experience. Lin An sat at the table and looked toward the token. Master. Yes, we won, I noticed. By 1 point, yes. Now 2 sect leaders believe you planned every stage. Yes, Red Moon Hall attacked the same night. Yes. And our reward is travel. Yes. She considered the pattern. You are very bad at losing. Chen Mu looked across Quiet Peak. Snow rested beside Qing Yu. Blackie stood on the sealed token box until Yan Fei removed it. The gray spirit wolf guarded the garden by choice. Bai Ning remained close enough to answer questions without facing them alone. The 4 disciples had become a real field team. They had also become the selected face of Cloud River Sect. Chen Mu had tried to keep them useful, but unnoticed. Instead, Quiet Peak had won by the smallest possible margin, attracted an observer from another sect, and received a named warning from the enemy studying its walls. The regional gathering waited in 12 days. Chen Mu picked up the travel order. His plan had succeeded exactly enough to create the result he feared most. He began preparing that afternoon. The 1st supply box contained medicine. The 2nd contained food. The 3rd contained ordinary clothes, spare blankets, formation stones, water seals, rope, cooking tools, repair tools, anti-poison powder, 3 kinds of fire-starting material, and enough dried grain to suggest that Chen Mu did not trust the regional gathering to provide breakfast. Yan Fei watched him add another medicine jar. We are visiting another sect. Not crossing a dead land. Another sect may contain a dead land. That makes no sense. Not until something goes wrong. Lin An sat on the floor beside 3 open maps. You marked 3 routes home. The shortest route, the safest route, the safest route, and the route no one should expect us to use. Which one are we taking? That depends on the weather, traffic, formation activity, and whether anyone follows us. Qing Yu folded Snow's travel blanket. Will Blackie travel in a basket? Blackie attacked the basket. No, Chen Mu said. Then how will we stop her from entering other people's kitchens? We will close the doors. Blackie flew through the open window. Chen Mu added window seals to the supply list. Bai Ning lifted the 1st box. It felt too light. She opened it. Inside were 2 layers of medicine. The upper layer contained common wound powder, fever tablets, and meridian paste. Beneath it rested an empty compartment. You removed half the supplies. I moved them. Where? Chen Mu pointed toward a 2nd box. Bai Ning opened it. Food filled the upper layer. Medicine rested beneath a false wooden bottom. She looked toward the 3rd. More medicine. Some. How many false boxes? 2. There are 3 boxes. 1 should be real. That makes the others more believable. Exactly. Yan Fei opened the 3rd box. A 2nd false bottom waited beneath the blankets. You said 2. I said 2 false supply boxes. What is this? An emergency compartment. Lin An examined the maps. How many false routes? None. All 4 women looked at him. Chen Mu corrected himself. 1. That sounds more likely, Bai Ning said. Their public cultivation records required equal preparation. Yan Fei's early foundation realm remained hidden beneath the hidden breath method. To outside senses, she remained at late Qi gathering. Lin An's peak qi gathering cultivation was reduced to late qi gathering. Qing Yu remained publicly at middle qi gathering, despite reaching late qi gathering. Bai Ning concealed her early foundation realm behind the old record of peak qi gathering. 4 disciples entered the regional gathering, appearing only slightly stronger than when the sect had rejected them. Chen Mu considered the image acceptable. The problem was their control. Bai Ning's cold had become cleaner. Yan Fei's body no longer leaked unstable energy. Lin An could close pattern sight. Qing Yu's animals chose to remain near her without command marks. Weakness was easy to fake. Stable progress was harder to hide. You will refuse optional contests, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei stopped pecking her scabbard. All of them? As many as possible. What if someone challenges Quiet Peak directly? Decline. What if declining insults Cloud River Sect? Accept the smallest exchange. What if the opponent insults Guy? Master, Chen Mu looked at her. That changes nothing. It changes something. No. Yan Fei tied the scabbard to her travel bag. We will decide when it happens. There is nothing to decide. Bai Ning closed the first supply box. I will stop. Her. Yan Fei turned toward her. Before or after the insult, before you reveal foundation strength. That is not the answer I wanted. It is the answer Master wanted. Chen Mu appreciated the support. He also noticed Bai Ning had not promised to prevent the exchange. The final preparation was an excuse to leave early. Chen Mu wrote 3. The first involved an unstable formation at Quiet Peak. Manhwa could verify the peak's formations through the sect network. So Chen Mu burned it. The second involved an injured spirit beast. The gray spirit wolf was not formally assigned to Quiet Peak, making the claim difficult to prove. He kept it. The third involved food. No one could force him to remain at a banquet after he refused to eat. He placed that excuse inside his sleeve. Lin An had watched all 3. You plan excuses before anyone asks you to stay. Yes, what if the gathering is safe? Then leaving early remains safe. She picked up the burned paper. An unstable formation would sound more urgent. It could to burnt paper. Bring formation elders back with us. The injured wolf. Could bring beast yard keepers and food. I can distrust it alone. Lin An nodded. The best excuse creates the fewest visitors. Exactly. You put more effort into retreating from a banquet than most people put into winning a duel. Banquets contain more unknown objects. The 12 days passed without another attack. That did not reassure Chen Mu. Red Moon Hall had tested Quiet Peak's wall, poisoned the beast yard, and left a full token after the internal test. Silence meant the next method had not yet become visible. Before leaving, Chen Mu activated the Animal Watch network around Quiet Peak. The gray spirit wolf accepted the outer warning route. 3 rabbits carried soft marks near the herb garden. Birds watched the roof and western wall. No animal was required to face an intruder. The hidden defenses remained dormant, unless the public lines failed. The safe room contained food, medicine, water, and enough space for the visiting wolf. Qing Yu crouched before it at the outer gate. We are leaving for several days. The wolf watched her. You may stay. You may return to the beast yard. You do not need to guard anything. The wolf sat. Qing Yu looked toward Chen Mu. It chose to stay. It chose to sit. The wolf lay across the gate. Yan Fei smiled. It understands defensive positioning. It is blocking the path, Chen Mu said. Snow walked around it. Blackie landed on its back, used it as a platform, and flew onto the supply cart. The wolf did not move. It will guard the peak, Qing Yu said. Chen Mu looked at the animal's warning mark. The network would tell the sect if it fled. That was enough. Do not fight anyone, he told it. Yan Fei adjusted the supply cart. You give the wolf better instructions than us. The wolf listens. The journey to the gathering took 2 days. Cloud River Sect traveled as one group. Hanwei led the elders. Zhao Ren supervised the main disciple line. Manhwa carried enough medical supplies to support the entire group and still inspected Chen Mu's boxes when she thought he was not looking. She opened the first false bottom before they left the mountain. You packed too much medicine, she said. We are carrying 28 people. Medicine Peak is also attending. You may be injured. Mei Hua looked at him. That is not reassuring. She closed the compartment. Zhao Jun's Sword Peak team traveled near Quiet Peak. There was no resentment after the internal test. Yan Fei and Gao Jun discussed the final exchange twice. The first discussion concerned the step that carried him across the boundary. The second became an argument over whether a stronger strike would have broken Lin An's line. Chen Mu ended both by changing their walking order. Snow traveled beside Qing Yu. Blackie rode on the supply cart until it became bored, then moved between carts stealing food. By the end of the first day, 3 disciples from other peaks had begun feeding it willingly. Qing Yu asked them to stop. Blackie followed them instead. That evening, Chen Mu chose a campsite with stone at their backs, clean water downhill, and 3 open routes away. Wei Fang's reception group met them the next afternoon. The regional gathering stood in a wide town built near Iron Sword Sect's lower mountain. Guest houses surrounded a central hall. Training fields occupied the eastern district. Temporary markets filled the southern roads with medicine, weapons, spirit tools, formation parts, and enough strangers to make Chen Mu count the exits before entering. Wei Fang noticed. You inspect every gate. I prefer knowing where they lead. The gathering has 6 participating sects. The town is protected. 6 sects create more people. More people create more protection. They also create more reasons to need it. Wei Fang looked toward Han Wei. Does he always speak like this? Yes, Han Wei said. It becomes more reasonable after something happens. That is because it was reasonable before, Chen Mu replied. Iron Sword Sect had followed his room requests. Quiet Peak received 5 rooms on the ground floor of a side guest house. Each had a window wide enough for escape. The rear path led toward an open courtyard rather than another building. Chen Mu inspected the doors, floors, roof beams, water jars, windows, ventilation lines, and formation marks. Yan Fei dropped her bag. Is it safe? No place is safe. Can we sleep? Yes. That means it is safe enough. Lin An opened pattern sight. The guest house contained ordinary protection lines, fire warnings, and privacy seals. No line reached toward the beds. The formations are clean, she said. Do not follow them beyond the courtyard. I was going to inspect the kitchen, especially not the kitchen. Blackie had already left. Qing Yu closed her eyes. The equal bond stretched toward the central hall. She found food. Chen Mu took out the excuse hidden in his sleeve. The gathering had not begun. He was already prepared to leave. Wei Fang began pressuring Quiet Peak the following morning. He called it a formal welcome review. The review contained cultivation measurements, method questions, equipment checks, and public demonstrations intended to show visiting sects what each selected branch could contribute. Chen Mu called it unnecessary. Han Wei required attendance. Quiet Peak stood before 6 regional groups, while Wei Fang examined their internal test record. Your formation disciple used 7 stones to control a field designed for 20, he said. Lin An stood beside Chen Mu. Yes. Why? The other 13 did not serve the purpose. What happens when the purpose changes? I build another formation. Wei Fang looked at Chen Mu. You taught her a lost simple line school. No. Iron Sword Sect records contain references to formation masters who reduced large arrays into one route path. That is how efficient formations work. Those records are incomplete. So are many old records. You completed the method. I told her to choose one line. Wei Fang became more interested. Chen Mu regretted every answer. The questioning moved to Yan Fei. Iron breath. Wei Fang said, where did the method originate? Quiet Peak, she answered. Before Elder Chen. No. You built a body method capable of receiving foundation force from basic breathing. Chen Mu said, it receives only what the body can carry. That is not the question. It is the important limit. Wei Fang stepped closer to Yan Fei. Her public late Qi gathering aura remained quiet. Nothing revealed the foundation realm beneath it. Show the first stance. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu. He nodded. She settled her feet. 4 counts in, 2 held. 6 released. Her weight entered the ground. No fire appeared. No fire appeared. No warrior god pressure escaped. Wei Fang struck her shoulder with 2 fingers. The force matched late Qi gathering. Yan Fei received it. Her body moved 1 step. She exhaled harder than necessary. Wei Fang increased the second strike. Yan Fei could have remained still. She allowed her rear foot to slide. The audience saw strain. Wei Fang saw control. You chose the exact distance, he said. The force pushed me. No. Yan Fei's temper moved. She almost corrected him. Chen Mu spoke first. The stance protects the joints by allowing movement. Wei Fang looked toward him. So the apparent retreat is part of the method. It is a retreat, a planned retreat. All safe retreats should be planned. The Iron Sword Sect disciples listening nearby began whispering. Yan Fei stepped out of the stance. Wei Fang moved to Bai Ning. Her record showed 5 failed foundation attempts, followed by improved control under Quiet Peak. What method do you practice now? A cold cultivation method, its name. The clear ice method, created by Elder Chen, rebuilt with his guidance. Wei Fang looked from her to Chen Mu. A lost formation principle. A body method. A repaired ice art. Chen Mu saw the direction of his thoughts. They are unrelated. All three remove complexity. That is not an inheritance. It is a teaching principle. That is worse, Lin An murmured. Wei Fang heard her. Why? An inheritance can be stolen. A teaching principle follows the teacher. Chen Mu looked at her. She smiled without regret. Wei Fang's suspicions settled into certainty. Quiet Peak carries a complete hidden school. No, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei stepped forward. Master gave each of us what suited our problem. That does not make the methods one inheritance. Her tone sharpened when Wei Fang continued looking at Chen Mu. You believe he hid power from the region. He clearly did. He hid us from methods that were harming us. The public courtyard quieted. Yan Fei did not reveal her feelings directly. She did not need to. The force in her defense made them visible enough. Chen Mu stepped between the conversation and its next direction. The review is complete. Wei Fang raised an eyebrow. You do not decide that. We have demonstrated the required methods. There are controlled exchanges this afternoon. Optional. For other branches. Cloud River Sect selected team must complete too. Chen Mu looked toward Han Wei. The sect master did not avoid his gaze. It is part of the gathering agreement. Chen Mu removed the injured wolf excuse from his sleeve. Before he could use it, Qing Yu's equal bond shifted. Blackie returned to the courtyard carrying a cooked dumpling. Qing Yu retrieved it. The dumpling had been stolen from the main kitchen. No one appeared injured. Chen Mu returned the excuse to his sleeve. The controlled exchanges drew a crowd. Regional cultivators had heard that Cloud River Sect's weakest branch defeated Sword Peak by 1 point. Some expected hidden experts. Others expected luck. Quiet Peak intended to confirm neither. Bai Ning entered the first exchange against a Peak Chi gathering sword cultivator from a smaller regional sect. The woman carried a narrow blade, and a movement art faster than Bai Ning's public record suggested she could match. Chen Mu gave one instruction. Control the space. Bai Ning entered the ring. The exchange allowed 5 marked strikes. No lethal techniques, no realm-breaking force. The opposing sword cultivator attacked first. Her blade crossed the ring in a silver line. Bai Ning moved half a step. Cold formed beneath the strike. The sword slowed. Not enough to stop. Enough to miss. The second attack came from the side. Bai Ning raised her own practice sword. The blades touched. Cold moved through the metal. Her opponent released the weapon before her fingers stiffened, caught it with the other hand, and continued. The crowd approved. Bai Ning's public aura remained at peak Qi gathering. Her true early foundation control allowed her to see each movement early. She could have ended the exchange in 3 breaths. She let the opponent press her toward the boundary. One attack marked her sleeve. First point against Bai Ning. Yan Fei frowned from outside the ring. She allowed that? Rule 5, Lin An said. The next exchange pushed Bai Ning to one knee. Her palm touched the ground. Ice spread beneath it. The ring cooled. Her opponent adjusted her stance. Bai Ning used the movement to mark the woman's shoulder. 1 point each. The exchange continued. 2 points, then 3. The opposing cultivator increased her speed. Bai Ning's clear ice method remained clean. No gray coal from the heartless ice art entered her meridians. She acknowledged attachment rather than pretending emptiness. Truth remained the anchor. Chen Mu's position beyond the ring. Yan Fei's impatient breathing. Lin An's open eye. Qing Yu holding snow. 4 people she had chosen to care about. Her purpose remained control of the ring. Her cold remained precise. At 4 points each, the final clash began. The opposing blade thrust toward Bai Ning's chest. Bai Ning turned. Her practice sword appeared to slip. The opponent followed the opening. Ice formed on the ring beneath the rear foot. The woman lost 1 hand's width of movement. Bai Ning marked her shoulder. 5th point. The exchange ended. The audience saw a narrow victory. Wei Fang saw the cold pattern. It changed each time she was pressured. Han Wei nodded. She adjusted. No. Every adjustment preserved the same 4 positions outside the ring. Han Wei followed his gaze. Chen Mu and the 3 disciples stood at separate points around Bai Ning. Wei Fang's suspicion deepened. Chen Mu pretended not to hear. Bai Ning left the ring breathing harder than necessary. Chen Mu checked her meridians. The clear ice method remained stable. Any pain? No. Soul oath? Quiet. The exchange had pushed her toward middle foundation realm. She had not forced it. He nodded. Good. Her gaze softened slightly. That small reaction attracted less attention than the victory. Yan Fei's exchange followed. Her opponent used a heavy staff and possessed late Qi gathering cultivation with enough physical strength to threaten an ordinary Foundation disciple. Yan Fei entered with a sheathed sword. The first staff strike shook the ring. Iron Breath received it. Her hidden Foundation body could have thrown the opponent backward. She allowed the impact to move her. The second exchange ended with both weapons touching marked areas, 1 point each. The third did the same. The staff cultivator became frustrated. You are only defending. That is allowed. You cannot win by blocking forever. I do not need to win. The warrior god's soul stirred beneath her core. It recognized the heavy strikes. The opponent's stance left an opening at the ribs. One attack could end the match. Yan Fei remained inside Iron Breath. The fourth exchange marked both cultivators again. The score became equal. The final bell approached. The staff cultivator gathered his remaining strength into one strike. Yan Fei could block and counter. The soul pushed for the finishing movement. She caught the staff against her scabbard. Force entered her body. She used only late Qi gathering power. The staff stopped against her shoulder at the same moment her scabbard reached the opponent's chest. Final point to both. The match ended in a draw. Several observers looked disappointed. Yan Fei looked satisfied. Wei Fang approached the ring. You could have continued the counter. Yan Fei lowered the scabbard. Continuing would reveal more than the exchange required. More strength. More risk. Wei Fang looked toward Chen Mu. Another exact result. Yan looked toward Chen Mu. Fei stepped between them. Master told me not to injure someone for an optional victory. Would you have won? Yes. The answer carried complete confidence. It also revealed nothing. Chen Mu turned toward the exit. The required exchanges were complete. He did not wait for anyone to offer a third. Quiet Peak refused every optional contest that afternoon. Regional disciples approached Bai Ning with sword challenges. She declined. Formation cultivators asked Lin An to solve broken arrays. She said she was tired. Beast cultivators wanted Snow and Blackie examined. Qing Yu refused without Chen Mu speaking. Body cultivators asked Yan Fei to compare methods. She told them Iron Breath began with breathing. They assumed the answer concealed a deeper teaching. Restraint became confidence in the eyes of the gathering. Every refusal increased interest. Chen Mu watched his plan fail through politeness. The banquet took place on the third night. The main hall had 3 entrances, 2 side kitchens, an upper viewing floor, and enough formation lines beneath the tables to isolate a fight if one began. Lin An noticed the altered lines before they sat. She touched the band beneath her hair. Master. Chen Mu followed her gaze. The hall's original protection formation had been adjusted. One line around the western kitchen no longer reported heat changes correctly. Another redirected sound away from a service corridor. The modifications were small. They created a place where movement could occur unseen. Can you identify who changed them? He asked. No. Can you close the altered lines? Yes, do not. Lin An looked at him. If we change them? If we change them? Whoever placed them will know we saw them. She closed pattern sight to the room's inner area. Qing Yu stopped near the entrance. Snow refused to enter. The fox's fur had risen. Blackie stood beside a kitchen servant carrying a tray. Usually, food overcame every other judgment. The chicken looked at the tray, then backed away. Qing Yu's expression changed. Neither of them wants the food. Chen Mu smelled the air. Roasted meat. Wine. Winter herbs. Sweet root. Mushrooms. Beneath them rested a bitter scent that did not belong in the dishes. Not strong enough to taste at first. Not sharp enough to alarm ordinary poison methods. A slow herb designed to weaken spiritual circulation over several hours. The smell came from multiple tables. Not every dish. Enough. Han Wei and Wei Fang stood near the front of the hall, receiving greetings from other sect leaders. Chen Mu did not approach them. Warning the hall publicly could trigger panic before he knew whether the protection formations were compromised. Investigating meant remaining inside. The food was wrong. That was enough. We are leaving, he said. Yan Fei looked toward the empty seats reserved for Quiet Peak. The banquet has not begun. We are leaving. Bai Ning saw his hand move toward the travel supplies. She did not ask why. Qing Yu, take the animals. Lin An, rear exit. Yan Fei, final position. The 4 disciples moved. Their response attracted attention faster than panic would have. Wei Fang crossed the hall. Where are you going? Home. The formal meal is about to begin. I do not trust the food. Silence spread through the nearest tables. Wei Fang's expression hardened. This is Iron Sword Sect's banquet. Yes, our kitchens were inspected. Then inspect them again. What did you find? A wrong herb. Which dish? Several. Wei Fang looked toward the trays. Stay while we test. No. If poison is present, leaving without identifying it may allow others to eat. Chen Mu looked toward Hanwei. The Cloud River Sect master had heard enough. Hold the meal. Hanwei ordered. The hall doors closed. Chen Mu turned toward the rear exit. Wei Fang blocked the path. You are leaving during a poison inspection you started? Yes, that appears suspicious. Remaining near poison appears worse. We need your testimony. The food smells wrong. That is your testimony. Yes, what? Herb? Chen Mu named it. Wei Fang's expression changed slightly. The herb was not deadly. In a small amount it could settle restless energy. Combined with 2 ingredients already present in the banquet dishes, it would weaken meridians gradually. An affected elder might not notice until using a strong technique. Wei Fang looked toward the nearest dish. You identified that by smell? Yes. From the doorway? Yes. Without entering the kitchen? Yes. The truth sounded less reasonable each time he confirmed it. Yan Fei stepped forward. Master does not need to remain after warning you. Wei Fang looked at her. If the hall is under attack, every capable cultivator has a duty. Our duty is to Cloud River Sect, and your master is leaving its leader here. Yan Fei's foundation aura pressed against the hidden breath method. Bai Ning touched her sleeve. Yan Fei controlled it. Master warned him, she said. Sect Master Han can choose. We were ordered to follow Master. Her position was more direct than necessary. Chen Mu noticed. So did everyone around them. Wei Fang looked between Yan Fei and Chen Mu. Her loyalty did not resemble simple obedience. She had chosen his side before knowing the full threat. Chen Mu avoided examining that thought. Han Wei approached. Take quiet peek out. Wei Fang turned. You agree? I agree that separating one group preserves witnesses and strength outside the hall. Chen Mu had been leaving because the food smelled dangerous. Han Wei transformed it into strategy. We will inspect the dishes, Han Wei continued. Send a message when you reach the outer road. Chen Mu nodded. Wei Fang stepped aside reluctantly. Quiet peek left through the rear exit. Lin An followed the clean formation path. Qing Yu kept Snow ahead and Blackie away from every tray. Bai Ning watched the rear. Yan Fei remained between Chen Mu and the banquet hall until the building disappeared behind them. Only then did she turn. Was it truly poisoned? Yes. How dangerous. Slow. We could have helped. By eating? By finding the person. That requires staying near them. Yan Fei frowned. Chen Mu continued walking. Rain began before they reached the guest house. He collected all 3 supply boxes. They did not return the room keys. Iron Sword Sect could recover them later. Within 20 breaths, Quiet Peak left the town. The direct route home followed a paved mountain road. Chen Mu stopped at the first fork. Rain struck the stone ahead. Water ran along the right edge instead of crossing evenly. The road's lower side had begun sinking. Lin, an open pattern site. The support lines are intact. On the surface. She looked deeper. Water had entered the soil beneath the outer stones. Thousands of small paths spread down the slope. One connected to a buried formation anchor. The anchor had shifted. The road may hold, she said. May? For several hours. Take the longer path. The northern road added half a day and crossed an old forest route. Yan Fei looked toward the paved road. We can reach the sect before it fails. Possibly. We can reinforce it. Then everyone behind us will assume it is safe. Bai Ning looked toward the banquet town. If the poison is real. If the poison is real. Han Wei may follow. Chen Mu took a warning marker from the 3rd supply box. He planted it at the fork and wrote that the direct road had unstable ground. Then he led Quiet Peak north. Lin An studied the marker. You packed road warnings. I packed 6. Why 6? Roads fail in more than one place. Rain deepened. The northern path narrowed between old trees. Qing Yu's animals remained uneasy. Snow moved close to the ground, choosing covered sections. Blackie traveled beneath Yan Fei's outer robe and complained whenever water reached its feet. Qing Yu used no command bond. She listened to their choices. Something frightened the birds ahead. People? Chen Mu asked. I cannot tell. They flew before snow reached the area. Lin an open pattern site along one purpose. Find the safe route. She saw recent movement on the direct road beyond the ridge. Several hidden figures waited near a narrow point where travelers would slow beneath the rain. The northern road contained fewer traces. One injured person had crossed it recently. Heavy steps ahead, Lin An said. One person. Unsteady. Ambush? Yan Fei asked. Possibly. Then we should approach first. No, Chen Mu said. They slowed. The sound of breaking stone rolled across the valley. The direct road collapsed. A section of the paved path slid down the slope, carrying mud, trees, and 2 formation anchors with it. The noise continued for several breaths. From the northern ridge, Quiet Peak saw the far side of the broken road. 3 hidden figures emerged from cover. Their planned position now stood beyond a wide gap. Rain separated them from their targets. Yan Fei looked at Chen Mu. You knew. The soil was wet. The road collapsed exactly where attackers were waiting. I did not know they were there. Lin An touched the seal beneath her hair. I saw them after we turned. You chose the other path. Before she opened pattern sight, Bai Ning said. Chen Mu looked toward the broken road. This is why unstable ground should be avoided. The attackers on the far side disappeared into the trees. One did not. A dark-robed man lay near the lower slope of the northern road. The collapse had thrown him from a hidden approach path. One leg bent beneath him. He tried to rise. Failed. Yan Fei drew her sheathed sword. Now can we catch one? Yes. She stopped. The immediate permission surprised her. Chen Mu added, do not chase if he moves away. Yan Fei approached with Bai Ning. Lin An kept the path open behind them. Qing Yu's animals checked the surrounding forest. The injured man reached for a short blade. Bai Ning froze the mud around his wrist. Yan Fei placed her scabbard against his shoulder. Release it. He looked toward the collapsed road. His allies had already left. The blade fell. Its handle carried dark metal lines familiar from the Red Moon projectile. Chen Mu remained beyond striking range. Remove the weapon. Yan Fei kicked it away. Lin An examined the surrounding formation paths. 4 retreat lines. Wei Fang's voice came from behind them. Then 4 attackers. Quiet Peak turned. Wei Fang led a small Iron Sword sect group along the northern path. Manhwa and several Cloud River cultivators followed farther behind. They had left the banquet after confirming the poison. Wei Fang's clothes were wet, and his expression carried anger held beneath discipline. You ignored your own warning marker, Chen Mu asked. We followed it north. That is acceptable. Wei Fang looked toward the injured man. The poison was real. I know. The kitchen was real. I know. The kitchen? Records pointed toward Cloud River medicine suppliers. Manhwa reached them, and the altered formation lines were made using Iron Sword methods. Lin An looked toward him. Someone wanted both sects blamed. Yes, Manhwa said. Yes, Manhwa said. Placed to split in both directions. Wei Fang drew his sword. The injured attacker's face tightened. We take him back, Wei Fang said. Chen Mu watched the man's energy. A black seal rested near his heart. It had begun responding to capture. Do not force his core. Wei Fang stopped. You see a seal. I see his breathing. The injured man bit down. Bai Ning moved first. Cold crossed his jaw. Too late. The seal inside his chest activated. Black lines spread beneath his skin. Manhwa was not with the pursuit group. Chen Mu took out the real medicine box. He pressed 3 points near the man's heart, slowing the seal within the limits of what an early golden core healer might know. The black lines paused. The attacker looked at him. Fear entered his eyes. Not fear of death, recognition. You, he whispered. Chen Mu had never seen him. Who sent you? Wei Fang demanded. The seal tightened. Chen Mu stopped Wei Fang from releasing pressure. Do not ask about the master. Wei Fang stared at him. That is the question we need answered. It is the question the seal expects. Lin An saw the black formation inside the man's body. One. Purpose, she said. Silence. The injured man's mouth opened. No sound emerged. The seal reached his core. Chen Mu could have broken it with King Realm power. Doing so before 2 sect leaders and several elders would expose everything. It might also destroy the man's soul if the seal was tied to a deeper oath. The safe choice was no longer complete. He applied another medicine. The black lines slowed. Not enough. The attacker's eyes fixed on Bai Ning. Recognition moved a second time. Returned, he whispered. Bai Ning froze. The old soul oath tightened around her heart. The man smiled through pain. Then the seal collapsed. His life ended before another question could be asked. Rain struck the forest. Wei Fang lowered his sword. You knew the seal would react to questions. I suspected. From his breathing. Yes. That is not possible. It happened. Wei Fang looked toward the dead attacker. His allies are close, not close enough to help him, Chen Mu said. They abandoned one of their own. We can follow their retreat paths. No, Wei Fang turned. They poisoned a gathering under Iron Sword Sect protection, Yes. They arranged an ambush for Cloud River's selected branch. Yes. They carry red mooncraft. Yes. And you want to let them leave? I want everyone here to return alive. We have 2 sect leaders, several elders, and enough strength to capture them. We also have rain, unstable roads, false trails, and an enemy who placed evidence inside both sects. Wei Fang pointed toward the forest. 4 retreat lines. Lin An saw 4. 1 is real, possibly. Then we follow all 4. That divides the group? Wei Fang's jaw tightened. Han Wei looked toward the collapsed road. The direct route had failed where the attackers expected Quiet Peak to pass. The northern route contained 1 injured enemy and 4 visible escapes. Everything invited pursuit. That made it dangerous. Wei Fang continued. Without prisoners, we cannot clear Iron Sword Sect's name. The poisoned dishes also contained false Cloud River evidence, Han Wei said. That proves only a shared enemy. It proves enough to prevent immediate blame, not enough to find them. Chen Mu wrapped them up. Attacker's weapon. We do not need every answer tonight. Wei Fang looked at him. You are willing to leave with incomplete information. Yes, that is cowardice. Yan Fei stepped forward. Bai Ning did not stop her. Master warned your sect before anyone ate. Wei Fang's gaze moved to her. He chose the safe road before the collapse. He told you not to trigger the prisoner's seal. If listening to him keeps people alive, call it whatever you want. The rain ran down her face. Her hand remained on the sheathed sword. The direct affection in her defense was no longer easy to mistake for a disciple repeating doctrine. Chen Mu saw Wei Fang notice. He looked toward the forest instead. We leave, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei turned. The firmness in his voice ended the argument for her. Wei Fang remained still. Han Wei stepped beside him. If Red Moon Hall wanted pursuit, refusing it denies them the next position. Wei Fang looked at the 4 retreat lines. His anger had not weakened. His judgment changed. 20 breaths, he ordered his people. Collect the weapon, seal fragments, and any blood marks. No one enters the forest. The Iron Sword cultivators obeyed. That was the first time Wei Fang followed Chen Mu's retreat instead of interpreting it afterward. The slope shifted before the 20 breaths ended. Mud collapsed across 2 of the false trails. A hidden attack formation activated beneath the 3rd. Steel spikes tore through the empty trees. The 4th route remained open. Wei Fang watched the trap finish. If we had followed all 4, 1 group would have found the real path, Chen Mu said. And 3 would have entered prepared traps. Yes, Wei Fang looked toward him. You knew. No, you still refused. That answer disturbed him more. Knowing a trap existed required information. Refusing without proof required accepting that unanswered danger mattered more than pride. Wei Fang sheathed his sword. We returned together. The direct road was gone. The northern route became more dangerous as rain filled the lower ground. Chen Mu used shared retreat step when the first section shifted. He placed 1 group mark beneath the Cloud River cultivators, and another beneath Quiet Peak. Choose the upper stone path, he said. Anyone who does not agree may move separately. The willing lines formed. Qing Yu accepted first. Then Lin An, Bai Ning, and Yan Fei. Han Wei joined. Wei Fang hesitated, then stepped onto the shared path. The ground collapsed. Chen Mu moved. The technique carried every willing person toward the same safe point, without dragging their bodies or exposing his true speed. To outside senses, the formation distributed movement through the group. They crossed the unstable section before the mud reached it. Wei Fang landed on the upper path. What movement art was that? A retreat method. It carried 2 sect leaders. They agreed to leave. You prepared a group movement art specifically for retreat? Yes. Wei Fang looked toward Han Wei. The Cloud River Sect master appeared unsurprised. That is the most believable thing he has said, Han Wei replied. They camped under a stone shelf before midnight. No fire was lit until Lin An closed the outer sight lines. Qing Yu checked the nearby animals. Snow refused the lower water source. Blackie refused nothing but was prevented from drinking first. Bai Ning melted clean water instead. Wei Fang's group shared dry food. Chen Mu used his own supplies. You still distrust ours? Wei Fang asked. I distrust open kitchens. This was sealed before the gathering? By whom? Wei Fang looked at the wrapping. He ate from Chen Mu's supply instead. The dead attacker's weapon rested between the 2 sect leaders. Its internal craft matched the projectile that struck Quiet Peak in the needles from the beast yard. Han Wei placed the red moon token beside it. The patterns aligned. The attacks are connected, he said. Wei Fang examined the weapon. The metal came from a region beyond both sects. Bai Ning sat across the shelter. She had remained silent since the attacker recognized her. Chen Mu placed a cup of warm water beside her. She touched it without drinking. The seal method, she said. Everyone looked toward her. Chen Mu did not ask her to continue. Bai Ning chose to. I saw it in my first life. Qing Yu kept snow beside her. The people who hunted me used servants with death seals, Bai Ning said. They did not allow captured followers to reveal names. The soul oath tightened. Cold entered the stone beneath her hand. She redirected it through the clear ice method. The cup remained unfrozen. They served Red Moon Hall? Chen Mu asked. I did not know that name then. Do you recognize the craft? Yes. The man, no. The group? Pain sharpened. Chen Mu changed the question. Is this threat connected to your past? Bai Ning looked at him. I believe it may be. That was the most she had ever offered before the oath forced silence. Chen Mu accepted it. Wei Fang did not. If they hunted you in a past life, why? Enough, Chen Mu said. We need answered what she could. Wei Fang looked toward the cold stone beneath Bai Ning's hand. The pressure around her did not match the peak chi gathering record. He noticed. Bai Ning's hidden breath method remained intact. He could not identify the hidden realm. You have protected her condition from the sect, he said. Yes. Anwai looked at Chen Mu. From me as well. Yes, Bai Ning spoke before the question became accusation. He protected the information because revealing it harmed me. Wei Fang looked from her to Yan Fei. Both women had now taken Chen Mu's side against public pressure. One through fire, one through quiet certainty. The four of you trust him completely, he said. Lin An answered from the wall. No. Everyone turned toward her. She opened one eye. We check his shelves because he hides medicine. Qing Yu nodded. He also forgets meals. Yan Fei said. And he refuses useful fights. Bai Ning finally lifted the cup. We trust his reasons. Chen Mu did not know whether that answer was better. Wei Fang stared at him longer than necessary. The regional image of a hidden master deepened again. They reached Cloud River Sect 2 days later. No second ambush appeared. The 4 false retreat trails ended without revealing a base. The poison investigation produced matching results. Iron Sword Sect's kitchen lines had been changed with tools resembling Cloud River formation work. The herbs had arrived inside containers marked by a Cloud River supplier. The supplier records were forged. At the same time, a false iron sword weapon mark had been left near the route where Quiet Peak was expected to be attacked. If Chen Mu had remained at the banquet, and the poison had weakened the elders, suspicion would have fallen in both directions. If Quiet Peak had taken the direct road, survivors might have found iron sword craft near the ambush. The design required anger, injury, and pursuit. Chen Mu had refused all 3. Wei Fang sent the evidence to Han Wei before returning to his own sect. His final message contained no apology. It proposed shared investigation. That was enough. Quiet Peak entered its outer gate near sunset. The gray spirit wolf waited beside the garden. The warning strip remained around its leg. No animal mark had been lost. No outer defense had activated. Blackie flew from the supply cart and landed on the wolf. Snow crossed the lawn and lay beneath the flowering tree. Lin An reached the outdoor table. I want to sleep for 2 days. 1 night, Chen Mu said. Cruel? You need to close pattern sight properly first. She touched the band beneath her hair. It was already closed. 2 days. He ate before sleeping. Qing Yu carried the animal supplies toward the shed. Yan Fei lifted all 3 boxes at once. Bai Ning remained beside Chen Mu. The journey had ended. The immediate danger had passed. Her early foundation core, held near its next barrier since the sword exchange, began moving. Chen Mu noticed. Pond. She nodded. The others changed direction without being called. Yan Fei carried the boxes into storage, then returned to guard the path. Lin An opened a simple concealment line before lying beside it. Qing Yu settled Snow and Blackie outside the circle. Bai Ning sat near the water. The clear ice method entered one stable cycle. 4 people she had chosen to care about remained around her. Chen Mu, Yan Fei, Lin An, Qing Yu. The regional exchange had tested them. The poison banquet had threatened them. The road had divided beneath them. The attacker's recognition had pulled her past toward the present. None required her to become empty. She acknowledged what they meant to her without turning that feeling into fuel. Truth remained the anchor. Her purpose was to widen and stabilize the clear ice path. Cold moved through her meridians. The remaining pressure beneath early Foundation realm opened. Bai Ning did not use the heartless ice art. She did not feed the soul oath pain. She allowed clean cold to widen the path her own method had created. Her core expanded. Middle Foundation energy settled across the pond. The water froze in a thin circle around her. The koi continued moving beneath the ice. No living thing was trapped. Bai Ning opened her eyes. Chen Mu examined her meridians. Pain, no oath. Quiet, cold path. Stable. He nodded. Bai Ning looked toward the 3 disciples waiting outside the concealment line. I told Han Wei, you told him enough? I told Wei Feng, you chose the amount. They know I remember a past life. They know that part of the threat reaches you. Her gaze lowered. The others may be targets because of me. We do not know that. The attacker recognized me. He recognized something. The token appeared after all 4 were accepted. That does not make you responsible. If Red Moon Hall followed my soul, then they chose to hunt. The distinction stopped her. Chen Mu continued. Their choice belongs to them. Our preparation belongs to us. Bai Ning looked toward the repaired western wall. You will not send me away. No, for safety. That would remove you from the strongest known defense and place you alone on an unknown route. A faint smile touched her mouth. You make concern sound like route planning. It is route planning. She stood. Middle foundation strength disappeared beneath the hidden breath method. To public senses, she remained at peak chi gathering. Yan Fei approached first. Did it work? Yes. Middle foundation? Bai Ning nodded. Yan Fei smiled. I will catch up. Safely, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei looked at him. I did not say otherwise. You were about to appoint to answers in 1 day, or hours thinking it. That is close enough. The system sounded after Bai Ning's realm stabilized, and every traveler had returned inside Quiet Peak's defenses. F4 accepted it. Disciples have completed a successful group retreat. The group avoided poison, unstable terrain, divided pursuit, and prepared ambush routes. Disciple Bai Ning has reached Middle Foundation Realm through the clear ice method. Progress achieved without feeding the soul oath. Error. Early danger sense. The new perception entered Chen Mu quietly. It did not show enemies through walls. It did not reveal hidden cultivation or predict every attack. It warned when separate small dangers began forming one immediate threat. A wrong smell. A changed formation. Frightened animals. Unstable soil. A hostile route. Each sign could be harmless alone. Together, they created direction. The reward sharpened the instinct Chen Mu had relied upon for years. It did not replace caution. It made caution faster. Chen Mu opened his senses across Quiet Peak. The warning network remained calm. The wall held. The hidden defense slept. No immediate threat approached. For the first time since leaving the gathering, he sat. Qing Yu placed food before him. You did not eat during the final road. I ate dried grain. That was yesterday. Chen Mu looked at the bowl. The early danger sense remained silent. He ate. 3 days later, Han Wei and Wei Feng met at Cloud River Sect. They placed the poisoned banquet records, red moon weapon, blood needles, wall projectile report, and hunt token on the same table. The evidence no longer belonged to one branch. Cloud River Sect and Iron Sword Sect agreed to share warnings, inspect supply routes together, and treat Red Mooncraft as a regional threat. Wei Feng did not accuse Chen Mu of hiding a lost inheritance during the meeting. He asked instead for a copy of Quiet Peak's retreat map. Chen Mu provided the public route and removed every hidden preparation. Wei Feng studied it for an hour. He marked the unstable road before seeing the collapse. He said. Han Wei nodded. He does that? He smelled poison before entering the hall. Yes. He refused 4 retreat trails, 3 of which were trapped? Ah, yes. And he claims none of it was planned. He plans for danger. He does not always know which danger. Wei Feng looked at the map. That may be worse. For Chen Mu's reputation, it was. For cooperation between the sects, it helped. The newly shared warning system had existed for 4 days when the mountain shook. Quiet Peak's pond rippled. The animal marks lit across the garden. Lin An opened pattern sight. The disturbance did not come from the western wall. It came from far beyond Cloud River Sect. Spiritual energy rose in a column beneath the winter sky. Ancient formation lines spread across the distant mountains. A wooden bird arrived before the light faded. Then, a second. The first carried Han Wei's seal. The second carried Wei Feng's. Both messages announced the same event. A secret realm had opened between the territories watched by Cloud River Sect and Iron Sword Sect. Its outer seal was already weakening. Unknown cultivators had been seen near the entrance. If the 2 sects delayed, hidden factions could enter first and claim whatever waited inside. Every regional sect was required to send a team. Chen Mu read both notices. Yan Fei looked toward the distant light. A secret realm. No, Chen Mu said. Lin An opened one eye. The messages say yes. I reject the concept. That does not close it. Qing Yu touched Snow's back. Will there be animals inside? Possibly. Bai Ning examined the ancient formation lines on the horizon. Red Moon Hall Mayhem, Maid Moon Hall May. Already know about it. That ended the humor. The banquet poison, road ambush, and death-sealed attacker had proven the enemy could move between sect territories. A newly opened realm offered hidden paths, rare resources, old bloodlines, unstable formations, and enough chaos to conceal another test. Hanwai's notice contained one final order. Quiet Peak would join the Cloud River team. Wei Feng's message requested the same branch cooperate with Iron Sword Sect inside. Chen Mu placed both notices on the table. He had left the regional gathering early, avoided the poison banquet, escaped the collapsing road, refused the ambush, and returned home without pursuing a single enemy. The system had rewarded the retreat. The world had responded by opening a place everyone intended to enter. Beyond the Winter Mountains, the secret realm's broken light widened like an eye. It did not fully open that day. The light remained above the distant mountains through the final weeks of winter, widening each time the outer seal weakened. Cloud River Sect and Iron Sword Sect sent formation teams to stabilize the entrance. No one entered. The first group that approached too closely lost 3 spirit tools when the realm's outer lines turned their energy backward. The Golden Core Elder tested the boundary and caused the opening to shrink for an entire day. After that, both sects became more careful. The realm had once been an enclosed training ground. Its formation recognized younger cultivators and lower realms as participants. Stronger power was treated as interference. An elder could enter. An elder could observe. If an elder released too much force, the damaged realm might close around everyone inside. Chen Mu read the report twice. That seems unsafe, he said. Han Wei stood across the outdoor table. It's a secret realm. That is another name for an unsafe enclosed space. It contains an old training ground, medicine halls, formation records, and a central inheritance platform. Then others may collect them. Cloud River Sect must send a team. You have Sword Peak. Gao Jun's team will enter. Good. Quiet Peak will enter with them. No. Han Wei looked toward the 4 disciples. Yan Fei was trying not to appear interested. Lin An had opened the map despite lying beneath the table. Qing Yu studied the notes about living creatures detected inside. Bai Ning examined the drawing of the central formation. None supported Chen Mu's refusal. Han Wei placed a second report beside him. Iron Sword Sect is sending 2 teams. Other regional sects are gathering. Unknown cultivators were seen near the outer seal before our people arrived. Then the realm was searched already. Possibly. That reduces its value. It increases the need to know what they found. Chen Mu looked at the central inheritance platform. A golden training seal floated above the old ground in the formation sketch. Every route inside the realm seemed to turn toward it. That object is dangerous. Han Wei followed his gaze. It may be the most valuable treasure inside. Those statements can both be true. The team does not need to claim it. Good. Someone must assess it. Not Quiet Peak. Yan Fei finally spoke. We could look without taking it. No. We have Lin An. No. Qing Yu can sense danger. No. Bai Ning knows old methods. No. Yan Fei looked toward the others. I believe Fei looked toward the others. Master has decided. Lin An opened one eye. He decided before hearing the question. That is experience, Chen Mu said. Han Wei is at opposite him. You must accompany the team as its elder. That creates more danger. You are an early Golden Core Elder. The realm permits your public cultivation. My power may damage the exit. Then do not use it. Chen Mu stared at him. Han Wei returned the stare. The sect master had unknowingly identified the true problem. Chen Mu's public cultivation could enter. His real cultivation could destroy the damaged balance if released carelessly. You have spent months teaching the disciples not to depend on direct strength, Han Wei said. This is where that matters. That argument was unfair because it was correct. Chen Mu looked toward the 4 women. A larger field would place them beyond the layered defenses of Quiet Peak. It would also reveal whether they could make safe choices without waiting for him. He disliked learning through dangerous conditions. The system remained silent. No mission appeared. No reward was promised. Only responsibility remained. We enter by the outer route, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei smiled. We avoid the central platform. Her smile weakened. We do not fight for treasure. What if Red Moon Hall reaches it? We identify the danger and leave. What if Gao Jun needs help? Chen Mu looked at her. We do not abandon Nin's people. The answer satisfied her. It worried him more. The realm stabilized at the beginning of spring. Chen Mu prepared 20 retreat markers. Lin An inspected each one. They all point toward the entrance. That is their purpose. Then sections may move after we enter. Then replace the direction before placing the mark. What if the entrance changes? Do not place the next marker until the previous one remains visible. What if the entire realm turns? We leave before that. She set aside the 20th marker. You make impossible events sound like scheduling problems. They become worse when unscheduled. Qing Yu, prepare. Soft animal marks. No domination lines, Chen Mu said. There are none. Any local animal may refuse. Yes, do not open life heart toward the entire realm. I know. If many creatures are hurt, identify what I can do, and ask the others to help. Her answer came without hesitation. The beastyard had changed her. Chen Mu nodded. Bai Ning packed medicine in separate boxes. She did not ask how many false compartments to include. She built 2. Yan Fei brought a sword, scabbard, body medicine, shoulder wraps, food, rope, and 3 replacement formation stones for Lin An. Chen Mu examined the sword. You may not need it. I may. Keep it sheathed unless direct danger reaches the group. I know. Do not pursue the central treasure. I know. Do not pursue anyone carrying the central treasure. Yan Fei stopped. That is very specific. People use valuable objects as bait. You believe someone will steal it. I believe everyone wants it. That includes Red Moon Hall. Ah, yes. Then letting them take it may strengthen them. Chasing them may kill us. Iron breath moved once through her chest. Rule 3. Avoid fighting. She tied the sword to her pack. Fine. The gray spirit wolf followed them to the sect gate. Qing Yu turned. You cannot enter the realm, the wolf continued. The entrance may reject you, it continued. Snow stopped beside Qing Yu. Blackie rode on Yan Fei's supply pack. Qing Yu offered the wolf a choice. You may guard Quiet Peak or return to the beastyard. The wolf looked back toward the mountain. Then at her. It sat. Chen Mu waited. The wolf remained. We will return, Qing Yu said. It lowered its head. The animal watch mark stayed active when Quiet Peak left. That was enough. The secret realm opened inside a broken valley between the 2 sect territories. Ancient stone rose from the ground around a vertical wall of pale light. Formation marks covered the valley floor, separating waiting groups according to sect. Cloud River Sect occupied the eastern side. Iron Sword Sect waited to the north. Other regional teams filled the remaining positions. No one trusted the others enough to enter second. No one trusted the realm enough to enter first. Wei Fang stood near the boundary with Han Wei. You brought 20 retreat markers, he said when Quiet Peak arrived. Yes. The realm map shows 9 main sections. Maps can be incomplete. You brought enough medicine for 30 people. There are more than 30. You packed 3 days of food. The realm may remain open for 7. Iron Sword Sect has supplies. Chen Mu looked at the sealed crates behind him. Those came through a public road. Wei Fang's expression tightened. After the poison banquet, he could not argue. Zhao Jun approached with Sword Peak's 4-person team. His sword remained plain. His cultivation had stabilized since the internal test. We will take the central route, he said. Chen Mu looked toward Han Wei. The sect master said, Sword Peak will assess the inheritance platform. Quiet Peak will take the eastern path and inspect the medicine holes. That is acceptable, Chen Mu said. Zhao Yun looked at Yan Fei. The paths may connect. Then do not follow us into danger, she said. I was going to say the same. No next exchange. Chen Mu said. Neither had mentioned one. Wei Fang studied the entrance. The realm formation weakens whenever golden core power touches its inner lines. Elders will remain near the entry zone unless a team signals direct danger. Chen Mu approved. Han Wei continued. If the exit shifts, all teams abandon resources and return. Several regional cultivators looked dissatisfied. The golden training seal shone through the pale entrance. Its light reached every visible route. Treasure had already weakened judgment before anyone entered. Chen Mu placed the first retreat marker outside the realm. One rule, he told the disciples. No object inside is worth one of you. Bai Ning nodded first. Qing Yu followed. Lin An closed patterned sight until the entrance stabilized. Yan Fei looked toward the central glow. Then at Chen Mu. No object. The outer seal opened. Every team entered. The world changed after one step. Spring disappeared. The secret realm held a still gray sky above a ruined training city. Stone courtyards spread between broken halls. Formation towers leaned at dangerous angles. Old paths crossed dried canals and collapsed gardens. At the center, the golden training seal floated above a high platform. Its light remained visible through every gap. The realm wanted participants to look at it. Chen Mu looked east. A narrow route led away from the central city toward 3 damaged medicine halls. No crowd chose it. The central path contained weapons, inheritance trials, and the visible treasure. The eastern path contained dust. Perfect, he said. Wei Fang heard him before the sect group separated. You consider the empty route perfect? Yes. Because no one else wants it? Yes. Wei Fang looked toward the central platform. He had begun understanding Chen Mu's answers. That did not mean he agreed. Iron Sword Sect took a northern route. Sword Peak moved toward the center. Quiet Peak went east. The first medicine hall had already been searched. Its door formation remained sealed, but one lower corner had been removed and replaced. Lin An opened pattern sight. Someone bypassed the entrance without breaking the public line. Before the realm opened? Qing Yu asked. The repair is older than today. Bai Ning examined the dust. Footprints had been wiped from the floor. Small scratches remained beneath the shelves where someone had moved sealed boxes. Chen Mu's early danger sense remained quiet. No immediate threat waited. The signs still mattered. Take nothing until we inspect the storage lines, he said. Yan Fei looked at the empty shelves. There is nothing to take. That improves safety. The rear room contained dried medicine. Most had lost its power. Several sealed jars remained usable. Bai Ning identified each one without opening it. Qing Yu found a cluster of small gray mice living beneath the wall. They approached Snow. Blackie tried to catch one. Qing Yu caught Blackie. Do not eat the scouts. Blackie struggled. The mice fled. They did not agree to scout, Lin An said. They did not agree to be eaten either. Blackie was placed inside an empty storage basket. It escaped before they reached the second hall. The local animals understood the ruin better than the maps. Small birds nested inside broken formation towers. Mice used safe cracks between halls. Pale lizards avoided tiles carrying active spiritual lines. Qing Yu did not command them. She offered small equal exchanges. Most refused. A few accepted food and returned information through movement rather than formal bonds. Snow carried a willing warning mark. Blackie accepted one only after Lin, and tied it to the same red ribbon used at Quiet Peak. 2 local birds allowed light beads around one leg. 3 mice carried loose threads they could remove. The scout network began moving. Lin An watched the marks through pattern sight. Unlike fixed formation stones, the animals changed position, according to their own choices. Each movement created new lines. Thousands of routes opened. Her seal warmed. One purpose, Chen Mu said. Warn us when a safe animal refuses a path. She ignored every other possibility. The moving points became simple. A bird crossed the courtyard. No warning. Snow entered the second hall. No warning. One mouse stopped before a floor tile and removed its thread. Lin An closed the route. Yan Fei tested the tile with the end of her scabbard. A hidden spear struck from the wall. It passed through empty air. The mouse had refused before anyone entered. Qing Yu placed food beyond the safe path. The mouse returned by choice. Lin An smiled. Moving formations are useful. That is not permission to place marks on everything alive, Chen Mu said. I would run out of ribbon first. That is not the main limit. The eastern route offered little public value. It contained useful medicine, broken formation pieces, and several intact repair tools. Other teams found weapons and cultivation tablets near the center. Their signals crossed the realm through the public score formation. Every claimed treasure increased one group's total. Quiet Peak remained last. Yan Fei watched the score light above the second hall. We are losing again. There is no ranking requirement, Chen Mu said. It still displays 1. That does not make it important. Lin An removed a damaged formation plate from the wall. This is useful. Yan Fei examined the cracked stone. It is broken. It shows how the old route moved. Can we trade it? I want to study it. Yan Fei looked toward the golden light at the center. Then at Lin An holding one broken plate with genuine interest. She stopped complaining. Bai Ning found the first red crescent beneath a newer symbol. It had been carved into the base of an old trial post. A fresh formation mark covered most of it. She scraped away the surface dust. The red line beneath remained. Master, Chen Mu approached. The crescent was older than the current opening. Someone had entered the realm before the official teams. Lin An followed the connected lines. They changed the trial post? How? Yan Fei asked. The old formation tested control. The new line takes something? What? Lin An opened pattern sight farther. The altered path disappeared beneath the courtyard and turned toward the central platform. Energy. Qing Yu touched the stone without opening life heart. Something else remains. Bai Ning saw the narrow groove beneath the symbol. Blood. Chen Mu. Blood. Chen Mu. Look toward the golden training seal. The central light touched every trial post. Other teams were already completing tests. Sword cultivators placed hands on weapon stones. Formation disciples opened perception seals. Beast cultivators shared blood with trial animals. Every public test invited participants to reveal what made them unusual. The realm had not created all those methods. Someone had changed them. Do not touch another test, Chen Mu said. Yan Fei looked toward the score formation. We already avoided them. Yes. For the wrong reason. For an additional correct reason. Qing Yu's local birds changed direction. Both left the route leading toward the center. Snow's ears flattened. The moving warning formation lit. Something activated below us, Lin An said. The ground line pulsed. Far beyond the eastern halls, the central platform released a wave of golden light. Every altered trial post answered. The hidden marks collected what they had touched. Blood, spiritual energy, soul traces. The information moved beneath the ruin. Not toward the golden seal. Toward a chamber under the central tests. Red Moon Hall was using the gathering teams to identify gifts. Yan Fei's body reacted. Heat entered the iron breath path. The warrior god's soul woke beneath her foundation core. The hidden collector recognized something ancient. A pull reached through the altered trial line. Yan Fei staggered. Her hand struck the wall. Fire appeared between her fingers. Bai Ning froze the red crescent post. The connection slowed. Chen Mu caught Yan Fei's wrist. The warrior god's soul pushed toward the source. Battle pressure spread through her bones. The collector was not strong enough to take the soul. It only needed a trace. Chen Mu could destroy the entire underground device with King Realm force. That might close the realm. It would also reveal exactly the kind of power Red Moon Hall wanted to find. Breathe, he said. Yan Fei's teeth tightened. It is pulling. Do not pull back. What? Close the path. Iron breath changed. 4 counts in. 2 held. 6 released. Yan Fei stopped fighting the collector. She stopped offering resistance for it to measure. The warrior god's soul demanded that she follow the challenge. She held her position. Bai Ning placed clean cold around the connection. The fire vanished beneath it. To anyone watching from outside the hall, Yan Fei appeared to suffer a body method reaction controlled by Bai Ning's ice. Find the device, Chen Mu said. Lin An's pattern sight followed one line. Qing Yu opened life heart only toward the local scouts. The mice had entered cracks beneath the second hall. One refused the central tunnel. Another moved south. Snow followed a safe opening. The chamber is below the old arena, Qing Yu said. How many living people? Chen Mu asked. 2, maybe 3. The formation hides them. Agents, Bai Ning said. Yan Fei's breathing stabilized. I can break the collector, not alone, Chen Mu said. The 5 of them reached the old arena through an outer maintenance route. Chen Mu stopped at the last gate. A golden core restriction line crossed it. If he entered, the realm would recognize an elder approaching the central trial. The exit might weaken. The disciples could pass. Yan Fei looked at him. You are staying. Beyond this line. The agents are inside. So is the collector. Then come with us. I cannot release enough power safely beyond the restriction. Fear moved through Chen Mu before he finished the sentence. He had protected the disciples by standing close enough to stop any mistake. The ruin removed that option. Bai Ning read the restriction line. Hai is right. Yan Fei looked toward the dark gate. The warrior god's soul still reacted beneath her core. Lin An opened pattern sight. There's one route to the chamber. Qing Yu touched Snow's equal bond. 2 living signals remain. Bai Ning took the lead. We destroy the collector in return. Chen Mu handed her a retreat marker. If the route near a retreat marker changes, abandon it. She accepted. If we see the central treasure, leave it. Yan Fei drew her sheathed sword. What if an agent carries it? Leave them. What if they attack? Defend and return. Bai Ning met his eyes. We know. The 4 women. The 4 women. Crossed the restriction line. Chen Mu remained outside. Every instinct told him to break the gate and follow. He did not. Bai Ning led them through the maintenance tunnel. Her cold found active lines before touching them. Lin An chose one route through hundreds. Qing Yu used Snow and 2 local mice to check the lower cracks. Yan Fei remained at the rear while the warrior god's soul pressed toward the collector. The underground chamber contained a black formation wheel beneath the arena. Glass tubes surrounded it. Some held blood. Others carried pale fragments of spiritual light. Thin marks recorded responses from the public tests. Sword talent. Formation sight. Bloodline strength. Soul pressure. Life energy. The device had already collected traces from dozens of cultivators. 2 dark-robed agents stood beside it. One reached for a destruction seal. "Stop the right hand," Bai Ning said. Yan Fei moved. Her scabbard struck the agent's wrist. The seal fell. The second agent released black needles. Bai Ning froze them in the air. Lin An found the device's root line. "It has 4 supports. Which one ends collection?" Qing Yu asked. "All of them? One line." Lin An closed her eyes for one breath. The northern support. Qing Yu sent no animal toward the device. She asked Snow to move along the outer wall. The fox accepted. Its warning mark found the safe side. Blackie jumped from Qing Yu's shoulder, ignored the safe side, and attacked a glowing wire. A tiny firebird spark burned through it. The collector shook. The agent looked at Blackie. "Fire!" Qing Yu pulled the chicken away before the word finished. Bai Ning covered the spark with cold mist. Lin An drove one formation stone into the northern support. The collector's flow reversed. Blood tubes cracked. Soul traces scattered before reaching the central record. Yan Fei blocked the first agent's attack. The warrior god's soul demanded that she strike through his chest. She marked his shoulder and forced him away instead. The second agent activated the chamber's collapse line. "Leave," Bai Ning ordered. Lin An pulled her formation stone free. Qing Yu gathered Snow and Blackie. Yan Fei retreated last. The collector broke behind them. Chen Mu saw the chamber's energy fail. The disciples crossed the restriction gate before the tunnel collapsed. He counted them. Bai Ning, Lin An, Qing Yu, Yan Fei, Snow, Blackie. Everyone returned. Only then did he breathe fully. "What did you find?" he asked. "A collector," Bai Ning said. "Destroyed." "Yes. Agents. Escaped through a lower route." Yan Fei looked dissatisfied. "We did not chase." "Good." The chicken revealed one spark. Lin An said. Qing Yu held Blackie against her chest. "The agent may have seen it, may?" he began saying, "Firebird." Chen Mu looked at Blackie. The chicken pecked his hand. "Unreliable witness." The central alarms sounded. Golden light crossed the ruin. The training seal above the main platform descended. Every remaining team moved toward it. At the same time, the eastern route opened farther. An intact medicine store appeared beyond the arena. Old formation records lined the rear chamber. Quiet Peak had discovered the most valuable route it had seen since entering. Then Zhao Jun's distress signal rose from the center. One red sword mark crossed the sky. The Sword Peak team had entered the final trial beneath the golden seal. The trial had changed after the collector broke. Walls rose around the central platform. Stone gates divided the teams. Sword Peak's signal disappeared behind a collapse formation. Yan Fei turned from the open medicine store. Gao Jun Chen Mu's early danger sense tightened. The valuable route was safe. The center was not. No object was worth one person. He looked toward the restriction field. High-level power around the platform would damage the exit. If he entered directly and forced open the gates, everyone inside the realm could be trapped. Quiet Peak had to make the choice without him. Bai Ning made it first. "We'll leave the medicine route." Lin An closed the formation leading toward the store. Qing Yu called Snow from the safe opening. Yan Fei was already facing the center. No one asked how valuable the abandoned chamber might be. They moved toward Gao Jun. Chen Mu followed through the Elder Path until the realm stopped him at the outer exit platform. The central collapse had changed the restriction lines. A barrier rose between him and the disciples. He could reach them by releasing King Realm power. The realm's exit shook at the thought. He stopped. "Master," Lin An said through the communication mark. "I am at the exit." "We are not." "I noticed." The barrier moved. "Their link weakened." Chen Mu placed the group safety barrier through the last open line. It reached the 4 disciples as a thin defensive layer, then lost direct connection. He could no longer control it. They would decide how to use it. "Return, if the path worsens," he said. Bai Ning answered, "We will bring them back." The line closed. Chen Mu remained at the exit. Trust felt far more dangerous when he could not intervene. The central training ground had become a maze. Old gates rose between courtyards. The golden seal moved through the air beyond them, drawing competing teams toward its light. Quiet Peak ignored it. Qing Yu's moving scouts found the first safe approach. The local birds refused the upper route. Snow accepted a path beneath a broken wall. Blackie disappeared through the opening before anyone approved. Qing Yu followed the equal bond. Blackie found a lower chamber. "Safe?" Bai Ning asked. "Hungry." "That is not the same." "It is eating." Lin An opened pattern sight. Thousands of lines filled the maze. Some led toward treasure, some toward tests, some toward trap teams. She chose one purpose. Reach Sword Peak. The noise fell away. One narrow path remained through the lower chamber. Blackie had accidentally chosen it because old grain waited beyond the broken wall. Yan Fei entered first. The passage opened beneath the central trial. Stone shook above them. Zhao Jun's team stood on the other side of a half-collapsed gate. One Sword Peak disciple lay injured. Another supported the stone with a broken weapon. Gao Yun held the main gate open with both hands. Foundation sword energy covered his arms. Blood ran from one shoulder. He saw Yan Fei. You came from the wrong direction. It was safer. The treasure route is above. We're not here for the treasure. The gate dropped another hand's width. Yan Fei moved beneath it. Iron breath entered her foundation body. She raised both arms. The warrior god's soul reacted to the weight. Power pressed toward her muscles. She accepted only what her body could carry. The gate stopped. Zhao Jun looked at her. You reached foundation, quietly. That explains the internal test. Hold the other side. He did. Bai Ning crossed beneath them. She assessed the injured disciples. One had a damaged leg. The other carried a deep cut across the ribs. Qing Yu entered. She opened one limited life thread toward the worse injury. The Sword Peak disciple accepted. She felt blood loss, torn muscle, and a formation mark burning beneath the wound. Poison line, she said. Bai Ning cooled the mark. Qing Yu closed the exchange before her core drained. I cannot heal it here. You identified it, Bai Ning said. I can slow it. The words reminded Qing Yu of the beastyard. She did not need to do everything herself. Lin An reached the gate. Pattern sight showed thousands of possible supports. Most would redirect force into the injured. One line carried the weight into an empty wall. She placed 3 moving marks. Yan Fei, 1 step left. I am holding the gate. 1 step. Yan Fei trusted her. The movement shifted the gate. Gao Jun adjusted. Lin An's formation caught the new angle. Part of the weight left their arms and entered the wall. The broken weapon stopped bending. Route? Bai Ning asked. Lin An looked through the maze. The direct return path had collapsed. The upper treasure route remained open. It was also where every active trial turned. A single lower path leads toward the exit. Stable, no usable. Yes, Bai Ning took command. Gao Jun, carry the disciple with a damaged leg. Your second carries the injured side until Qing Yu changes the wrap. Lin An leads. Qing Yu remains center. I control the rear movement. Yan Fei looked at the gate. And me? Hold until everyone crosses. The warrior god's soul stirred. This was not a duel. No enemy stood before her. Only weight. The ancient instinct disliked the task. Yan Fei smiled through the strain. Final line. The group moved. Lin An entered the lower path. Her moving formation used Snow's warning mark ahead and the willing strips carried by 2 local mice. The animals chose each turn. Lin An adjusted the line around them instead of controlling their movement. The route changed while people crossed. Pattern sight pressed against her seal. Thousands of solutions opened. She closed all but one. Gao Jun carried his injured teammate. Qing Yu kept the poison line from reaching the heart through short, controlled exchanges. Bai Ning froze loose stone above them, delaying collapse without blocking the path. Yan Fei held the gate. The golden seal passed overhead. Its light entered the chamber. A dark-robed red moon agent stood above the broken wall. He carried 1 black record case. The central treasure floated behind him. He reached toward it. Yan Fei saw the movement. The warrior god's soul surged. An enemy. A treasure. A fleeing target. Every battle instinct told her to release the gate and strike. She remained. The agent tore the golden seal from the platform. The entire ruin shook. He looked down at Yan Fei. Do you not want it? No. The answer surprised him. He held the treasure where she could see it. Its golden light carried ancient battle patterns. The warrior god's soul reacted violently. Yan Fei's arms shook. Come take it, she exhaled. 4 counts in, 2 held. 6 released. Too far. The agent's expression changed. He had expected pursuit. Yan Fei looked toward the last sword-peaked disciple crossing beneath the gate. Move faster. The agent fled with the treasure. She let him. Rule 3. Avoid fight. The final injured disciple cleared the gate. Bai Ning crossed next. Yan Fei, I know. Yan Fei released the weight and moved. The gate collapsed behind her. She entered the lower path before the dust closed it. The Red Moon agent activated his prepared trap. The upper treasure route sealed. Black chains burst from the walls. Formation spears crossed the path behind him. No pursuer entered them. The trap found only the person who had carried its activation mark forward. The golden seal responded. Its light turned against the black formation. The agent lost control of both. A shock wave struck the upper ruin. His record case flew from his hand and fell through a broken floor into the lower path. The agent abandoned it. He used the golden seal to break one wall and escape deeper into the realm. Yan Fei heard the collapse overhead. He triggered his own trap. Lin An looked toward the record case lying ahead. Do we take it? Bai Ning examined the surrounding lines. It is not connected. Qing Yu's scouts did not refuse the path. Take the path. Case, Bai Ning said. Do not follow him. Yan Fei picked it up. The golden light moved away. She did not look back. At the exit platform, Chen Mu's early danger sense struck. Several small dangers became one. The central treasure had been removed. The ruined support lines were failing. The disciples were still inside. The exit began closing. Hanwei and Wei Fang stood beyond the outer seal with the remaining elders. Open the entrance, Hanwei ordered. Formation teams released energy. The realm rejected it. The pale wall narrowed. Chen Mu placed both hands against the exit formation. He could feel every unstable route. The lower path carried the rescue group toward him. A collapsing training tower leaned above it. If the tower fell, the entire lower route would be crushed. He could not reach the disciples directly. He could redirect the force once. More than once would release enough King Realm power to break the exit. He waited. Fear told him to act early. Caution told him to choose the exact danger. The tower shifted. Not yet. The lower wall cracked. Not yet. The group's safety barrier moved toward the exit. 8 people now shared it. The disciples had extended the layer to Zhao Jun's team by consent. The tower fell. Chen Mu released one thread of true power. Late King force crossed the damaged formation. He reduced it until only direction remained. The falling tower turned, not stopped, not destroyed, redirected. Thousands of tons of ancient stone struck an empty courtyard instead of the lower path. The ruin shook. The exit nearly closed. Chen Mu withdrew his power. Dust covered the central field. No one outside saw the source clearly. Wei Fang felt it. Hanwei did too. Neither could identify the realm. The rescue group appeared through the lower path. Lin An led. Her face was pale, and the seal beneath her hair had begun cracking. Qing Yu walked beside the injured disciples. Bai Ning held the rear barrier. Yan Fei came last with the record case beneath one arm. Gao Jun carried his teammate through the exit. The group's safety barrier broke only after every person crossed. Chen Mu counted. Bai Ning, Lin An, Qing Yu, Yan Fei, Snow, Blackie, Gao Jun, 3 sword-peaked disciples, all returned. The realm collapsed behind them. The pale entrance narrowed around the remaining teams. Formation elders guided the last cultivators out. The Red Moon agent did not appear. Neither did the golden training seal. Wei Fang looked toward the fallen tower inside the realm. It changed direction. The ruin was unstable. Chen Mu said. It fell toward the lower path. Then it moved. Stone does not decide to turn. Formations redirect force. Whose formation? Lin An sat on the ground. Not mine. Every eye moved toward Chen Mu. He looked at the cracked exit. The realm's support line failed unevenly. Wei Fang's suspicion returned. You saw the failure from here. Yes, and one tower moved away from your disciples. Yes. Han Wei studied Chen Mu's hands. His public early golden core aura remained stable. No King Realm trace remained. You guarded the exit, Han Wei said. Yes. Wei Fang looked from the rescued Sword Peak team to the missing central treasure. The Red Moon agent fled with the inheritance seal. Yes, you allowed it. You allowed it. Outside. Your disciples allowed it. Yan Fei lowered the record case. He wanted us to chase. Wei Fang looked at her. And you did not. The gate was collapsing. You abandoned the central treasure to rescue Sword Peak. Is. Gao Jun, set down. Set down. You and set down. The injured disciple. They did. His voice carried across the valley. Quiet Peak gave up an intact medicine route and entered the collapse after us. Yan Fei held the central gate. Lin An found the return path. Qing Yu kept 2 disciples alive. Bai Ning led everyone out. His loyalty no longer rested on admiration. Quiet Peak had chosen his team over treasure. He would remember. Wei Fang looked toward Chen Mu. The central seal was bait. It was dangerous. You knew Red Moon Hall had changed the trials. We found the collector. You sent your disciples to destroy it. Allowed the agent to expose himself. Allowed the agent to expose himself. Refused the false treasure, and recovered his records when his trap failed. Chen Mu heard the plan forming. That was not arranged. The entire region raced toward the center. Quiet Peak chose the empty route containing the first red moon mark. We wanted medicine. You abandoned the medicine. People were trapped. You recovered the only records the agent left. He dropped them, after you refused his bait. Yan Fei looked toward Lin An. Lin An had already closed her eyes. Qing Yu focused on snow. Bai Ning remained calm enough to be unhelpful. Chen Mu chose silence. Wei Fang accepted it as confirmation. The realm entrance closed before sunset. Several teams carried weapons, medicine, and old cultivation records. No one recovered the golden seal. Quiet Peak carried broken formation plates, sealed medicine jars, and one black record case. Those objects became the most important finds. The case contained no treasure map. It contained people. Lists crossed several regions. Names, approximate ages, secties, unusual cultivation results. Missing disciples were marked in black. Captured ones were marked in red. Some records described gifts without understanding them. A sword cultivator, whose injuries healed too quickly. A formation student who saw hidden roots. A beast disciple followed by animals she'd never contracted. A body cultivator whose strength rose during battle. A cold cultivator who survived a soul oath. Not every report referred to Quiet Peak. Too many referred to people who had vanished. Some had disappeared years earlier. Others had been taken within recent months. Han Wei read the records beside Wei Fang. Manhwa examined the blood and soul trace notes. Zhao Ren stood behind them in silence. Jiao Yun remained because his team's injuries were included in the official ruin report. Chen Mu looked at the newest entries. Several incomplete traces had been recorded from Cloud River Sect's regional activity. An abnormal cold response. An unexplained surge during combat. An unusual reaction inside a formation test. An unidentified living energy interaction. The descriptions were fragmentary. The collector had been destroyed before receiving full samples. Red Moon Hall did not know every identity. It knew several unusual traces had appeared together. Quiet Peak contained more than one possible target. Bai Ning read the missing names. The soul oath tightened when she reached older records. She stopped. Chen Mu closed the case. Would copy the lists and notify the regions. Wei Fang looked toward him. That reveals how much we recovered. The missing families need warning. It may alert Red Moon Hall. They already abandoned the records. Han Rai already abandoned the records. Nodded. We send only confirmed names through sealed routes. Zhao Zhan looked toward the black marks. How many are still alive? No one answered. The records proved tracking. They did not prove where the missing cultivators had been taken. That question remained. Lin An slept for most of the return journey. Her pattern sight had stayed open through moving routes, collapsing gates, animal anchors, and the search for one safe path. The seal had cracked. The gift had not overwhelmed her. She woke whenever the group stopped, checked the route, then returned to sleep without shame. Qing Yu's cultivation moved near peak Qi gathering. She had maintained multiple injured people without draining herself or her companions. Snow remained tired but stable. Blackie had lost its red ribbon inside the ruin and refused a replacement without additional food. Yan Fei carried the record case. The warrior god soul remained restless after seeing the golden training seal. She did not follow its desire. Bai Ning led the travel order when Chen Mu inspected the rear. The four disciples no longer waited for him to assign every movement. They checked one another, changed positions, shared medicine, chose safe paths. Chen Mu watched them and felt two opposing truths. Trust had exposed them to danger beyond his direct reach. Trust had also brought 9 people out of a collapsing ruin. They returned to Quiet Peak at the end of the month. The gray spirit wolf met them beyond the outer gate. It smelled snow first, then Blackie, then the dust covering the 4 women. It looked toward Chen Mu last. Everyone returned, Qing Yu told it. The wolf walked beside her into the peak. Lin An reached the outdoor table. She placed the broken formation plate beside her chair. Then she sat instead of lying down. Chen Mu noticed. You should rest. I did. You slept through 2 days of travel. That was movement sleep. What is the difference? I woke for useful parts. She opened pattern sight. I woke for useful parts. She opened pattern sight. The broken plate revealed the moving principle she had studied inside the ruin. Instead of fixing a formation to one place, she could tie its purpose to willing moving points. The animal anchors had taught her how. She placed 4 stones around the table. Snow stood near one. Blackie refused the second. The gray spirit wolf accepted none. Lin An did not force them. She used only Snow's position. One moving line formed. It remained stable when the fox crossed the lawn. The formation followed without pulling. Lin An's peak chi gathering core opened. She could have chased every possible position. She chose the one accepted path. Foundation energy entered her meridians. The temporary seal beneath her hair cracked completely. Pattern sight remained under her control. The band fell into her hand. She looked at it. For years, sleep had been the only way to escape the lines. Then Chen Mu's seal had allowed her to close them. Now the seal was broken. The lines waited. Lin An touched the center of her brow. Pattern sight closed. Not through an external mark. Through her choice. Her core widened. Early foundation realm settled through the moving formation. Snow crossed behind the table. The line followed. Lin An smiled. I can open and close it. Chen Mu inspected her spiritual sense. No damage. No uncontrolled route. Do it again. She opened pattern sight. Thousands of lines appeared. She chose the table. The rest faded. She closed it. Silence returned. Again, Chen Mu said. Lin An looked at him. You do not believe me. I believe, repeated safe results. She opened and closed it 5 times. By the 5th, irritation had replaced wonder. That was evidence of stability. Enough, Chen Mu said. Lin An placed her head on the table. Cruel. You succeeded. That does not make repetition enjoyable. Across the lawn, Qing Yu sat with Snow and Blackie. The 2 equal bonds opened. She did not use them to force advancement. Her own life energy carried the experience of the ruin. She had sensed unfamiliar animals without drowning in every signal. She had helped injured people without emptying her core. She had allowed others to carry healing, defense, and movement. Late chi gathering reached its limit. Snow offered cool balance. Blackie offered one warm spark, then looked toward the food bowl. Qing Yu circulated her own power. Peak chi gathering opened. Green life energy moved through the garden. No plant grew unnaturally. No animal was forced closer. The gray spirit wolf chose to lie beside the cultivation circle. Qing Yu completed the breakthrough. She checked her own core first, then Snow, then Blackie. All remained stable. Chen Mu nodded. You learned the order. Qing Yu smiled. I am included. The system waited until both breakthroughs settled. It waited until every ruin injury had been treated. It waited until Quiet Peak's doors closed. The warning network calmed, and no immediate danger remained. Then the windows appeared. E4 accepted disciples have completed independent field decisions beyond the master's direct reach. Disciple Bai Ning led a rescue under collapse conditions. Disciple Lin An selected one safe route through changing on safe route. Formations. Disciple Qing Yu maintained injured allies without draining herself or her companions. Disciple Yan Fei held the final gate and refused a treasure pursuit. Disciple Lin An has reached early foundation realm. Disciple Qing Yu has reached peak chi gathering. Accumulated teaching progress recognized. Reward, cultivation feedback. Meditate power entered Chen Mu's hidden core. The late king barrier opened. His cultivation rose through peak king realm. Opened. His cultivation rose through peak king realm. The accumulated feedback did not stop. Months of stable teaching answered at once. Bai Ning had rebuilt her path without feeding the soul oath. Yan Fei had reached foundation realm by refusing the warrior god's soul. Lin An could now control pattern sight without an external seal. Qing Yu had created equal bonds and learned limits. Their progress entered the system reward after the danger had passed. Chen Mu's true cultivation crossed the final king boundary. The world around Quiet Peak became clear. He sensed the mountain's deeper lines, the living energy in the garden, the old defense beneath the lawn, the spaces between spiritual movements. Early Saint Realm opened inside him. He suppressed the breakthrough immediately. No pillar of energy rose. No regional pressure crossed the wall. The hidden formation beneath Quiet Peak absorbed the remaining movement. The pond rippled once. The flowering tree lost 3 petals. No one outside the peak noticed. Inside, Bai Ning opened her eyes. Yan Fei stopped breathing for 1 count. Lin An's pattern sight activated on instinct. Qing Yu's animals turned toward Chen Mu. His concealment returned before they could measure the realm. Silence held. Yan Fei spoke first. How strong are you? Stronger than yesterday. That is not an answer. It is accurate. Lin An looked beneath the lawn. The hidden formation had carried something too large for her to follow. Saint Realm? Chen Mu looked at her. She smiled. That means yes. Qing Yu held Blackie before it could jump onto the table. Bai Ning's gaze remained quiet. You need a public advancement, Chen Mu knew. An early Golden Core elder could explain careful guidance inside sect grounds. He could not continue standing near collapsing realms, regional plots, and Red Moon agents without making every survival impossible to believe. A small one, he said. Middle Golden Core, Bai Ning, replied. Yan Fei looked offended on his behalf. You reached Saint Realm, and will reveal one Golden Core stage. Yes, that is barely anything. That is the purpose. Lin An rested her cheek on the table. Rule 5. If you must reveal progress, if you must reveal progress, Ning said. Make it look difficult. Chen Mu waited 3 days. Then he allowed his public aura to rise during morning cultivation. The shift from early to middle Golden Core spread across Quiet Peak. It was controlled enough to avoid alarming the mountain and visible enough for the sect records. Hanwei arrived before breakfast ended. You broke through. Yes. After the secret realm. Yes. The ruins formation knowledge helped you. No. The pressure of guarding the exit created insight. No. You redirected the falling tower and use the understanding to advance. Noan Hanwei considered all 3 refusals. Your modesty is unnecessary. It is not modesty. Zhao Ren arrived behind him, carrying the updated record tablet. His gaze measured Chen Mu's middle Golden Core aura. Then he looked toward the 4 disciples. Bai Ning remained publicly at peak Qi gathering. Yan Fei at late Qi gathering. Lin An at peak Qi gathering now, allowing part of her progress to show. Qing Yu remained publicly at late Qi gathering rather than revealing her full peak level. Quiet Peak's records had advanced enough to appear believable. Not enough to reveal the truth. Zhao Ren updated Chen Mu's entry. Middle Golden Core, he said. Yes. Your disciples entered your branch less than a year ago. Yes. You selected 4 cultivators no elder wanted. The system selected them. Zhao Ren did not hear the inward answer. You corrected 4 different cultivation failures, won the internal test, exposed Red Moon work at a regional gathering, avoided an ambush, and brought Sword Peak out of a collapsing realm. I did not enter the collapse. Your disciples did. Yes, because you trained them. They chose to rescue. Zhao Ren looked toward Gao Jun's formal thanks placed beside the outdoor table. Distinction is becoming difficult to maintain. Chen Mu understood the problem. Every success belonged to the disciples. Every observer turned it into proof of the master. The system rewarded teaching. The world rewarded reputation. He preferred the system. Hanwei placed a copy of the Red Moon records on the table. 3 regions have confirmed missing disciples from the list. The humor disappeared. Any recovered? Chen Mu asked. No. Any common route? Not yet. Families warned? Through sealed messages. Hanwei opened the final page. The newest traces came from the secret realm. Several incomplete traces from Cloud River activity had been copied beneath the report. None carried a confirmed identity. Red Moon Hall knows several unusual gifts were present together, Hanwei said. Not every identity, no. Then we keep it that way. Zhao Ren looked toward the 4 women. They will be watched. They already. We should move them into separate protected peaks. No. The refusal came from all 4 disciples. Bai Ning spoke first. Separating us weakens the formation. Yan Fei crossed her arms. I'm not moving, Lin An said. My bed is here. Qing Yu looked toward the garden. The animals chose this peak. Zhao Ren looked at Chen Mu. Animals chose this peak. Zhao Ren looked at Chen. He had not instructed them. That made their answer stronger. Hanwei closed the report. Quiet Peak remains together. Chen Mu nodded. The decision carried danger. It also matched the lesson the ruin had forced him to accept. He could not protect them by making every choice himself. He could prepare, warn, teach, stand at the exit, then trust them to return. That afternoon, copies of the missing person records left Cloud River Sect through guarded routes. Iron Sword Sect sent identical warnings. Regional families began answering. Some names belonged to cultivators believed dead. Others had simply vanished during travel, trials, or isolated training. The pattern stretched farther than anyone expected. Red Moon Hall had not begun with Quiet Peak. It had been collecting rare gifts for years. The secret realm had not been an opportunity discovered by chance. The altered trials had been prepared before the official opening. Someone had known where the realm would appear. Someone had entered first. The golden training seal was gone. The agent who carried it had escaped. The black case had been abandoned only because Quiet Peak refused to chase. Chen Mu stood beside the western wall at sunset. His early danger sense remained quiet. His Saint Realm perception reached far beyond the peak, but he kept it closed. Using more power did not create more certainty. Sometimes it only revealed more paths to fear. Behind him, the 4 disciples trained. Bai Ning guided clean cold around the pond. Yan Fei held foundation power inside Iron Breath. Lin An moved one formation with Snow's willing path. Lin An moved one formation with Snow's will. Qing Yu sensed the garden without reaching beyond her limits. They were stronger than before the ruin. They were also more visible to the enemy. The Red Moon records proved what Chen Mu had feared. Quiet Peak did not contain one accidental target. It contained several. The ruin had not been a treasure ground. It had been an eye, and before Quiet Peak destroyed it, that eye had seen enough to look back. First regional answer arrived with a mining claim. Spring rain had exposed a new spirit stone vein near the border between Cloud River Sect and Iron Sword Sect. Both sects possessed old maps supporting ownership. Neither map agreed with the other. Zhao Ren placed Cloud River's claim on the outdoor table. Wei Fang's copy arrived through a wooden bird an hour later. The 2 documents showed the same ridge, the same river, and 2 different border lines. Yan Fei studied them. Which one is correct? Possibly both, Lin An said. The borders cannot both cross the same mine. The river moved. Qing Yu looked toward the map. How far? Enough that the old eastern bank is now the western bank. Yan? Found. That makes the river wrong. Chen Mu poured tea. The river does not care about sect records. Bai Ning compared the seals. Neither claim is false. That is the problem, Chen Mu said. The mine was valuable enough to create conflict. Not valuable enough to justify war. Wei Fang and Zhao Ren agreed on that much. Their solution was a limited regional exchange near the disputed ridge. Controlled matches would determine temporary mining shares while formation experts redrew the border. Both sects would bring witnesses, healers, merchants, and selected branches. Quiet Peak received an invitation. Chen Mu declined it. Han Vai changed the invitation into an order. The exchange was held beside a town. That made it worse. Thousands of ordinary people lived below the ridge. Traders would gather around the contest grounds. Families would attend public matches. Temporary stalls would fill the streets. Any conflict between the sects would place the town in the middle. Chen Mu prepared 3 shelter routes. You expect war? Yan Fei asked. I expect crowds. That is not the same. Crowds require exits before war begins. Lin An examined the town map. The main has 4 public gates. 3? Chen Mu said. She looked again. The southern gate is marked open. It narrows beside a storage wall. 2 carts can block it, so we avoid it. Is. Qing Yu traced the western street. The animal route reaches the lower shelters. It also passes beneath the arena. Snow's ears moved. No animal stood near the map. The fox disliked something about the direction anyway. Bai Ning noticed. Will Snow and Blackie attend? Snow may help with warnings, Chen Mu said. Blackie may come if she stays out of other people's kitchens. Blackie jumped onto the map. A piece of spirit stone ridge disappeared beneath its feet. Qing Yu lifted the chicken. Blackie may become upset. Blackie becomes upset when breakfast ends. The gray spirit wolf stood near the garden gate. It had visited Quiet Peak every day since the ruin. Qing Yu looked toward it. The wolf could guard the peak. It already does, Yan Fei said. No one assigned it. It assigned itself. Chen Mu considered the animal network. Quiet Peak would be empty during the exchange. The deeper defenses remained hidden. The wolf knew the safe routes and could leave at any time. It was safer than bringing another large animal into a crowded town. The wolf stays, he said. The gray spirit wolf sat beside the gate. Blackie attacked Qing Yu's sleeve. Snow looked pleased. The exchange began in early summer. Cloud River Sect occupied the eastern side of the arena. Iron Sword Sect took the west. Wei Fang and Zhao Ren met at the center beneath the mine records. Neither smiled. Neither insulted the other. Their disagreement concerned measurements, not hatred. The new vein opens beneath Iron Sword territory, Wei Fang said. The entrance does, Zhao Ren replied. The deeper line crosses land maintained by Cloud River Sect. Your map uses the old riverbank. Your claim uses a road built 20 years after the border agreement. Then we test the people capable of protecting it. Under controlled rules, agreed. The first matches settled transport rights. The second decided the share of surface stones. Formation contests measured which sect could maintain the unstable tunnels. Medicine contests determined responsibility for treating miners. The system was imperfect. It remained better than killing people over a line on a map. Quiet Peak avoided every main contest. Chen Mu placed the 4 disciples near the northern arena exit. Their seats stood closest to the road leading into town, and farthest from the center platform. Why, Fang noticed. You won Cloud River's internal test, yet you refuse the mining matches. We do not mine. Your formation disciple could compete. Lin An is resting. With her head against Chen Mu's shoulder. She opened one eye when she heard her name. I am. Wei Fang looked toward Yan Fei. Your body method could test the tunnel supports. Yan Fei breaks practice posts. 5, she corrected. The 6th still leans, Chen Mu said. Wei Fang turned to Bai Ning. The medicine dispute includes cold preservation. We brought medicine peak, Chen Mu replied. And a beast handling trial? Qing Yu held snow. The beast yard is present. Wei Fang studied him. You studied him. You positioned the strongest team from Cloud River Sect beside an exit, and refused every contest. We are not the strongest team. You rescued the strongest team from the secret realm. That does not change their cultivation. It changes how the region sees yours. Chen Mu looked toward the nearest exit. If the region watches the matches, it will see someone else. Wei Fang left without changing his mind. The first day passed safely. Sword Peak won 2 controlled exchanges. Medicine Peak performed well. Zhao Ren defeated an Iron Sword Elder in a defensive match, and stopped before the final strike. Wei Fang accepted the result. The mind share shifted slightly toward Cloud River Sect. No one drew real blood. Chen Mu became more suspicious. The second morning began with beast roars beneath the arena. Most people mistook them for part of the scheduled animal trial. Qing Yu did not. Snow stood in her arms. Its body had gone rigid. Qing Yu opened the equal bond. Terror entered. Not Snow's fear. Dozens of frightened lives pressed from below. Some weak, some strong, some barely conscious. Master? Chen Mu's early danger sense moved. The crowd, the altered animal route, the storage walls beside the southern gate, the arena directly above hidden holding spaces. Several small dangers aligned. How many? He asked. I cannot count them without opening further. Do not. Qing Yu closed the wider pull. More than the beast yard illness. Lin An lifted her head from Chen Mu's shoulder. Pattern sight opened toward the arena floor. The public formations ran outward. Beneath them rested another layer. Holding seals, bloodlines, collection marks. Several had been added recently. The arena has rooms below it, she said. Wei Fang stood at the center field with Zhao Ren. A controlled formation match was about to begin. Chen Mu rose. Han Wei. The sect master turned from the eastern platform. Before Chen Mu reached him, the first holding seal broke. Stone erupted beneath the arena. A scaled boar crashed through the floor. Its eyes were red with pain. A command chain hung from one rear leg. The crowd screamed. A second seal failed. Then 10 spirit beasts burst from beneath the contest grounds. Hounds, deer, hawks, heavy boars, 2 large cats with blood-stained collars. None moved like trained attackers. They fled from pain. Red Moon Hall had aimed their fear toward the crowded town. The arena's protection formation activated. It should have contained the beasts. Hidden lines turned the barrier outward. The eastern and western sect areas became separated. The southern gate closed. Civilians were pushed toward the northern exit where Quiet Peak already stood. Every powerful cultivator reacted. Sword light rose. Formation sight opened. Bloodline methods activated. Rare spiritual pressure filled the arena. Hidden collection posts answered. Red Moon Hall had created another test. This one used panic. Do not attack the beasts unless they reach a person. Chen Mu ordered. Yan Fei drew her sheathed sword. Bai Ning released cold beneath the crowd without revealing her full realm. Lin An opened pattern sight. Qing Yu placed snow on the ground. The team moved before Han Wei gave a public command. That drew more attention than waiting would have. It also saved the first group of children. The northern gate narrowed beneath hundreds of bodies. A frightened hound entered the crowd. People pushed away. 3 children fell. Qing Yu stepped toward the animal. No domination seal formed. The life heart opened enough for the hound to feel her direction. Not this way. The hound bared its teeth. Pain and command pressure fought inside it. Qing Yu did not approach farther. The street behind me is crowded. The eastern field is open. A temporary food stall stood beside the field. Its canvas entrance had collapsed. Snow entered first. The hound watched. Qing Yu offered one fixed thread of energy. The animal refused it. She withdrew the offer. You do not have to trust me. Choose the empty space. The hound turned. It followed Snow into the field. Qing Yu marked the route. Lin An, I see it. One formation line opened from the northern gate toward the first shelter street. Lin An used the old arena posts. She did not try to control every road. One purpose: move civilians away from the beast wave. The main street split into thousands of possible paths. She chose 3. A green line guided families north. A blue line led injured people toward Medicine Peak. A white line carried frightened animals toward the empty eastern field. None crossed. Bai Ning cold spread beneath the edges. Bai Ning froze low walls along each path. Not sharp, not high enough to trap people. Strong enough to prevent the crowd from spilling into the wrong street. A spirit boar struck the first wall. The ice bent. The animal slid toward the empty route instead of breaking its neck. Bai Ning widened the curve. The crowd saw an ice cultivator controlling half a street. They did not see middle foundation strength hidden beneath the clean pattern. The collection posts did. Red marks lit below the road. Chen Mu felt them pulling at her soul trace. He placed the group's safety barrier across the 4 disciples. The barrier distributed the pressure without exposing its source. Bai Ning's cold weakened around the hidden collector. Yan Fei's iron breath absorbed part of it. Lin An's moving formation carried the rest into empty stone. Qing Yu's life heart released the final trace through willing animal paths. The collection failed to isolate Bai Ning. Red Moon agents activated the next seal. The large cats entered the northern street. One leaped onto a roof. The other struck a frozen wall. Yan Fei took the shelter route. Everyone behind me. A group of civilians reached the lower shelter door. The door formation had jammed. Lin An's path guided them there. No one could enter. Yan Fei stood between them and the street. The first large cat attacked. Iron breath received its weight. 4 counts in, 2 held, 6 released. Yan Fei caught the beast beneath its front legs. The warrior god soul woke. Ancient battle instinct entered her foundation body. Break the spine. Throw the enemy into the wall. Advance toward the second target. Yan Fei turned. She used only enough power to redirect. The beast struck the ground beyond the civilians. No bone broke. It rose, confused. Yan Fei remained before the shelter. Lin An, I am opening it. Pattern sight reached through the old door. The locking line had been reversed. Thousands of connections entered Lin An's view. She chose the release mark. The door opened. Civilians entered. Yan Fei held the root. The second cat leaped from the roof. Her soul reacted harder. A faint shape formed behind her. Not a complete spirit. A larger piece of the warrior god soul's battle pressure. Several experienced elders turned toward it. Bai Ning saw them. Cold mist spread across the street. Chen Mu narrowed the group's safety barrier. The ancient aura disappeared inside Yan Fei's body method. Observers saw heat, ice, and dust. No one saw the soul clearly. Yan Fei planted both feet. The cat struck. She blocked. The shelter door remained open behind her. The warrior god soul demanded pursuit when the animal recoiled. She did not move. Final line, she said. The cat attacked again. Yan Fei held. At the center arena, Wei Fang cut through a black formation post. Its core carried the red crescent. On the eastern side, Han Wei destroyed a matching device beside Cloud River's seats. Both collection lines had been aimed inward. Both sects were targets. Wei Fang looked across the broken arena. Red Moon agents in mixed uniforms moved through the panic. Some wore Cloud River colors. Others wore Iron Sword colors. The plan no longer involved disputed maps. It had used the dispute to gather gifted cultivators in one place. Wei Fang crossed the divided field. An Iron Sword elder called after him. The eastern barrier is hostile. Wei Fang struck it. Han Wei attacked from the other side. The false separation line broke between them. Wei Fang landed beside the Cloud River Sect master. Red Moon Hall attacked both sides. Han Wei looked toward the town. Then we defend the same side. Wei Fang raised his sword. Iron Sword Sect follows Cloud River's shelter routes. Zhao Ren heard her. From the western field. He redirected his disciples toward the town instead of the mine banners. The resource dispute ended without another word. The nearby town mattered more. A second beast wave broke from beneath the arena. These animals moved differently. Their bodies carried wounds where needles had drawn blood. Some bloodlines had weakened. Others were almost empty. Command seals drove them toward the northern streets. Qing Yu felt the difference. The first animals had been frightened. These had been used until fear became exhaustion. Her life heart opened wider. Too wide. Dozens of signals entered. Snow. The hounds. The deer. The boars. The injured cats. Civilians. Children. Red Moon collectors. Ancient pressure stirred beneath Qing Yu's gift. If she released it through a command, weaker beasts might submit. She refused. Listen if you want, she said. Her voice could not reach the entire street. The life heart carried its intention. There is an open field east of the arena. No command posts remain there. The path is marked white. The frightened animals slowed. Not all, Enough. Qing Yu moved ahead of the crowd. A command-trained hawk fell near her. She sensed a broken bloodline path. She wanted to stop. 3 more beasts approached. One purpose: guide the living away. She called to Medicine Peak. Injured hawk by the north stall. Bloodline damage, not poison. A healer changed direction. Qing Yu continued. She had identified the need. Someone else carried it. The life heart remained inside her limit. A group of children became trapped between 2 overturned carts. One large boar charged toward them. Snow crossed the street. The white fox sleeping bloodline opened for the first time. Cold moonlight spread from its fur. It did not freeze the road. It bent sight. The children disappeared beneath a pale veil. The boar lost its target. Qing Yu entered the moonlight. Follow snow. The fox moved. 7 children followed the hidden path toward Lin An's green route. From outside, the group became a blur of cold mist and reflected light. The moon fox bloodline had not fully awakened. It had chosen one purpose: hide those who needed to leave. Qing Yu felt Snow's effort through the equal bond. She offered a fixed amount of energy. Snow accepted half. The concealment held until the children reached the shelter. Then Snow ended it. Qing Yu did not force the bond to continue. She lifted the tired fox. "You did enough." A sharp cry crossed the town. Not human, not beast. Blackie launched from a roof near the northern street. Chen Mu looked at Qing Yu. "I told Blackie to stay near the route." Qing Yu felt the equal bond. Blackie disagreed. The chicken crossed the arena above the beast wave. A red collection line reached toward its sleeping bloodline. Blackie opened its beak. A firebird cry tore through the air. Heat rippled above the streets. Every spirit beast looked up. The command seals on 3 weaker animals cracked. Red moon collection marks burned out along one roof. Blackie's small body glowed at the center of the sound. Then the cry ended. The chicken dropped onto a food stall. It stole a fried cake. The stall owner stared. Blackie ran with the cake in its beak. The regional cultivators who witnessed the cry stood speechless. Snow returned to Qing Yu after the children reached the shelter. It positioned itself beside her. The beast waves split around the 3 marked streets. Lin An's formations redirected movement. Bai Ning's ice created safe barriers. Qing Yu guided people and animals separately. Yan Fei held the shelter line. Their sequence remained the same as the first puppet exercise on Quiet Peak. The field was larger. The danger was real. The roles did not change. Chen Mu stood where the arena road met the town. His public middle golden core aura covered the central path. He did not attack fleeing beasts. He stopped what reached civilians. One boar struck the group's safety barrier. Force divided through the known roles. Yan Fei received the physical pressure. Bai Ning cooled the wild energy. Lin carried it into empty roads. Qing Yu sensed where the animal would turn. The barrier held. Witnesses saw 4 disciples moving through a defense no regional team had practiced with them. They saw control far beyond the records. Bai Ning's public peak qi gathering aura covered a street in ice without injuring one person. Yan Fei's public late qi gathering body held foundation-level beasts. Lin An's public peak qi gathering formations redirected an entire town block. Qing Yu's public late qi gathering life energy guided beasts without command seals. They still hid their deepest gifts. They could no longer hide that they were exceptional. Red Moon agents realized the same. 4 collection posts beneath the town activated together. 4 incomplete signatures moved toward a black tower hidden beneath the central arena. Lin An saw the lines. "They are collecting us." Chen Mu's early danger sense struck. The collector was not the only threat. The holding seals below the arena were collapsing toward the town foundation. If the underground chambers failed, half the northern street would sink. "Do not chase the agents," he said. Yan Fei blocked another beast. "They are under the arena. The street is failing." Lin An turned pattern side downward. Thousands of cracks spread beneath the civilians. One line connected the shelter route to stable ground. "Move the green path east. That crosses the animal field," Qing Yu said. "I can clear it?" Qing Yu opened life heart, not as a command, as a request carried toward every willing creature. "The green path will cross the field. Move if you can. Stay if you cannot." Snow released one thin line of moonlight. The gray wolf entered the field first. The weaker beasts followed its movement. Some refused. Bai Ning curved an ice barrier around them. Lin An shifted the civilian path. Yan Fei remained last. The ground behind her cracked. The shelter entrance tilted. She allowed the civilians to pass before retreating. The warrior god soul pushed more power into her body. Middle Foundation stood near. The ancient instinct offered enough force to destroy the street and expose the underground agents. Yan Fei used it to hold the collapsing shelter beam. No attack. No pursuit. Only defense. Fire spread across her arms. Bai Ning covered it with cold mist. Chen Mu placed one hand on Yan Fei's back. The group safety barrier carried part of the pressure. Move, he said. People are still behind me. Qing Yu checked the path. A 3, Lin An opened the final route. Bai Ning guided the last family through. Clear, Yan Fei released the beam. The shelter entrance collapsed after she stepped away. No one remained inside. The underground collector tried to follow the power she had used. Lin An cut the moving line. Bai Ning froze the surface mark. Qing Yu's willing animal paths scattered the life trace. Chen Mu closed the remaining soul pressure within his barrier. The collector received only fragments. Red Moon agents emerged from the sinking arena. Wei Fang saw them. Hanwei moved beside him. The two sect leaders attacked the same formation instead of one another. Wei Fang's sword broke the western collection post. Hanwei destroyed the east. Zhao Ren cut the route beneath the mine records. Manhwa protected the injured behind them. Red Moon agents abandoned the Black Tower. One tried to flee toward the town. Yan Fei turned. The warrior god's soul demanded pursuit. She looked at the civilians entering the final shelter. She stayed. The agent escaped the street. Wei Fang pursued only as far as the arena boundary. A second collapse line activated beneath him. He stopped. Chen Mu had taught the region too well. The remaining Red Moon agents fled without completing their collection. The last beast entered the eastern field before sunset. Qing Yu stood at its gate. A large deer carried an empty bloodline channel where something had been taken. It had no strength left to resist a command. Qing Yu offered no command. The animal walked past her and lay beside the gray wolf. The crisis ended without a slaughter. More than 40 spirit beasts remained alive. Hundreds of civilians reached the shelters. The arena had collapsed. The town still stood. Quiet Peak's 4 disciples had been seen by everyone. Chen Mu looked across the streets. People stared back. He had placed Quiet Peak near the northern exit because the southern gate could be blocked. That choice had put them between the beast wave and the town. He had brought medicine because gatherings were dangerous. Those supplies now filled the shelters. He had mapped 3 routes. Lin An had turned them into the town's evacuation lines. He had ordered the disciples not to chase. That kept all 4 in position when the ground failed. The reasoning was ordinary. The result looked planned. Wei Fang crossed the damaged street. Blood marked one sleeve. You placed Quiet Peak at the only exit connected to stable shelters. The northern gate was wider. You prepared the town routes before the exchange. I prepare routes. You brought enough medicine for the civilian shelters. I packed for crowds. You refused the mining matches because you expected another target. No. Wei Fang looked toward the broken arena. Every safety choice became the correct response. That is why they were safety choices. Hanwei arrived behind him. The sect master examined the 3 evacuation paths. Quiet Peak protected the town without abandoning the arena. With the arena immediately, Chen Mu said. You controlled the entire northern side from the exit. We were standing there. Before the attack, yes. Wei Fang looked toward the watching sects. They will believe you predicted it. They will be wrong. Lin An sat on a broken stall beside Chen Mu. She leaned against his shoulder. You should stop explaining. You should sit upright. I held 3 town streets. That does not change your spine. Recovery. She remained. Yan Fei approached with a torn sleeve. She looked at Lin An's position. Then at Chen Mu. You are injured? Chen Mu asked. No. Then why are you standing there? I am waiting. 4. Yan Fei looked toward his free side. Chen Mu understood. He chose not to. Bai Ning arrived before the silence became more dangerous. Qing Yu needs help with the surviving beasts. Yan Fei turned immediately. Lin An did not move. Chen Mu looked at Bai Ning. Her gaze met his with quiet knowledge. She had rescued him from the moment. That did not mean she had failed to notice it. Qing Yu worked until night. She did not heal every animal. She separated them. Fear, ordinary wounds, bloodline loss, command damage. Manhwa directed the healers according to those groups. Beastyard keepers removed chains instead of replacing them. The gray spirit wolf remained near the weakest animals. Snow slept beneath Qing Yu's robe after releasing moonlight. Blackie returned after finishing the stolen cake. A crowd gathered around the chicken. Blackie accepted food from everyone. Chen Mu carried it away before the Firebird bloodline became a public examination. Master? Qing Yu said. Yes, the weakest animals cannot travel tonight. They stay in the eastern field. The town guards want the field cleared. Then, The town guards want the field cleared. Guards can wait. She looked relieved. Her concern was no longer a request for permission to sacrifice herself. It was a request for a workable boundary. Chen Mu provided one. By midnight, the immediate danger had passed. Han Wei and Wei Feng entered the collapsed holding chambers together. The lower rooms contained broken command seals, blood tubes, and empty cages. Several cages had labels describing bloodlines no surviving beast still possessed. Rare fire traits. Cold concealment. Stone skin. Fast healing. Red Moon Hall had not captured the beasts, only to create a wave. It had emptied what made some of them rare. Wei Fang found the collection records on the western side. Han Wei found matching records on the east. Both sects had been studied. Both had been attacked. Wei Fang placed his sword beside Han Wei's evidence box. Iron Sword Sect will join the investigation openly. Han Wei nodded. No separate claims. No hidden reports. Shared prisoners. Shared routes. Zhao Ren entered carrying the damaged mine. Maps. The resource exchange? Wei Fang looked toward the town above them. Divide the first season equally. Zhao Ren agreed. No match was needed. The mine had almost created conflict. Red Moon Hall's attack had created an alliance. Quiet Peak returned home 3 days later. The town required repairs. The beasts needed transport. Witnesses continued approaching the 4 disciples. Qing Yu was asked to teach commandless beast control. Lin An was asked to redesign town streets. Yan Fai received body cultivation challenges. Bai Ning received offers from 3 ice schools. All refused. The refuels made them more famous. Regional message boards began calling Quiet Peak the branch that protected a town without killing the beasts attacking it. Other versions appeared. Quiet Peak had known the beasts were controlled. Quiet Peak had predicted the arena collapse. Quiet Peak's master had chosen the northern exit weeks earlier. Quiet Peak had intentionally lost mining points to remain near civilians. None were correct. All spread. By the time they reached Cloud River Sect, outer disciples waited along the main path. Yan Fai looked at the crowd. Did someone die? No, Bai Ning said. Then why are they standing there? Lin An opened one eye. To look. At what? Us. Yan Fei stopped walking. Chen Mu continued. Do not encourage them. A disciple bowed as he passed. Then another. Soon the entire path had lowered heads. Quiet Peak had entered the regional gathering as the branch no elder wanted. It returned as the branch everyone knew. Chen Mu reached the upper trail. The crowd remained behind. He looked toward his lawn. The gray spirit wolf had traveled with them. The animals inside Quiet Peak's network welcomed it through moving marks. The western wall remained unchanged. The flowering tree still shaded the outdoor table. Home looked the same. The people entering it did not. Qing Yu breakthrough began first. She placed Snow beside the pond and Blackie near the food bowl. The equal bonds opened. The life heart carried hundreds of remembered signals from the crisis. Terrified beasts. Injured civilians. Bloodline empty animals. Children hidden beneath moonlight. She did not reach toward all of them again. She chose what belonged inside her own core. The moment she had stood publicly before the beast wave, the barrier holding her at Peak Chi Gathering had begun opening. She had used life heart enough for others to see, not enough to dominate. Her own will remained at the center. Peak Chi Gathering gave way. Foundation energy spread through her meridians. The ancient pressure beneath life heart stirred. Snow lifted its head. Blackie released one red spark. Qing Yu softened the pressure. She did not direct it at either companion. The equal bonds remained voluntary. Early Foundation realm settled. Life energy crossed the garden. Every animal sensed it. None was forced to approach. The gray spirit wolf chose to stand near the circle. Qing Yu opened her eyes. She checked her own core first. Then Snow. Then Blackie. You remembered, Chen Mu said. I am included. Her voice carried more confidence than before the town. He nodded. Yan Fai reached Middle Foundation realm through defense. The larger part of the warrior god's soul remained awake beneath her cultivation. It pushed battle memories without showing images. Movement, pressure, the instinct to advance. Yan Fai sat within the Iron Breath circle and refused every path leading outward. 4 counts in, 2 held, 6 released. The power entered her body only through safe routes. Early Foundation reached its limit. The memory of holding the shelter beam replaced the desire to chase. She had used the soul to keep a path open, not to win glory. Her core expanded. Middle Foundation power moved through muscle and bone. The warrior god's soul pressed once. Yan Fai remained herself. It settled. She opened her eyes. I can control more now. More is not the same as all, Chen Mu said. I know, do not test it against Gao Jun. I was not going to. You thought of him, only because you mentioned him. You smiled. Yan Fei stood. Her hidden middle foundation aura vanished beneath iron breath and Bai Ning's concealment. What should I test? The reinforced puppet? How reinforced? Enough, she accepted the answer. Bai Ning's breakthrough waited until the following evening. She sat beside the koi pond. The regional crisis had forced her to use clean cold under public pressure. She had protected civilians, hidden Yan Fei's soul aura, frozen barriers without trapping beasts, held Red Moon collection lines away from all 4 disciples. The heartless ice art would have called every bond a weakness. The clear ice method required her to acknowledge what those bonds meant without turning them into fuel. Middle foundation energy moved toward its next barrier. The soul oath tightened. Memories waited beyond it. Bai Ning did not force them open. She looked at the people around the pond. Chen Mu at the table, Yan Fei beside the reinforced puppet, Lin An awake within a moving formation, Qing Yu feeding snow while keeping Blackie away from the koi. She did not deny that she cared about them. Truth remained the anchor. Her purpose was to widen and stabilize the clear ice path, without returning to the heartless ice art. Cold widened. Late foundation realm opened. The pond froze around every living path without touching one fish. Bai Ning's eyes opened. The breakthrough remained stable. The soul oath did not break. It loosened enough to let her speak. Not publicly, not to Han Wei, to Quiet Peak. Tonight, she said, I will tell you everything I remember. The system waited. It waited until all 3 breakthroughs stabilized. It waited until the animal network returned to ordinary movement. Then it sounded. E4 accepted disciples have completed public civilian protection without abandoning team roles. Disciple Qing Yu has reached early foundation realm. Disciple Yan Fei has reached middle foundation realm. Reached late foundation realm. Begrades achieved through protection rather than pursuit. At reward. Linked protection seal. The new seal improved the group's safety barrier. Chen Mu could place 1 protection mark on each willing person before danger. The marks remained separate during ordinary movement. When one bearer faced a force above her safe limit, the seals could share protection through the nearest accepted connection. Distance weakened them. Consent remained required. The method would not replace the disciples' choices. It would give those choices more time. Chen Mu prepared the first 4 seals. He did not place them. Not yet. They deserved to understand the method before accepting it. Bai Ning gathered everyone inside the quiet room beside the library. The room had once been chosen because its thick walls blocked spiritual noise. Lin An had slept there during pattern site overload. Now all 6 living companions entered. Snow lay beside Qing Yu. Blackie occupied the window ledge. The gray spirit wolf remained outside the door. Chen Mu placed a concealment seal around the room. Bai Ning sat opposite the others. No one hurried her. In my first life, she said, I believed strength required removing everything that could be used against me. Yan Fei remained silent. Lin An's humor disappeared. Qing Yu held snow but did not open the bond. The sect that taught me the heartless ice art called attachment a flaw. The method used memory and feeling to sharpen cold. Then it demanded that the cultivator cut away the same emotions after taking their power. Chen Mu had heard parts of this. The others had not. I was talented, Bai Ning continued. I advanced quickly. Every breakthrough made the oath stronger. When I cared for someone, the method turned that care into pain. When I feared losing someone, it made the fear colder. I thought that meant the art worked. Her fingers rested on her knees. No ice formed. I protected younger cultivators under me. I told myself it was duty. I protected towns near our territory. I called it responsibility. I protected people I loved and refused to name it. The soul oath tightened. Bai Ning breathed through the clear ice method. They found me because of my ice soul. Qing Yu looked up. The people with the red crescent? Yes. Bai Ning's voice remained steady. They watched before they attacked. They tested my method, collected traces from battles, and learned which memories affected my cold. Their servants carried death seals. Their formations were designed to separate a gift from the person carrying it. Yan Fei's hand closed. They tried to take your soul. My ice soul? They did not care what remained after. The room cooled. Bai Ning softened it. I fought them. I fought them. Not for power. Not for the sect that taught me. I fought because other people were trapped inside the extraction formation with me. Her eyes moved toward the floor. The heartless ice art demanded that I abandon them. The oath offered more power if I cut every bond. What did you do? Qing Yu asked. I refused. The answer held the truth she had avoided across 2 lives. I broke the extraction formation enough for others to escape. The people hunting me turned the oath against my soul. I died before I could destroy the group. The red crescent had been the last mark above the sealed hall. The oath followed her through death. Her memories returned inside a new body. The ice soul returned, damaged, but intact. Every attempt to repeat the heartless ice art tightened the old promise. Every foundation breakthrough failed because her soul remembered the lie. She had never been heartless. Her power had been built from bonds she refused to name. Chen Mu's clear ice method had worked because it stopped demanding that she erase the reason she fought. I did not know the name Red Moon Hall in my first life, she said. The people directing the servants hid behind other groups. The craft is the same. The death seals are the same. The extraction lines are the same. Yan Fei leaned forward. Did they follow you into this life? I do not know. Did they know you were reborn? The attacker on the road recognized something. Then they may be hunting all of us because of you. Qing Yu looked toward Yan Fei. The sentence sounded harsh. Yan Fei continued before anyone answered. If they are, that changes nothing. Bai Ning's gaze lifted. Yan Fei's expression remained direct. You did not bring them here. You did not bring them here. They chose to hunt. Chen Mu had said the same. Hearing it from Yan Fei reached somewhere different. Lin An rested her cheek against one hand. They may also have found Quiet Peak without Bai Ning. The collector recorded all 4 traces, Qing Yu said. The Beast Yard needles existed before the public crisis. Lin An continued. The wall was tested before Red Moon Hall knew her full identity. Bai Ning looked toward them. You understand what staying means. Yes, Yan Fei said. Lin An nodded. Qing Yu touched snow. The animals chose this peak. Bai Ning almost smiled. That is not the same question. It is my answer. The soul oath loosened, not broken, no longer holding the truth alone. Bai Ning looked toward Chen Mu. He had not interrupted. He had not demanded details. He had given her the room, the seal, and the choice to speak. Her trust had become something quieter and deeper than gratitude. You knew enough to send me away, she said. Yes, you never considered it. I considered every route. The room became still. Yan Fei's gaze sharpened. Lin An opened one eye. Qing Yu held snow closer. Bai Ning waited. Chen Mu continued. Sending you away created the worst survival result. Yan Fei exhaled. Lin An smiled. Bai Ning's expression softened. He had answered with safety again. The meaning beneath it remained. She was included in the people his plans protected. No one in the room allowed him to pretend that was nothing. Lin An moved from her chair and sat beside him. Her shoulder touched his. You considered every route. Yes. And all of them returned her here. The safest ones. Yan Fei sat on his other side. That sounds like a preference. Chen Mu looked toward Bai Ning. She remembered the word. A preference was not debt. It was a choice repeated. Qing Yu placed a fresh cup of tea before him. Her care remained gentler. She did not crowd closer. She made certain everyone had something warm. Chen Mu looked around the room. Yan Fei's affection had become too direct to dismiss as loyalty. Lin An's teasing closeness had become deliberate. Bai Ning's quiet trust carried more weight than confession would have. Qing Yu's feelings remained softer, still growing beside her confidence rather than replacing it. Chen Mu understood all of that. He chose the safest immediate response. The tea is getting cold. Lin An laughed. Yan Fei stared at him. Bai Ning lifted her own cup. Qing Yu hid a smile. Blackie stole a dried fruit from the tray. The conversation ended without resolving anything. That was not the same as avoiding it forever. The following morning, Han Wei brought the crisis evidence to Quiet Peak. Wei Fang arrived beside him. Zhao Ren carried the mine records, now amended to equal shares. Manhwa brought the animal reports. Several rescued beasts had survived. 4 had lost rare bloodline traits completely. Their bodies lived. The gifts were gone. Lin An placed the secret realm records beside the new report. Missing cultivators, she said. 1 pile. Bloodline empty beasts. A second. Formation notes stolen from the arena, the secret realm, and 3 older regional sites. A third. Wei Fang looked toward her. We assumed the notes were used to enter sealed places. They were to steal treasure. No. Lin opened pattern site over the copied diagrams. The stolen notes shared one feature. Each described how to separate power from structure, how to remove a formation core without destroying the surrounding lines, how to draw energy from a living anchor, how to preserve a path after removing what created it. The collectors take blood, energy, and soul traces, she said. The beasts lose bloodlines. The missing disciples carry rare gifts. The notes explain removal. Hanwai's expression changed. Jiao Ren looked toward the 4 disciples. They are not gathering treasure. Lin An shook her head. They are gathering gifts. The golden training seal from the secret realm had seemed like the central prize. It may have been another tool. A device capable of testing and separating inheritances. Red Moon Hall did not want mines, medicine, or public victories. It used each to gather unusual power. Wei Fang placed one hand on his sword. We find their holding sites. Yes, Hanwai said. Joint teams, yes. No warning reaches them first. Chen Mu looked toward the records. Searched from the outside. Wei Fang turned. You want to avoid direct raids? I want confirmed return routes before anyone enters. They have missing people. That makes safe rescue more important. We lose time, we'll lose everyone if the holding site is a trap. Yan Fei looked toward him. Months earlier she would have agreed with Wei Fang. Now she remembered the secret realm gate, the banquet road, the beast wave. A rescue without a return route became another capture. Master is right, she said. Wei Fang noticed the certainty in her voice. He no longer challenged its personal meaning. Hanwai nodded. We searched first. The joint investigation began. It did not remain secret from the region. Too many civilians had followed Quiet Peak's formations. Too many cultivators had watched snow-hide children beneath moonlight, and heard Blackie's fire bird cry. Quiet Peak became famous faster than any defense could contain. Messages arrived every day. Requests for instruction, invitations to exchanges, offers of resources, requests for beast treatment, formation questions, body method challenges, ice school visits. Chen Mu rejected all of them. The refusals increased the legend. A sect offered Quiet Peak a full medicine field. Chen Mu declined because accepting required 3 public meetings. The region concluded he considered the offer too small. A formation school requested Lin An as a guest teacher. She refused because the journey interfered with sleep. They concluded she guarded a secret method. A body cultivator offered Yan Fei a public match. Chen Mu said no. The challenger announced that Quiet Peak refused to humiliate him. Qing Yu received 12 requests to form beast contracts. She returned all of them without opening the seals. The senders called her standards mysterious. Bai Ning received a letter asking whether the clear ice method came from an ancient inheritance. She burned it. The sender interpreted the silence as confirmation. Chen Mu's attempt to hide the peak produced the opposite result. Visitors began climbing the path without invitations. Lin An connected the Animal Watch network to a polite outer barrier. The formation had one purpose: keep uninvited people below the lawn. By the end of the week, 14 cultivators sat outside the gate waiting for permission. Blackie collected food from them. Chen Mu banned the chicken from the outer path. Blackie ignored him. The 4 disciples trained inside. Quiet Peak's home remained intact beneath the attention. Shared meals continued. The gray spirit wolf slept beside the garden. Snow recovered its moonlight slowly. Blackie produced no second firebird cry, but attempted one whenever food was removed. Yan Fei tested middle foundation strength against the reinforced puppet and stopped before destroying it. Lin An improved the town evacuation formation from memory. Qing Yu treated one injured animal at a time. Bai Ning began writing the complete truth of her past in a sealed record only Quiet Peak could open. The crisis had changed how the region saw them. It also changed how they saw one another. No secret inside the peak belonged to one person's fear anymore. That made silence less safe than trust. An anonymous message crossed the outer barrier on the 6th night. The animal network did not detect a person. No bird fled. No rabbit hid. The gray spirit wolf woke only after the message touched the western wall. Lin An opened pattern sight. One moving line? Source? Chen Mu asked. Gona. The folded black paper rested against the repaired stone. No poison mark covered it. No blood seal waited inside. Bai Ning froze the outer edge. Yan Fei stood at the final line. Qing Yu moved the animals back. Chen Mu opened the paper with a distant thread of spiritual energy. A red moon symbol filled the center. 4 blank spaces surrounded it. One above, one below, one on each side. No names, no written threat. None were needed. The secret realm collector had gathered 4 partial traces. The town collectors had gathered more. The signatures were still incomplete. Red Moon Hall had counted the disciples. Chen Mu looked toward the 4 women. Bai Ning stood nearest the wall, no longer carrying her past alone. Yan Fei held her new strength inside Iron Breath. Lin An watched one line without drowning in thousands. Qing Yu kept Snow and Blackie behind the protection boundary. The empty spaces on the message did not describe what they lacked. They marked what the enemy wanted to take. Quiet Peak had become famous for protecting an entire town. Now the people behind Red Moon Hall knew exactly how many gifts lived there. The first animal disappeared before sunrise. It was a brown mountain hare that slept beneath the eastern hedge and woke whenever unfamiliar footsteps reached the lower path. Qing Yu noticed its absence before the warning formation did. She stood beside the empty hollow beneath the leaves, one hand resting against the soil. No blood, no broken branches, no struggle. The hare's life signal had not faded. It had simply vanished beyond the range of her equal bonds, and the weaker connections formed through the Animal Watch network. Snow lowered its nose to the ground. Blackie pecked once at the hollow, found nothing edible, and looked offended. Qing Yu closed her eyes. The life heart opened carefully. She did not search for every living creature across the mountain. She followed only the familiar traces woven into Quiet Peak's outer paths: birds, rabbits, field mice. The gray spirit wolf sleeping beside the garden. A pair of squirrels that had learned how to open the herb store window. The eastern hare was still alive, far away. Afraid, its fear reached her as a broken pulse without direction. Qing Yu opened her eyes. Someone took it. Chen Mu was already examining the ground. The outer formation had not been broken. That meant the intruder had either moved between its warning lines or taken the hare outside the protected boundary. Lin An arrived carrying a blanket around her shoulders. Her patterned sight opened along the soil. "One interruption," she said, "very small." The animal crossed the boundary normally, then disappeared from the line. "It was lured out," Bai Ning said. Yan Fei looked down the eastern slope. "I can check the path." "No," Chen Mu said. "I did not say I would chase anyone. You looked like you intended to. I always look like this. That is why I said no." The Red Moon message still rested inside. The sealed evidence room. 4 empty spaces. 4 targets. The first movement against Quiet Peak had not aimed at the wall, the disciples, or the house. It had taken the smallest creature connected to Qing Yu. Chen Mu closed the eastern animal path. Every warning creature inside the boundary was recalled before breakfast. The birds ignored the first signal. Blackie imitated it badly, causing 3 sparrows to fly toward the kitchen instead. Qing Yu corrected the call. By the time the sun crossed the flowering tree, the lawn held an unusual gathering of rabbits, birds, squirrels, 2 old mountain dogs, the gray spirit wolf, Snow, and 1 black chicken, pretending it had personally organized them. Chen Mu strengthened the polite outer barrier. The 14 cultivators waiting below the lawn found themselves moved 20 steps farther down the path without understanding how. They concluded that Quiet Peak had entered closed training. Chen Mu allowed the misunderstanding to remain. The second animal vanished that afternoon. A gray bird flew beyond the western tree line to collect grass for its nest. Its signal broke in the air. Qing Yu felt one sharp pulse of fear. Then distance swallowed it. The third disappearance came before evening. A field mouse crossed beneath a stone beside the northern path. The animal network felt it enter the narrow gap. It never emerged. Lin An placed 3 formation lines around the stone. There is no passage beneath it. Bai Ning froze the soil and lifted the whole section intact. No tunnel waited below. Only a thread as thin as hair lay against the mouse's former path. The thread carried no blood. Its spiritual energy had already burned away. Qing Yu touched it with 1 finger. Fear struck the life heart. Not her fear. Dozens of frightened creatures pressed together in darkness. The signal lasted less than a breath. She pulled her hand back. "They are alive." "How many?" Yan Fei asked. "I cannot separate them." Chen Mu sealed the thread inside a stone box. "Everyone enters the inner defense." Qing Yu looked at him. "Now." The gray spirit wolf obeyed before. Anyone else moved. It guided the smaller animals toward the shelter entrance beneath the library. Snow followed Qing Yu. Blackie attempted to remain near the kitchen until Yan Fei picked it up. The 4 disciples entered the main house. Chen Mu activated the first defensive layer. The lawn appeared unchanged from outside. Beneath it, spiritual lines closed around the house: library, pond, garden, and shelter routes. A second layer isolated the peak from distance sensing. A third covered the underground room. Chen Mu prepared enough food and water for 7 days. Yan Fei watched him move sealed containers into the lower storage room. "We are hiding from people who took 3 weak animals. We are refusing to enter a trap designed for us. The animals are the trap. Yes, they will die if we stay here." Chen Mu placed another medicine case on the shelf. "That is what the enemy wants you to think." Qing Yu stood at the lower room entrance. "It is also true?" Chen Mu stopped. She rarely interrupted him. She had challenged individual instructions before, but usually through questions. Her voice remained gentle now. The certainty beneath it did not. "We know they are alive," she said. We know they are afraid. If Red Moon Hall only wanted to test the network, they could have killed them outside the boundary. They carried them somewhere. To draw you out, yes. Then leaving places you exactly where they want you. Staying places the animals where Red Moon wants them. Yan Fei set Blackie on a grain box. The chicken immediately began examining the lid. Lin An sat on the bottom stair, still wrapped in her blanket. Bai Ning remained near the door, watching both Chen Mu and Qing Yu. Chen Mu had built the deepest defense for a simple purpose. When an enemy revealed interest in Quiet Peak, everyone entered it. The plan removed exposed routes, reduced unknown directions, and forced attackers to cross prepared ground. Leaving now would surrender every advantage. The enemy knew Qing Yu would feel the captured animals. They knew she would want to help. They had chosen the weakest-looking disciple because compassion appeared easier to control than pride. There will be more than 3 animals, Chen Mu said. I know. Some cries will be false. I know. They may injure one every time you refuse to move. Qing Yu's fingers tightened at her sides. I know. You cannot answer every signal. I am not asking to. Chen Mu studied her. Months earlier, Qing Yu had entered the beastyard because one wounded creature needed help. She had nearly drained herself trying to reach every frightened animal connected to the domination seals. In the secret realm, she had finally learned to include herself among the lives she protected. During the beast crisis, she had guided others instead of carrying every wound alone. This was not the same young woman asking permission to run toward the nearest cry. What are you asking? He said. A rescue with a return route. Lin An opened both eyes. Bai Ning's expression changed slightly. Yan Fei folded her arms. Qing Yu continued. You taught us not to chase. You also taught us not to give up people for objects. They are animals. To Red Moon Hall, they are objects. Her voice did not rise. To me, they are lives that entered our warming network because we asked them to. That answer left no easy refusal. Chen Mu had never promised that Quiet Peak would save everyone. Its formations could not cover the entire mountain. Its medicine could not heal every town. Its people could not answer every crisis created by someone cruel enough to exploit them. But these animals had been drawn into danger because they watched his home. They had no understanding of Red Moon Hall. They had not chosen to fight. They could not find their own return route. Chen Mu looked at Lin An. Can you build one? Not yet. Then no one leaves. Qing Yu accepted the answer. Not as surrender, as the first condition. Lin An stood and let the blanket fall from her shoulders. I need the outer path records, the disappearance points. And every animal signal Qing Yu remembers. You have 1 hour, Chen Mu said. That is unreasonable. Then the answer remains no. Lin An walked toward the stairs. I did not say impossible. Bai Ning followed. I will establish the time limit. Yan Fei picked up Blackie again. What is my part, remaining here, Chen Mu said. She stared at him. He continued. Until there is a route. Her shoulders loosened by 1 degree. That is different. It is the exact meaning of the words. Qing Yu remained at the storage room entrance. You will approve it if the route is safe. If Lin An gives us a path that can return under pressure. If Bai Ning can conceal it. If the holding site can be identified without following separate cries. If everyone accepts a fixed retreat time. And if we find the animals, we free those we can move. Her gaze held his. We do not abandon the ones we cannot carry. We do not die beside creatures we cannot save. The difference stood between them. Qing Yu looked toward snow. The white fox sat quietly beside her foot. Then she looked at the gray spirit wolf, the gathered birds, and the smaller animals waiting within the shelter because her voice had called them there. I will not empty my life to delay one death, she said. I will not force an animal to accept my energy. I will not leave the route without the group. Chen Mu waited. And if the enemy places 10 cries in 10 directions, I choose the holding site. If one is closer, I choose the holding site. If one sounds worse, her breath slowed. One sounds worse, her breath slowed. The holding site, Chen Mu nodded. Then we build the route. The first plan failed in 12 minutes. Lin An connected the 3 disappearance points through the most direct lines. All 3 led away from Quiet Peak. 1 east, 1 north, 1 north. They did not meet. The routes are false, Yan Fei said. The routes are incomplete. Lin An corrected. Qing Yu sat within the animal network circle. She placed no energy into the missing animals. She only recalled the final signals. The hare had felt fear beneath its feet. The bird had felt fear in open air. The mouse had felt fear inside stone. 3 incompatible locations. 3 staged sensations. Red Moon Hall had not merely taken the animals. It had altered their senses during capture. They want me to follow what they felt, Qing Yu said. Bai Ning examined the sealed thread. The trace carried a brief life signal. A copied one? Not copied. Redirected. Lin An drew one line between the 3 points, then erased it. They used the animals as moving anchors. The fear came from somewhere else. Can pattern sight follow the redirection? Chen Mu asked. Not after the thread burned. The 4th signal reached Qing Yu before sunset. A crow screamed from the southern trees. Its pain struck the life heart clearly. One wing. A cut beneath the bone. Cold stone. Running water. Qing Yu stood. No one stopped her. She remained inside the formation circle. The cry came again. Closer. The cry came again. Closer. The crow begged without words. Snow pressed against Qing Yu's leg. Blackie's feathers lifted. Yan Fei looked toward the southern wall. That one is real. Yes, Qing Yu said. The crow cried a 3rd time. Qing Yu did not move. She placed one hand over her chest and separated the signal. Pain, fear, water, stone. A thin pressure beneath all 4. The same pressure had existed in the earlier signals. Not a location, a command. The forced seal made the animal project its suffering toward the person most likely to answer. Qing Yu lowered her hand. They are making it call me. The scream stopped. Chen Mu watched her face. Do you want to change the plan? No, the answer hurt. It remained steady. We find the place holding the seals. The second plan began from the command rather than the cries. Lin An used the burned thread as a dead line. Bai Ning froze the remaining spiritual ash before it vanished. Chen Mu supplied no answer. The disciples needed to build a route they could understand and hold without his direct control. Lin An opened pattern sight one layer at a time. The thread's path had ended. Its structure had not. A forced contract required 3 connections. The marked creature, the person controlling the seal, the cage or formation holding the command. The creature could move. The controller could move. The controller could move. The holding structure remained fixed. Lin An ignored the animal's final route. She ignored the vanished spiritual energy. She followed the empty space left by repeated commands, entering the mountain's living lines. One line? She whispered. Her sight crossed the eastern path. Nothing. The western trees. A gap. The northern stones. Another gap. The southern stream. A 3rd. 3 absences curved toward the same lower slope beyond Quiet Peak's ordinary animal range. There. She placed one finger on the map. A dry ravine cut between 2 old forest paths. No sect building stood near it. No valuable herbs grew there. The ground was too narrow for a public road and too exposed for long meditation. Chen Mu knew of 2 escape routes passing near it. He had rejected both years ago because the stone walls created poor sight lines. An excellent place to hide cages. A worse place to enter. Return route? He asked. Lin An drew a path that did not approach the ravine directly. It began at Quiet Peak's western wall, turned south beneath the tree line, crossed an old runoff channel, then split around the ravine. 1 route in, she said. 2 routes out. Why 2? Because you would reject 1 correct. The first returns through the runoff channel. The second climbs the stone ridge and connects with Quiet Peak's northern escape path. Exposure. Bai Ning covers the ridge. I move the path beneath us. Moving formations reveal pattern sight. Only if someone sees every line. Bai Ning placed 3 ice markers on the map. I can break the sight line here, 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 and here. Time limit? Chen Mu asked. 30 minutes inside the ravine, she said. Retreat begins at 25. Regardless of how many cages remain. Qing Yu looked at the map. 28, 25? Some seals may need time. That is why I chose 25. Qing Yu considered arguing. Bai Ning met her gaze. If we remain after the safe route begins closing, we become the next captives. 25. Qing Yu nodded. 25. Yan Fei pointed to the narrowest section. I hold this. No, Lin said. You move with us until retreat. Holding the entrance early tells them where the exit is. Yan Fei moved her finger farther in. Then here. That is a cage line. Good, it may be trapped. Then I defend first? Chen Mu looked over the plan. They had not decided who attacked the captors. No one had proposed a pursuit line. Every role supported location, release, defense, or retreat. It was acceptable. Barely. We leave after dark, he said. Qing Yu looked toward the animal shelter. More may disappear before then. Yes. The word carried the price of preparation. She accepted it. Chen Mu brought out the linked protection seal. 4 pieces of pale jade rested on the table. Each carried an unfinished mark. The seal requires consent, he said. It will connect only during danger. When one of you receives more force than your safe limit, the nearest mark can carry part of the protection. Yan Fei picked up the first jade. Protection or injury? Protection or injury? Protection. It will not move a wound into someone else. What does it use? The barrier strength around the nearest willing person. Distance weakens it. A broken route breaks the connection. Lin An examined the second piece. So my moving formation can carry the connection. If the line remains stable, and if it does not, the seal separates rather than dragging everyone into the failure. Bai Ning touched the third mark. Can it be forced open? No. Qing Yu looked at the final jade. What happens if one of us refuses the connection during danger? It closes. No punishment? No. She lifted the jade. Then I accept. The seal entered. Her wrist is a pale line. Snow sniffed it. Blackie pecked it. A red spark flashed against the mark and disappeared without damage. Yan Fei laughed. It rejected him. He did not consent, Qing Yu said. Blackie pecked it again. The seal remained closed. The other three accepted their marks. Chen Mu placed the central connection on his own palm. The 5 lines remained separate. No one carried anyone else's weight. That was the point. The rescue began beneath a moonless sky. Lin An opened a narrow passage through the western barrier. Bai Ning moved first, laying cold across the grass without leaving frost. Qing Yu followed with snow beneath one arm, and Blackie secured inside a cloth carrier at her back. Blackie disliked the arrangement. Its muffled complaints continued until Yan Fei threatened to leave it behind. The chicken became silent at once. Yan Fei moved beside Qing Yu. Lin An walked behind them, closing each formation line after the group passed. Chen Mu followed last. He carried no visible weapon. Yan Fei noticed. You expect no fight? I expect you to avoid one. That was not my question. It was my answer. They crossed the old runoff channel. Water had not moved through it since spring. Lin An placed a temporary line beneath the loose stones. The formation distributed their weight and prevented the gravel from shifting. Bai Ning concealed the small spiritual movement with cold. Qing Yu felt another cry from the east. A fox, young. One leg caught beneath metal. Its panic opened across the life heart. She kept walking south. A second cry came from behind them. The missing hare. Its breathing had weakened. She did not turn. Snow's ears moved. The white fox did not look toward either sound. It faced the ravine. Qing Yu touched its back. What do you feel? Snow's equal bond opened. Not words. A shape. Darkness spread across the mountain. Small lights moved within it. Many were false. One darkness avoided every light. Something at the ravine was hiding so completely that even fear bent around it. Snow had sensed danger before. It had hidden from trained spirit beasts in the beast yard. It had concealed children beneath cold moonlight during the town crisis. Now the bloodline beneath its quiet nature reached farther. Not toward what could be seen. Toward what did not want to be noticed. The cries are around the holding site, Qing Yu said, not inside it. Lin An adjusted the route. They placed the animals outside. Some? A separate bait, Bai Ning said. Qing Yu nodded. We continue. The young fox cried again. Yan Fei's jaw tightened. She did not suggest changing direction. The group reached the first ravine wall. No cages were visible. No guards waited. The stone descended into a narrow darkness filled with thorn bushes and dry roots. Lin An opened pattern sight. Too clean, Yan Fei examined the ground. Tracks were erased. Everything was erased. Wind, water, animals, falling stones. A concealment formation? A removal formation. The same principle as the stolen notes. Not covering evidence. Separating evidence from the place that created it. Lin An followed the one remaining flaw. A thorn branch had no shadow. Bai Ning froze the air beside it. A thin surface cracked. The ravine deepened beyond the false wall. Rows of black contract cages stood between the stones. Some held ordinary animals. Others held weak spirit beasts. Birds crowded into narrow wooden frames. Rabbits trembled beneath binding cords. A wounded deer lay beside 2 mountain dogs. The missing hare rested against one corner, breathing too quickly. The gray bird remained alive. The field mouse was curled inside a glass container, no larger than a fist. No red moon agent appeared. The silence was worse. Qing Yu did not enter. She counted. 23 cages visible, 7 formation pillars, 4 paths between them. 3 places where the stone shadows fell in the wrong direction. Agents behind the 2nd and 5th pillars, she said. Yan Fei looked at her. You sense them. I sense the insects avoiding them. Bai Ning lifted one hand. Cold spread beneath the false shadows. 2 figures moved before the ice reached their feet. Yan Fei stepped in front of Qing Yu. The first blade struck her forearm guard. Iron breath carried the impact through her stance. She did not counterattack. The attacker expected forward pressure and withdrew too far. Bai Ning froze the ground behind him. His heels stopped. Lin An moved one formation line. The attacker's escape angle returned him toward the ravine wall. He cut the line. It was the wrong one. The second agent released 3 red needles toward the cages. Yanfei turned. Her sleeve guard caught one. Bai Ning froze another. The third passed between them. Qing Yu did not reach for it. Snow released a thin veil of moonlight. The needle vanished inside the cold light and struck empty stone. Blackie screamed from the cloth carrier. A small red flame burned through the knot. The chicken landed on Qing Yu's shoulder. "You were supposed to wait," she said. Blackie spread its wings. The escaped flame remained on the cut cord instead of touching her robe. Controlled. Small. Angry. The 2 agents retreated behind the cages. They did not attack the group again. Instead, one pressed his hand against a formation pillar. Every captured animal cried at once. Pain crossed the life heart. Qing Yu's knees bent. 23 cages became 23 wounds. Forced seals tightened around throats, wings, legs, and spiritual cores. The agents ran in opposite directions. Yanfei moved half a step. "Do not chase," Qing Yu said. She steadied herself before anyone could hold her. The life heart wanted to answer every creature. It could pour energy through the forced connections. It could soften pain. It could keep failing hearts moving for several breaths. Then Qing Yu would empty herself, and the seals would remain. "The cages," she said. "Break the cage seals." Bai Ning froze the first formation pillar. Lin An connected the cage paths. Yanfei stood between the group and the retreating agents. She did not pursue. Snow's moonlight widened around Qing Yu. The animal pain became quieter inside the concealment. Not gone. Separated enough to think. Blackie jumped onto the nearest cage. A red contract mark covered its door. Qing Yu touched the metal. The forced seal reached through the cage and into the rabbit inside. Breaking the door carelessly would tighten the bond. Destroying the pillar might kill every animal attached to it. The Red Moon collectors had built the false choice carefully. Heal all of them until she died. Or break the structure and kill them faster. Qing Yu opened the equal bonds. Snow offered cold stillness. Blackie offered heat. Neither gave more than it chose. She did not pull. "Can you burn only the mark?" she asked. Blackie pecked the red seal. The flame that emerged was no larger than a candle. It touched the contract line. The cage remained cold. The wood did not darken. The rabbit's fur did not burn. Only the red mark curled inward. Blackie drew its head back. The flame vanished. One contract line broke. The rabbit remained inside. Its door opened. It did not move. Qing Yu placed her palm near the entrance. No command entered the life heart. No order. No demand. The gentle beast method carried a choice. Leave. Stay. Accept help. Refuse it. The rabbit stared at her. Then it ran. It crossed the cage path, passed beneath Yanfei's stance, and disappeared into Lin An's return formation. The system did not sound. The rescue had only begun. Blackie moved to the second cage. Its flame touched the contract mark. This time the seal pushed back. Red energy climbed toward its beak. Qing Yu closed the equal bond before the forced seal could enter. Blackie lost access to her life energy. The chicken remained standing. It glared at the cage. Then it produced a sharper flame from its own bloodline. The red energy burned away. Blackie looked toward Qing Yu. She reopened the bond. "You did it yourself." The chicken struck the cage door with one foot. It opened. 2 birds escaped. The third remained on the floor with a damaged wing. Qing Yu reached toward it. The wound could be stabilized. The next cage contained 4 animals. The one beyond it held 6. Pain continued crossing the life heart. She could spend her energy here. Or preserve it for the seals holding more lives. "Yanfei," she said. "S. Carry this bird to the return line." Yanfei looked toward the retreating agents, then at the wounded bird. She sheathed her sword, lifted the creature with both hands, and carried it to Lin An's formation. Bai Ning, the next pillar, controls the cages on the right. Cold crossed beneath the cages. "I see it. Do not break it. Slow the seal." Bai Ning changed the angle of her energy. Ice formed around the pillar without entering its core. The red pulses weakened. Lin An, show Blackie the shortest cage path. A pale line opened across the ground. Blackie followed it. Snow, hide the animals that choose to leave. Moonlight spread along the return route. The first rabbit vanished inside it. The freed birds followed. Master. Chen Mu stood at the ravine entrance. He had not moved because the safest escape remained behind him. "What do you need?" he asked. Qing Yu looked across the cages. Find the central seal. Lin An's pattern sight could follow the formation. Bai Ning could control its movement. Yan Fei could hold its attacks. Qing Yu could feel the lives trapped inside it. Chen Mu could see the part none of them could safely reach. He did not tell her to withdraw. He opened his spiritual sense by the smallest amount. The ravine changed. The ravine changed. Stone. Cages. Pillars. Hidden agents. Buried lines. A central command point rested beneath the far wall. Below the 7th pillar, he said. 3 layers. The middle layer kills the contracts if cut first. Qing Yu nodded. Lin An, I need 4 minutes. You have 3. Lin An smiled without humor. You sound like him? Is that a complaint? Yes. She began working. The group moved from cage to cage. Blackie burned the contract marks. Its first flames varied. One widened too far and scorched the cage latch. The chicken stopped immediately. Qing Yu did not supply more power. Blackie tried again. The next flame narrowed. Red mark. No wood, no fur. By the 6th cage, its fire followed the contract line like a glowing thread. The firebird bloodline did not awaken through rage. It learned a boundary. Snow walked beside the freed animals. Its moonlight remained thin, barely visible against the ravine floor. Every creature inside it became harder to sense. More importantly, Snow stopped before each hidden danger. A buried needle. A false path. A cage linked to the wrong pillar. The white fox did not understand formation lines. Its bloodline understood the shape of danger. Lin An adjusted her moving route around each warning. Bai Ning counted the time. 7 minutes. Qing Yu opened the 9th cage. A mountain dog emerged, turned back, and refused to leave. Another dog remained unconscious inside. Qing Yu offered the choice again. The conscious animal touched its nose to her palm. Images crossed the life heart. Running. The return line. The unconscious companion. Remaining. You want to carry him? The dog moved inside and lowered its body. Yan Fei lifted the unconscious animal onto its back. The first dog staggered. Qing Yu placed 1 line of life energy into its legs. Not enough to control, enough to support the choice it had already made. The 2 dogs entered Snow's moonlight together. Several freed creatures fled immediately. Others stayed near Qing Yu. A horned forest goat struck one of the formation pillars whenever its red light brightened. 2 birds began warning when hidden agents moved above the ravine. A small spirit cat refused the return route, climbed the stone wall, and cut a control thread with its claws. They did not become Qing Yu's servants. They helped because Red Moon Hall had taken away their choices. She gave those choices back. The agents changed tactics. 3 black spheres fell from the upper ravine. Yan Fei saw them first. Down, she struck the ground. Not the spheres. Foundation force entered the stone beneath her feet. Iron breath carried it outward in a controlled wave. The falling weapons changed direction. Bai Ning froze them before impact. Lin An opened one empty path. All 3 spheres dropped into a formation pocket and burst inside sealed space. Red smoke filled the pocket. Nothing living touched it. Yan Fei remained beside the cages. She did not climb the wall. 10 minutes, Bai Ning said. The collector appeared at the far end of the ravine. He wore no red moon symbol. A gray mask covered half his face. His robes resembled those of a wandering beast healer, but the spiritual pressure around him made the freed creatures recoil. He looked first at Qing Yu. Not Chen Mu, not Bai Ning, not Yan Fei or Lin An. The youngest disciple remained his target. You came, he said. Qing Yu opened another cage. Blackie burned its mark. The collector raised one hand. The seals around the remaining animals tightened. Qing Yu's face lost color. You can stop their pain, he said. She did not answer. You felt them from the mountain. Every frightened heart, every broken wing, every weak life your sect ignored. Qing Yu placed her hand before the cage. A fox inside chose to leave. You gave them a voice, the collector continued. But you still decide which voices receive an answer. The fox escaped into moonlight. You chose this holding site over the animals outside it. Qing Yu's fingers paused. The young fox with the injured leg cried somewhere beyond the ravine. The collector had placed it close enough for the life heart to hear clearly. You could reach that one, he said. She moved to the next cage. Another cry came from the east. Then the north. Separate animals, separate wounds, separate directions. The collector spread his hands. You cannot pretend you care for life while choosing who remains in pain. Qing Yu looked at him. I choose what I can carry safely. The collector's gaze sharpened. That is not compassion. It is not control, either. She pointed toward the right cage line. Bai Ning slowed the 3rd seal. Cold moved. Yan Fei, 2 agents above Snow. Yan Fei turned before the hidden blades descended. Both struck her crossed forearm guards. Iron breath carried the force down. She stepped back once. The attackers expected a counterstrike. She gave them none. The horned goat hit the nearer man behind the knee. He fell into Lin An's empty formation pocket. The lines closed around him. The second agent withdrew. Lin An. Central layer. Almost, how long? 2 minutes. You have one. Lin An looked offended. The collector pressed his hand downward. Every unopened cage activated. Pain struck Qing Yu from 14 directions. Her foundation core opened on instinct. Life energy rushed toward the connections. Chen Mu moved one finger. Not to stop her, to touch the linked protection seal on his palm. The mark on Qing Yu's wrist brightened. The group's safety barrier formed between them. It did not take away the animal's pain. It gave Qing Yu one breath before her own core crossed its safe limit. One breath was enough. She closed the outgoing energy. Several creatures collapsed. None died. The collector's voice remained calm. You could keep them alive. For how long? Qing Yu asked. He did not answer. Until I fall. The seals pulsed. Until you open the life heart completely. And then, you will no longer need to choose. Qing Yu understood. A gift that answered every living signal would cease belonging to the person carrying it. Red Moon Hall did not want her compassion. It wanted the door compassion could open. She stepped away from the cages. The collector smiled beneath the mask. He thought she was withdrawing. Qing Yu raised her voice. Animals that can move, enter the moonlight. The freed creatures turned. Animals that cannot move. Call once, 3 sounds answered, not 14. A bird. The unconscious mountain dog already on the return path. A small deer inside the final row. Blackie, moving seals only. The chicken ran. Snow widened the safe route. Cold moonlight spread. Yan Fei, carry the deer. Yan Fei crossed the cage line. Bai Ning. Hold the pain seals. Ice wrap the red pulses. Lin An, give every open cage one road. Formation lines divided. No road remained dependent on Qing Yu alone. The freed animals moved. Some fled. Some carried weaker companions. The horned goat pushed a cage door while Blackie burned its seal. Birds guided one another through the moonlight. The spirit cat cut a second control thread. Qing Yu stood at the center and directed them. She healed no one beyond the 3 signals. She did not answer the cries outside the ravine. She did not stop caring. She stopped allowing the collector to decide what caring required. The life heart changed. Its pressure had always spread outward, toward every animal, every wound, every frightened signal. Now the energy returned through deliberate paths. Choice created structure. Structure created limits. Limits preserved life. Early foundation energy stabilized around Qing Yu. The path toward middle foundation opened. Not yet. The rescue remained unfinished. Central line, Lin An said. One pale formation path appeared beneath the 7th pillar. It split into 3 layers. The outer layer controlled pain. The middle carried the death command. The inner layer bound the forced contracts. Order? Qing Yu asked. Outer held. Inner released. Middle isolated. Bai Ning froze the outer layer. Lin An separated the middle through one moving line. Blackie reached the inner seal. The mark was larger than the others. Fire spread across it and recoiled. Blackie tried again. The flame widened toward the pillar. Qing Yu did not lend power. Smaller. Blackie shook its feathers. The bloodline heat gathered. A firebird wanted to burn everything resisting it. The chicken lowered its head. The flame narrowed to one red gold point. It entered the inner contract line. The mark burned from the center outward. No cage caught fire. No animal screamed. The forced contracts opened. Qing Yu felt every captive life at once. The connection did not demand. It waited. She offered them a choice. Leave, remain, accept the return route. Find another. Follow her. Never see her again. The life heart carried no hook beneath the offer. The animals answered. Most fled toward snow. Several climbed the ravine walls. 2 spirit beasts turned on the agents controlling the upper paths. The wounded young fox outside the holding site stopped crying. The command forcing it to call had broken. The collector's calm disappeared. He closed one hand. The isolated death layer activated. Lin An's formation shook. Bai Ning's ice cracked. The collector had prepared a second command beneath the first. Chen Mu saw it. Retreat. Bai Ning checked the time. 17 minutes. Retreat now. No one argued. The central pillar began collapsing inward. Yan Fei lifted the small deer. Qing Yu gathered the injured bird. Lin An reversed the moving formation. Bai Ning released the frozen pain seals one by one only after each connected cage emptied. Snow led the freed animals into moonlight. Blackie remained beside the 7th pillar. Its controlled flame still burned through the final contract line. Qing Yu called it. The chicken did not move. The pillar cracked. Blackie, Its fire narrowed further. One trapped field mouse remained inside the glass container. The last seal held the lid. Blackie burned it. The glass opened. The mouse ran. Only then did the chicken turn. The central pillar broke. Yan Fei reached for Blackie. The chicken jumped over her hand and landed on the deer's back. Unnecessary, Yan Fei said. Blackie clucked. The linked protection seals activated. The collapsing formation released pressure through the ravine. Yan Fei's mark took the first impact. Iron breath held her body. The force exceeded her safe limit. Part of the protective layer crossed to Bai Ning. Her ice barrier spread it toward Lin An's moving route. Lin An's mark connected the formation to Qing Yu. Qing Yu carried no injury. Her seal gave the fleeing animals one more stable breath inside Snow's moonlight. The final connection reached Chen Mu. He stood at the rear. The entire defensive line settled against his palm. The seal did not force him to carry everything. He accepted the connection. The ravine collapsed behind the group. Stone fell across the cages. No living creature remained inside them. The collector moved above the collapse. He had never intended to die with the holding site. A hidden platform carried him toward the northern ridge. Lin An saw the escape line. Master. Chen Mu looked up. The collector crossed beyond Bai Ning's cold boundary. Yan Fei could pursue. She did not. Qing Yu remained with the animals. No disciple left the retreat route. Chen Mu moved. Not toward the collector. He placed one foot on Lin An's formation line. Distance folded across the hidden path. For one instant his plain white robe appeared at the top of the ridge. The collector reacted immediately. A red blade formed from compressed spiritual energy. Its pressure exceeded Chen Mu's public middle golden core realm. The collector had waited for this. Killing an ordinary elder would open the route. Chen Mu raised one hand. The blade stopped. Not against a barrier, not inside ice. It simply ceased moving. The collector released the weapon and triggered his platform. The platform stopped. He activated 3 escape seals. They stopped. He tried to move his own spiritual energy. The air around him had become silent. No pressure struck the ridge. No light crossed the sky. No mountain shook. Chen Mu had removed every safe direction within 10 steps. The collector looked at him for the first time. Not at the 4 gifts. At their master. What are you? A person trying to return home. Chen Mu closed his hand. The collector fell from the platform. A moving formation opened beneath him. Lin An caught the body inside 3 concealed lines. Bai Ning froze the escape seals. Yan Fei bound his arms. Qing Yu remained beside the wounded creatures until all of them crossed the return path. Only the 4 disciples saw the exchange clearly. Bai Ning had suspected Chen Mu's strength since he stopped her frozen meridians. Lin An had watched his hidden breakthrough reach beyond King Realm. Yan Fei had felt the gap every time he corrected her stance, without releasing force. Qing Yu had trusted that he could protect the route. None of them had understood what the gap looked like when he chose to close it. The collector had carried pressure above Chen Mu's public realm. Chen Mu had stopped him without producing a visible clash. Yan Fei stared at the bound man. Then at her master. You could have done that from the start. It would not have opened the cages. You could have captured every agent. That would have required leaving the route. You crossed the ravine in 1 step, using Lin An's step. Formation. Lin An looked at the line beneath his foot. My formation did not do that. It helped. How much? Enough. She turned toward Bai Ning. Hai is doing it again. Bai Ning watched Chen Mu's spiritual presence return to middle golden core. Yes. Qing Yu approached carrying the injured bird. Snow walked beside her. Blackie rode on the deer Yan Fei had set down. Qing Yu looked at Chen Mu's hand. The central protection mark remained faintly visible. You accepted the full connection. The route was closing. You told us the seal would distribute protection. It did. Most of it reached you. I had the greatest safe limit. No one could greatest safe limit. Argue with that. The exact size of the limit remained the problem. Yan Fei looked toward the collapsed ravine. Sect Master Han Wei could not have stopped that collector so quietly. Chen Mu examined the bound man. Comparisons create unnecessary tension. That means yes. It means we have an injured group in A. Limited return route. Lin and closed pattern site. Still avoiding the answer. While retreating. Bai Ning looked at the remaining upper paths. Lauter. The single word promised that the matter would not disappear. Chen Mu accepted the delay. The rescue group returned with 29 animals. 3 had been taken from Quiet Peak's network. The others came from surrounding forests, minor beast keepers, and unregistered mountain paths. Several could not walk. Yan Fei carried the small deer for half the journey. Bai Ning maintained cold around the worst injuries. Lin An kept the path stable despite the additional bodies crossing its lines. Qing Yu moved among them without healing continuously. She checked breathing, directed the stronger animals, accepted help from the weaker spirit beasts, used small amounts of life energy only where delay would become death. Every time she reached her safe limit, she stopped. Chen Mu did not need to order her once. The young fox waited beside the runoff channel. Its injured leg had been bound to the forced cry seal. When the central contract broke, the metal released. The fox could not stand. Qing Yu knelt. It snapped at her hand. She withdrew. The animal remained afraid. She placed a strip of medicine cloth on the ground and moved back. The fox sniffed it. Snow sat several steps away. Cold moonlight covered the open path without enclosing the injured creature. The fox could enter. It could flee in another direction. It could remain. After several breaths, it dragged itself toward the cloth. Qing Yu treated the leg only after it stopped trying to bite. Chen Mu watched from the rear. She no longer mistook immediate access for care. By the time the group reached Quiet Peak, dawn had begun whitening the eastern sky. The animals inside the shelter sensed snow first. Birds called from below the library. The gray spirit wolf met the return group at the inner barrier. It approached the freed creatures slowly. No dominance pressure entered its posture. The horned goat struck it once. The wolf moved aside. Blackie jumped from the deer's back and walked into the peak as if returning from a personal conquest. A piece of contract cage remained caught around 1 foot. It kicked the metal across the lawn. A red-gold flame followed. Only the contract mark burned. The cage piece remained intact. Yan Fei pointed. It can control the flame now. Blackie saw everyone looking. It produced a larger spark. The spark burned the edge of its own tail feather. The chicken screamed and ran toward the pond. Qing Yu caught it before it jumped into the water. Some control. Blackie buried its head beneath her arm. The 4 disciples laughed quietly. The tension broke without disappearing. The captured collector remained unconscious inside the deepest reinforced room. Chen Mu placed 6 isolation seals around him. Lin An added a moving formation that changed the room's internal routes every 10 breaths. Bai Ning froze the spiritual energy in his escape tools. Yan Fei removed every hidden blade she could find. The 11th was inside the man's sleeve seam. The 12th rested beneath a false fingernail. Qing Yu detected the 13th because a small insect refused to approach his collar. Yan Fei removed a black needle. 13. Chen Mu checked again. 14. A thread lay beneath the mask. It connected to the collector's jaw. Yan Fei stared at it. That is not a weapon. Death seal, Bai Ning said. Her cold moved toward the thread. Chen Mu stopped her. Not yet. The collector woke after sunrise. His first action was to test the room. He moved 1 finger. Lin An's formation changed the floor beneath him. He tried to release spiritual sense. Bai Ning's cold returned it to the center. He tested the restraints. Yan Fei tightened an iron breath around the final knot. The collector looked toward Qing Yu. She stood beside Chen Mu, not behind him. Snow rested near her feet. Blackie occupied the table and attempted to peck a sealed interrogation tool. Qing Yu moved it away. The collector watched her wrist. The protection mark is new. Chen Mu said nothing. You were not supposed to possess a group seal capable of crossing different inheritances. Lin An leaned against the wall. That sounds like disappointment. There. Collector ignored her. His gaze moved across the 4 disciples. Bai Ning, Yan Fei, Lin An, Qing Yu. Recognition entered his posture. Not personal recognition, classification. Chen Mu saw it. What orders were you given? The collector smiled faintly. You already know. I know what you attempted. Then you know why? No. The collector's gaze returned to Qing Yu. Life opened first. The death thread beneath his mask tightened. Bai Ning froze the air around his jaw. Chen Mu pressed 2 fingers against the isolation seal. The thread stopped, not broken, delayed. The collector's eyes changed. He had not expected anyone to interfere with it. Chen Mu spoke before the seal recovered. What are the 4 orders? The collector remained silent. The death seal tightened again. Bai Ning held its outer path. Lin An traced the hidden line beneath the mask. It connects inward. Memory and soul. They could remove the thread. They could not remove what it had already entered. Chen Mu increased the isolation. The collector's breathing weakened. His own seal was killing him for delay. Qing Yu stepped forward. The life heart sensed the body failing. She did not reach automatically. What did Red Moon Hall order you to collect? She asked. The collector looked at her. Perhaps he expected pleading. She offered none. His death had been decided by the people who sent him. Keeping him alive long enough to answer required his choice. Qing Yu placed 1 hand near his chest. I can slow the damage if you accept. The collector laughed once. You offer choice even now. Yes, life, the first word, activated a deeper seal. Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qing Yu waited. He looked toward Bai Ning. Ice. Bai Ning's expression did not change. War. Yan Fei's hands tightened behind her back. Sight. Lin An stopped leaning against the wall. The collector looked at all four. Ice. War. Sight. Life. The death seal closed. Qing Yu offered her energy. The collector did not accept. The connection remained shut. Chen Mu cut the outer thread. Bai Ning froze the second layer. Lin An moved the rune's formation away from the soul path. None of it reached the command buried inside him. The collector's body went still. No one spoke for several breaths. Blackie stopped touching the interrogation tools. Bai Ning approached the body. She removed the gray mask. A red line crossed beneath the man's jaw and disappeared toward his heart. Her cold followed it without entering. The words match, she said. Chen Mu looked at her. The same method. The servants in my former life used different names. Different robes. Different public sects. She touched the frozen edge of the death line. Their orders separated gifts into simple parts. Ice, blood, memory, soul. They never spoke of people once the collection began. Her fingers withdrew. The death seals are the same. Yan Fei looked at the body. He died for 4 words. He died because Red Moon Hall never intended him to return after capture. Bai Ning said, "Ha." Lin An opened patterned sight over the seal. The order was inside him before he entered the ravine. Yes, so the collector was also a tool. Bai Ning's gaze remained cold. That does not make him harmless. No. It made the enemy larger than one captured agent. The 4 empty spaces on the message now had names. Ice, war, sight, life. Not Bai Ning, not Yan Fei, not Lin An, not Qing Yu. Red Moon Hall described their gifts so it would not need to remember the women carrying them. Chen Mu covered the collector's body. We tell Han Wei enough to prepare. Bai Ning looked at him. Enough? The 4 orders. The death seal. The holding site. The missing animals. The stolen methods. And your strength? Yan Fei asked. No, she stared at him. Chen Mu continued. My cultivation is not required for the sect to strengthen its borders. It is required for the sect master to understand what protection we actually have. The room became quiet. Yan Fei had challenged him many times, usually about training, public restraint, or his refusal to admit that a victory had been easy. This was different. She was no longer asking how strong he was out of curiosity. She was asking what information their allies needed to survive. Lin An looked toward the moving formation. If Han Wei plans under the belief that you're Middle Golden Core, he may assign the wrong people to cover Quiet Peak. He should assign no one. He may also assume you need rescue during a large attack. I prefer rescue routes. And if he sends elders here, while another peak remains exposed, Chen Mu did not answer. Bai Ning had shared the truth of her past, because silence had made the danger harder to understand. Now his silence created its own weakness. Revealing early Saint Realm would change every relationship in Cloud River Sect. Han Wei might trust him. He might also place regional duties on Quiet Peak, request public protection, or bring every threatened branch beneath Chen Mu's formation. Strength attracted responsibility. Responsibility attracted attention. Attention had already found them. Qing Yu looked at him. You do not need to tell everyone. Chen Mu met her gaze. She continued, tell the person deciding where others stand. That was not a demand for openness. It was a boundary. Han Wei needed enough truth to avoid sacrificing people through a false plan. The region did not. Chen Mu nodded. I will tell him I can protect Quiet Peak against threats above my public realm. Yan Fei frowned. Yan Fei frowned. That is still vague. It is more than yesterday. Lin An considered it. For him, that may be a confession. Bai Ning said. Tell him Quiet Peak does not require an elder guard. I intended to, and that he should not divert sect defenses here. Yes, Yan Fei remained dissatisfied. She accepted the tactical value. For now, Chen Mu looked at her. She had used Bai Ning's word. The matter would return. The collector's interrogation ended before noon. Qing Yu remained in the garden with the rescued animals. Manhwa arrived through the inner path after Chen Mu sent a sealed message. She asked no questions until the worst injuries had been stabilized. 5 animals carried forced seal damage. 3 had spiritual exhaustion. The young fox's leg would recover. The mountain dog woke beside its companion. The field mouse ate half a medicinal seed and slept inside an open wooden box. No cage door closed around it. Qing Yu worked beside Manhwa. She prepared cloth, measured medicine, and monitored breathing. When life energy became useful, she used it. When medicine was enough, she chose medicine. When rest was better, she did nothing. Manhwa noticed. You are not reaching into every wound. No, why? Some injuries need healing. Some need time. Some animals do not want my energy. Manhwa tied the final bandage around the young fox's leg. And some? Some need another person. Qing Yu looked toward Yan Fei carrying water. Bai Ning maintained cold around the medicine containers. Lin An adjusted the quiet formation so frightened animals could sleep. Chen Mu checked the outer defenses. Manhwa followed her gaze. Fei Yu touched the protection mark on her wrist. Yes. The life heart settled after sunset. The rescue had left Qing Yu exhausted but not emptied. Her core remained stable. That fact mattered more than the amount of energy she had spent. She sat beneath the flowering tree. Snow rested inside the cultivation circle. Blackie stood outside it with 1 foot raised, watching the remaining red-gold flame move between its claws. The chicken lowered the flame. It touched a dry leaf. Only the small red moon stain on the leaf burned. The leaf remained whole. Blackie looked pleased. Then it tried the same thing on a grain husk. The entire husk vanished. The chicken looked toward Qing Yu. No, Blackie stepped away from the grain basket. Snow's moonlight opened. The cold light no longer formed, only a veil. It changed around danger. A harmless bird crossed the lawn and remained visible. Yan Fei approached carrying a training sword. Her outline softened but did not disappear. Chen Mu placed a sealed red moon needle near the edge of the circle. The moonlight thickened instantly. The needle vanished beneath 3 layers of cold light. Snow had learned the difference between presence and threat. Qing Yu touched its head. The moon fox bloodline stirred. Its danger sensing widened beyond direct attacks. Hidden seals. Hostile intent. Paths built to trap rather than approach. The white fox opened pale eyes. For one moment, a crescent of cold light appeared above its brow. Then, it faded. Snow lowered its head into Qing Yu's lap. Blackie observed the event. It lifted both wings and attempted to produce a matching sign. A spark landed on its head. Yan Fei put it out with 2 fingers. Qing Yu closed her eyes. The life heart carried the rescued animals' choices. Some had fled into the forest. Some remained near Quiet Peak for treatment. Several had helped others escape. None had been compelled. The young fox had accepted medicine but refused to bond. That refusal did not feel like failure. Qing Yu's foundation core widened. The path opened during the rescue now completed its movement. She did not reach toward every living signal. She built safe spaces inside her own energy. One for her body, one for Snow, one for Blackie, one for willing connections. Everything else remained outside unless invited. Early foundation reached its limit. Life energy returned instead of escaping through every open path. The pressure beneath the life heart rose. Qing Yu did not suppress it through force. She gave it structure. Middle foundation realm opened. Green energy crossed the lawn. The rescued animals woke. None was called toward her. The birds remained in the trees. The mountain dogs stayed beside each other. The young fox lifted its head, then returned to sleep. Snow's moonlight widened without command. Blackie's flame narrowed into one controlled thread. Qing Yu opened her eyes. She checked her own core first, then Snow, then Blackie. All remained stable. Chen Mu stood outside the circle. You stopped when you reached your limit. Yes, you directed the group. Ah yes, you left animals outside the holding site until the central seals were broken. Her expression tightened. Yes, do you regret it? I wish they had not been hurt. That was not the question. Qing Yu looked toward the young fox. If I had followed the first cry, we would have found one animal and lost the holding site. Yes. If I had tried to heal every cage, the forced seals would still exist. Ah yes, if I had emptied myself. The others would have needed to carry me out. Yes. She looked at him again. I do not regret the choice. Chen Mu nodded. Good. The system sounded. Disciple Qing Yu has completed a rescue against forced life signals. Disciple recognized false. Compassion trap. DU disciple. Shared healing. Defense, movement, and command. Disciple preserved her own life while protecting others. Disciple Qing Yu has reached middle foundation realm. A moon fox bloodline has awakened further. Ape gift developed. Concealed danger sensing. A firebird bloodline has awakened further. 8 gift developed. Controlled bloodline flame. A44 accepted disciples completed a rescue through planned advance and preserved retreat. A reward. Advanced Body Healing Insight. Knowledge entered Chen Mu. The earlier healing insight had taught him to identify muscle, meridian, breath, and spiritual damage. The improved method went deeper. It showed him how to stabilize injuries caused by forced contracts, bloodline extraction, soul pressure, and interrupted cultivation. It did not restore stolen gifts. It did not replace medicine. It could preserve the connection between body and gift long enough for proper treatment. Red Moon Hall specialized in separating those things. The reward gave Quiet Peak a way to resist that separation. Chen Mu opened his eyes. Qing Yu remained inside the circle. "You received something," she said. "How do you know?" "Your energy changed." The answer no longer surprised him. "What did you receive?" she asked. "A stronger healing method. For animals, for anyone carrying spiritual damage." Qing Yu considered the answer. "Because I completed the rescue." "Ah, yes, without sacrificing myself?" "Ah, yes." She rose. Months earlier, she might have treated the new method as another measure of her usefulness. Now she looked at him directly. "Then use it on yourself too." Chen Mu paused. "I am not injured. When you are." "That is unlikely." Yan Fei laughed from beside the tree. Lin An had been lying on the grass with one arm over her eyes. She moved the arm. Bai Ning looked away from the pond. Qing Yu did not retreat from the statement. "You told me I am included," she said. "You are also included." Chen Mu could have answered with the difference between master and disciple. He could have explained that his realm made injury less likely. He could have redirected the conversation toward the animals. None would change her meaning. "I will remember," he said. Qing Yu smiled. Not with the relief of a protected child receiving approval, with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose concern had been accepted as equal. She stepped out of the circle and touched the central protection mark on his palm. The contact lasted only one breath. Her affection no longer hid entirely inside tea, medicine, animals, and household care. It carried a deliberate choice. "I accepted your protection seal," she said. "You should accept mine too." The mark warmed between their hands. Chen Mu did not move away. "I did." Yan Fei stood. "You gained a stronger healing method after she learned boundaries. After her progress." "Yes. I learned control. You received progress." Lin An built the root. Lin An sat up. "I accept rewards in the form of fewer morning lessons." "No." Bai Ning approached the cultivation circle. Snow and Blackie both advanced. Blackie lifted, danced. One wing. A narrow flame appeared above it. The flame curved toward the grain basket. Qing Yu closed the equal bond. The fire vanished. Blackie looked betrayed. Bai Ning almost smiled. "The control remains incomplete. Training begins tomorrow," Chen Mu said. Blackie ran toward the animal shed. Qing Yu followed. The middle of summer passed into its hottest days. Quiet Peak remained closed to visitors. Quiet Peak remained closed to visitors. The rescued animals were covered behind the inner barrier. Those that chose to leave received open paths. Those that remained were not automatically bonded. The horned goat stayed for 3 days, struck the gray spirit wolf twice more, and departed before dawn. The spirit cat occupied the library roof, until Lin An discovered it sleeping on her formation notes. The 2 mountain dogs chose the lower garden. The young fox left after its leg healed. Snow watched it cross the western boundary. Qing Yu did not call it back. The 3 animals from Quiet Peak's warning network returned to their old paths only after the outer defenses changed. The hare refused the eastern hedge and moved beneath the library steps. The bird rebuilt its nest inside the inner wall. The field mouse remained in the open wooden box. Chen Mu accepted all 3 decisions. Manhwa came alone. He entered through the sealed path after dark and left every sect attendant below the mountain. The 4 disciples waited inside the library. The collector's body had already been transferred to Medicine Peak under a closed record. Manhwa knew only that the death seal matched Red Moon methods. Manhwa examined the recovered token, cage fragment, contract lines, and copied formation. His expression grew heavier with each object. "They built this within Cloud River territory, near its outer paths," Chen Mu said. "Still within our patrol range. They moved between the patrols, because they knew the patrol pattern." Lin An placed the holding site map on the table. They also knew which animal paths touched Quiet Peak's warning network. Manhwa looked toward Qing Yu. "They chose her deliberately." "Nice," Chen Mu said. "And the collector named all 4 gifts. Bai Ning. All 4 gifts." Bai Ning repeated the words. "Ice. War. Sight. Life." Manhwa did not look at the women as categories. That mattered. What does Red Moon Hall intend to do with them? We do not know, Lin An said. The stolen notes describe separation. The ruin tested inheritances. The beasts lost bloodlines. The missing disciples carried unusual abilities. They are gathering pieces. IS for what? No complete formation has appeared. Han Wei turned toward Chen Mu. You said there was something else I needed to know. Chen Mu disliked the sentence. Already. He had prepared the smallest accurate truth. Quiet Peak does not require an elder guard. Han Wei waited. My public realm is not the full limit of the peak's defenses. I assumed that. The difference is larger than you assumed. Han Wei's gaze sharpened. How large? Large enough that diverting sect elders here would weaken more vulnerable places without improving our safety. That is still not a realm. No. Can you protect Quiet Peak from a Golden Core attack? Yes. Several? Yes. A King Realm attacker. The 4 disciples remained silent. Chen Mu answered, Do not divert anyone here. Han Wei leaned back. That was not a direct confirmation. It was enough. You've been hiding more than defensive formations. I have been avoiding unnecessary attention. Your avoidance now has regional rumors. A joint investigation, 29 rescued animals, and an enemy organization collecting rare gifts. None of those outcomes were requested. Han Wei rubbed his forehead. You understand that this is not reassuring. It should be. Quiet Peak needs fewer resources than you believed. Han Wei looked toward Bai Ning. She offered no help. Toward Lin An. She smiled faintly. Yan Fei appeared ready to supply the realm herself. Qing Yu remained beside Snow. Han Wei returned his attention to Chen Mu. Does anyone outside this room know? No. No. Manhwa. No. Zhao Ren. No. Wei Fang. No. Good. Chen Mu had expected surprise. Han Wei moved directly to protection. The sect master had survived too many years of regional politics to confuse useful truth with public opportunity. I will change the defense assignments, he said. Quiet Peak will be marked self-contained during emergencies. That may attract questions. I will say your formations interfere with outside support. They do. For once, your inconvenient habits are useful. They are usually useful. Han Wei ignored that. The 4 orders remained restricted to the inner council. Publicly, we found a red moon holding site and recovered captured animals. Do not describe the rescue route, Lin An said. I will not. Do not reveal Snow's danger sensing, Qing Yu added. Han Wei nodded. Blackie's controlled flame? He asked. Blackie stood on the window ledge and released one red spark into a seed shell. The shell burned. The seed remained. Han Wei stared. Blackie ate the seed. Also restricted, Qing Yu said. Han Wei looked toward Chen Mu. Your peak contains a moon fox, a firebird, a reborn ice cultivator, a warrior god soul, pattern sight, life heart, and an elder who refuses to state his realm. Chen Mu poured tea. This is why I avoided disciples. Han Wei accepted the cup. Too late. The official investigation reached the ravine the following morning. It found broken cages, freed contract lines, a collapsed central formation. One red moon token deliberately left where the sect could recover it. No clear footprints entered the site. No spiritual trail revealed the rescue group. Lin An's return formation had erased itself. Bai Ning's cold had vanished with the dawn heat. Snow's moonlight left no stable trace. The animals had scattered through several routes. The investigators concluded that a concealed force had entered, freed the captives, captured the collector, and withdrawn without exposing its identity. Someone noticed that the missing Quiet Peak animals had returned. Someone else remembered Chen Mu's refusal to allow direct raids without safe routes. By afternoon, the regional explanation had settled. Chen Mu had predicted the trap. He had sent an unseen rescue force. He had remained publicly on Quiet Peak so no one would suspect his involvement. The operation had taken less than one night. The hidden protector of Quiet Peak now possessed agents capable of entering Red Moon sites without leaving tracks. Chen Mu rejected the story. No one believed him. Zhao Ren sent a message requesting the name of the force. Chen Mu replied that no such force existed. Zhao Ren interpreted the denial as protection of secret subordinates. Wei Fang requested that Chen Mu's hidden group assist the joint investigation. Chen Mu declined. Iron Sword Sect concluded that the force answered only when Quiet Peak's people were threatened. 3 minor families asked whether Chen Mu accepted private protection contracts. He returned the letters unopened. The families increased their offers. Lin and read the 5th letter during breakfast. They are offering a spirit orchard. No. A small one. No. It includes a house. We have a house. The house has a hot spring. Yan Fei looked interested. Chen Mu took the letter. No. Lin An placed her head on the table. You reject resources too quickly. Resources with owners attached are not resources. Bai Ning poured tea. That principle remains correct. Yan Fei looked toward the training. Yard. If people believe Master commands a hidden force, perhaps we can use it. To frighten Red Moon Hall? Qing Yu asked. To stop challengers from waiting below the lawn. 14 cultivators had become 19. The polite barrier kept them outside. Blackie still collected food whenever Chen Mu failed to watch the lower path. The visitors are useful, Lin An said. Chen Mu looked at her. They create witnesses. Red Moon agents cannot approach the public path easily. They also reveal when our routines change. I altered the routine pattern yesterday. Without telling me. You would behave differently if I told you. That is not reassuring. It worked. Chen Mu looked toward the mountain paths. Fame had become another defensive layer. It had also become another form of exposure. Red Moon Hall no longer needed to watch from nearby. Every visitor recorded which disciple appeared, which animal moved, when the barrier opened, and when the peak became quiet. Close the public path completely, he said. Lin An lifted her head. Preparing to leave, the table became still. Chen Mu had considered moving Quiet Peak from the moment the four-space message arrived. The rescue confirmed the danger. Red Moon Hall knew the disciples. It knew their gifts. It knew the animal network. It had built a holding site within reach of the mountain. The old lawn remained the safest place they possessed. That did not mean it would remain safe. We prepare, he said. Yan Fei frowned. To leave the sect? To preserve the option. Bai Ning understood first. Move the peak, not abandon Cloud River, if possible. Lin An looked beneath the lawn. The main house can be emptied. The library records can be sealed. The library records can be sealed. The medicine stores are divided. The pond cannot move, Qing Yu said. The koi can. The flowering tree. Chen Mu looked through the open window. Its branches covered part of the lawn. Meals, training, birthdays, arguments, breakthroughs, arguments, breakthroughs. Several hidden defense lines had grown around its roots. We do not move unless necessary, he said. Qing Yu heard the distinction. Preparation did not mean surrendering the home immediately. It meant refusing to let affection become another cage. Yan Fei rested one hand on her sword. If Red Moon attacks the sect, we cannot simply take the safest route alone. No, attack has begun. That was not my question. It is too early for the answer. She did not like it. She had learned enough control not to force one. Lin An unfolded a mountain map. To move Quiet Peak safely, we need 3 things. A concealed road large enough for the animals. A temporary defense point. A way to separate our formations from the mountain without breaking the sect's lines. Chen Mu nodded. The old mountain records. Bai Ning looked toward the library's sealed shelves. Cloud River's first formation maps? They show the foundation. Maps. They show the foundation. Beneath every peak. Manhwa had granted Chen Mu access years ago when he began repairing Quiet Peak. Only partial copies remained in the branch libraries. The complete record stayed inside Formation, Hall's inner archive. Lin An stood. I will inspect our copies first. You reached middle foundation last night, Chen Mu said to Qing Yu. Rest. I can organize the animal routes while sitting. That is acceptable. Yan Fei looked at him. And me in inventory? Her expression fell. Of what? Everything that must move. That is not training. It determines whether we survive departure. She considered the task again. What categories? Necessary, useful, replaceable. Too dangerous to transport. Yan Fei nodded. Bai Ning said, I will review the medicine and cultivation records. Chen Mu looked at Lin An. One line at a time. I know. The old maps contain layered corrections. I know. Do not open pattern sight across the whole mountain. She walked toward the Hauntiru walked, the mile. Library. I know. Lin An, she stopped. One section. The preparations began quietly. Yan Fei discovered that the peak possessed enough stored grain for several months. She accused Chen Mu of expecting a siege since before they arrived. He explained that grain lasted longer when purchased before prices rose. She found 6 sealed tents, spare formation poles, water containers, medicine blankets, climbing ropes, rain covers, and 3 types of emergency cooking stove. You prepared for an entire group. I prepared for possible shelter needs, before you had disciples. Yes, Lin An. listening from the library, called out, "Hey, prepared for us before meeting us. I prepared for unnamed emergencies." Bai Ning carried a locked medicine case outside. The distinction is no longer useful. Chen Mu disagreed. No one listened. Qing Yu mapped the animal routes. Some creatures could follow the northern path. Others required gentler ground. Injured animals needed transport baskets. Snow could conceal a limited group, not the entire peak. Blackie's flame could remove contract marks but could not safely light cooking fires. The chicken proved this by turning one stove red hot and leaving the firewood untouched. Qing Yu banned it from kitchen assistants. Blackie moved into Yan Fei's inventory area and sat inside the box marked necessary. Yan Fei moved it to too dangerous to transport. Blackie attacked the label. Bai Ning finished sealing the cultivation records by evening. The complete account of her past entered the inner case. Yan Fei's warrior god observations followed. Lin An's pattern site limits. Qing Yu's equal bond notes. Chen Mu's system remained absent from every record. Quiet Peak's private inner archive contained only the truths the disciples had chosen to preserve, their real cultivation levels, hidden gifts, methods, limits, and sensitive histories. The archive would move first. Lin An did not return for dinner. Chen Mu found her inside the library, seated before 7 copied mountain diagrams. Pattern site remained closed. That was the first good sign. The second was less reassuring. She had arranged the maps by missing sections. "These are not incomplete copies," she said. "They were always partial." "No." Lin An placed 2 sheets over one another. The mountain base lines aligned. The defensive channels aligned. The old water routes aligned. At the western foundation beneath Quiet Peak, 3 sections vanished from both copies in exactly the same shape. "Copied from one damaged source?" Chen Mu asked. "That is what I thought." She placed a repair record beside them. The record listed the missing sections as present 12 years earlier. Someone had inspected them. Someone had repaired their outer edges. The diagrams had been complete. Lin An added a more recent archive index. One record slot remained empty. Not marked damaged. Not transferred. Removed. When? Chen Mu asked. The archive seal changed during the regional exchange. The day Quiet Peak became famous. The day Red Moon Hall attacked the town. The day sect elders, formation experts, witnesses, and outside guests moved through Cloud River's shared grounds. Chen Mu examined the missing shape. It did not contain Quiet Peak's surface defenses. It contained the older lines beneath the mountain. Deep roots, foundation anchors, connections between branch peaks. Exactly what Lin An needed to move or separate Quiet Peak safely. Exactly what an enemy needed to enter the mountain without crossing its modern walls. Yan Fei stood at the library door. Bai Ning arrived behind her. Qing Yu carried Snow. Blackie walked between them. Lin An looked at the empty record slot. "We were preparing a route out." Her finger followed the missing foundation line. "Someone has already taken a route in."